Chapter 1. Beep 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 beep. Combat Power Index. 990 points. Is this the 2.0 version of the Combat Power Detector? It is indeed more precise than the first generation, and its functions have been significantly enhanced. In order to conceal my full capabilities in the future, I will need to exert greater mental effort to suppress the fluctuations of my aura. My control over Ki must reach a higher level. As he toyed with the Combat Power Detector in his hands, Tallet familiarized himself with its new features while contemplating the improvements made in its upgraded version. As a transmigrator, he was well acquainted with such devices. Transmigrated? Indeed, Tallet was not a native of this world. He had traversed from another realm. It had now been 5 years. He vividly recalled that fateful day 5 years ago. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, upon learning of the passing of Akira Toriyama, he sought solace in reminiscing about his youth by revisiting the Dragon Ball series. From the original series to Dragon Ball Z, then Dragon Ball Super, and finally Dragon Ball GT, along with numerous theatrical releases and spin-offs. Though he watched them at 2x or 3x speed, focusing on the highlights, after an exhaustive day and night of binge-watching, his already frail body succumbed to the strain. He lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself reborn in this world as a newborn Saiyan. From fear to exhilaration, from excitement to anxiety, and from confusion to helplessness, he gradually adapted to his new identity as time passed. Fortuitously, he was born with a combat power of 200 points, reaching the threshold for elite warriors. Thus, from the outset, his status was superior to that of lower-class warriors, sparing him the fate of being dispatched to lower-tier planets to perish. 5 years had elapsed since his transmigration, with the first year spent in a cultivation pod, lost in thought and sleep. After emerging from the pod in the second year, Tallet embarked on various endeavors. He fervently gathered knowledge about the current era and, under his own devised plan, began the gradual process of honing his strength. Though his childlike physique was still fragile, the Saiyan body was remarkably robust, far surpassing that of ordinary races. When comparing his previous lives' physical condition to this one, the disparity was extraordinary. Of course, this sensation of strength stemmed from the innate power possessed by Saiyans in this life. Setting aside raw power, in terms of physical development, Tallet at 1 year old was already comparable in size to 3-year-old children from his past life. As for enduring the rigors of intense training, it was only after personally attempting it that Tallet understood why Gohan exhibited such formidable strength at the age of 4 and why Trunks and Goten were so impressive in their youth. It defied logic. It was beyond what one could imagine. In summary, during these years on Planet Vegeta, he had acclimated to life as a Saiyan and laid a solid foundation for his training through his unique methods. His combat power had risen from 200 points to an impressive 990 points. Notably, Tallet had taught himself the art of Ki manipulation. Although not particularly adept, he had managed to control his own power and sense a small range of Ki, which was no small feat. It was precisely because he could regulate his aura from the outset that his rapid rise in combat power over the years went unnoticed. Otherwise, were this information to fall into the wrong hands, he would likely find himself under the control of those with ulterior motives. After a moment of reflection, he allowed his energy to dwindle until the detector stabilized at a combat power value of 350 points. Only then did Tallet cease, suppressing his aura and stow away the detector. The reason for maintaining his energy at this level was simple. He was born with a combat power of 200 points, and, as his body grew, being a Saiyan, he would naturally become more combative. Even without training, his strength would incrementally increase. For peers of his age, their combat power typically hovered around 200 to 300 points, with an annual increase of roughly 30 to 50 points. At 5 years old, reaching 350 points would neither mark him as a genius nor label him as a failure. This was a deliberate choice on Talot's part. As an adult and a transmigrator, he understood all too well the dangers of this world. Being low-key was the true path to survival. Otherwise, take Raditz, who shared his age. He too was born with a combat power of merely 200 points, yet at this time his power had already reached 500 points. Such a rate of improvement was exceedingly rare within their kin. He displayed exceptional talent, thus earning a place among the prince's entourage. While some might deem this a stroke of luck or an honor, in reality, it was a collar placed around his neck. However, it must be noted that Raditz was hardly inept at the very least. He exhibited the potential of an elite warrior by age 5. It baffled Tallet that in the original narrative, Raditz possessed only 1,500 points of combat power during his invasion of Earth. It was undoubtedly a plot hole. Previously, Tallet had thought Raditz was merely boasting. However, upon arriving in this world, he realized that Raditz was indeed quite diligent, appearing more committed to enhancing his strength than Talot himself. Snapping back to reality, Talot stood atop a hillside, gazing down at the expanse of the city below. Though it was termed a city, it was merely the scale of a town. In the distance loomed a grand fortress, the royal city of the Saiyan clan, constructed in recent years with the aid of extraterrestrial technology. As an elite warrior, he possessed the right to reside within the royal city. However, due to his parents being lower-class warriors who had long passed, Tallet, like the vast majority of lower-class Saiyans, lived outside the royal city. Only through accruing sufficient merit could he hope to penetrate the ranks of the elite warriors. Yet, for Tallet, such classifications held little significance. The distinctions of lower, upper, and elite warriors were ultimately just measures of inherent advantages. While innate talent was essential, the development of that talent was equally crucial. Possessing sufficient innate ability without diligent cultivation would leave one as nothing more than a mere ant. Take Vegeta from the original story. Despite spending over 2 decades conquering planets and engaging in endless battles, his narrow perspective stunted his growth, limiting his power to a mere 18,000 points. For Tallet, residing outside the royal city was, in fact, a boon, offering him freedom and the absence of constraints. 5 years had passed, and time was slipping away, yet he lamented that he had yet to break through the 1,000-point barrier. As he descended the hill, he pondered silently. In the past, while watching anime, reading comics, and novels, he had believed that as long as he reincarnated as a Saiyan and worked diligently, his power would soar effortlessly. But now, experiencing it firsthand, he realized how cruel reality could be. The enhancement of one's strength was not merely a matter of effort. Combat power could not be elevated at will. He reflected on the countless fanfiction tales boasting combat powers in the hundreds of millions, which were utterly ludicrous. Combat power is not something one can simply wish to increase. Despite being a seasoned Dragon Ball aficionado, well-versed in the original plot and fully aware of the future of this world, and possessing knowledge of various means to grow stronger, the reality of embarking on the path of cultivation and enhancement was another matter entirely. Talot often found himself envious of those transmigrators in novels. These individuals would arrive in the Dragon Ball universe, not as mere mortals, but as potential candidates for gods of destruction, or even as trainee angels. Some were fortunate enough to be on a first-name basis with the Omni King. Even those without such fortunes typically came equipped with systems, replete with sign-in bonuses and powers that increase combat strength by 1 point per second. They were practically cheating, requiring little effort to achieve explosive growth in strength, dominating all in their path. In contrast, Talot found himself with nothing. Reality had imparted a vital lesson. Not all transmigrators could effortlessly ascend to greatness. Those of his ilk could only pursue a path of hard work and steady development. In comforting himself, he acknowledged the silver lining of being reborn as a Saiyan rather than another race. Otherwise, even if one could surpass peers through various means in the early stages of a narrative, in the latter stages, it would still be a Saiyan's domain regardless of how exceptional one's talent or level. They would ultimately fall short against a Saiyan's transformation. Once a Saiyan transformed, nothing could outshine their brilliance. Taking a deep breath, Tallet endeavored to calm his thoughts, dismissing any irrelevant musings. In truth, he felt quite content. He was not one to reach for the stars. 5 years. No, to be precise, it had been less than 4 years. Indeed, compared to the astronomical powers of others, his modest strength may seem insignificant, yet he was certainly far from being worthless. From a mere 200 points, his battle power surged to an impressive 990, a strength potent enough to shatter stars. The power acquired through relentless training left Tallet feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Next, I must contemplate how to discreetly depart from Planet Vegeta. According to the information brought by Raditz a few days ago, Vegeta is soon to lead an elite team on a campaign against advanced planets. With a meticulous mind, Tallet reflected upon the impending crisis. If all goes as anticipated, within 6 months to a year, Planet Vegeta shall face annihilation at the hands of Frieza. Consequently, the vast majority of the Saiyans would be exterminated, leaving only a scant few to serve as Frieza's playthings. Considering this life-threatening predicament, Tallet once mused that had he been a lower-tier warrior, he would have been relegated to the most ineffectual pawns, dispatched to invade the most insignificant planets. If that were the case, he would not be plagued by the anxiety he felt now. However, each path bears its own merits. Countless lower-tier Saiyan infants are dispatched annually. Yet how many survive? Only those as fortunate as Kakarot possess the glow of a protagonist. Regardless, the situation has reached a critical point, compelling him to devise alternative solutions. With his current strength, Confronting Frieza head-on is an impossibility he could hardly contend even with Frieza subordinates. This is not mere hyperbole, but a reality he has witnessed firsthand. Since Frieza usurped the position of King Cold and renamed the army to the Frieza Force, Planet Vegeta has come under intensified scrutiny, with numerous elite soldiers stationed there. Though ostensibly for the management of Saiyan affairs, their true purpose is to surveil the Saiyans' every move, serving as a deterrent. Among these warriors, the weakest boast several hundred battle points, while the stronger exceed 1,000, with some even possessing several thousand. Thus, not only is he ill-equipped to confront them, but even fully grown Saiyans might find themselves outmatched. Battle power alone does not dictate strength factors, such as combat experience, skill, and capability also play crucial roles. Lost in thought once more, Tallet suddenly sensed a peculiar energy, bringing him to an abrupt halt. He felt as if he had encountered a formidable adversary, his hair standing on end. What is this sensation? Talot's heart raced with an ominous premonition. His mastery of ki had heightened his instinctual awareness of danger, perhaps due to an error in his training direction. His body trembled involuntarily, a sensation he had only experienced in the presence of Frieza and Dodoria. Tallet quickly redirected his gaze towards the distant royal city. Is Frieza returning? No, that cannot be. I sense no trace of Frieza's malevolent aura, nor that of Dodoria or the elite commanders. Despite the overwhelming unease, he could detect no presence, and the battle power detector offered no alerts. The terror stemming from the unknown was particularly harrowing. In an instant, Talot's breathing grew rapid, his heartbeat quickening. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. This was certainly no illusion. Who could evoke such a feeling? Wait a moment. Could it be? A pair of figures suddenly flashed in his mind. The god of destruction and an angel. Of course, it must be. Otherwise, how could I fail to sense their presence? Only the divine can elude my perception. Furthermore, they exude an undeniable aura of intimidation. Tallet gasped in realization. Memories of the original storyline flooded his mind. Prior to the destruction of Planet Vegeta, did not the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, arrive on Planet Vegeta to dine? Though the original scene is but a brief fragment, as a transmigrator, he comprehends all facets of the narrative. Ever since his arrival, Tallet had been preoccupied with escaping Planet Vegeta before Frieza's impending devastation, neglecting to ponder the primary reason. Indeed, Frieza is the principal villain, but the root cause of Planet Vegeta's obliteration lies in the orders bestowed upon him by the god of destruction, Beerus. This compelled him to act without hesitation, eliminating the threat posed by the Saiyans while simultaneously demonstrating loyalty to Beerus. If I reassess the timeline, it is likely that within 2 months, Frieza will make his move. Growing increasingly anxious, Tallet hastened his pace towards home. He needed to ascertain one crucial detail. When would Bardock return? The countdown to the planet's destruction began upon Bardock's return from the invasion of Planet Cyril. It is worth noting that throughout these years, he has thrived under the care of Bardock and Gine, allowing him to grow up without worry. Especially Gine, whose nurturing was akin to that of a biological mother, even more so than towards Raditz. As they often say, Gine and Bardock are like siblings to him, forming a close-knit family bond. In the heart of the royal city, within the palace, a tragic scene unfolded. Upon the throne, representing the pinnacle of Saiyan authority, sat a gaunt, purple-skinned being, leisurely reclining. This was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. To his left stood a man clad in distinctive attire, wielding a staff, exuding an air of calm. This was the angel Whis. At that moment, a profoundly tragic spectacle was taking place. Beneath the throne, Beerus mercilessly ground his foot upon the head of King Vegeta, relentlessly applying pressure. Facing such humiliation, King Vegeta knelt, trembling in fear. He dared not offer even the slightest resistance, instead acquiescing to Beerus' actions. His once imposing visage was now dominated by cold sweat and terror. He could scarcely fathom that the legendary god of destruction would descend upon Planet Vegeta. Now consumed by dread, he feared that a mere flicker of displeasure from Beerus could lead to his immediate annihilation. Fortunately, he had refrained from any rash actions from the outset, extending the highest level of Saiyan hospitality to his divine guest. Otherwise, he could easily envision his own demise. Yet, even with such efforts, he failed to appease this deity. Instead, his choice of cuisine had displeased Beerus, who mockingly instructed him to procure the universe's finest pillow. King Vegeta dared not refute, nor oppose, but merely instructed his subordinates to prepare. The result is the scene before us. King Vegeta, are you mocking me? The god of destruction, Beerus, with a sardonic expression, revealed his merciless disdain for mere insects. As he exerted a slight pressure with his foot, King Vegeta's head sank lower, nearly touching the ground. "Please spare me, Lord of Destruction. I shall immediately command my servants to procure the finest pillow in the universe." King Vegeta's voice trembled. At this moment, his only desire was to survive. What dignity did the Saiyan king have? If life were lost, nothing remained. Such cowardice, such wretchedness. Such a scene would undoubtedly be met with disbelief by other Saiyans. At that moment, one individual witnessed this spectacle, first in shock, then displaying a visage of fury. He was none other than Vegeta, who had come in search of his father to discuss the expedition to another planet. Cease this at once. In a fit of uncontrolled emotion, albeit only 5 years of age, Vegeta exuded an intense aura as he charged towards Beerus. His bravery was commendable, however. Beerus merely cast a casual glance in his direction, causing the young boy to falter, his spirit momentarily shattered, staggering forward before collapsing. A mere few thousand points of battle power, how could they possibly compare to the omnipotent god of destruction of the seventh universe? The so-called king of the Saiyans was indeed a coward, his courage eclipsed even by that of a mere child. With no inclination for frivolity, Beerus rose from his throne, his tone laced with disdain. As his words fell from his lips, Beerus nonchalantly stepped down, forcefully embedding the head of King Vegeta into the ground. This terrifying force instantaneously rendered him unconscious. What a ludicrous notion, this so-called warrior race of Saiyans. It is truly laughable. On such a wretched planet. I have no desire to linger any longer. Beerus remained utterly indifferent to his actions. To him, merely refraining from obliterating the planet Vegeta could be deemed a favor towards King Vegeta's rather unimpressive hospitality. "As you command, Lord Beerus." Whis maintained his impassive demeanor throughout. But before departing, he cast a lingering glance at the fallen Vegeta, utterly defenseless on the ground. At a glance, it seemed as though the future had been glimpsed, laden with profound significance. Only after a considerable time had passed since their departure did Vegeta collapse onto the ground, gradually regaining his composure. Once he confirmed that the two individuals had indeed left, he swiftly rose to his feet and rushed to the side of King Vegeta to ascertain the situation. He was unaware of their identities. He merely recognized their overwhelming power as something they could not resist. The god of destruction, Beerus, imparted the first lesson of life to the young Vegeta, instilling in the prince the harsh truth that despite his royal lineage as a Saiyan, he was, in reality, nothing. Of course, this memory would soon be relegated to the deepest recesses of young Vegeta's consciousness, for in the ensuing 20 years, he would be reduced to a mere plaything for Frieza's amusement. Beyond the royal city lay a bustling settlement. Talot hastened back to this familiar place. Had he been aware of the events unfolding within the palace, his heart would undoubtedly have been heavy with sorrow. For, as he had anticipated, the developments mirrored the narrative he had come to know all too well. Along the way, Tallet exchanged greetings with acquaintances on the street, ultimately arriving at the home of Bardock and Gine. Their residence was conveniently adjacent to his own. Upon entering, Tallet beheld Gine, who was diligently slicing through beast legs. So engrossed was she in her task that she did not notice Tallet's arrival. "I'm back, and Gine," he announced. Startled, Gine turned around, her expression transforming into a warm smile upon recognizing him. "Little Tallet, you're home so early today?" she teased, playfully pinching his cheek. As a female Saiyan, particularly one who had recently given birth, Gine was not obligated to engage in missions like other Saiyans, largely thanks to Bardock's influence. Thus, she was free from the burdens of combat, focusing instead on logistical support. Tallet, feeling the familiar teasing, resisted but to no avail. Gine had always delighted in such antics since his childhood. He could only escape once she had had her fill of pinching. "Aunt Gine, I'm already 5 years old." "You can't pinch my face anymore," he protested, covering his reddened cheek. "Oh, so our little Tallet is growing up and starting to disdain Aunt Gine, is he?" She feigned a sorrowful expression, her tone laced with mock grievance. To an outsider, this scene would undoubtedly appear as a playful frolic between mother and child. Yet, for Talot, Gine is neither a mother nor a mere companion. Their bond transcends the ordinary. From Gine, Talot feels the maternal affection that had eluded him in his past life. After a bout of playful antics, Talot shifted the conversation to more serious matters. "Aunt Gine, I recall you mentioning that Uncle Bardock should be returning soon. Do you know the exact day of his arrival?" "Let me think," Gine mused, resting her finger against her chin. "During our last conversation, it seemed we were discussing a time frame around these days. If all goes well, I believe Bardock should be home by the day after tomorrow." "He'll be back in just a couple of days? So soon?" Talot exclaimed in surprise. This was entirely beyond his expectations. He had thought that with the impending event, There would still be a few days for him to process everything. Yet, here he was, facing the critical moment. If this was the prologue to the unfolding drama, he must take action. Noticing Talot's peculiar expression, Gine felt a twinge of confusion and inquired, "Little Talot, do you need Uncle Bardock's assistance with something?" Upon hearing Gine's counter-query, Talot suddenly realized he had overreacted. He hurriedly waved his hand, striving to compose himself, and replied, "There's nothing. Just surprised to hear that Uncle Bardock is returning so soon. I thought it would take several more days." "Is that so? I thought you were concocting something strange in that little head of yours." Gine feigned indifference as she commented. Talot was indeed unique, a fact Gine had recognized since childhood. Generally, among the Saiyans, any warrior with sufficient power would strive to ascend the ranks. Take her eldest son, Raditz, for instance, from a young age. He had sought to distinguish himself, to the point that now, as a prince's aide, he scarcely returned home more than 2 or 3 times a month. Talot, however, displayed greater maturity and intelligence, a level of intellect incomparable to his peers. Gine often found herself comparing Talot to other children. Noting the stark contrast despite all having undergone the genetic memory inheritance technology. While there were a few lower-class warriors like Talot who remained low-key, none possessed his extraordinary intelligence. Moreover, Talot was an upper-class warrior, a quintessential combat-oriented Saiyan. "Aunt Gine, you carry on with your tasks. I shall check on Kakarot in my room." Fearing that further conversation with Gine might betray his inner turmoil, Talot hastily sought an excuse. Upon seeing Gine nod, he swiftly retreated into the inner room. As Talot disappeared from view, a flicker of perplexity crossed Gine's gaze. For reasons unknown, despite Talot's seemingly unremarkable demeanor, she sensed something unusual about him today. Perhaps she was merely overthinking it, or perhaps this child was genuinely maturing. With those thoughts, Gine resumed her duties. Upon entering the inner room, Talot's gaze immediately fell upon the incubation pod in the corner. The child within appeared quite large, even if his combat power at birth was a mere 2 points. Yet, his physique was unlike that of an ordinary human child. "We meet again, Kakarot. It's a pity you're still asleep." Talot murmured softly as he stepped closer for a closer inspection. Each visit evoked a sense of wonder. What could he do? After all, this boy was remarkably special. The protagonist of the original tale. Reborn into the Dragon Ball universe, it was hard to fathom that a mere 6-month-old infant, belonging to the lowest tier of warriors, would not only revive the legend of the Super Saiyan but also ascend to become one of the universe's most formidable fighters. Memories flooded back. Particularly the unforgettable phrase, "When Kakarot transforms into a Super Saiyan, all anime in the world pales in comparison." In the past, it had been mere animation, but now, for Talot, it was his reality. Reflecting on his thoughts, after some time, Talot retrieved his power level detector. Although he already knew Kakarot's combat power, having previously measured it with an older model, he still adjusted the new detector to assess Kakarot's power level. Beep, 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 beep. The power level reading, 2 points. As before, it had not changed, still a mere 2 points of combat power. However, the detector now displayed danger levels and some fundamental information. Of course, these data were not particularly significant. In due time, he would be sent to Earth, embarking on his own path in life. Talot kept this thought to himself, knowing he needn't dwell on Kakarot, for he was well aware of the narrative's trajectory. As long as he remained uninvolved, everything would proceed unaltered. His future was destined to be blissful. At the very least, he would grow up without worries, gradually forming friendships with a multitude of others, seeking Dragon Balls, continuously learning from masters, and evolving. In comparison to Raditz, Vegeta, Nappa, and those scattered across various planets like Talot, Broly, and Paragus, who survived under Frieza's tyranny, Kakarot undoubtedly enjoyed the most prosperous existence. At times, Talot genuinely envied him, even wishing to trade places. Yet, as days passed, he began to cultivate his own thoughts. Speaking to the child in the incubation pod, Talot was indifferent to whether Kakarot could hear or comprehend him. After voicing his thoughts, Talot turned away without a trace of hesitation and exited the room. Whether it was his voice that disturbed Kakarot or the sound of the door closing that caused a stir, Kakarot's tightly shut eyes fluttered slightly. Upon reaching outside, Talot lingered a moment longer, engaging Gine in conversation for several more exchanges before bidding farewell and returning home. The 2 neighboring houses were modest. Talot's home, although small, was complete in its essentials. For him, it was just right. Living alone required little space, so long as nothing was lacking. That instinctive fear had finally dissipated entirely, indicating that those 2 entities must have departed from Planet Vegeta. Talot exhaled a sigh of relief before refocusing his attention. At this moment, he had no capacity to ponder the gods of destruction or angels. Once Bardock returned, he would be able to ascertain the progression of the narrative with absolute certainty. Leaning against his bed, Talot found himself immersed in contemplation. Ultimately, he could only extrapolate based on the storyline he knew. As a time traveler, he understood that during this period, multiple timelines were likely unfolding. Upon closer examination, it could be deduced that there were two principal timelines. The first timeline, rooted in the earliest Dragon Ball Z setting, involved Bardock's mission to invade planet Kanassa, during which he was ambushed by the Kanassans, temporarily gaining the ability to foresee the future. This foresight allowed him to gradually unveil Frieza's intentions against the Saiyans, culminating in the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The second timeline emerged later, established as the Dragon Ball minus timeline. However, this alteration in time could be more aptly described as a different narrative unfolding in an alternate parallel universe, wherein Bardock and other Saiyans embark on an invasion of the planet Cyril. Through this mission, they learn of Frieza's intentions to target the Saiyans, prompting them to send Kakarot away ahead of time, thereby setting the stage for the ensuing plot. In truth, Tallet currently holds a firm belief that the world he inhabits closely aligns with the timeline of the original Dragon Ball Z narrative. This is evidenced by the fact that Kakarot has only been born for 6 months, while Vegeta, Raditz, and he are all 5 years of age, with the present time being the year 737 of the age. In the original timeline, Kakarot would have already been 3 years old by the year 737. Having arrived on Earth at that age, not accounting for the duration of travel from Planet Vegeta to Earth. It must be noted that Talot's understanding of the narrative during the Dragon Ball era is limited to the vague references made in the original work, leaving him without precise details. Therefore, to uncover the entirety of this history, one must experience it firsthand. This is precisely why Talot awaits Bardock's return. Understanding the circumstances of Bardock's current mission and the objectives of the next one is essential for making an informed judgment. It is certain that, at the very least, the god of destruction and the angel have just departed from Planet Vegeta, even if they were to seek out Frieza next. The destruction of Planet Vegeta would not transpire in the immediate future. Moreover, prior to the annihilation of Planet Vegeta, Frieza specifically summoned all Saiyans engaged in battles across the cosmos, thus ensuring the simultaneous obliteration of both planet and race. For the time being, such thoughts are best set aside. The more one ponders, the more convoluted it becomes. It would be wiser to contemplate how to depart from Planet Vegeta smoothly. The narrative of this world, in essence, is far more intricate than Talot originally comprehended. He has been striving to ascertain an accurate timeline, primarily to seize every opportunity. For he is a traveler from another realm, and this grants him a significant advantage. It is truly vexing. If only he possessed an external aid, he would not need to exert his intellect. As a traveler, it is rather embarrassing. Although Saiyan lineage serves as an unparalleled advantage, time for development is scarce. Were it not for this constraint, had he been on Earth, the paths to empowerment would be manifold. With effective utilization of the protagonist's fortuitous opportunities presented in the original narrative, he is confident that he could rapidly attain great strength. While he cannot directly influence Bardock, it is preferable to leave Planet Vegeta alongside Aunt Gine. He murmurs to himself, one must not forget the grace of others. This has been Talot's intention all along. Otherwise, had it been his own decision, he could have seized 1 or 2 opportunities to depart from Planet Vegeta 6 months ago. In the original tale, Gine perished due to Bardock's indecisiveness. In truth, even if the relatively weak Gine had left Planet Vegeta with Kakarot, it would not have raised any suspicions. Furthermore, there are parallels in the original work where Paragus audaciously coerced a companion into stealing a spaceship to seek out his exiled son, Broly. Of course, numerous entanglements exist within this scenario, yet it must be said that, once in a foreign realm, severing connections renders one's fate unknown. No one would truly come searching for you, especially when your intrinsic value is not absolute. Over the years, Talot has diligently practiced and engaged in the study of the piloting techniques and various functional structures of spacecraft. His goal was to acquire sufficient knowledge to facilitate his escape from Planet Vegeta while evading detection. Time passed gradually. After contemplating several methods, Talot continued his training in energy manipulation as he always had. It must be said that this session of training provided him with remarkable enhancements. His battle power surely surpassed the threshold of 1,000 points, almost causing him to lose control of his energy and risk exposure. Whether it was the imminent crisis or the heightened pressure sensed from the god of destruction and the angel, It was undoubtedly a confluence of various factors that catalyzed the awakening of his latent potential. As night fell, Tallet habitually visited Gine for dinner, engaging in lengthy conversation with her afterward. That night marked one of the rare instances of insomnia for Tallet. Despite being plagued by the impending crisis of planetary destruction, it had yet to come to fruition. Thus, even when thoughts of it crossed his mind, they never troubled him enough to lose sleep. Moreover, he had always maintained a regimen of daily exercise, allowing him to fall into slumber with ease at the appointed hour. By noon the following day, having succumbed to sleep only at the break of dawn due to his restless night, Tallet finally awoke. After rising with a lingering sense of fatigue, he splashed his face with water, fully rousing himself. Indeed, one must not harbor burdensome worries. Otherwise, no matter how formidable one's strength or mental fortitude, one will ultimately be hindered. After engaging in some light physical activity within his abode, he took a moment to stretch and relax his muscles. As he released his energy, he began to acclimatize to the advancements brought forth by yesterday's breakthroughs. Beneath his perception, a sudden and immense aura was detected by Tallet, causing him to momentarily pause. Was that Bardock's energy? Had he returned? The astonishment escaped his lips, though he had already learned the specific time frame from Gine. The sudden awareness of the energy upon awakening was still unexpected. Indeed, he realized, he was not sensitive enough. Too dull. Such a colossal presence had manifested nearby. And yet he had only now taken notice. With a sigh, Tallet acknowledged that his strength was still insufficient. For a moment, he felt a sense of living in comfort. At that moment, within Bardock's home, the returning Bardock had already partaken of Gine's culinary delights and engaged in conversation, gathering updates on the family's recent circumstances. Subsequently, under Gine's guidance, he entered a room and beheld his youngest son, Kakarot. Has this little one not awakened even after 6 months? He murmured, adjusting his power level scouter. Beep, 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 beep. The power level read 2. It appeared to indeed be a mere 2, and it had remained unchanged since birth. A hint of disappointment tinged Bardock's words. His eldest son, Raditz, was a superior warrior, barely surpassing the threshold with a power level of at least 200. Yet, this younger son possessed only 2 points, a level lower than even the most basic support-type Saiyan. While Bardock, as a lower-tier warrior, understood that a Saiyans power level at birth did not necessarily dictate their future prowess, Kakarot had not shown him any promise. Bardock, although Kakarot's power level is indeed low, he is still our son, and you must not harm him, Gine interjected, fearful that Bardock might act rashly. As a mother, she cared not for her son's lack of power. In fact, Kakarot's fragility only heightened her instinct to protect him. Where do you think I would go? I am not the kind of cold-hearted individual who could harm my own child, Gine, Bardock replied, casting a glance at his wife. Meanwhile, he silently lamented the weight of his worries. Kakarot's weakness might not be entirely detrimental. At the very least, he would not attract attention, and if noticed, would likely be overlooked due to his paltry power level. In recent years, pressures had mounted, with many voices arising within the clan. Consequently, his son Raditz had been assigned to serve as a hostage beside Prince Vegeta, a seeming honor that in reality was a strategic move. As a lower-tier warrior, even if Bardock's power level reached great heights, he could not defy the king's orders. Though he felt discontent and harbored his own emotions, rebellion would mean treason. Thus, even though King Vegeta had placed Raditz in close proximity to his son, Bardock had no choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, his son had shown promise. Although still inferior to elite warriors, he demonstrated enough talent to avoid being scorned by those who considered themselves superior. The Saiyan race revered strength, and with sufficient power came influence. The hierarchical system categorized Saiyans into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Only through relentless strengthening could one ascend and gain recognition, perhaps even superiority. Bardock had fought fiercely over the years to cultivate enough strength to truly command his own fate. He held steadfast to his beliefs. In reality, he had proven that as long as he was powerful enough, even elite warriors would have to yield before him. Most upper-tier and elite warriors dared only to gossip behind his back, who would confront him directly. He had compelled King Vegeta to regard him with newfound respect, a testament to his might. After observing Kakarot for a considerable time, Bardock and Gine eventually exited the room. Their brief separation had deepened their bond, enhancing their emotional connection. Just as they were engaged in conversation, Tallet, now dressed, casually munched on some jerky and arrived at their doorstep. Their eyes met, both smiling, especially Bardock, whose expression radiated warmth and approachability. It must be said, this was indeed the aura of a protagonist. Tallet recalled the instant he first laid eyes on Bardock, an involuntary fondness blossoming within him, also extending to Gine. In truth, Bardock and Gine could be considered the protagonists of their era. "Bardock, uncle, you have returned," Tallet exclaimed. "Indeed, young Tallet, you have grown considerably," Bardock replied, stepping closer to Tallet and adjusting his power level scouter. Beep, 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 beep. The power level read 350. Impressive. In just half a year, Tallet's power level had surpassed 300, reaching 350. Acknowledging the values on the scouter, Bardock commended him. Although this figure fell short of Raditz's last year's level, Tallet's achievement was commendable, particularly in the absence of external training or battles. At his age, Bardock had possessed far less power. While he may have been merely ordinary among upper-tier warriors, in the lower-tier realm, he was remarkable. Many Saiyans would struggle throughout their lives to achieve such a power level. Bardock remained unaware that Tallet's current power level had already exceeded 1,000. Had he known, he would have been astounded, for such talent surpassed that of any Saiyan in history, far beyond what elite warriors could compare. However, if one were to compare, there was indeed one individual who excelled. Presently, Vegeta boasted a power level of 3,000, having surged from 2,000 at birth to an increase of 1,000 over 5 years. Naturally, this rapid ascent was attributed to the ample resources at his disposal. Had Tallet been afforded similar advantages, he too could have achieved even greater heights. "Bardock, uncle, you flatter me. My strength is merely modest and hardly noteworthy," Tallet replied humbly. Curiously, he added, "Bardock, uncle, your power level must surely be greater than it was 6 months ago. I can sense the formidable aura you exude." As he spoke, Tallet activated his own scouter to gauge Bardock's power level. As expected, Bardock's power level had surpassed the monumental threshold of 10,000, reaching an impressive 10,500. Truly remarkable. "Bardock, uncle, 10,500 power level. Even among elite warriors, few can surpass that," Tallet exclaimed, his tone filled with congratulations. "Elite warriors? Humph. Mere pretenders, all of them." Bardock scoffed, seemingly disdainful of the term elite. Of course, he did not dwell on it, swiftly shifting the subject. "You arrived just in time. I also have matters to discuss with you." Bardock spoke to Gine, saying, "Raditz should be returning tonight. Please prepare some additional food, as I wish to have a private conversation with little Tarbell." "Raditz is coming back. That's wonderful. It has been over half a year since our family has gathered." Gine responded with enthusiasm before departing to make preparations. Tarbell remained silent by the side until Bardock called out, "Come here, little Tarbell." "All right," Tarbell nodded in agreement. This solitary exchange was precisely what he desired, as it enabled him to comprehend the entirety of the situation. Soon, the two arrived in another room. After a substantial dialogue, it was predominantly Bardock who conveyed certain matters to Talot. The topic at hand was that he had already reached the age of 5. And according to the Saiyan customs regarding the guardianship of elite warriors, one must embark on battles across other planets upon turning 5. This is the destiny of a warrior, as well as that of a Saiyan. The origin of the term fighting nation partly stems from this reason. "Uncle Bardock, feel free to speak your mind. In my heart, you have always been my elder." Maintaining a demeanor of humility and respect, Tallet yearned to hear Bardock's thoughts on his plans. Since it was Bardock who proposed it, he must have had a strategy in mind. "In truth, I would rather you accompany Raditz alongside Prince Vegeta in battle. This way, not only would your life be safeguarded, but you could also earn considerable merit." Bardock's words left Tallet momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an arrangement from Bardock, although Tallet had contemplated this before. Even Raditz had once invited him to join. "Uncle Bardock, if I do not go, are there any alternative arrangements?" Tallet did not answer directly but posed a counter-question. Upon hearing this, Bardock seemed to have anticipated Tallet's response, breaking into a knowing smile. "I knew you would refuse. The opportunity to accompany Prince Vegeta on his journey of training is a coveted dream for all Saiyans. However, even a person with a modicum of intelligence can surmise that once one enters such a team, those of inferior strength are destined to become mere cannon fodder. Indeed, his son is also among the cannon fodder, yet due to their connection, King Vegeta would ensure his safety, thus safeguarding his life. His initial plan was to have Talot accompany him, thereby resolving a dilemma that had plagued him for quite some time. If you do not wish to follow the prince into battle, I can assist you in applying to independently conquer a mid-level planet, Bardock remarked as he observed Talot's reaction. He continued, with your current combat prowess, conquering an ordinary mid-level planet should pose little challenge. As his words settled, Bardock felt increasingly satisfied with Talot's performance. This composed and steady temperament, This unassuming and calm mindset, had it not been for Talot's remarkable maturity at such a tender age. Bardock would scarcely believe that a mere 5-year-old could exhibit such poise. There is no need to respond hastily. Take your time to contemplate, and once clarity dawns upon you, simply inform me before my next mission. Understood, Uncle Bardock, but I believe I shall not be joining the prince's entourage, Talot replied. Bardock's concern for him was not lost on Talot. Understanding his nature, Bardock had also devised a path for him to further hone his skills. A slight nod indicated Bardock had anticipated such a response. Nevertheless, despite Talot's decision, Bardock would not rush to conclusions. There was ample time, and as he had stated, there was no need for haste. As the conversation shifted, Bardock, recalling something, inquired, "By the way, upon my return, I heard some unsettling news. It seems a group of intruders infiltrated the palace yesterday, resulting in the deaths of numerous guards. Are you aware of this?" Upon hearing this, Talot momentarily froze, then shook his head in denial, retorting, "Is that so?" Externally, he feigned ignorance, yet internally, he had already formed a resolute hypothesis. His instincts were not misguided. He surmised it must have been the handiwork of the god of destruction, Beerus. Unbeknownst to Talot, Beerus had neither taken lives nor caused any destruction the previous day. The fallen guards were warriors who may have witnessed the humiliation of King Vegeta the previous day. In order to preserve the king's dignity, King Vegeta executed all the warriors on duty that day. Better to wrongfully slay 1,000 than to let one escape. Indeed, few were privy to the information, likely forcefully concealed. Among the slain were elite warriors with combat power reaching 5,000. Bardock reflected somberly, his expression growing more serious. The Saiyan royal palace had been invaded by an unknown enemy who effortlessly dispatched elite guards boasting a combat power of 5,000. One can only imagine the formidable strength of this foe. Moreover, the lack of further attention indicates that the enemy had nearly annihilated all of their warriors in seconds. Bardock contemplated a grim possibility. Frieza had commenced a covert assault on their Saiyan race. This was also intelligence he had inadvertently acquired during his current mission. However, it remained unverified and shrouded in doubt. Given the current circumstances, he could only entertain such thoughts. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Tallet observed the conflicted expression on Bardock's face. Inquiring, "Uncle Bardock, have you thought of something?" "No, I simply find it peculiar. Tomorrow, I shall seek an audience with King Vegeta. Perhaps I will uncover the truth," Bardock replied. Subsequently, seemingly to alleviate Tallet's anxiety, he forced a smile and shifted the conversation to other matters. Tallet felt it unnecessary to press further. Even if he had surmised something, it could not be openly acknowledged. Seizing the opportunity, Tallet began to inquire about Bardock's experiences during the mission and whether any intriguing events had transpired. This had always been Tallet's inclination, prompting Bardock to naturally recount the details of his mission. Initially, it had been a task of little difficulty, though a few minor incidents had occurred along the way. My strength also saw a breakthrough on Planet Cyril, surpassing the 10,000 battle power mark, Bardock shared, narrating the course of his mission. Of course, he only provided a broad overview without delving into excessive details. Nevertheless, Tallet gleaned the information he sought. Undoubtedly, Bardock's account of his experiences on Planet Cyril astonished Tallet. The narrative of Dragon Ball's darker plot had come to fruition. This is truly unexpected, for he had long recognized this timeline as the Z timeline. It is perplexing, as this would imply that Kakarot should be 3 years old. Yet, Kakarot is merely 6 months old. When will Uncle Bardock venture out on another mission after his return? Tallet struggled to maintain his composure and inquired once more. It was evident that Bardock was concealing certain matters, wishing neither for him to know nor to be entangled in them. According to Bardock's nature, he approached all endeavors with utmost caution. Although somewhat indecisive, he would invariably clarify the entirety of a situation before rendering a judgment. Are you, perhaps, concerned that your time is limited, leading you to entertain such dubious thoughts? Bardock chuckled. Upon hearing this, Tallet felt a twinge of embarrassment and responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. What dubious thoughts could I possibly have? I merely asked out of curiosity. Furthermore, if we truly intend to conquer a planet, I wish to know how much time remains for me to prepare. Bardock nodded, choosing not to withhold information. While others may not be privy to this, I can share it with you, but please refrain from speaking of it casually. This time, I returned promptly upon receiving a royal decree from King Vegeta. The front lines have discovered a planet of considerable value. However, there is a shortage of high combat personnel, necessitating my leadership of the troops for this mission. The planet in question is named Kanasha, and its inhabitants possess formidable strength. Otherwise, I had initially planned to bring you along for this task. For your safety, it is wiser for you to remain on a mid to low-tier planet. As for the departure time, I will need to confer with King Vegeta tomorrow to ascertain it. At most, it should not exceed half a month. Bardock detailed the situation. The impending journey to Kanasha in half a month invigorated Tallet like a surge of adrenaline. Evidently, the reality of the Dragon Ball world he inhabited intertwined all the events from the original story. Reevaluating the timeline, it seemed there were approximately 2 to 3 months left before the impending crisis of planetary destruction. Although uncertain of Kanasha's distance, it likely wasn't far. Reflecting on Bardock's experiences in the original narrative regarding the time spent conquering Kanasha, Tallet realized he must leave before Bardock's departure. Moreover, he was certain Bardock would soon arrange for Kakarot's journey to Earth. No wonder he approached me to discuss the mission. It was to help me avoid the impending turmoil. Bardock must be aware that Frieza intends to strike against the Saiyans, though he is unaware that Frieza initially harbored only intentions of assault, not total annihilation. Subsequently, he received orders from the god of destruction, Beerus, to obliterate Planet Vegeta and the entire Saiyan civilization. Tallet mused. I shall take my leave now, Uncle Bardock. After a lengthy exchange with Bardock, during which he gleaned all the information he sought, Tallet took his leave. Remember to come for dinner early tonight. Bardock called out as he watched Tallet depart, refraining from saying anything further. With Tallet's exit, Bardock inadvertently cast his gaze towards the chamber housing Kakarot's incubation pod. His heart growing heavy with concern. He had deliberately avoided certain topics, only sharing inconsequential details about the tasks at hand. Yet, he alone understood that a great storm was about to engulf Planet Vegeta, and a single misstep could condemn the Saiyan race to oblivion in the annals of history. Is there truly such a coincidence in this world? I hope I am merely overthinking, Bardock murmured. Though that Elec fellow seemed unreliable, the information he provided, coupled with the attack that occurred at the palace yesterday, led Bardock to connect the dots, suspecting Frieza was orchestrating something sinister against the Saiyans. After much contemplation, Bardock reached a decision. Regardless of the veracity of the claims made by that organization, he must take precautions. If they were true, he needed to make all necessary arrangements beforehand. At the very least, he must ensure Kakarot and Tallet's safety. If false, he could retrieve the two children later. The back and forth would entail no loss, merely a consumption of time. As for Raditz, he would soon embark with the prince's team, requiring no further concern from him. Could it be that King Vegeta had received some reliable intelligence, prompting him to send Prince Vegeta's team to conquer planets at this crucial juncture? A hint of suspicion crept into Bardock's mind. In retrospect, it seemed as though there was an intent to shield Prince Vegeta from the impending storm. After departing from Bardock's residence, Tallet no longer wavered as he had before. Upon returning home, he meticulously began calculating everything he would need for his departure from Planet Vegeta. At this critical moment, lacking the ability to influence events, he could only go with the flow. In this universe, only by mastering sufficient power could one pursue their desires. Access to a large spaceship was beyond his grasp, but as a higher-tier warrior, acquiring a medium-sized spacecraft through Bardock's connections should pose no problem. With that, he could transport a considerable amount of supplies. Most crucially, he needed to procure healing potions and medicinal liquids, ideally even the raw materials, as having them would facilitate limitless future research and applications. As Tallet murmured to himself, his previously disordered thoughts coalesced into a cohesive plan. Perhaps I might also acquire some cultivation seeds. Their combat prowess stands at an impressive 1,200 points, and they would obediently follow the commands of their cultivator, making them the most loyal of subordinates. As a thought flickered through his mind, Tallet found himself reflecting on matters previously considered. However, that particular item was not accessible to all elite warriors. Only the most distinguished among them possessed the privilege of its use. Yet, just because he could not obtain it did not imply that others were similarly hindered. Bardock would likely have a way, and even Raditz might leverage his current status to acquire it. In the original narrative, Raditz indeed faltered, but the present Raditz still enjoyed a degree of prestige. It must be acknowledged that having a father with an astonishing power level made it impossible for one to remain inconspicuous. Moreover, as an upper-tier warrior, his status was inherently elevated. Tallet had even overheard flattering remarks directed at Raditz, such as his father's combat prowess as a lower-tier warrior, leading to the belief that Raditz would surely surpass Bardock in the future. Surpassing Bardock, Raditz harbored such aspirations. Had the Saiyans not faced the existential threats that decimated their kin, he might have had the opportunity to develop gradually. Unfortunately, in the original tale, after the destruction of Planet Vegeta, He was left to fend for himself and ultimately became a mere shadow of his former self, with a power level of only 1/500 after 2 decades. Nearly 10 times weaker than his father's peak. Time slipped away, and over an hour had passed. After meticulously sifting through all necessary items, Tallet began to ponder other matters. Most crucially, he contemplated how to bring Aunt Gine along. Given his status as an upper-tier warrior, he could summon several lower-tier warriors to assist him during missions. However, the dilemma remained. He was still a child. This time, he was set to occupy a medium-sized planet on his own. Under such circumstances, it was uncertain whether he could secure the requisite permissions. If all else failed, he would have to enlist Bardock's support. Aunt Gine, upon learning of his desire for her companionship, would likely be amenable to the idea. He mumbled to himself, realizing that Aunt Gine's primary concern was undoubtedly Kakarot. Yet, once Kakarot was sent away, she would be free of attachments. Following him would provide her with the opportunity to visit Earth, a prospect she would undoubtedly cherish. Regrettably, Bardock's rescue was a formidable challenge. Accompanying him was out of the question, especially in light of the impending crisis of Planet Vegeta's annihilation. Once Bardock learned of it, he would undoubtedly remain to confront the formidable enemy. Even if he revealed his identity as a time traveler and divulged the entirety of the situation, it might yield counterproductive results. There was even the risk that exposing this aspect of his identity could lead to Bardock's wrath. It must be noted that had it not been for his reincarnation, the original body belonged to Bardock's son. Without a doubt, Talot would be perceived as an invader. Nevertheless, he reasoned that if worse came to worst, he could always journey to Earth or locate Namek and wish for Bardock's resurrection using the Dragon Balls. He continued to strategize, acknowledging that Bardock was indisputably not someone he could take with him. Ultimately, his own weakness was the crux of the issue. Were he to possess sufficient strength to surpass Bardock, he could simply incapacitate him and carry him away. Moreover, he would not need to contemplate such matters. If he resolved to leave, no one on Planet Vegeta could impede his departure. The harsh reality was that Frieza, with a combat power of 530,000, did not even require transformation. A mere energy blast from him could obliterate Planet Vegeta. Were the Saiyans aware of Frieza's power level, they would likely refrain from harboring any rebellious thoughts. Regaining his focus, Talot inhaled deeply and seated himself cross-legged on his bed. Following a breakthrough in his training yesterday, he sensed Bardock's energy today, engaging in an exchange that provided him with newfound insights into the cultivation of ki. Unbeknownst to him, the afternoon slipped away. As night descended, Talot concluded his consolidation of ki training. He felt certain that he had achieved some degree of advancement, particularly in the application of ki. Rising slowly from his bed, Talot concentrated his ki, gathering it in the palm of his hand. The pure white energy, under his mental direction, could assume any shape he envisioned. While this level of ki lacked any destructive capability, it nonetheless demonstrated his current mastery over his own energy. It would be an exaggeration to claim he could manipulate it effortlessly, but the insights gained over the past 2 days had significantly enhanced his understanding of ki. As his proficiency with ki grew, it seemed his body instinctively retained this newfound sensation as the energy coursed through him, fortifying his physical form, meridians, and internal organs. Upon completing his self-assessment, Talot gracefully moved his hands in circular motions, reminiscent of martial arts practitioners honing their skills. Remarkably, this action yielded tangible benefits. He could sense the flow of his energy. It was as though his ki, once stagnant, had transformed into a vibrant stream, flowing with vitality. Not to mention, his strength appeared to have surged beyond a previous threshold, reaching a combat power of 100 points, or perhaps even higher. A curiosity arose within him to ascertain the full extent of his combat capabilities. With careful precision, Talot activated his power level detector, ensuring that his energy remained contained within a specific range. Ultimately, the device indicated his current combat power, 150 points. It seemed he was indeed on the right path. Achieving such significant progress in just 2 days was a feat that would have taken several months previously. Undoubtedly, greater pressure led to greater advancement. As a Saiyan, he was inherently capable of thriving under duress, growing stronger in the face of adversity. After this moment of self-reflection, Talot once again restrained his ki, now at 360 points rather than the previous 350. As he matured and encountered new experiences, his strength would naturally evolve. Even though the difference between 350 and 360 points was marginal, gradual and consistent improvement felt more organic than dramatic leaps, which could be overwhelming. Suddenly, a familiar energy approached, and Gine? Instinctively, he took note of the presence drawing near. This automatic perception, although achievable in the past, has reached a new level of clarity following the recent breakthrough in the mastery of energy. Tallet casually extended his awareness of energy, and, in the next moment, sensed the presence of Raditz. He had returned as well. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, accompanied by Gine's voice calling from outside the door, "Little Tallet, it's time for dinner." Upon hearing the call, Tallet promptly approached and opened the door, maintaining a smile as he replied, "I apologize, Aunt Gine. I didn't sleep well last night and was resting, completely unaware of how late it had become." "I suspected you were asleep," Gine remarked, nodding at Tallet, before teasingly adding, "It seems you were truly looking forward to Bardock's return last night." Little Tallet has grown up and developed his own thoughts. This remark rendered Tallet slightly embarrassed. "I have no worries, Aunt Gine, you are overthinking." Upon noticing his discomfort, Gine chuckled softly and then cheerfully added, all right. I shall not tease you any longer. By the way, Raditz has returned, and it has been quite some time since you last met. He is quite curious about the extent of your power enhancement." The return of her husband and eldest son marked a long-awaited family reunion, something she had always yearned for. As for Tallet, he held a place in her heart akin to that of a son. They were indeed a family. "Is that so? I too am quite curious about how much Raditz's combat prowess has improved during his time training with Prince Vegeta's team over the past few months. The last time we met, I recall his power level was already at 500, Tallet replied casually. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they made their way next door. At that moment, Raditz was circling Kakarot's incubation pod, scrutinizing his younger brother from head to toe. This was not his first encounter, yet 2 to 3 months had elapsed since he last saw him. Kakarot still appeared as small as he did during their previous meeting. "Kakarot, when will you grow up?" Raditz mused, noting that his combat power remained unchanged at a mere 2 points. He could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment as an elder brother. However, he quickly quelled this sentiment. After all, despite being a superior warrior, familial bonds took precedence. A younger brother was still a younger brother. If his sibling was weak, Raditz thought, he could always serve as a supportive Saiyan in the future. Having an older brother to shield him from life's tempest was more than sufficient. At this moment, Raditz is markedly different from the Raditz of future generations. At least in the context of a harmonious and happy family, his small heart is filled with a profound sense of responsibility, a lesson imparted by Bardock. "Grow quickly, Kakarot. No matter what happens in the future, your brother will protect you." Raditz's words seemed to carry an enchanting power. In an instant, within the incubation chamber, Kakarot appears to hear them. His tiny frame shivers slightly, and suddenly, he opens his eyes wide. As their gazes meet, Raditz exclaims with exhilaration. This also drew in a few individuals who happened to overhear Raditz's words. Bardock and Gine were quite pleased with Raditz's demeanor and felt a surge of joy at the sight of Kakarot opening his eyes. Tallet, however, was somewhat taken aback by Raditz's unexpected remarks. Naturally, he did not exhibit any outward signs of surprise, only internally critiquing that Raditz, at that moment, bore a striking resemblance to a noble protector defending the weak. The transformation from childhood to adulthood could only be attributed to Raditz's upbringing in such an environment, which had distorted his psyche. After Kakarot once again closed his eyes to sleep, they all gradually exited the room. At the dining table, Bardock, seated at the head, remarked with admiration towards his son, "It appears that being in the company of Prince Vegeta has contributed significantly to your growth, Raditz." His earlier concerns had dissipated entirely. His greatest fear had been that his son would fall prey to the influences of those so-called elite superiors, leading him to arrogance and ignorance. "Hey, Kakarot is my brother. So isn't this expected, father?" Raditz replied succinctly, his sincerity palpable, devoid of any pretense. Bardock nodded in acknowledgement, while Gine beamed with delight. The disparity between the brothers was considerable, yet thankfully, it did not lead to any disdain from the elder towards the younger. "You genuinely surprised me. I had anticipated you would become quite conceited." Tallet could not help but interject at that moment. As this remark reached Raditz's ears, it sparked his discontent. "Humph. You act as if you were an adult. Must I truly conform to your expectations?" Before Talot could respond to Raditz's retort, both Bardock and Gine erupted into laughter. This was not mockery or sarcasm, but rather an endearing response to Raditz's demeanor. Simultaneously, Bardock and Gine found amusement in Tallet's overly mature behavior, which they had come to accept as normal. Yet, upon Raditz's reminder, they suddenly realized the absurdity of the situation. The 5-year-old Talot, behaving like an adult while teasing Raditz. evoked a sense of a child with a cunning spirit. The atmosphere shifted entirely with the laughter, and it seemed Talot became aware of this change, joining in the mirth, which in turn infected Raditz. Soon, joyous laughter filled the air. After dinner, Gine took on the task of cleaning up, while Bardock retreated to the bathroom for a soak, leaving Raditz and Talot locked in mutual gazes. Let me see just how much power you possess now, Talot. Until now, Raditz had not felt an urgency to gauge Talot's strength, as their parents were present. With dinner concluded, he seized the opportunity to assess Talot's battle prowess, eager to stretch his limbs. I am quite curious about your battle power as well. Though Talot could gauge Raditz's strength through the intensity of his aura, the accuracy of such a judgment remained questionable. Both parties activated their scouters. As the familiar beep 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 resonated, two values swiftly materialized on their respective devices. Raditz felt a surge of joy as he noted the increase in Talot's battle power. I told you, you were born with power comparable to mine. You haven't fallen behind. And now you've finally caught up. However, you still have a long way to go compared to me. You should have accepted my invitation to train together last time. That way, your power could have surpassed 400. Raditz's words, tinged with a hint of pride, evoked a unique emotional response from Talot. It must be said, despite Raditz's current arrogance, his words and thoughts were genuinely considerate of his family's well-being. This also left Talot with a profound sense of shame. They may not be true family, yet they genuinely cared for him. In contrast, he had been significantly influenced by the original plot, to the extent that he had never considered whether to take them along, thereby altering the course of events from this very moment. Lost in thought for a moment, Talot suddenly regained his senses. While he felt a sense of nostalgia, it was not the right time for such reflections. I'm not like you, as Uncle Bardock said. Even though we are both elite warriors, you have your own path to tread, and I have mine. In a simple statement, Talot expressed his resolve, while deftly shifting the topic. Your combat power has reached 550 points. You must have undergone considerable training over these past few months. Not too bad. I am not the only one following Prince Vegeta. If I don't strive to showcase exceptional talent, I will undoubtedly be looked down upon. Raditz bluntly revealed that his circumstances were not particularly favorable either. However, he should find some joy in his current situation, as his limited perspective confined his imagination, leading him to believe that Saiyans must be loyal to their king. Prince Vegeta is the future monarch, and Raditz's current ambition is to strengthen himself continuously, becoming Vegeta's right-hand man. Striving for strength is commendable, yet one must not easily forsake their original intentions. You are surrounded by a group of elites. Surely, you understand this. Talot contemplated for a moment and felt compelled to remind him. Intelligent beings often waver during their formative years. Even adults can change due to circumstances and various external influences. Do I need you to tell me that? Of course, I know. Raditz retorted. So, how about a spar? I won't bully you. I'll match your combat power. Treating it as a post-meal exercise, Raditz, seemingly devoid of ulterior motives, appeared confident in himself. A spar? I have no objections, Talot replied, not refusing, having always trained alone. He occasionally simulated battles in his mind, yet opportunities for real combat were scarce. After all, he lived among lower-class warriors who hesitated to challenge him, and being young, adults would not engage him in combat. Let us go then. It's not possible to unleash our full potential here. Raditz chuckled and stood up, prompting Talot to nod in agreement and follow closely behind him. The two bid farewell to Gine before stepping outside, arriving at a vacant area. The number of Saiyans was already limited. Although nearly 2,000 lower-class warriors resided in this region, such a population seemed sparse across the vast expanse of land. Come on, Talot, attack me, Raditz declared, hands on his hips, showing no intention of defense or initiating an offensive against Talot. This fellow genuinely believes that the disparity in strength between the two is vast, rendering any serious effort unnecessary. Indeed, a power level of 360 is worlds apart from one of 550. Within this hierarchy of strength, it is not merely a matter of 100 or 200 points. Even a difference of 20 or 30 points or 30 to 50 points could easily lead to a swift defeat of the opponent. Thus, one must be cautious. Tallet did not hesitate, regulating his own power to the level of 360 points. In this battle, he was indifferent to the outcome, merely seeking to engage in combat with Raditz to assess his own fighting skills and reflexes, even if it came down to him conceding defeat or feigning a loss. It was of no consequence. With a direct charge, Tallet transformed into several afterimages, traversing the distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. A powerful punch was swung towards Raditz. Faced with such a rapid assault, Raditz remained composed, effortlessly raising his hand to deflect Talot's fist. Immediately following, he countered with a punch directed at Talot. The attack was blocked, prompting Talot to unleash a strike with his other fist. A dull thud resonated as their fists collided, and the two began to grapple. Not bad, he thought. The strength is considerable, yet it still paled in comparison to my own. Raditz's grin had a mischievous quality to it, one that Talot had grown accustomed to. Is that so? Strength alone does not determine the victor. Without any intention of exerting greater power, Talot utilized Raditz's force to retreat, searching for an opportunity. Observing this, Raditz launched a violent barrage of punches and kicks. The sheer ferocity of the assault sent a shiver down Talot's spine. Fortunately, he was not merely wasting time. Despite lacking practical combat experience, he possessed the memories of a lifetime and a wealth of imaginative meditation on combat. The relentless exchanges of blows echoed through the air. As the battleground shifted with each clash, the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Unquestionably, Talot, with a mere 360 combat power, was being relentlessly pursued by Raditz, who boasted 550. He found himself momentarily cornered, yet at a critical juncture, Talot managed to turn the tide. Engaging in genuine combat allowed him to reflect on his past training and the application of various techniques, retaining the effective while discarding the unnecessary. As the battle intensified, a sense of transcendence enveloped Talot. Though he was primarily defending against Raditz's onslaught, he began to understand the joy of combat. It was no wonder that Saiyans were known for their battle mania. The thrill of conflict ignited their blood, fueling a desire to grow stronger and experience the exhilaration of greater power. So you managed to block that, huh? You seem to have been putting in the effort after all, Raditz remarked, maintaining his offensive with a hint of provocation. He had thought that his displayed strength would suffice to defeat Talot, yet Talot's resilience surprised him. I certainly have not been idle. Observe this technique. A smirk graced Talot's lips as, in the next instant, his form became an afterimage, rapidly multiplying into several illusions that surrounded Raditz. The Phantom Fist. It was not the original technique of the Turtle School, but rather a similar concept. Talot, having grasped and refined this technique, had adapted it to create an effect akin to ultra-speed shadow clones. Raditz, taken aback, realized that he could not discern Talot's true position amidst the rapid movements. So, this technique was developed for self-preservation? A true warrior should not solely rely on evasion. Raditz's eyes darted about, seeking a flaw. Talot's voice echoed around him, obscuring his sense of direction. Every technique's efficacy lies in its application. This move serves purposes beyond mere evasion. A trivial skill, Raditz declared resolutely. If I cannot locate your true form, I shall eliminate all these illusions. With determination, Raditz launched an assault, swiftly shattering the numerous afterimages Talot had conjured. I found you. Although some illusions remained, Raditz seemed to have pinpointed Talot's location. Little did he know, this was merely a deliberate ruse crafted by Talot. As Raditz's punch shattered one of the afterimages, it appeared as though all illusions had vanished, yet he felt no tangible contact. This is bad. Sensing something amiss, Raditz instinctively looked up. Prepare yourself. A flying kick descended from above. Raditz raised his hand to block, yet the immense force sent him hurtling away, tumbling over 10 meters before he regained his footing through a series of backflips. Your intellect is commendable. Utilizing the speed of your descent to augment your power is quite clever, Raditz remarked, shaking his aching arm. Such a critical tone would undoubtedly provoke dissent among the general populace. However, Talot remained unfazed, having concealed his true strength all along. Regardless of what Raditz proclaimed, he maintained his composure. Thus, I asserted that combat encompasses more than mere physical prowess, Talot casually remarked, and in the blink of an eye, his aura transformed dramatically, surging forth like a fierce tiger unleashed as he launched himself at Raditz. Inspired by the intensity of Talot's presence, Raditz too ignited with fervent fighting spirit, propelled by his competitive nature, unleashing a greater force of his own. The battle between the two escalated into a fervent clash, growing increasingly intense. At this moment, both combatants were unaware that their confrontation had captivated a considerable audience, who were eager to offer their commentary. Among them was a strikingly beautiful young girl named Saiya, who, like Talot and Raditz, was also 5 years old. However, her combat power, measured at a mere 100 points, classified her as a low-level warrior. Fortunately, this limited strength spared her from being treated as a pawn. Instead, she grew up alongside her parents, forming a childhood bond with Talot. Yet Talot, having been reincarnated as an adult, showed little interest in her affection. Raditz, whom Cellari found rather insufferable, had returned with an eagerness to flaunt his power and bully her beloved Talot. Her disdain for Raditz stemmed from his perpetual air of superiority, which had only intensified since aligning himself with Prince Vegeta. Meanwhile, naturally, Bardock was also keenly observing the battle, aware of the duel unfolding. He hastily emerged from his bath to assess the situation. Even for a warrior of his caliber, this children's skirmish held little allure. However, it was a contest between his son and his nephew, Talot. This young lad, whom Bardock had underestimated, merely possessing a combat power of 360 points, was exhibiting such prowess. Bardock could not help but marvel at Talot, filled with admiration and curiosity about how he had grown stronger and mastered his abilities to this extent. Although Raditz boasted greater power, in a true contest between equals, he might indeed fall short against Talot. Raditz, despite knowing he held a 200-point advantage, showed no mercy in his assault, much to the concern of Gine. Overconfidence invites downfall, Bardock mused. Though Raditz had matured significantly, his understanding of combat was evidently lacking compared to Talot. Bardock expressed his reservations, acknowledging Raditz's strength while criticizing his approach, one that only foolish elite warriors would adopt, obsessively seeking to overpower their adversaries. Gine, intrigued, turned to Bardock and asked, "Are you suggesting that Raditz may lose to Talot? It appears that Talot is on the verge of collapse." "I am not claiming Raditz will be defeated," Bardock clarified, "but rather that he could achieve victory more effortlessly. His relentless offense, even if it leads to success, signifies a kind of defeat in itself. To triumph over an opponent of lesser strength with minimal exertion is the mark of true skill. Should a life-or-death scenario arise, Raditz would find himself with no escape." As a seasoned warrior, Bardock had a clear perspective on Raditz's shortcomings. Hearing this, Gine continued to observe the battle, aware that although her combat power was only 600 points, her husband's insights were not to be dismissed. The battle concluded. Under Tarot's deliberate control, he subtly allowed Raditz to claim victory. Through this engagement, he learned, adapted, and identified his own deficiencies, all while ensuring his own capabilities remained concealed. Having achieved his objective, Tarot's defeat bore no shame, nor did it portray him as weak. After all, he had sustained a prolonged fight against Raditz with a combat power of 360 points. Visibly, had he not exhausted himself, victory might have been within reach. Although Raditz emerged victorious, the triumph was not entirely satisfying. He was genuinely astonished that Talot could withstand him for such an extended duration. Unlike others, Raditz recognized that he had exerted about 80% of his strength, equating to over 450 points of combat power. Had Talot continued to endure, Raditz would have been compelled to unleash his full might. In his heart, Raditz resolved that he would not allow himself to struggle so in future encounters. He must discover a quicker method to secure victory over Talot. This mindset illustrates Raditz's intelligence, contrasting sharply with the foolishness attributed to him in the original narrative. During the battle, he discerned his own flaws and understood that it should not have been so strenuous. Yet, he had been led astray by Tarot's tactics, which prolonged the engagement. Of course, he remained oblivious to the fact that Talot had treated the match as a mere exercise, utilizing Raditz to familiarize himself with his own powers and gain practical experience. Had he unleashed his full strength, Talot could have defeated Raditz with a single blow. As the contest concluded, the assembled Saiyans offered effusive praise. Though the majority were low-level warriors, 2 high-ranking fighters were present as well. Regardless of whether they lauded Raditz or Talot, all were filled with admiration, even elevating their praises to the heavens. Naturally, Bardock's influence played a significant role, being both Raditz's father and Tarot's uncle. In just a few short years, the combat prowess of this lower-tier warrior has soared to over 10,000, earning him the status of a legend in the eyes of all lower-tier fighters. It is often said that dignity is forged through one's own efforts. Bardock, through his sheer strength, has commanded the respect of even the upper-tier warriors. However, Bardock harbors a disdain for such flattery, for he is acutely aware of the treachery that festers within the Saiyan ranks. The upper-tier and elite warriors are so consumed by their pursuit of fame and fortune that they have become egotistical, with some resorting to nefarious tactics against their comrades. In contrast, the lower-tier warriors largely retain their humanity. Although most may lack strength, they at least possess integrity. Bardock shuns the allure of the powerful and has no inclination to frequent elite gatherings. Consequently, the elite upper-tier warriors often deride him behind his back, labeling him merely a lower-tier warrior. No matter how formidable his strength, it does not alter the perception of his inferiority. Gradually, the crowd dispersed under Bardock's subtle insistence. Raditz and Tarble stepped away from the onlookers and approached Bardock. "Are you all right, Brother Tarble?" Seizing the moment, Sarari jogged over, her concerned demeanor leaving Tarble somewhat embarrassed. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued," Tarble replied. This young lady, typically quite aloof, seldom reveals such direct concern. Yet, this display cannot be feigned. Celery is genuinely worried for his safety. To this, Gine has grown accustomed, and Bardock is aware that Celery has maintained a close relationship with Tallet since childhood. Thus, he pays little mind, merely reflecting on how much the young girl has matured in the over 6 months since their last encounter, now boasting a combat power of 180. Celery maintains a basic friendliness towards Bardock and Gine, but she singularly directs her ire at Raditz, her gaze sharp enough to seem predatory. This also rendered Raditz somewhat displeased, as he retorted, "Hey, I did not genuinely exert myself. Is it necessary to exhibit such hostility? This is merely a post-meal exercise. Humph, you are doing this on purpose. Who does not know that you are studying alongside Prince Vegeta, surrounded by numerous elite instructors? If Brother Talot had access to as many resources as you do, he certainly would not be outmatched by you." Celery showed no fear of Raditz whatsoever. Such a disposition is undeniably imperious and unreasonable. Yet Talot finds himself unable to voice any objections. For Celery is merely striving to restore his honor, even if Talot deems it entirely unnecessary. After all, it was he who concealed his true prowess. Raditz, brimming with indignation, felt his cheeks flush. "My strength is the result of my own training. Do you believe that merely being in the prince's company grants you free advantages?" A single remark from Celery ignited a conflagration within him. Undoubtedly, the negation of his efforts inflicted considerable discomfort upon Raditz. Despite his relative maturity, he remains but a 5-year-old child at heart. However, Celery continued to regard him with disdain, clearly believing that Raditz was misguidedly attempting to showcase himself by defeating Talot. On the sidelines, Gine wished to defend her son but found herself at a loss for words. As Celery had been someone she watched grow up, Bardock subtly shook his head at Gine, signaling that he perceived this as a favorable development. He could discern that his son harbored some pent-up negative emotions, which could be released through this encounter. Moreover, he hoped that his son would experience more in order to gain deeper understanding. Being misunderstood, targeted, and distrusted is not invariably a negative experience. It is through such trials that one can grow and ultimately withstand all forms of slander. He, too, had traversed this path. "Damn it, Talot. Do you claim that I aim to kill you? Did I exert my full strength?" Raditz's furious inquiries echoed. Talot, momentarily flustered, grasped Celery's wrist and stated, "Celery, you have indeed misinterpreted the situation. Raditz merely engaged in a casual spar with me. He did not employ his full strength to suppress me. Otherwise, I would have been defeated from the outset." Upon hearing Talot's words, Raditz felt a measure of relief. Celery absorbed this information, yet her animosity toward Raditz persisted. For their enmity had been long-standing. Raditz, wishing to articulate further, found himself interrupted by Gine, who, in a fit of maternal instinct, did not shy away from admonishing him. "Is it not true that, as a child, you often bullied Celery, assuming yourself to be superior? It is no wonder she harbors such resentment toward you." "Ouch, mother. Please release me before my ear is torn off," Raditz cried, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded for mercy. Bardock sighed and interjected, "Enough. This was merely a light-hearted contest." Raditz emerged victorious, yet in a certain sense, Talot did not suffer defeat. Therefore, Celery, you need not be so harsh on Raditz. You are both still young and lack understanding of many matters. In time, when you reflect upon this period, you will recognize that many disputes are trivial. The minor skirmishes and emotional upheavals are entirely normal, yet one must learn to let go. Bardock's words resonated like the counsel of an elder, proving effective not only in enlightening Talot, but also in diminishing Celery's animosity toward Raditz. Of course, such feelings would not swiftly transform. Girls are often known to hold grudges. Talot found himself somewhat helpless in this regard, as he possessed a keen understanding of Celery. Though merely 5 years old, her emotional maturity was striking. In the stillness of the night, Talot returned home and lay in bed, contemplating the intricacies of life. Following his encounter with Raditz, he had gleaned significant insights. Although minor complications had arisen, they were ultimately inconsequential. Reflecting on Bardock's words to both him and Raditz, Talot comprehended that, while he could indeed engage in battles beyond his level, rendering Raditz's attempts to contend with him challenging, it was merely a matter of opportunism. Should they spar again? Raditz would undoubtedly identify the flaws in his approach swiftly. Unless he were to adapt his strategy once more, Raditz would likely defeat him more rapidly, utilizing even less strength. In summary, there remained vast areas for improvement, and his combat experience would need to be cultivated gradually through personal endeavor and practical application. What Talot had not anticipated, however, was Bardock's intention to instruct both him and Raditz in combat techniques over the coming days. Such a situation was previously inconceivable, even when Raditz had once beseeched Bardock. The latter had consistently declined. The sudden initiative to broach the subject only led Talot to suspect that Bardock was aware of the impending tempest. It seemed that Bardock's decisive instruction during this time was intended to enhance their self-preservation capabilities and even to include Sealer. Although they had grown up together, Bardock's directness was rather surprising. Did he truly believe that Talot would take an interest in that young girl? While Sealer was indeed lovely, she possessed a rather domineering demeanor, and Talot held no inclination towards youthful maidens. He felt a sense of despair. Sealer's affection for him was evident to anyone with discerning eyes. Frankly, Talot had contemplated this matter on multiple occasions. He was reluctant to form deep emotional ties or become entangled with too many individuals, for he understood the limitations of his ability to save others. In recent days, he had not been able to shake thoughts of the little girl. Yet he found himself uncertain about the feasibility of his plans. Overthinking was futile. Seizing the opportunity during these days when Bardock was guiding their training, he resolved to gradually implement his plans. After uttering this thought, Tallet entered a state of meditation for a while before succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, Tallet awoke invigorated. After a brief wash-up, he stepped outside to find Cellari already waiting for him, evidently excited by Bardock's promise of guidance from the previous night. For all lower-ranked warriors, Bardock's esteemed position and formidable strength were undeniably impressive. Cellari harbored aspirations of her own growth. Among her peers, she was indeed a standout. As a female warrior, she could easily have assumed a supportive role as a logistical aid to the Saiyans, yet her indomitable spirit compelled her to pursue greater challenges. This, perhaps, was why Tallet perceived her as particularly assertive, a trait likely rooted in the tragic loss of her parents during a mission the previous year. Before long, Raditz emerged from his home, still appearing somewhat groggy from sleep. The trio exchanged greetings, though it was evident that Raditz and Cellari would not engage in lengthy conversation. Once inside, they found Gine had prepared an abundance of food. Saiyans, known for their prodigious appetites, required substantial nourishment at every meal. After breakfast, Bardock led the three to his small hill outside the city. I must accompany Raditz to the royal palace in 2 hours, so our time today is limited. I will teach you some fundamental techniques for controlling your power and breathing, Bardock announced, initiating his distinctive teaching mode. Undoubtedly, the approach was effective. However, the 2 hours were primarily spent on rudimentary power control techniques and the rhythm of breathing during physical activity. For Raditz and Cellari, this knowledge was invaluable. Yet for Tallet, who had already refined his energy to a considerable level, mastering these concepts was but a fleeting endeavor. Thus, it became clear why the original text placed such emphasis on the mastery of energy. Once a certain level was attained, the cultivation of any skill would accelerate. Even though the era of Dragon Ball Super saw the methods of divine power overshadowing energy cultivation, it is undeniable that the principles of energy training would never become obsolete. Achieving a sufficiently elevated realm in this practice could rival even the methods of divine cultivation. After bidding farewell to Bardock and Raditz, Tallet and Cellari chose not to return home but to remain and continue their training. Consequently, the situation evolved into Tallet instructing Cellari. It was somewhat absurd, as Tallet easily grasped the concepts while Cellari struggled to comprehend, prompting Tallet to intervene out of frustration. With his assistance, Cellari eventually began to master the techniques imparted by Bardock. Little did Tallet realize that his seemingly casual actions were winning the heart of the young girl. In the royal city, within the palace, Bardock, after parting ways with Raditz, stood alone to meet King Vegeta. In this meeting, aside from King Vegeta and Bardock, no one was privy to the specific details. Despite being a lower-class warrior, Bardock was granted ample respect and consideration by King Vegeta. Following a discussion of trivial matters, they delved into the topic of the Frieza Force and Bardock's recent mission on Planet Cyril. Bardock revealed his thoughts candidly to King Vegeta, who, upon learning the details, was consumed with rage, yet found himself powerless. Ultimately, he had to suppress his anger temporarily and proceeded to assign Bardock his upcoming task. This time, on Planet Kinesa. You must be particularly vigilant regarding Frieza's urgent desire to acquire this planet. We Saiyans shall not forever remain subservient to Frieza. Throughout the years, We have fought on his behalf, only to be met with betrayal. Bardock, once you complete this mission, I shall secretly summon all the elite warriors. When you conquer planet Canesa, I will present Frieza with a grand gift. The ambition of King Vegeta was evident. He had long coveted the throne of the Cosmic Emperor. Yes, King Vegeta. In half a month, no, within 10 days, I shall set forth and swiftly seize planet Canesa, Bardock assured. With an imposing nod, King Vegeta responded. Your son has nothing to fear. I have arranged everything. In a week, I plan to have Vegeta lead a squad to invade Planet Ramp, ensuring your son receives the utmost protection. Planet Ramp, understood, Bardock acknowledged, refraining from objection. King Vegeta discerned Bardock's mindset, but chose not to indulge in futile conversation. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Use this time to spend with your children and wife. I have heard your younger son possesses only a power level of 2. Do not concern yourself too much with that. With a balance of authority and benevolence, King Vegeta exhibited his adeptness in leadership. Yes, I take my leave, Bardock declared, bowing respectfully before departing the royal palace. As he watched Bardock disappear from sight, King Vegeta's gaze transformed into one of ominous intensity. Human nature is the most unpredictable of all. Bardock harbored great respect and loyalty towards King Vegeta, yet the king continued to perceive Bardock as a potential threat. In his view, Bardock had, in some sense, jeopardized his position. The fact that lower-class warriors revered Bardock as a legend was a direct challenge to his authority. Bardock was unaware that his desire to excel had inadvertently led to his accomplishments being interpreted as a threat to the king. Ultimately, the most significant factor was that Bardock remained a lower-class warrior, not only in King Vegeta's eyes, but in the hearts of all elite warriors. A lower-class warrior was merely a pawn, devoid of the right to converse with them. In the perspective of the lofty elite, lower-class warriors were nothing more than expendable insects to be commanded at will. Once Frieza is dealt with and I ascend to the throne of the Cosmic Emperor, the time for true reckoning will arrive. King Vegeta's eyes glinted with murderous intent, quickly concealed. Were it not for Bardock's considerable strength and his continued utility, King Vegeta would never allow the emergence of uncontrollable variables among his subordinates. Upon exiting the palace, Bardock did not return home directly, but instead sought out Raditz within the palace grounds. Time was of the essence. He was to depart in 10 days, and Raditz would accompany Prince Vegeta into battle in 7 days. Thus, Bardock needed to impart knowledge daily and engage in private discussions with Raditz, preferably without Gine knowing. After wandering for a considerable time, Bardock finally located Raditz in the training grounds at the outermost part of the palace, where he also encountered Vegeta. As a subordinate, even with a power level exceeding 10,000, Bardock still respectfully addressed him as Your Highness. He disregarded everyone else entirely. Firstly, he possessed enough strength to look down upon these elite warriors, and secondly, he held no desire to associate with them. Even if his son would be under their command for a time, King Vegeta had assured him of Raditz's safety, and these warriors would not dare to act recklessly. Should they do so, they would face his wrath. This is the power that brings forth dominance. Accompanied by Bardock, Raditz departed from the royal palace. In the ensuing days, Bardock secured Raditz a leave of absence from Prince Vegeta. Otherwise, as the prince's personal guard, Raditz was expected to remain by the prince's side, save for occasional moments of respite. Bardock's request was one that Vegeta would not deny. Naturally, Raditz's recent initiative to request a few days off did not particularly concern him. For Vegeta, the presence or absence of Raditz made no discernible difference. Initially, he found it perplexing that his father had assigned a peer with a mere combat power of a few hundred to be his companion. It was only later that he gradually comprehended his father's intentions. Though Vegeta was merely 5 years old, his intellect was far beyond that of an average child. As a prince, he had a broad perspective, considering not only his status but, more critically, the strength of his combat abilities. Arrogance was inevitable, yet he possessed a keen self-awareness. As he observed Bardock and Raditz departing, a glimmer of understanding beyond his years shone in Vegeta's eyes, his expression grave. One of the sycophants could no longer restrain himself and provocatively remarked, "Your Highness, you should not show any courtesy to that Bardock fellow. He has grown increasingly arrogant, believing himself superior due to his power. Indeed, Prince Vegeta, just moments ago, he disregarded your presence entirely." With the words of 2 elite warriors, each with a combat power of 3,000, Vegeta's gaze sharpened. However, it was not directed at the departing Bardock, but rather at the 2 beside him. "If you possess the ability, do not speak ill behind my back." Such behavior only reflects your ineptitude. After uttering these words, Vegeta turned and made his way toward the grand hall of the palace. His combat power had already surpassed 3,000, allowing him to confront these two even without his princely status. The cold disdain from Vegeta left the two elite warriors visibly enraged and disheartened. It must be said that Vegeta exhibited greater tolerance and discernment than even the king himself. When comparing Bardock to the useless sycophants beside him, he favored Bardock, for he was a low-ranking warrior who had risen through sheer effort. In truth, Bardock was the only low-ranking warrior whom Vegeta had remembered since childhood. Even in the later stages of the original series, Vegeta would recall Bardock, as Bardock and Raditz traversed the bustling streets of the royal city. They observed the surrounding architecture and various extraterrestrial beings while engaging in conversation. According to King Vegeta, I shall be accompanying the prince on an expedition to Planet Rampu in 7 days. Raditz exclaimed with delight upon hearing Bardock's words. He had long anticipated this day. Unbeknownst to him, this expedition would mark the tragic beginning of his life. In 7 days, you will join the prince's elite unit. A few days after your departure, I too shall embark on a new mission. Raditz, you are my son, and as my son, you will bear the weight of expectations far exceeding that of an ordinary Saiyan. During your time alongside the prince, you should have grasped the harsh realities of our Saiyan lineage. In truth, this principle applies universally, survival of the fittest. Bardock seldom engaged in heartfelt discussions. Yet at this moment, he felt compelled to impart some fundamental truths to his son. Perhaps it was fate that guided him. Or perhaps Bardock had long desired to share this with Raditz, but lacked the time, or believed Raditz too young to comprehend. Dad, you seem a bit different today, Raditz said, momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate what was amiss with his father. Bardock smiled gently, ruffling Raditz's hair. It is indeed curious, isn't it? Some things I tell you now may not resonate, but in time, you will understand. You will grow and forge your own path. Raditz nodded, still bewildered. Bardock continued to share many thoughts, an experience unlike any other since Raditz's birth. For the first time, father and son engaged in such an extensive dialogue. Once Bardock had conveyed all he wished to say, he left Raditz with a final thought. If I am no longer here, then you must take care of your mother, your brother, and Talot. Raditz readily agreed to his father's request. One could say that without enduring hardship, facing adversity, or confronting brutal trials, Raditz, with his straightforward nature and unwavering confidence, remained blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. At this moment, he believed himself invincible and assumed the role of the family's pillar, thus willingly shouldering the responsibility. Bardock was pleased with his son's demeanor, though he made no demands. For now, he simply wished to see Raditz embody the qualities he admired, leaving the future to unfold as it would. Having experienced countless ups and downs, Bardock understood that people change. Frankly speaking, had Bardock known the future narrative, he would have been deeply moved, for everything unfolded as he had envisioned. No, it was even more brutal than he could have imagined. As afternoon approached, time slipped away unnoticed. Having procured a plethora of supplies in the royal city, they had delayed their return. During this time, Bardock also encountered members of his team, although they were unaware of when or where their next mission would take place. Their long-standing partnership with Bardock had ingrained a sense of routine in them. Thus, having returned yesterday, they were already preparing the necessities for their forthcoming expedition. Bardock and Raditz returned home, where Talot and Celery had also arrived. After discussing their training progress, Bardock was astonished by the talents exhibited by Talot and Celery. Simultaneously, it left Raditz, who had yet to formally commence training, feeling somewhat disheartened, prompting him to retreat for his own practice. You have performed admirably, but the fundamentals I have imparted require time to solidify. Do not allow a sense of competence to breed arrogance, to prevent Talot and Celery from developing inflated egos. Bardock issued a cautionary note. They would inevitably face the battlefield, and excessive arrogance could lead to a misguided sense of superiority, obscuring their true capabilities. Rest assured, Uncle Bardock. Understood. I will strive even harder, Uncle Bardock, Talot and Celery replied in unison. Satisfied with their responses, Bardock proceeded to outline the upcoming plans. In the following 7 days, from dawn until dusk, he would dedicate all his time to training them to become stronger, even employing real combat scenarios to teach them the art of war. Not just Celery, but Talot too was eager, for in terms of strength, Bardock, while not the absolute strongest among the Saiyan clan, was certainly at the pinnacle. Engaging in combat with someone possessing power exceeding 10,000 one could easily surmise the outcome. However, there is no doubt that the enhancement brought about by practical experience would be far more significant for them. Once the matters of cultivation were confirmed, Tallet did not hesitate to inquire about Bardock's experiences at the palace, disregarding Solari's presence. After all, Solari had already been drawn into this small collective, and in the days to come, they would spend nearly all their time together, leaving little room for secrecy. Moreover, even if Solari were to learn certain things, it would not pose a problem. The exchanges between him and Bardock primarily revolved around non-confidential matters. If there were anything sensitive, Bardock would certainly refrain from disclosing it to Tallet, much like how he concealed the most significant upheaval during his time on Serial Star, the plot by Frieza against the Saiyans. So, it is confirmed that Raditz and Prince Vegeta will embark on their expedition to Lamp Star in 7 days, while Uncle Bardock is set to depart for Kanasha Star in 10 days. Tallet could not help but interject. The pace was too swift. Had he not already contemplated the worst possibilities over the past few days, he would be filled with anxiety. So, are you having some regrets now, young Tallet? Bardock chuckled as he regarded Tallet. In response, Tallet shook his head vigorously and offered a sheepish smile. Once a decision has been made, I shall not regret it. It is merely that there are numerous considerations to bear in mind. If I were to invade a medium-sized planet alone, though it may seem straightforward, it is far from simple. What mischievous idea are you pondering? Speak it aloud. Bardock discerned the underlying meaning in Tallet's words. Despite the common perception that the Saiyan warriors were brawn over brains, the truth was otherwise. Many Saiyans possessed considerable intellect. Often, matters resolvable through strength did not warrant excessive contemplation. Tallet, upon hearing this, genuinely laughed. You truly are amazing, Uncle Bardock. I said nothing, yet you discern my thoughts. Bardock shook his head in resignation. Despite their long separation of over 6 months, he knew Tallet's character all too well. Solari, overhearing this exchange, felt a tremor within her heart, her mind fixated on 2 words: expedition. Everyone was embarking on a mission, and as a lower-tier warrior, she had reached the age of 5 and could join the main forces, yet she lacked the autonomy to choose her own future. The proud and self-respecting young girl unconsciously lowered her head, her small fists clenched tightly. Tallet, sitting beside Solari, instantly noticed her unusual demeanor. With a sigh in his heart, he turned to Bardock and said, Uncle Bardock, I know you have already made arrangements for me. However, I wish to bring 2 individuals with me on this expedition. Do you think that would be permissible? This tentative inquiry also served as an opportunity to gauge Bardock's true intentions for him. Hearing this, Solari looked up, her eyes questioning Tallet whether he intended to take her along. You wish to bring Solari, don't you? As an upper-tier warrior, you indeed have the capacity to include 3 individuals, provided they are lower-tier warriors who consent to your summons. Bardock replied. But remember this, according to merit points, conquering a medium-sized planet yields only between 10,000 to 100,000 points. Should you choose to take subordinates along, you must allocate at least 10% of the merit points per individual. Furthermore, if a lower-tier warrior perishes in your squad, you will incur a double deduction of merit points. Bardock's response further solidified Tallet's resolve. That shall suffice. I am not overly concerned about merit points. Besides, if I do not bring Solari along and she is unwilling to take on logistical duties or join another team, she is at great risk of perishing. Tallet said with a smile. Though his words appeared light-hearted, Bardock regarded Tallet with admiration. To a Saiyan, merit points represented honor and were essential currency for survival. Clearly, in Tallet's eyes, the value of a person outweighed that of merit points. You rascal. In that case, I shall not say much more. Over the next few days, I will assist you in filling out the application, and I will lend you some merit points to acquire a medium-sized spacecraft. Just remember to repay me double upon your return, Bardock remarked with a grin. Double? Uncle Bardock, that seems rather unscrupulous. Tallet replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Time flowed like water, never to return. Over the course of 7 days, under Bardock's rigorous training, Tallet, Raditz, and Solari experienced significant enhancement not only in strength but also in perspectives and thoughts. Of course, for Tallet, his improvement was more centered on combat techniques, as his battle power had not advanced significantly. From the outset, he had controlled his energy, keeping his strength below 400. The apparent increase merely represented a release of his hidden combat capabilities, allowing Bardock to witness his growth. In Tallet's own words, he was simply going with the flow. Notably, Solari's innate talent shone through under Bardock's training. In a brief span, her combat power surged from 180 to 240. signifying an astonishing daily increase of nearly 10 points, a truly terrifying rate. Raditz's improvement mirrored Talot's modest gains, rising from 550 to 580 points. Although it appeared to be merely 30 points, such an increase in just 7 days was commendable. In Bardock's home, it was now midday, and everyone sat around the table enjoying the meal prepared by Gine. Unlike previous days, the atmosphere was rather somber as Raditz was about to depart for the palace to report for duty. Farewells are often tinged with reluctance. However, for Saiyans, such partings have become quite routine over the past decade or two, much like ordinary individuals in Talot's past life who ventured out to earn a living. The only difference this time was that it marked Raditz's first true departure from Planet Vegeta on a mission. In other words, it was his first genuine venture into the outside world, amplifying the family's concerns. Next time we meet, you must become stronger, Tallet, Raditz proclaimed before his departure. When I return, I will have grown significantly stronger, and we shall have an exhilarating match. This also stirred deeper emotions within Tallet. Most crucially, had the narrative unfolded as per the original text, Tallet would have faced a fate devoid of any reunion had he not traversed dimensions, or had he departed from Planet Vegeta, or succumbed on that impending medium-sized planet. In such circumstances, the possibility of their meeting again would have been extinguished. Yet, Talot's arrival from another realm has altered everything. He is resolutely convinced of his survival. However, the timing of their next encounter remains uncertain. Unless he takes the initiative to reach out, he must await the unfolding of the original storyline, which would bring him face to face with Raditz upon his arrival on Earth. This period has spanned a full 20 years. Very well. Upon our next encounter, let us truly engage in battle, Raditz. In response to Raditz's words, Talot extended his heartfelt wishes. After bidding farewell with a wave, Raditz also said his goodbyes to Gine, and of course, to Saiya, who remained indifferent towards him. Even though their week-long interaction had eased tensions considerably, the childhood estrangement was deeply entrenched, not easily dismantled in just a few days. I hope you can transform under my guidance, growing stronger, unlike in the original tale. As Talot gazed at Raditz's receding figure, he silently added a thought. Turning around, he noticed Gine's reluctant expression, yet he refrained from offering words of comfort. Some matters must be gradually accepted and adapted to, and soon. He would inevitably have to leave Planet Vegeta with Gine. At that moment, the emotional upheaval brought about by the planet's impending destruction would be most intense. After a considerable time had passed, and with Raditz and Bardock's figures completely out of sight, the few of them finally returned home. Gine's ability to cope was relatively strong. She quickly gathered her emotions and busied herself. Talot and Saiya, relieved to see her well, ventured to the nearby market to procure supplies. In recent days, Bardock has procured a medium-sized spaceship for him and generously lent him 10,000 merit points in preparation. While this sum may not be substantial, it is certainly not insignificant. Despite Bardock's insistence that he would repay him double in the future, it is undeniable that this reflects his care for him. 10,000 merit points, when converted, equates to an astonishing 1 million in the world of Talot's past life. One can imagine the overwhelming surprise of an ordinary individual suddenly coming into possession of such a fortune. Merit points are not easily acquired. Conquering a low-tier planet alone typically yields between 1,000 to 10,000 merit points, depending largely on the planet's value. Most lower-tier warriors, lacking the guidance of superior fighters, often collaborate in small groups, targeting these lower-class planets for prolonged periods. Consequently, the merit points gained upon conquest must be evenly distributed among them. In simpler terms, the vast majority of lower-tier warriors are impoverished, and possessing thousands or even tens of thousands of merit points classifies one as wealthy. Bardock, in this context, is the epitome of affluence, even expending 100,000 merit points to purchase a medium-sized spaceship would merely cause him slight discomfort. To illustrate, Bardock is akin to a billionaire from Talot's previous world, casually purchasing a luxury sports car valued in the millions. Talot, is it truly necessary to prepare so extensively? Saiya remarked in astonishment as she observed Talot's relentless procurement of supplies. To her, this felt like merely embarking on a mission, even if it would be prolonged. The preparations Talot had made over the past few days seemed excessive. For instance, their provisions were ample enough to last an entire year. Although the medium-sized spaceship is not overly large, it possesses sufficient capacity to fill the cargo hold entirely, suggesting that they are indeed preparing for a prolonged engagement. Rest assured, we shall find it useful and beyond you. I actually need to bring along another individual, Talot responded with a smile. Another person? Solari's expression shifted slightly, her mind racing with possibilities. Tallet nodded, revealing for the first time his future plans. I hope Aunt Ginia can accompany us to Planet Iyun. Aunt Ginia? But what will happen to Kakarot if she joins us? Solari asked, surprised at the mention of Aunt Ginia. Thus, it remains uncertain for the time being. We shall discuss it the day before our departure. Please do not mention this to Aunt Ginia, Tallet advised, opting not to delve deeper into the conversation to avoid unforeseen complications. Solari, somewhat bewildered by Tallet's statements, harbored no doubts, merely curiosity. The two continued to wander through the marketplace, purchasing everything Tallet deemed necessary. To be frank, the expenses over the past few days have been considerable, leaving him with only a few hundred merit points. However, for Tallet, failing to expend all of it before departing from Planet Vegeta would render it nothing more than a string of valueless digits. In truth, had it not been for the intention to acquire those 5 seeds for cultivation and the healing potions, Tallet would not have spent such a fortune. The opportunity to procure the cultivation seeds arose from an incident a few days prior. Bardock had taken him to the royal city to purchase the spaceship and to formalize their task registration, during which they fortuitously encountered some of Bardock's comrades. Consequently, spurred on by their encouragement, Bardock led Tallet to a tavern for leisure. It was therein that Tallet inadvertently witnessed an elite upper-tier warrior covertly exchanging cultivation seeds for merit points. Seizing the opportunity, he acquired the 5 seeds at the same price. Thus, Tallet became aware that the Saiyans were engaging in such clandestine transactions. This tavern appeared to be a hub for such dealings. Indeed, this experience served as a valuable lesson for Tallet. Subsequently, he endured a lecture from Bardock about the importance of keeping one's wealth discreet. Tallet understood this well. Yet seeing something he desired right before him, and knowing he had the means to obtain it, he did not contemplate the consequences. Ultimately, it was his youthful inexperience and relative weakness that led to his oversight. At this age, wielding thousands of merit points without the slightest concealment of one's identity is perilous. As Bardock would say, if one is truly targeted by those with ill intent, their life may very well be at stake. Fortunately, Bardock's presence facilitated the smooth transaction involving Tallet. As for the cultivation seed traded for Tallet, Bardock did not delve into it extensively. Perhaps to him, it was of little consequence. Indeed, Tallet even contemplated that he need not expend these merit points for a covert exchange. A mere request to Bardock would suffice to acquire some. In retrospect, Tallet could only regard this reckless endeavor as a case of the onlooker being blind, nearly causing him to stumble into disaster. Aside from cultivation seeds, there were also special medicines and healing liquids. However, these were easily obtainable, merely requiring the expenditure of merit points. Under Bardock's guidance, Tallet procured a considerable amount from legitimate shops. Of course, he paid with his own merit points. Bardock did not cover any of his expenses thereafter, seemingly conveying through his actions that he had provided all the assistance he could, and the path forward was now up to Tallet himself. After meandering through the marketplace with Celery, Tallet eventually parted ways with her. The young girl was rather clingy, and her presence hindered Tallet from accomplishing many tasks. Freed from her entanglement, he swiftly returned home to calculate his time. His original intention was to seize the opportunity while Bardock was away in the afternoon to seek out Aunt Ginia, testing whether she would be willing to accompany him on a mission, thereby luring her away from Planet Vegeta. However, upon entering the house and discovering Kakarot emerging from the incubation chamber, Tallet had no choice but to temporarily shelve this notion. The timing was indeed inappropriate, with Kakarot present. It would be unreasonable to undertake a mission alongside him, and even if Tallet were to agree, he would likely be denied permission during the registration process. Sneaking the mother and child onto a spaceship? This is indeed possible. However, if discovered, it would not be a trivial matter. For nearly an entire afternoon, Talot remained by Gine's side, as well as by Kakarot's. Perhaps it was due to the awareness that Kakarot was the protagonist, which evoked an inexplicable sensation within Talot. This led to the emergence of a rather peculiar notion. When he next encounters Kakarot, he could boast about their past. For instance, upon their reunion, he might casually remark, "Kakarot, I once cradled you in my arms as a child. Back then, you were so frail that all you could do was weep." As night fell, Bardock returned from the royal city quite late. Ordinarily, he should have seen Raditz off by evening. It was only upon seeing the small, single-person spaceship that Bardock had brought back that Talot realized the plot had officially begun to unfold. The events that transpired in Dragon Ball Z unfolded vividly before him. As a mere observer, he was granted permission by Bardock to bear witness and ultimately bid farewell to Kakarot. Chilled to the bone with sorrow, Gine found herself utterly helpless. For this was Bardock's design. He would not deceive her, nor fabricate reality. After the trio had seen Kakarot off, they did not immediately return home. Instead, they gazed into the starry sky, lost in contemplation. After a considerable silence, Bardock broke the stillness with his voice. Little Talot, there were many things I could not disclose to you before, but the time has come for you to know. Upon hearing this, Talot's expression grew serious. He no longer pretended to be oblivious. Uncle Bardock, having overheard your conversation with Aunt Gine, I can surmise that Frieza intends to take action against our Saiyan race. That is why you returned with such resolve, not only to send away Raditz and Kakarot, but also me. As his words hung in the air, Talot locked eyes with Bardock. The wisdom reflected in Bardock's gaze filled him with admiration. You are indeed perceptive. Now, it is only you left. You should have no trouble preparing everything within 2 days. Correct? Before I depart, you must leave Planet Vegeta with your sealer. Bardock's tone was grave, leaving no room for Talot's dissent. Beside them, Gine felt Bardock's caution to be excessive, and thus interjected, is it truly necessary to be so prudent? Even if what you say holds truth. Her words were cut short as Bardock interjected, trust me, Gine. I've made my decision. You should leave Planet Vegeta alongside Talot to evade this looming crisis. If nothing occurs, that would be ideal. However, should an unimaginable calamity arise, we will be grateful for our preparations. Bardock's emphatic declaration left both Gine and Talot taken aback. Gine was astonished that Bardock would permit her to accompany Talot, a wave of inexplicable panic engulfing her mind, making breath difficult. Talot was equally shocked. He had not yet voiced his thoughts, and yet Bardock had made such a decisive choice. Aunt Gine is leaving with me, but what about you, Uncle Bardock? Talot inhaled deeply, contemplating the possibility of altering the course of events, perhaps persuading Bardock to refrain from returning to Planet Vegeta after completing his mission on Kanasa. Yet, he knew such notions were futile. Otherwise, the original narrative would lack its legendary essence. Bardock's sense of duty was far too strong. In a moment of existential peril for their race, he would never succumb to cowardice. Do not worry about me. Remember, my power level exceeds 10,000. Even King Vegeta would find it challenging to defeat me. Bardock chuckled. A power level surpassing 10,000. Indeed, it seemed formidable. Yet, the adversary was not King Vegeta, nor any other Saiyan. Talot struggled to articulate his inner turmoil. Perhaps Bardock truly believed in his strength, possessing the capacity to avert disaster. Reality, however, was cruel. The moment Frieza revealed his power level to be 530,000 before transforming, the world understood the terror of this cosmic monarch. Talot silently lamented. To speak candidly, in his previous life, upon first encountering Dragon Ball and learning of such staggering figures, he was rendered speechless. This was merely the inception of fear. Initially, he believed Frieza's 530,000 was insurmountable. Yet, as the saga of Namek unfolded, that figure eventually escalated to a staggering 12 million, entirely appending previous worldviews. In the face of 530,000, what significance did a power level over 10,000 hold? In contrast to 12 million, 530,000 was utterly inconsequential. Due to Bardock's unwavering resolve, both Gine and Talot were left with no choice but to acquiesce. Talot understood, as did Gine, that her husband was acting to protect her. Nonetheless, she wished to contest, for she longed to share the burden with Bardock, unwilling to witness her husband confront potential calamity alone. Bardock's rationale was straightforward and compelling. Their presence would only serve as a liability. With the determination to depart in 2 days set, the trio continued to admire the splendid night sky. The evening on Planet Vegeta was truly breathtaking, adorned with countless stars. Typically, however, Saiyans refrained from enjoying the night scenery. For upon witnessing a full moon, illuminated by Burr's waves exceeding 17 million units, they would undergo transformation into great apes. Though the moon of Planet Vegeta emitted such potent waves only a few days each year, most Saiyans aware of their inability to control the transformation would restrain themselves from nocturnal activities. Yet, for some Saiyans, the transformation was manageable. For instance, Bardock and Talot could both control it. The original narrative states that elite warriors possess the ability to maintain consciousness after transformation, though many lower-tier warriors can do likewise. albeit only those with exceptional talent and prowess. Gine prayed for Raditz and Kakarot to have a smooth maiden voyage through the cosmos as they gazed into the night sky. This is her means of spiritual solace. As a mother, her strength is limited, and thus she can only resort to this. Fear not. Raditz will undoubtedly return unscathed. Once the tempest has passed, I shall personally retrieve Kakarot. Bardock embraced Gine's shoulders and spoke. At that moment, Tallet seemed to have become an unnecessary presence. Nevertheless, Tallet did not shy away, as they had not refrained from displaying affection in his presence before. Unless engaged in such activities, Tallet would choose to depart and remain oblivious. The scene shifts to the cosmos. At this juncture, the elite team of Vegeta has already embarked on their spacecraft, leaving behind the confines of the small star system that houses Planet Vegeta. In merely half a day, the distance from Planet Vegeta has become exceedingly vast. This is the cruising speed possessed by spacecraft in this era. In a few decades, it will become even more astonishing, especially after modifications by Bulma and her father Dr. Brief, the velocity of these vessels will reach indescribable levels. Inside the spacecraft, a group of Saiyans gathered in the cockpit, admiring the breathtaking cosmic scenery. 3 elite upper-class warriors manned the controls, while Raditz and 2 other relatively young upper-class warriors sat on either side behind Prince Vegeta. Beside Vegeta stood another elite upper-class warrior, none other than his personal guard, Nappa. Unlike his original counterpart, this version of Nappa was still young and not bald. In 1 hour, we will initiate hyperspace travel. Approximately 1 month later, we shall arrive at Planet Lamp, Nappa reported dutifully to Vegeta. Since King Vegeta's orders impose no time constraints, Your Highness may treat this mission as both training and leisure. We, your subordinates, will ensure your safety and eliminate all threats. In the original timeline, Nappa was often portrayed as dim-witted and brutish. In reality, however, he was far from foolish, quite the opposite. He possessed sharp instincts, particularly when it came to flattering Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta responded tersely, paying little attention. For him, this mission held no cause for concern. Before departing Planet Vegeta, his father, King Vegeta, had assured him that this was merely a simple training exercise. Moreover, Vegeta's innate talent and combat prowess were extraordinary. With a battle power exceeding 3,000, he already ranked among the highest of the upper-class warriors. Under the might of such formidable power, even the esteemed planet of Ramp would pose little challenge. Thus, even without the princely title, and despite Vegeta's tender age of 5, he unequivocally stands as the preeminent powerhouse within the team. Among those whose battle prowess exceeds 3,000 or 4,000, the only contender is the elite warrior Broccoli, boasting an impressive combat strength of 5,000, rendering him the most formidable fighter for this mission. As for the current Nappa, his battle power merely matches that of the young Vegeta, and in several aspects, he pales in comparison to Vegeta, aside from his towering physique. With merely an hour remaining until the commencement of their hyperspeed journey, Raditz and the 2 younger elite warriors gazed intently upon the cosmic panorama beyond the protective, transparent layer. For them, this marks their inaugural venture beyond Planet Vegeta into the vastness of space. Observing the darkness of the universe, particularly at such velocities, one could hardly behold any breathtaking vistas. Yet, for those experiencing it for the first time, a sense of exhilaration inevitably arises. The encounter with the novel and the sight of the expansive cosmos ignites a profound sense of anticipation, rendering them momentarily lost in their own selves. At this juncture, they remain blissfully unaware that the Ramp planet is no ordinary elite world. In this instance of invasion, companions will inevitably meet their demise, particularly the 2 younger elite warriors whose battle prowess barely exceeds several hundred points. Should the narrative remain unchanged, their fate is sealed on the planet Rampu. This sensation is truly extraordinary. It resonates with the words of that fellow Talot, likening it to an endless abyss. Raditz could not help but utter a lamentation. The words resonated with the other Saiyans. Even Vegeta could not help but cast a glance in his direction. An endless abyss? That description seems quite fitting. Talot? Who might he be? Vegeta inquired. Upon hearing this, Raditz perked up. Your Highness, Talot is a superior warrior born in the same era as I, and he has always lived next door to my family. I see, Vegeta replied with a nod, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. He then leaned back in his spaceship chair, adopting an air of indifference. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Raditz had initially intended to offer some flattering remarks. But upon realizing that Vegeta was not inclined to listen, he decided against it. As Vegeta's spacecraft departed from this star system, in a distant expanse of the cosmos, a solitary round spaceship shot away from Planet Vegeta, swiftly heading towards the galaxy. Undoubtedly, this was the very vessel occupied by Kakarot, with life-supporting equipment on board. Even a prolonged journey posed no threat to the life of Kakarot, who was merely half a year old. The destined child of this world, Kakarot, upon his arrival on Earth, shall herald a new era. No, that is not quite right. It is from the very moment he departed from the planet Vegeta that the narrative commenced its progression. In the vastness of the cosmos, amidst an unknown galaxy and a particular star domain, an unforeseen explosion suddenly erupted on a planet. The radiant brilliance, akin to blossoming fireworks, was resplendent and captivating. Amidst the flames of the explosion, two figures gradually emerged, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. They traversed the cosmic expanse, impervious to the vacuum of space and the myriad of harsh conditions. This is the destroyer. Behold the angel. This planet, which has already met its demise, is undoubtedly the handiwork of Beerus's destruction. It truly makes this deity nauseated. How can such refuse even be regarded as cuisine? Infuriating. To think that even the most fundamental desires for sustenance could not be satiated before slumber. How vexing. Beerus, wielding a slender steel toothpick, disdainfully picked his teeth while voicing his dissatisfaction. This is, after all, an inevitable circumstance. Lord Beerus has existed for an exceedingly long time, having sampled nearly every renowned delicacy the universe has to offer. Whis, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, and then swiftly shifted the subject. Perhaps, upon Lord Beerus's next awakening, numerous planets will have developed an array of culinary delights. While a few decades may seem brief, for a civilization that cherishes life, they can manifest countless miracles. As Whis's words lingered in the air, Beerus remained entirely indifferent. This phrase has escaped from Whis's lips more than 10 times. Yet, each utterance is imbued with hope, only to be met with disappointment. Never mind, I can no longer be bothered to seek out more delectable fare. To persist would merely squander my time, mused Beerus. Then, shall we return to the realm of the gods of destruction, Lord Beerus? Whis maintained his cheerful demeanor, awaiting Beerus's response. Not so fast. Before we return, I have some matters to address with that Frieza fellow. Did you not mention that he has become increasingly unruly of late? Beerus yawned, speaking with a nonchalant air. Upon hearing this, Whis discerned the underlying meaning in Beerus's words and chuckled. Ho ho ho. It appears that Lord Beerus not only harbors no concerns regarding Frieza's antics, but rather believes he is quite suited to become a true agent of destruction. What makes you say that? Perceived through the veil of his thoughts, Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Whis, as if inquiring how he had come to this conclusion. Whis's smile grew more straightforward. If Lord Beerus did not entertain such notions, he would surely proclaim that Frieza's behavior is too erratic and that he should first be eliminated before returning to slumber. With this revelation, Beerus's expression shifted to one of seriousness. You are partially correct. Visiting him serves as a means to rein him in. After all, it was by my word that this insect ascended to become the current ruler of the universe. The title of universal ruler is indeed audacious for such an insect. His father, King Cold, only dared to call himself the sovereign of the galaxy. Beerus's words seemed to be a defense, unwilling to concede that Whis had completely unraveled his thoughts. Is Lord Beerus not concerned that Frieza, upon receiving your command, may become even more audacious? That is of little consequence. At his level, causing a ruckus would merely result in the destruction of a few more planets. At worst, I can obliterate him upon waking. Beerus stretched lazily, unperturbed. Very well, as long as Lord Beerus has made up his mind, Whis nodded. In truth, he was indifferent. To them, it was merely Frieza, possessing only a modicum of power. As Beerus had stated, what could possibly happen if he were to create chaos? Then let us set forth, Whis. Beerus placed his hand upon Whis's shoulder. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis was already prepared, pinpointing Frieza's current location. With a resonant hum, an extraordinary and potent force surged forth, enveloping the two in a brilliant spectrum of light. In an instant, they transformed into a radiant beam of 7 colors, traversing the cosmos at an unimaginable speed, vanishing from this expanse of the universe. Simultaneously, in a distant corner of the cosmos, a colossal spaceship from Frieza's army was in the midst of its voyage. This is the flagship of the Frieza Force, a vessel exclusively belonging to Frieza himself. Within the spacecraft, in the command room, the diminutive Frieza sits in his peculiar infant carriage, a wine goblet in hand, the crimson liquid swirling in a captivating dance as he moves his wrist. Flanking him on either side are two newly promoted elite fighters, their combat power exceeding 15,000 points. They now stand as the elite warriors, second only to Zarbon and Dodoria. Frieza has commanded them to remain by his side until Zarbon and Dodoria return from their mission. The efficiency of those Saiyan monkeys is truly remarkable. They have once again conquered over 1,000 planets for me and reported numerous valuable worlds. Were it not for that unfounded legend, I might have hesitated to act against them. Alas, it is still too premature to annihilate the Saiyan race. Once this mission concludes, I shall reward them handsomely on Planet Vegeta. Ho ho ho. Frieza's malevolent laughter resonates with an unsettling charm, evoking a sense of dread even among his closest subordinates. Serving alongside him is akin to accompanying a tiger. Frieza's temperament is unpredictable, and his cruelty knows no bounds, often leading him to take lives with little provocation. If given the choice, they would prefer to undertake missions rather than remain in Frieza's presence, perpetually on edge. Of course, they can only entertain such thoughts in silence, for voicing them would invite a swift and merciless demise. The atmosphere in the cockpit is eerily silent, as none dare to engage Frieza in conversation. This is also something that Frieza despises the most. Indeed, as soon as Sabo and Dodoria departed, I found myself devoid of any subordinates with whom to share my joy and converse. Frieza casually exclaimed, causing his two already terrified subordinates to break into a cold sweat. This intangible deterrence is exceedingly lethal. Before they could respond, in the very next moment, two figures materialized unexpectedly. Without any forewarning or fluctuation, their presence went unnoticed, even by Frieza himself. The god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, silently appeared behind him. "Ah, it has been a while. It seems you have been enjoying yourself." Frieza, Beerus remarked with a languid expression, casually digging at his ear as he observed Frieza's ostentatious display aboard his spacecraft. The familiar voice resonated, abruptly silencing the smile on Frieza's face. Simultaneously, everyone in the cockpit turned around. The ensuing terror was inevitable. Who was this newcomer, and how had they arrived? The mere audacity to speak in such a manner was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, it could implicate them all. As for Frieza, upon witnessing Beerus and Whis, his pupils constricted sharply, a tremor coursing through him as the buried fear surged to the forefront of his mind. In the next moment, he executed an act so unimaginable that it shattered the worldviews of all present. He swiftly leaped from his seat, knelt upon both knees, and prostrated himself before Beerus. For anyone, even in the realm of dreams, such a spectacle was utterly absurd. Behold, the fearsome cosmic sovereign Frieza. "Oh, Lord of Destruction, I humbly beseech your forgiveness for my inadequate reception." Frieza bowed his head low, his voice trembling with trepidation, as cold sweat cascaded down his face like raindrops. He was utterly perplexed by the sudden intrusion of the other party into his spaceship, arriving without a hint of warning. However, the dread he harbored for the god of destruction had been deeply ingrained since their first encounter, an indelible memory he could never erase. That overwhelming strength could annihilate him with a mere glance. Beerus remained silent, strolling leisurely within the confines of the spacecraft, which only heightened Frieza's anxiety. He was left to ponder the purpose of Beerus's visit and its implications. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, Frieza glanced at his dazed subordinates. No words were necessary. All were rendered breathless by Frieza's piercing gaze. Two senior warriors quickly grasped Frieza's intent and, exhibiting great prudence, prostrated themselves before Beerus. "We pay homage to the Lord of Destruction," they intoned in unison. It must be noted that attaining the rank of senior warrior and earning Frieza's esteem to remain by his side is no mean feat. Such individuals are far from mere brutes with power. With this display, the remaining personnel promptly followed suit. "You have indeed gathered two commendable subordinates, Frieza," Beerus remarked, unable to suppress a jest. His tone grew increasingly sardonic, laden with formidable authority. Frieza wrestled with his fear and unease, swallowing hard before slowly raising his head to meet Beerus's gaze. "Lord Beerus, you flatter me. Might I inquire what tasks you require of me during your visit? Please, do not hesitate to command." Recognizing Frieza's perceptiveness, Beerus approached him directly, while Whis maintained his poised stance at the side. I have heard that you have grown rather self-assured in recent years, even proclaiming yourself the Cosmic Emperor. TSK, you are quite astute, leveraging my name to elevate your own status. Though I am somewhat displeased, I must admit you are indeed suited to serve as my temporary agent. I have come to see you for two reasons. First, my slumber is imminent, and I require a suitable representative for the coming decades. Second, there are numerous planets in the cosmos that demand destruction. You should be aware of what this entails. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Frieza was momentarily taken aback. The fear in his eyes dissipated, replaced by overwhelming ecstasy. To ascend to the throne of the Cosmic Emperor, one must possess considerable intellect. Initially, he feared that Beerus had come to chastise him for exploiting the god of destruction's name for personal gain. However, it soon became clear that, on the surface, Beerus was reprimanding him, but in reality, he was granting him authority. This meant that during Beerus's slumber, he would be the god of destruction. The god of destruction, the paramount entity of the cosmos. In the presence of the god of destruction, all are but insects. To become the agent meant that he could traverse the universe without opposition, wielding the license to destroy at will. How glorious it is for a mere mortal to gain the favor of Lord Beerus. Rest assured, during your slumber, I shall not disappoint you. Frieza's tone shifted to one of eagerness and fervor. Excellent. Since you possess such awareness, I shall observe your actions. However, I must caution you against abusing your power. Should I awaken to find you have overstepped your bounds, I shall not hesitate to obliterate you. With narrowed eyes, Beerus conveyed both his authority and the gravity of Frieza's new role. Understanding Beerus's intent, Frieza promptly assured him, I comprehend, and you have my word, Lord Beerus. Upon your awakening, I shall cultivate a universe that will surely meet your approval. At this moment, it is merely an opportunity to express heartfelt sentiments. For him, this represents a chance to dominate the universe. Beerus did not delve deeper, nor did he concern himself with how Frieza intended to proceed. As long as the celestial bodies of the universe were not obliterated during his slumber, all would be well. By the way, I have heard that you have recently been investigating the legends of the Saiyans, particularly that of the so-called Super Saiyan, correct? Are you contemplating an assault on their lineage? Suddenly, Beerus shifted the conversation. This abrupt change of topic startled Frieza, instilling within him a sense of foreboding. Few are aware of the measures against the Saiyans. It was unexpected that the god of destruction, Beerus, was privy to this knowledge. In that moment, Frieza felt a chill creeping up from his feet to his scalp. Is Beerus issuing me a warning? This passage vividly reflects the true state of Frieza's mind at this moment. Undoubtedly, his clarity in speech signifies that he is acutely aware of every action he has taken. With no avenue for evasion, Frieza can only respond truthfully. Yes. May I inquire how to handle the Saiyans, Lord Beerus? Uncertain of Beerus's intentions, Frieza seeks to discern the god's desires. If the god of destruction wishes to spare them, then despite any dissatisfaction, he cannot act against them. At most, he could merely suppress them. However, if Beerus intends to eradicate the Saiyan race, then Frieza's plans must be expedited, aligning perfectly with his own ambitions. Recently, he had visited Planet Vegeta, witnessing the so-called warrior race known as the Saiyans. Ultimately, they were merely a group of simple-minded brutes. A race devoid of strength and culinary delights is nothing short of a farce. Since you have already taken action, the fate of the Saiyans is entrusted to you. There is no necessity for their continued existence, nor for the planet Vegeta itself. At this juncture, a profound purple glimmer flickered in Beerus's eyes. The divine pressure emanating from him, even in a minimal degree, rendered Frieza breathless, his body trembling instinctively. Rest assured, Lord Beerus. I fully comprehend what must be done, Frieza replied, forcibly suppressing his inner excitement and maintaining an austere facade. Though he harbored fear of Beerus, now that he had become the god's agent, it signified their alliance. His heart swelled with uncontainable joy. At the very least, Beerus's intention to annihilate the Saiyans did not contradict his original plan. Moreover, Beerus was even more formidable, willing to obliterate Planet Vegeta at the slightest provocation. Excellent. In the time to come, I shall fulfill the role of this agent dutifully. With the objective accomplished, Beerus retracted his divine might and turned to Whis. The task is complete. We may return now, Whis. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a gentle smile. As he raised his angelic staff, a dazzling spectrum of radiant light enveloped them both. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, the two vanished from the spaceship, as though they had never existed. With their departure, the overwhelming sense of dread that had gripped Frieza's body and soul finally dissipated. The title of the God of Destruction's agent. From this day forth, Frieza was empowered to dominate the universe by divine decree. No entity, regardless of who they were, could ever usurp this position from him. With a hearty laugh, Frieza's spirit soared. The two elite warriors beside him exchanged glances, a foreboding sensation stirring within them. The worldview had been irrevocably altered. They now understood the existence of such terrifying beings in this universe. The god of destruction, Beerus. Even their king Frieza was compelled to bow in deference. Surely, he would not resort to violence against us. Even if Frieza sought to eliminate witnesses, neither I nor Saris could possibly be on the list. For our combat prowess stands at a staggering 15,000. We are the elite among elites. The duo consoled themselves with such fantasies. However, their ominous premonitions soon materialized. Indeed, you are my loyal subordinates, even receiving praise from Lord Beerus. However, it is regrettable. Frieza suddenly whirled around, a fierce killing intent flashing in his crimson eyes. Detsai and Saris were instantly engulfed by terror, their expressions transforming drastically. The astute pair immediately began to plead for mercy, fully aware of Frieza's intentions. If they could not discern this, they would never have attained their current positions. Please, King Frieza. No, don't. Spare us, King Frieza. We saw nothing. They struggled in vain. Why not resist? It can only be said that they understood the disparities in power all too well. Oh, it seems you are quite perceptive. I have yet to utter a word, yet you already anticipate my desire to eliminate you. Clearly, you possess an astute understanding of my innermost thoughts. As Frieza spoke, a congenial smile graced his lips. This game of cat and mouse is one he finds endlessly entertaining. Dursa and Solace seemed to believe they had narrowly escaped their fate. Yet, in the very next moment, two beams of energy shot forth from Frieza's eyes without warning, piercing through the hearts of the two in just 0.01 seconds. A warrior with a power level of 15,000 was mercilessly eliminated by Frieza. The king does not mind his subordinates attempting to discern his thoughts. However, when they discern his intentions, yet still harbor a sliver of hope for survival, such subordinates hold no value in his eyes. Those who cannot grasp the gravity of the situation are indeed foolish. It is clear that only Sabo and Dodoria truly understand the king. With these thoughts, Frieza turned his gaze toward the others within the spaceship. At this moment, everyone swallowed hard in terror. They were unfortunate witnesses to the sight of Frieza groveling before Beerus. And thus, they were doomed to perish. Blood splattered, staining the entire cockpit, while severed limbs and entrails lay scattered about, emanating a foul stench. The scene was gruesome, barbaric in its brutality. Yet, for Frieza, such horrors were commonplace, merely fueling his insatiable thirst for blood. With the order from the god of destruction, Beerus, issued, it was time for him to accelerate the annihilation of the Saiyan race. Before proceeding, however, he intended to extract every last ounce of value from the Saiyans. Once more, Frieza reclined in his infantile pod, his demeanor as cold as ice, seemingly detached from the atrocities he had just committed. It was only when his subordinates sensed something amiss that they ventured inside. Upon witnessing the state of the cockpit, even the seasoned warriors could not suppress a gasp of shock, astonishment, fear, incredulity. Yet, Frieza would not grant them much time to react, for he needed to communicate with his trusted subordinates. Following a brief cleanup by his underlings, the personnel in the cockpit were replaced, and Frieza made contact with Dodoria and Zarbon, who were currently on a mission. The plan to obliterate Planet Vegeta was officially set in motion. However, prior to that, Frieza needed to devise a more detailed and comprehensive strategy. His aim was to exterminate all Saiyans in one fell swoop, rendering the legend utterly impossible, while also fulfilling the destructive task assigned by Beerus. The scene shifts back to Planet Vegeta. As the night deepened, reaching midnight, Tarbell, Bardock, and Gine finally returned home. It could be said that the night was sleepless. None of them felt the slightest inclination to sleep. The changes had come too swiftly. Raditz had departed first, followed closely by the sending off of Kakarot. Then, 2 days later, Tarbell and Sariel would leave Planet Vegeta with Gine. Bardock's considerations were indeed meticulous. By taking Gine with him and drawing the primary attention, he could deftly avoid the gaze of many, who would pay heed to a child with a power level of 400, accompanied by two low-ranking warriors with mere hundreds, as they ventured forth to conquer planets. This also prompted Tallet to recall a forgotten memory from the original work. Indeed, Gine had once conversed with Bardock, expressing that if they were concerned about Frieza's aggression towards the Saiyan race, they could escape Planet Vegeta with Kakarot. However, Bardock immediately dismissed this notion as impossible. Given their combat prowess, any attempt to flee Planet Vegeta would undoubtedly attract the attention of Frieza's army, and even King Vegeta would take notice. Consequently, they would face pursuit, if not outright assassination. As a new day dawned, Tallet pondered over what Bardock and Gine might have discussed the previous night. Engaging in self-talk, he prepared some food to satiate his hunger while continuing to contemplate intricate details. Bardock's considerations were indeed thorough, yet risks remained. Even if they managed to successfully depart from Planet Vegeta, Tallet needed to meticulously fabricate an illusion suggesting they perished en route, thus eliminating any possibility of being monitored or detected. The preceding years had not been a futile endeavor. He had devoted considerable time to studying various technological disciplines. At the very least, the combat power detector he possessed had successfully dismantled its positioning and surveillance modules under his command, rendering it impervious to external tracking. Although there was a significant disparity between the combat power detector and a spacecraft, Tallet had already familiarized himself with mid-sized spacecraft and possessed a complete schematic. In simpler terms, during his spare moments over the past few days, he had identified and marked the location of the surveillance modules, and by removing or destroying them, he could not only ensure the spacecraft's normal operation but also create data feedback suggesting the vessel had been destroyed. Perhaps he was overthinking, after all. Even if both he and Aunt Gine were connected to Bardock, it was unlikely they would be truly pursued. Despite King Vegeta's wariness of Bardock, Raditz was already under his control. Having lived for years in a stifling atmosphere on the cutthroat planet Vegeta, one constantly had to worry about various dangers, leading to a propensity for overthinking. To analyze the situation from another perspective, numerous Saiyans embarked on missions and returned daily. 2 5-year-old children, accompanied by a lower-ranking logistical warrior, collectively exhibited a combat power barely exceeding 1,000 points. Who would genuinely pay attention? It is essential to note that a competent adult lower-ranking warrior, particularly one inclined towards combat, typically possesses several hundred or even 1,000 points of combat power. Many lower-ranking warriors boast impressive powers, akin to those in Bardock's team, each exhibiting exceptionally high combat capabilities. Speaking of this, one must mention Raditz, who was deemed a failure and a coward upon his introduction in the original work. Reflecting on the original narrative, the early illustrations by Toriyama depicted Raditz poorly, categorizing him among the lowest tier of warriors. Upon arriving on Planet Vegeta, Tallet understood that a combat power of 1,500 points could only be considered slightly above average among lower-ranking warriors, if not for the later, more comprehensive character development provided by Toriyama. Who would have guessed that Raditz was essentially raised to be inept? The so-called inability to experience genuine bloodshed alongside Vegeta and Nappa stunted his growth. Even when opportunities for battle arose, they often resulted in the slaughter of the weak by the strong, leaving Raditz with little chance to engage against more formidable foes. No longer entangled in these imaginings, Tallet composed himself, donned his attire, and exited his dwelling. He had already completed all necessary preparations a few days prior. Now, he simply needed to inspect the spacecraft docking area to ascertain what might still be lacking. Additionally, he sought to familiarize himself with the vessel. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Cellari waiting for him. In recent days, due to a continuous training session, she consistently arrived early to wait for them. Even after the training concluded, it had become a habit for her to seek him out. Coincidentally, Tallet seized this opportunity to inform her about their departure in 2 days. To this, Cellari responded with extraordinary excitement. With an unclouded mind, she was solely preoccupied with the prospect of embarking on a cosmic voyage and encountering new worlds. Tallet, wishing to alleviate any undue psychological burden, refrained from divulging excessive details. The two companions made their way to the docking station of the spacecraft, where they underwent identity verification before boarding the vessel. There, they began inventorying supplies while reacquainting themselves with the ship's interior. Time passed, and suddenly, shouts echoed from outside the spacecraft as Bardock and Gine arrived. Bardock had thoughtfully prepared gifts for Gine in advance, sparing them from the last-minute rush on the day of departure. Although Gine had not undertaken a mission for quite some time, she was not entirely unfamiliar with the task. After all, she had once invaded other planets, but as she matured, her combat prowess dwindled, and at Bardock's strong insistence. She ultimately remained on Planet Vegeta to handle logistical duties. Naturally, her previous pregnancies, first with Raditz and later with Kakarot, contributed to her current role. After a brief tour of the spacecraft, filled with laughter and conversation, they emerged from the ship. It was at this moment that Tallet realized Bardock had, from the outset, intended for Gine to accompany him when he procured the medium-sized spacecraft. No wonder everything proceeded so smoothly. It appeared Bardock had pondered this more deeply than he had anticipated. Moreover, it seemed Bardock had observed some of Tallet's recent behaviors, choosing to remain silent about them. Tallet mused within himself, acknowledging Bardock's remarkable wisdom, which underscored his extraordinary nature. It was no surprise that he was recognized as a protagonist of his era. In an alternate dimension, he had fortuitously traversed time due to the explosion of Planet Vegeta, arriving on Planet Plant long before it had been invaded and renamed by the Saiyans. He not only fulfilled the legendary transformation into a Super Saiyan, but also vanquished one of Frieza's ancestors, the cosmic pirate Zild. Reflecting on this, Tallet instinctively shook his head. If such an event were to occur, it would likely be impossible to summon him back, even with the Dragon Balls. While the concept of time travel seemed far-fetched, Tallet, as someone who had reincarnated into this world as a Saiyan from another realm, pondered the limits of possibility. Sensing Tallet's shift in demeanor, Bardock glanced at him. Their eyes met, and Tallet felt a sudden chill, snapping back to reality. "What troubles you, young Tallet?" Bardock inquired teasingly. "Nothing, merely a surge of emotions." "Pondering what the future holds," Tallet replied, intentionally or not. His words prompted a moment of introspection for Gine as well. Each of them harbored their thoughts, yet none possessed the ability to discern the other's inner feelings, leading to mere speculation. "Do not overthink it. The future can only be understood through lived experiences," Bardock advised. Upon his utterance, the previously tranquil atmosphere shifted once more. Tallet nodded, choosing not to respond. Gine, too, opted to place her trust in Bardock. Cellari, still quite young, despite her maturity in certain aspects, struggled to perceive the subtleties of the situation. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, 2 days had elapsed. Though seemingly brief, these days felt prolonged for Tallet and Gine, who had not slept well at all. In contrast, Cellari had replenished her energy, remaining unaffected by the events. After gathering at home and bidding farewell to Bardock, Tallet, Cellari, and Gine boarded the spacecraft. Since they chose to depart in the early morning, when light was still scarce, few noticed their departure. "Remember, as long as I do not initiate contact, do not respond." This is Bardock's final exhortation, intended to inform Tallet and his companions. Even though they have departed from Planet Vegeta, this does not guarantee their absolute safety. In bidding farewell to Bardock, Tallet refrained from disclosing his intentions. Having made this choice, he must not waver, striving to avert any unforeseen incidents. First, he must extricate Cellari and Gine from the prevailing threats, and only then contemplate other matters. The spacecraft soared away from Planet Vegeta and into the cosmos. For Tallet, his destined era has finally arrived. He is no longer subject to threats or oppression, nor must he conceal his true power out of fear. In essence, the sky is vast for birds to soar, and the ocean is boundless for fish to leap. From this moment onward, he is free to pursue any endeavor he desires. Crucially, after leaving Planet Vegeta, he possesses no fewer than 10 methods to augment his strength. Naturally, for the time being, he will not share this with Gine and Cellari. Presently, Planet Vegeta has not suffered Frieza's devastation. When that day arrives, it will be the time for a true confrontation. Rising from the pilot's seat, Tallet stretched his limbs, exuding an air of fatigue. It must be said, he had been quite tense before leaving, apprehensive that something might go awry at a critical moment. Now, having safely departed, the tension of the past few days has begun to ease. Of course, it is still premature to declare himself truly safe, thus he cannot afford to rest. As he gazed back at the magnificent Planet Vegeta from the cosmos, he found this sight incomparable to the animated series or comics of his previous life. Even the depictions crafted in science fiction films pale in comparison. It has been 7 or 8 years since he last set foot on Planet Vegeta, and it remains as breathtaking as ever. Having not witnessed such a spectacle in years, and having not ventured into the cosmos, Gine's previously calm demeanor was suddenly tinged with unease. When she uttered the word beautiful, there was a noticeable tremor in her voice, betraying her emotional turmoil. Perhaps Gine had simply grown accustomed to a tranquil and comfortable existence. The thought of drifting through the cosmos again, devoid of solid ground, evoked a sense of disquiet within her. In truth, no one knows but Gine herself that her feelings of emptiness stem from more than this singular reason. It is as if an inexplicable sensation has arisen within her, leading her to believe that her farewell to Bardock would mark their final meeting. Aunt Gine, you can treat this mission as a cosmic journey. After all, you have worked tirelessly for so many years. Consider it a well-deserved vacation, Talot jested, steering the conversation in a lighter direction. Since his arrival in this world, he has observed that while Gine's role appears to be merely logistical, it is, in fact, quite demanding. She bears the burden of daily responsibilities while attending to their needs, encapsulated in the phrase, she works year-round without respite. While this may be the norm for Saiyans, such a lifestyle can impose significant psychological strain on any intelligent being. Upon hearing Talot's words, Gine smiled. Then Aunt Gine has indeed benefited from your presence, little Talot. I hope that planet Ayun aligns with the data we possess, for it is said to be a truly beautiful planet. The more beautiful a planet, the more likely it is to suffer from external invasions. Talot could not help but interject. The recent invasion of the Ayun planet is more than twice the size of the Vegeta planet, although the gravitational force is quite similar. The indigenous inhabitants have not developed a technological civilization. However, the harsh realities of their primitive existence have endowed them with formidable combat capabilities. In simpler terms, lacking technological reliance, they must accomplish all tasks through their own physical strength. Thus, for the survival and propagation of their species, the Ayun people are not only large in stature, but also possess an average combat power ranging from 100 to 300 points. Moreover, the other life forms on the Ayun planet are also of considerable size. Upon learning about the Ayun planet, Talot's first thought was to apply his previous life's knowledge to assess that this planet exists in a prehistoric era, perhaps even predating the known prehistoric times. Hence, the planet itself is capable of nurturing numerous gigantic species, reminiscent of Earth's past when colossal creatures, such as dinosaurs, once ruled. Indeed, dinosaurs are prevalent in this world as well. Not only are they found on Earth, but they also exist on the Vegeta planet, where they are referred to as beastly terrors and regarded as food by the Saiyans. Brother Talot, how long will our cosmic journey take to reach the Ayun planet? Cellari inquired, her attention previously captivated by the beauty of Vegeta, which now appeared as mere stars, no longer visible. Cosmic travel can be rather monotonous. The initial excitement and novelty soon fade. Traveling at the speed of a medium-sized spaceship, we should arrive in approximately 2 months. After responding to Cellari, Tallet returned to the control panel, adeptly maneuvering the spaceship as holographic projections displayed all pertinent data. The Ayun planet is not far from the Vegeta planet, though this distance is only manageable with such advanced technology. However, it is indeed twice the distance compared to the Rampu planet that Raditz and the others need to invade. Therefore, Tallet mused that perhaps by the time they reach the Ayun planet, Raditz and the others will have completed their invasion mission. According to the original storyline, their successful invasion would mean that the Vegeta planet was annihilated by Frieza and subsequently disguised as having suffered a catastrophic meteor strike. Yet, one wonders whether the narrative will unfold differently this time, considering the intertwining of 2 timelines. Why ponder so much? I am no longer bound by any constraints. Once the hyperspeed mode is activated, I will soon dismantle those monitoring modules and also need to reset the spaceship system, completely severing all communication functions. On the Vegeta planet, as Tallet, Cellari, and Gine departed in their spaceship, and the combat power detector ceased to signal, Bardock finally exhaled a sigh of relief, as if the pressure had been lifted in an instant. Given the combat proficiency of the Ayun planet, their lives would not be in jeopardy. I entrust Cellari and Gine to you, Tallet. With your intelligence, taking care of them should pose no difficulty. I hope this storm passes swiftly. Once I ascertain that no significant events occur here, I shall seek you out. After uttering these words, Bardock turned to leave. Now, Tallet has departed from the Vegeta planet with Gine and Cellari, free from any concerns. Henceforth, he can unleash his full potential without reservations. The Kanasha planet. This task is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. Even King Vegeta has urged me to investigate Frieza's intentions thoroughly. Could there truly be some dark secret lurking on the Kanasha planet? With only 1 day left, I must prepare accordingly. Setting aside his thoughts, Bardock proceeded homeward. As the dawn brightened the sky, the sun rose, and the majority of the populace finally emerged from their slumber. Upon seeing Bardock, They greeted him one by one. Among the Saiyans of this region, who does not know Bardock? And who does not hold him in high regard? This is indeed the epitome of a low-ranking warrior, as well as the most formidable among them. Before long, Bardock returned home. After spending some time organizing his gear, he departed without any lingering attachment to his abode. This home, in a certain sense, represents a sanctuary for him, yet in another sense, it does not. To him, a true home is defined by the presence of family. A dwelling devoid of loved ones merely serves as a shelter. As he prepared to venture toward the capital in search of allies, a sudden, inexplicable sensation caused Bardock to furrow his brow. He turned to survey his surroundings, ultimately fixating on a shadowy corner for an extended period. His instincts hinted at the unsettling notion that someone was observing him. Curiously, if his intuition was correct, the power detector should have registered a response. Was it merely an illusion? Or had the mental fatigue of recent days rendered him overly sensitive? Murmuring to himself, Bardock unleashed his aura and soared into the sky, heading for the capital. Just as he departed, a figure clad in specialized combat attire emerged from the dim corner he had scrutinized. That was close. He nearly got discovered. Bardock, indeed, lives up to his reputation as a warrior with a power level exceeding 10,000. His battle instincts are remarkably acute. Fortunately, I brought a signal jammer. Had I been detected earlier, it would have posed considerable trouble. No, this is not the time for reflection. I must report Bardock's family situation to the king. In the next moment, the Saiyan swiftly altered his course, heading towards the royal palace of the capital. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, King Vegeta sat upon his throne. Beneath the throne, an elite warrior was briefing him on the recent intelligence received. The essence of the report indicated that Frieza, wary of the legendary Super Saiyan within their Saiyan lineage, was preparing to target their race. There were even credible whispers suggesting that Frieza had commanded his subordinates to secretly gather, intending to descend upon Planet Vegeta in the near future. This is precisely in line with my suspicions. Frieza, that self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, believes he controls everything yet fears the legendary power of our Saiyan race. It is utterly ludicrous. He thinks he has me cornered, but in truth, I have long been preparing to confront him. King Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, a hint of pride lacing his final words. The Emperor of the Universe fears the Super Saiyan. This serves to demonstrate that the Saiyan race ought to be the sovereigns of the universe. The elite warriors outside are gradually returning, and it is anticipated that, before long, nearly 80% of them will arrive punctually. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta was filled with joy. Excellent. Since Frieza intends to suppress us this time, I shall ensure he remains here for good. By uniting the powers of all elite warriors, Frieza is but a trivial foe. Even if his combat strength reaches 100,000, and with King Cold by his side, we shall overcome them both. His words revealed the extent of King Vegeta's arrogance. He would remain blissfully unaware of how naively optimistic his thoughts truly were. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace were pushed open once again, and the atmosphere within the hall shifted dramatically. Not only did King Vegeta feel the change, but the elite warrior accompanying him also adopted a grave expression. King Vegeta signaled with a glance, and the warrior vanished from the grand hall. Turning to face the newcomer, King Vegeta straightened himself and spoke with an air of authority. Arita, your haste in seeking an audience with me must indicate you bear significant news. The visitor was indeed the elite warrior assigned by King Vegeta to monitor Bardock and his family's movements. My king, the latest intelligence confirms that Bardock, as you predicted, has indeed sent his wife and children away from Planet Vegeta. He has now arrived at the royal city, presumably to seek out his subordinates. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta nodded slightly. He was not particularly concerned about Bardock's decision to send away his family, as they were merely low-ranking warriors, especially considering Bardock's youngest son, whose combat strength was a mere 2. It seemed Bardock possessed some sense, at least not intending to flee with his family in tow. His arrival at the royal city to find his subordinates likely indicated he was preparing to invade planet Kanasa. After a brief analysis, King Vegeta took a deep breath, reclined in his throne, and declared, "There is no need to continue monitoring him. You may withdraw. At once, my king." Upon receiving King Vegeta's command, the elite warrior left the grand hall with a sense of relief, as if granted a reprieve. This task was inherently deceitful. He was unaware of King Vegeta's true intentions. As Arita departed, King Vegeta cast his gaze elsewhere. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness. King Vegeta inquired whether there had been any reports regarding the planet where Bardock's wife and children had gone, and subsequently sought the latest information on a particular matter. After receiving the details, he dismissed the individual and fell into deep contemplation. In the vast emptiness of the Grand Hall, only King Vegeta remained, enveloped in solitude. Could the legendary Super Saiyan be that little brat? A whirlwind of emotions surged within King Vegeta. Recently, rumors surrounding the legend had proliferated, compelling him to engage in profound introspection. He recalled the day his son, Vegeta, was born, possessing a battle power of 2,000, shattering and establishing the highest record for a Saiyan's birth. He had once believed that his son would embody the legend, at the very least. Vegeta's talent would be unparalleled among the Saiyans. As it turned out, Vegeta did not disappoint him. However, just as he felt certain that his son was destined to fulfill the legend, a more terrifying newborn emerged. Not only did this child surpass Vegeta, but he also possessed an astonishing battle power of 10,000, a battle power of 10,000. Throughout the history of the Saiyan race, how many beings have exceeded such a power? Even among the elite, including King Vegeta himself, how much battle power did they possess? Vegeta lagged behind by a staggering 8,000 points. He felt indignant and advocated for his son. Thus, he decisively resorted to the cruelest means, exiling the child to a desolate planet, leaving him to fend for himself. Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan. Even if the legend were true, it ought to pertain to me and Vegeta, of royal lineage. King Vegeta rose, his aura erupting, shaking the entire hall. He hoped that the child had perished, along with the traitor Paragus. At least, according to the information he had gathered, there was no chance of survival for Paragus and Broly. The hall fell silent once more as King Vegeta remained seated upon his throne, seemingly gathering his strength. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment on Planet Vegeta, two Saiyans, one large and one small, were struggling against the harsh climate to gather food. They were none other than Paragus and Broly. Having arrived on this planet, their spacecraft rendered inoperable, they were unable to escape or communicate with the outside world. Thus, they were left to barely survive in this harsh environment. Broly, fortunately, required little, possessing no clear understanding of many things. Yet for Paragus, even after just a few years, the situation was becoming unbearable. At not yet 30 years of age, he had already sprouted numerous gray hairs, a testament to the immense psychological toll he had endured. He had regretted coming here to find his son more than once. However, such thoughts were swiftly extinguished as he firmly believed his son was the most exceptional Saiyan, born with a battle power of 10,000. He had once convinced himself that his son was the legendary Super Saiyan, appearing only once in a millennium. As he moved supplies, he made his way toward their concealed cave. This year's planetary storm was fiercer than ever before. Hurry, Broly, this is our last trip. I hope this storm passes quickly, Paragus urged. Though he was an adult, he was vastly overshadowed by Broly's strength. Upon hearing his father's words, Broly acknowledged and exerted himself even more. After a considerable time, they finally dragged several large barrels into a hidden underground cave. Only in such a sanctuary could they scarcely avoid the onslaught of the external storm. In terms of their power, they were formidable enough to obliterate a planet. Yet, the storms were generated by the planet's movement, with a force capable of tearing everything apart. Even they could not endure it for long. Simply put, any object, no matter how resilient, would be crushed under the tempest's relentless fury, which explained the barren and pockmarked surface of the planet. This is not the most terrifying aspect. What truly instills fear is that this climate phenomenon occurs every 12 months, lasting approximately 4 to 6 months. Take a moment to rest, Broly. I shall take over from here. Paragus holds a deep concern for Broly, for despite his extraordinary strength, he remains but a child, collecting resources, transporting supplies, and now organizing the materials. Without the onslaught of a storm, this task is quite manageable for Paragus. After all, he possesses a combat power exceeding 3,000 points. In the vast expanse of the universe, a spacecraft is hurtling through the void at an alarming velocity, heading resolutely toward a specific destination. Without a doubt, this spacecraft belongs to Tallet. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days have elapsed. Within the confines of the spacecraft, a tense situation is unfolding. As the departure time has long since passed, Tallet has begun to take action. Are you certain about this, little Tallet? If you proceed with destruction, not only will we lose the ability to utilize the detectors, but we will also be deprived of our communication functions. Should we find ourselves in peril, we will be unable to send out a distress signal. In the cockpit, As Tallet disassembles the combat power detector and meticulously dismantles the modules on the circuit board with delicate tools, Aunt Gine expresses her anxiety. After all, the combat power detector has become an essential item, an indispensable tool relied upon by all users. The loss of such a fundamental function would render the majority of users as if they had lost their sight. To put it simply, it would be akin to a smartphone suddenly becoming inoperable, unable to make or receive calls, incapable of being located, and devoid of internet access. Such a device, aside from being held and occasionally used for trivial calculations, would serve little purpose. Aunt Gine, I have mentioned before that this is also an instruction from Uncle Bardock. There are many things he has chosen not to disclose to you, fearing it would cause you distress. It has been 10 days since we departed from Planet Vegeta, and we have reached a relatively safe distance. Thus, I must commence the actions we agreed upon with Uncle Bardock. Tallet continues his work while responding. In recent days, particularly as he prepares to unveil his plans, Tallet has attributed all his actions to Bardock's directives. Everything is a command from Uncle Bardock, and thus it is not his concern. He is merely ensuring safety and following instructions. However, this seems rather hasty. Without a communicator, how will Bardock be able to contact us? Aunt Gine wishes to intervene but finds herself powerless to do so. She trusts that Tallet would not deceive her. Since it is Bardock's idea, it must be executed. Rest assured, Aunt Gine, I will not destroy the module for receiving messages. We will simply be unable to communicate with others or be located, Tallet assures her. In saying this, it was merely to placate Gine. However, in reality, it only serves to receive messages akin to mass communications. After all, the positioning module has been dismantled, leaving the detector in a state of both existence and non-existence. While it cannot actively locate, its serial number remains on the host's list. This was precisely the aspect that left Tallet in disbelief upon discovering this technology. Logically, it should not be the case, yet it undeniably was. Well then, you ought to be cautious, he advised. Upon hearing this, Gine finally quieted down. In less than half an hour, Tallet completed the modifications on Gine's combat power detector. Only after confirming that no other functions were compromised did Gine let out a sigh of relief. Actually, Aunt Gine, you need not be so anxious. Even if it were to malfunction, it would not be a calamity. Once I finish all the modifications, I shall teach you and Celery a method to control your own aura and strength. Mastering this technique will not only enhance your power, but also enable you to sense and pinpoint your targets, discerning their strength and whether they pose a threat to you. As Tallet continued to adjust Celery's combat power detector, Gine found herself astonished once more. Little Tallet, where did you acquire such skills? Not only can you modify the detector, but you also possess this capability. Bardock cannot do such things, she inquired. Tallet nodded, realizing there was no need for concealment any longer. He then demonstrated his aura control ability. In truth, I have always concealed my strength. Now, I shall reveal my full potential. Aunt Gine, you may once again check my combat power value with the detector. At Tallet's words, coupled with the sudden shift in his aura, Gine was taken aback, prompting her to activate the combat power detector once more. Beep, 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 it signaled. Combat power index, 1,200 points. As the detector displayed Tallet's combat power, Gine was left speechless in astonishment. 1,200 points of combat power? Is this the method you spoke of for controlling aura and strength? You managed to deceive even the combat power detector? Does Bardock know? Gine pressed relentlessly. For a Saiyan who was entirely unversed in such matters, this ability was nothing short of extraordinary. While one could manipulate the intensity of their power, the combat power detector was still capable of detecting their true values, as it was with other beings. Yet, Tallet had achieved complete concealment. Uncle Bardock remains unaware of this. I must apologize to you all, as I have been misleading you regarding this matter. Furthermore, I have long known that Frieza intended to target our Saiyan race. I was even aware that King Vegeta was monitoring us. Thus, I have consistently hidden my training and concealed my strength. As he spoke these words, Tallet dared not meet Gine's gaze, appearing engrossed in dismantling the combat power detector, though internally, he felt somewhat unsettled. This has always been his inner turmoil, concealed within him for so long. Now, seizing this opportunity to voice his feelings, he experiences a profound sense of relief. Upon hearing this, Gine was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that Tallet's thoughts could be so mature, so deeply contemplative, and so insightful, in stark contrast to her own ignorance. The 5-year-old Tallet appeared to embody the essence of adulthood, shouldering burdens akin to those carried by Bardock. After a prolonged silence, neither Tallet nor Gine uttered a word, and the atmosphere became palpably still. Just as Tallet resolved to articulate his thoughts, he suddenly became aware of the warmth emanating from Gine's body as she enveloped him from behind. The sensation was warm and familiar, yet distinct from past embraces. Talot realized that Aunt Gine had always perceived him as a child. Now she understood the burdens he had silently borne, a recognition she should have made sooner, which would have spared him from solitude. It seemed that Bardock had discerned this as well, hence entrusting all arrangements to him. Gine's gentle words provided Talot with a sense of calm, dispelling his earlier apprehensions. Bardock, indeed, had noticed such intricate details and had mentioned to Gine that he would heed Talot's directives. As expected, during their farewell, Bardock's gaze toward him hinted at something deeper, a realization that Talot should have anticipated. He inhaled deeply. Gine embraced Talot for an extended moment, assuring him that he need not carry such burdens alone and that he could share any pressures with her. In her eyes, he was akin to Raditz and Kakarot. All considered her sons. Her heartfelt sentiments caused Talot to tremble slightly. In both this life and the last, Gine had imparted a profound maternal love upon him. Understanding this, he felt compelled to share certain matters with her. Once he completed the modifications to the power level detector, he intended to upgrade some equipment on the spaceship. Only then would they truly be safe. With his inner turmoil resolved, Talot felt unencumbered. Gine remained by Talot's side, her face radiating maternal affection, unable to conceal her delight. It seemed that Talot had genuinely opened up to her, deepening their bond. Time passed swiftly, and within a couple of hours, through skilled operation, Talot successfully modified all power level detectors of Solari's reserves. After confirming that their detection functions remained intact, Solari emerged from the resting quarters, yawning and rubbing her eyes. Talot, brother, Aunt Gine, have you not rested? The novelty of space travel waned, leaving behind monotony. Beyond eating and sleeping, their activities were confined to simple training within the limited confines of the spaceship. Entertainment was nearly non-existent, except for the rudimentary games that Talot had crafted from his past memories, such as cards and board games. You've grown increasingly lazy these past 2 days, Solari. You've slept almost 20 hours this time, Talot teased. Upon realizing the duration of her slumber and being playfully chided by Talot, Solari's cheeks flushed. I simply didn't rest well before, hence the excessive sleep, she stammered. Is that so? Of course it is. All right. Solari is a girl, Talot. You should give her some space, Gine interjected, easing Solari's embarrassment. As Solari approached the workbench, she noticed a multitude of parts and fragments strewn about, along with the power level detectors, raising her suspicion. Talot, brother, have you disassembled the power level detectors? Talot nodded, briefly explaining the situation, emphasizing safety and the need to avoid surveillance. Unbeknownst to him, these simple words amplified Solari's fondness for him. Gine, observing Solari's unabashed closeness to Talot, smiled broadly, reminiscing about her own efforts to connect with Bardock in the past. Back then, she had exerted considerable effort to approach him, ultimately melting his heart, which had been so oblivious to matters of love. In Gine's eyes, Talot was exceptionally talented and intelligent, yet, in matters of emotion, he seemed even more naive than Bardock. So, Talot brother's actual combat power is 1,200 points. How impressive, Solari exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In response to such praise, Talot remained humble, recognizing his own limitations. I'm not that remarkable. I merely advanced quickly after mastering the techniques of energy cultivation. He attributed his success to the art of energy training. Having expressed some of his suppressed thoughts, Talot found himself more open with Gine and Solari, no longer hesitating or leaving conversations unfinished. He no longer felt the weight of past concealments or fears. After completing the modifications to the power level detector, he proceeded to upgrade the spaceship. This task was inherently more complex, yet with the aid of blueprints, Talot had already marked the locations of the modules, allowing him to eliminate potential hazards with ease. Ultimately, he reset the spaceship systems, erasing all records. During this phase, a self-checking procedure was implemented. However, due to the absence of certain modules, the system nearly failed to recover. Startling Tallet. The sudden onset of anxiety felt eerily reminiscent of the approach of death. Yet, Tallet was, in truth, unfamiliar with the sensation of dying. In that fleeting moment, his mind went blank, and cold sweat poured down, making him feel as though he were on the brink of death. Having completed all necessary actions, Tallet finally experienced a profound sense of freedom. Subsequently, he began to formally explain some foolproof details to Gine and Solari. naturally leading to a discussion on the cultivation of qi. After all, he had previously resolved to impart this knowledge to them. Had it not been for the extraordinary nature of the teachings, which could attract undue attention and peril, Tallet would have shared this wisdom with Bardock much earlier. Over the years, his low profile has rendered him averse to taking any risks. Now, liberated from the clutches that bound him, he has begun to act with unrestrained audacity. As for the method of harnessing energy, Tallet has adopted the technique imparted by Son Gohan to Videl and Son Goten during the latter part of the original series, specifically in the saga of Majin Buu. His own successful mastery of energy was also achieved through this very approach. It is undeniable that Son Gohan is a genius for devising such a method. However, it is possible that his ingenuity is influenced by his education under Piccolo. Reflecting on the earlier stages of the original work, it is evident that the true attainment of energy cultivation began with Son Goku's ascent to the Heavenly Temple. Prior to that, although martial artists on Earth had undergone significant experiences and gained insights, even being capable of unleashing energy attacks, they merely utilized their own strength effectively. Thus commenced the training of Gine and Sealer, who remain unaware that such training will be transformative for their futures. As an observer and participant alike, Tallet has also embarked on his own journey of cultivation. In fact, over the past 10 days, he has consistently practiced harnessing energy. Otherwise, his combat power would not have risen from 1170 to 1200 points. Indeed, during the intensive training with Bardock a few days prior, Tallet's strength significantly improved. Yet his actual combat power index has only increased by a mere 20 points. In these past 10 days, a mere increase of 30 points may seem insignificant. Yet it is sufficient to bring joy to Tallet. For having truly embarked on the path of cultivation, even the slightest progress signifies advancement. As Tallet's strength grew, he became acutely aware of a crucial realization. If he refrained from practicing and solidifying his power, even if his combat prowess reached a certain threshold, neglecting training would inevitably lead to a decline in his abilities. The numerical values are indeed mutable. Furthermore, after experiencing several substantial breakthroughs in combat power, Tallet comprehended that unless one encounters a transformative insight or an epiphany, even if there is a loosening of boundaries leading to a breakthrough, the enhancement would not be exceedingly significant. As for engaging in alternative forms of cultivation, presently, aside from refining his qi, Tallet found himself unable to pursue any other practices. After all, the activity space within the medium-sized spaceship is rather limited. Even for a solitary individual, vigorous exercise feels cramped, let alone accommodating 3 people. Interestingly, Tallet had contemplated the idea of installing gravity equipment within the spaceship. Such an addition would facilitate rudimentary gravity training under heightened gravitational conditions. Even performing simple push-ups or sit-ups could yield substantial benefits for his physique. Alas, despite his aspirations, the endeavor remains unfeasible. In this era, individuals may aspire to enhance their abilities and maintain their peak condition, yet they predominantly rely on the formidable strength bestowed by their innate genetics. Even if scientists could devise devices to manipulate gravity, they would scarcely consider their application in the realm of cultivation. In summary, the times have changed, and so have the prevailing notions. Tallet is now intent on instilling the concept of strengthening through cultivation in Gine and Cellari, as it is essential for their growth. Although Gine and Cellari possess immense strength, rendering them virtually invincible on Earth, it remains insufficient. They must at least acquire the capability for self-preservation. Beyond that, Tallet does not impose any further expectations. Time flows ceaselessly during the extensive voyage through the cosmos. Having a purpose and engaging in novel experiences alleviates the tedium for Gine and Cellari. They could easily enter a state of hibernation. Yet Tallet refrains from this course of action, for if they were to sleep, he would remain alone. For the average Saiyan, journeys are typically undertaken in solitary spacecraft, with the majority of cosmic travel spent in slumber. The blink of an eye encompasses the entirety of the voyage. On the 3rd day, Gine was the first to perceive the presence of energy and successfully learned to control her energy within a defined range. Cellari, however, lagged behind Gine, possibly due to age or differences in strength. Gine possessed a combat power of 600 points, while Cellari, in comparison, made more apparent errors by treating comprehension as a forceful exertion, focusing excessively on techniques rather than on intuitive understanding, which hindered her progress. Finally, on the 5th day, under Tallet's meticulous guidance, she was able to sense the tangible existence of energy and achieve basic control. Was this slow? Not at all. In fact, it was extraordinarily impressive. Considering the disparities between this era and future advancements, Gine and Solari's rapid attunement and ability to exert control stemmed from their pure intentions and the inherent strength of Saiyans, which allowed them a remarkable efficiency in utilizing their power. After cultivating their energy, their abilities significantly improved, and their capabilities far exceeded those of their former selves. In combat, they naturally became stronger, though the confined space limited their ability to spar. Nevertheless, they could now easily regulate their combat power levels, and with a simple instruction, Gine and Solari could reduce their combat power to below 100 points. Time swiftly passes, and 2 months have elapsed since their departure from Planet Vegeta. In the Dasa star system, the planet Ayun, the sixth massive celestial body orbiting a blazing star, is home to 11 other planets, all revolving around this sun. However, apart from Ayun, the remaining planets, despite having atmospheres, are lifeless. As a brilliant beam of light streaked through the cosmos from a distant galaxy, it shattered the tranquility. The light halted upon reaching the outer atmosphere of Ayun, revealing the form of a spacecraft, which soon pierced through the atmosphere and landed on this vast primordial planet. Undoubtedly, this spacecraft carried Tallet, Solari, and Gine. After 2 months of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. The ship chose to land on a flat-topped mountain, and as the hatch slowly opened, Tallet, Gine, and Solari stepped out in succession. The sensation of solid ground beneath their feet was exhilarating. They were finally free from the confines of the cramped vessel. After exiting, Solari stretched her body, releasing the pent-up frustration of being confined within the spacecraft. The air was fresh, and the climate warm. This planet was more primitive than she had envisioned. Perhaps they had landed in the heart of a primordial forest? Having accompanied her comrades on numerous planetary invasions, Gine quickly began to assess various factors. According to the data, Ayun's environment should largely resemble this. With no technological advancements and no environmental pollution, the vegetation flourished, and the sizes of the species were indeed astonishing. Tallet echoed Gine's observations, equally captivated by Ayun's wonders. Even with prior knowledge, witnessing it firsthand was truly breathtaking. With no visible animals in sight, the towering trees and lush undergrowth created an environment where an ordinary person could easily become lost. To describe it simply, it felt as though they had entered a realm of giants. Tallet's perception of energy expanded, revealing a vast radius of several hundred miles around him. Countless life forces entered his awareness, each unique and previously unfelt. It seemed that Ayun was even more perilous than he had anticipated. The intelligence provided might have been flawed, as the combat power of the most dangerous species undoubtedly exceeded 400 to 500 points. Among the energy signatures he sensed, several registered combat powers of 500 points. And to the northwest, 300 miles away, an exceptionally potent energy signature likely reached 600 to 700 points. Muttering to himself, Tallet informed Gine and Solari of his findings, ensuring they understood that their arrival on this planet did not guarantee absolute safety. Indeed, they possessed sufficient strength to survive on this planet, but conquering it would be nearly impossible with their current capabilities, unless they could transform into great apes during a full moon, granting them a fleeting opportunity for effective invasion. However, even if the transformation lasted a considerable time, given the planet's size, a continuous month of transformation would likely be inadequate. The scarcity of forces made the prospect of invasion without a time limit implausible. Even with Tallet's combat power reaching 1,300 points after rigorous energy cultivation, it would still take at least a year to traverse every corner of the planet. However, even if he could explore Ayun, conquering it would remain unfeasible. In simple terms, with his solitary strength, unless his power surged dramatically in the near future, achieving thousands of points within a year, the prospect of eradicating all resistance on this planet was exceedingly daunting. Such formidable combat power, coupled with its abundance, suggested that Ayun was not a typical medium planet. It likely fell within the lower tier of high-tier planets. Although Gine had also cultivated her energy and could sense the general situation, she still habitually relied on a combat power detector for precise readings. As she observed the alarming data displayed on the device, cold sweat formed on her forehead. "I fear that someone wishes for our demise," she pondered. Tallet speculated, "When Uncle Bardock registered us, he did not mention the source of the intelligence regarding this planet." Gine's expression shifted at his words. "Are you suggesting that Bardock was deceived?" Taro nodded thoughtfully and responded, "If Uncle Bardock merely intended to train me, there would be no need to conceal such information. The only one capable of orchestrating this must be the king of our Saiyan clan. Taro continued. Are you suggesting that King Vegeta secretly altered the intelligence regarding this planet and then relayed it to Bardock through others, with the intention of leading us to our demise here? But why? As lower-class warriors, we have always been loyal to King Vegeta. Gine, perplexed, countered. It is about power and authority. Uncle Bardock is immensely formidable, with a combat power exceeding 10,000. Moreover, his increasing prestige must have posed a threat to King Vegeta's position, much like how Frieza perceives us Saiyans as a threat and seeks to eliminate us. Taro elucidated. King Vegeta possesses no tolerance for those who threaten him. He will annihilate anyone, regardless of who they are. He recalled a fan comic from his previous life, which depicted King Vegeta having a son named Reg, born with a combat power of 50,000. Out of fear of being overshadowed, King Vegeta exiled him to a distant planet early on. Of course, this was merely a tale from an alternate narrative, and Taro could not ascertain its validity in this reality, but it certainly showcased King Vegeta's narrow-mindedness. Taro, do you think it's possible you're overthinking this? Raditz is still fighting alongside Prince Vegeta, and Bardock has never defied King Vegeta's orders, Gine remarked, displaying her intelligence. Indeed, Taro had contemplated this notion himself and secretly hoped it was merely his imagination. Yet, some matters prompted an unsettling contemplation. Let us hope so. In any case, we are not under surveillance at present, Taro affirmed. According to Taro's confidence, at least a month and a half ago, any data feedback from this spaceship would have indicated missing. In the vastness of space, being missing often implied the ship had been destroyed. The spaceship was well concealed and had activated robust protective measures. Unless subjected to a tremendous external force, it would not be easily damaged. Interestingly, Taro often lamented that despite the advanced alien technology and the formidable Frieza force, they could not even produce a simple space capsule. Meanwhile, on Earth, multifunctional capsules had begun to proliferate, becoming integral to various industries over the next decade. Let us proceed. All functions are operational. Should there be any extraordinary energy fluctuations within a 10-kilometer radius, we will receive immediate notification, Taro instructed Gine and Celery as they walked ahead. Having left Planet Vegeta for this new world, they were under absolute freedom. Regardless of the danger level this planet posed, they must venture forth. If they remained paralyzed by fear, all their preparations would be in vain. Perhaps I should stay behind? We only have one spaceship, and if it gets damaged, we will be stranded here. Gine expressed her excessive concern. Though her worries were not unfounded, they echoed Taro's greatest fears. Nevertheless, she was currently overly tense, primarily due to the unexpectedly high danger index of the Ayun planet. Fear not. This is merely a close reconnaissance. We shall not venture beyond 1,000 kilometers. When we undertake a more extensive exploration next time, I will employ my duplication ability, allowing the duplicate to remain here to safeguard the spaceship, Taro assured her. The duplication ability was Taro's sole solution. It was unnecessary to use it now since they were simply taking a brief excursion. Even if anomalies occurred near the spaceship, they could return swiftly. As for the duplication technique, it bore similarity to the Kaioken technique, or more closely, to the later magical clones used by Piccolo. Given Taro's current strength and his familiarity with this ability, creating a duplicate would require dividing at least 1/3 of his power, while it could be less. A minimal division would render the duplicate's combat prowess inadequate compared to his full strength. As for the duration of the duplicate's existence, it could last quite long as it did not engage in full-scale combat. You may ask why not use the seed of the cultivator? It's not that I do not wish to, but Bardock warned me that while these beings obey the commands of their planter, they can be ferocious. Without sufficient power to suppress them, they may turn against their master. Thus, not all Saiyans utilize them. Only those with a combat power above 2,000 or 3,000 dare to do so. Of course, Taro did not believe he would lose to the cultivators. However, as Bardock stated, if he had to fight to subdue them to follow his orders, they could escape once he departed. Moreover, they posed a substantial threat to Celery and Gine. Yet, the inability to use them now did not preclude future possibilities. At the very least, possessing such a tool represented strength, with a combat power potential of 1,200. That's amazing. Brother Taro, you can duplicate yourself? I want to learn too, Celery exclaimed. Captivated by Taro's mention of duplication, her curiosity piqued by anything novel. I'll teach you when we have the time. For now, you must continue refining your control over ki. Once your combat power surpasses 500, I will impart more skills, Taro replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Celery eagerly agreed. not even considering when she might break through to 500 combat power. In truth, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Currently boasting a combat power of 290, with further mastery over Ki, surpassing 300 was inevitable. In just a month and a half. A gain of 50 combat points may seem modest, but it was quite impressive. Cellari was only 5 years old, and she had merely been learning to control her Ki through Taro's guidance. Now, in this vast expanse, enhancing her combat power would be even simpler. As for Gine, her progress was even more remarkable, having reached 700 combat points, nearly matching Taro's capabilities. Naturally, Taro's advancement was more challenging due to his higher level of power, making further progress increasingly difficult. With their apprehensions set aside, the trio soared through the skies, employing the Saiyan flight technique. The sensation of soaring through the heavens granted the three of them an unparalleled liberation of spirit. After 2 months of traversing the cosmos, their negative emotions were finally resolved in this moment. They soared freely, unburdened by any worries. Even within Talot's heart, a thought began to take form that with their strength, they could remain on this planet for a lifetime and become its undisputed rulers. Talot and Gine, look over there. There are so many colossal beasts, exclaimed Sealer. Having spotted something during their flight, Talot and Gine followed Sealer's gaze, and an awe-inspiring scene unfolded before their eyes. In the distance, countless gigantic creatures were engaged in fierce combat for reasons unknown. Each beast was immensely large, the smallest among them measuring several meters. Are they fighting over territory? Or are they vying for something else? Gine pondered curiously. The scene is undeniably gruesome, yet as a Saiyan who has invaded other planets, Gine merely experiences a fleeting moment of shock. Even without direct involvement, she has witnessed far more brutal spectacles. The law of survival, where the weak are devoured by the strong and where natural selection prevails, applies universally wherever life exists. Tallet observes Gine, seemingly unfazed and even intrigued, and cannot help but reflect on this stark contrast. In contrast, Cellari cowers in fear behind her. The disparity between the two is striking. Thus, even Gine, in a certain sense, cannot be deemed a virtuous character. To put it succinctly, the concepts of good and evil are mere illusions in this world. It ultimately hinges on one's perspective regarding whether an objective is deemed beneficial or harmful. For Tallet, Gine is akin to family, thus he categorizes her as good. However, for the invaded and victimized, she represents absolute malevolence. The Saiyans are brutal, bloodthirsty, and mercilessly slaughter the innocent. Hence, when the protagonist, Son Goku, responds to Frieza with a profound statement, it awakens the world to the truth. It is precisely because the Saiyans indiscriminately kill the innocent that they face extinction. This world is indeed unforgiving. It is now evident that we find ourselves deep within a primordial forest, teeming with colossal beasts that render this place unsuitable for the inhabitants of Aoyun. Based on the information currently available, Tallet began to analyze the situation. Regarding Aoyun, we are utterly in the dark. The Aoyun people are reluctant to compete with these monstrous creatures for territory, which underscores their perilous nature compared to the Aoyun. All prior intelligence may be called into question. Henceforth, they must rely on their own efforts to uncover the truth. While it remains uncertain if the Aoyun resemble the reports, the absence of any encounters after traversing such a vast distance suggests two possibilities. Either the Aoyun do not inhabit this forest or continent at all, or they, much like we Saiyans, dwell in secluded areas of the planet, with the remainder dominated by these formidable beasts. Tallet began to grasp the rationale behind the directive to eliminate all species deemed a threat, rather than solely targeting the Aoyun. The true challenge lies with these formidable creatures. Gine nodded in agreement and added her perspective. Perhaps our limited observations, coupled with our rapid aerial movement, have prevented us from fully scanning the densely forested regions. It is also possible that venturing further may lead us to the forest's edge, revealing a world starkly different from this one. Upon hearing Gine's words, Tallet concurred. After all, sentient beings are fundamentally distinct from beasts. Setting aside the matter of the Aoyun, I find myself curious about the nature of this place. Gine, you and Cellari should exercise caution. I will approach to investigate further, Tallet remarked. The fierce battle among these colossal beasts, seemingly without reason, must indeed have a cause. In this primordial world, the only motives seem to be territorial disputes or conflicts between rival factions. However, given the diverse species of these titanic creatures, it is evident that there is no clear leader among them. Thus, another possibility arises, as Gine just speculated. Perhaps they are vying for something of great value. Tallet, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from taking risks. Such tumultuous events occurring upon your arrival to this planet compounded by the fact that they have already caught up with us, prompted Gine to instinctively offer a word of caution. It's all right. Even if each of these beasts possesses combat power in the range of 2 to 300, they cannot harm me. Furthermore, Aunt Gine, do not forget that my combat power is a formidable 1,300 points. While these beasts are indeed massive, their fighting capability is relatively insignificant to me. As these words were spoken, Tallet prepared to act when Sirari, standing nearby, appeared to have noticed something. Brother Tallet, Aunt Gine, look over there. Beside that giant serpent and the fearsome beast, there stands a peculiar tree. Sirari's observation diverted the attention of both Tallet and Gine, directing their gaze toward another area they had previously overlooked, which was littered with carcasses. Amidst the grotesque pile of mangled bodies, 100-meter-long white serpent and a fearsome beast several dozen meters in size were ruthlessly dispatching two approaching giants. A short distance away, a modest fruit tree stood resiliently. In the midst of this bloody battlefield, the once lush forest lay ravaged and desolate, yet this solitary fruit tree remained untainted by the surrounding carnage. Could it be that the two beasts are guarding this tree? The tree bore peculiar blood-colored fruits, which radiated a captivating aura under the sunlight. Is this a treasure? A rare gem of nature? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Tallet's mind. In this vast world, wonders abound. The fruits that incite such fierce competition among colossal beasts are surely not ordinary. It is likely that this conflict was instigated by the allure of the fruits on this tree. In the very next moment, Tallet surged forward with determination. Gine could hardly utter a word, while Sirari, pressing close to her, managed to warn, "Be careful, Brother Tallet." As he descended from the sky, drawing ever nearer, Tallet's mind brimmed with contemplation. Although he was well-versed in the narrative of the Dragon Ball universe, he found himself woefully unfamiliar with this world. For instance, while he believed he understood Earth and Planet Vegeta, the truth was that he remained oblivious to much beyond the original storyline. Ultimately, his grasp of this world was merely superficial. These fruits indeed possess an intriguing quality, compelling me to approach, as if my very instincts beckon me to partake of them. Astonished, Tallet soon found himself hovering above the fruit tree. The blood-colored fruits, visible to the naked eye, appeared to be absorbing the surrounding essence of blood, nourishing themselves and growing ever more plump. Had there not been an absence of any detectable aura, nor any alerts from his power detector, he might have suspected that the tree was sentient, alive. Is this the absorption of life energy? Are you the one controlling these gigantic beasts to provide nourishment for yourself? Or is it the allure you present that compels these colossal creatures to battle for your favor? With suspicion looming in his heart, Tallet continued to draw closer. At that moment, a vague memory surfaced in his mind, the spirit tree. Although this tree pales in comparison to the grandeur of the spirit tree, it remains noteworthy due to its similarity. Both are life energy absorbers, however, while the spirit tree draws sustenance from an entire planet. This tree merely siphons the life force of these behemoths. If it bears fruit akin to the spirit fruit, then perhaps this blood-red fruit could also enhance one's power. Tallet's heart began to race with anticipation. If that is the case, it would indeed be a fortunate find. Yet, caution must prevail. As he approached ever closer, focusing all his attention on the blood-red fruit, two sudden roars erupted, the tremendous upheaval generating a whirlwind that forced Tallet to halt his advance. Had they finally sensed me? Having previously overlooked my modest presence? He murmured, casting his gaze toward the gigantic serpent and the fearsome beast. As the battle power detector automatically registered their combat indices, giant serpent, 390 points. Fearsome beast, 380 points. With combat power below 400 points, they posed no threat to him, aside from their imposing size and intimidation factor. At this moment, the scene was profoundly terrifying. Tallet, a mere 5-year-old child standing at about 1.3 meters tall, appeared akin to an ant before the colossal serpent and the fearsome beast. Logically, one would expect Tallet to feel fear. However, he exhibited no trepidation. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. Perhaps it was the inherent warrior gene of the Saiyan lineage that rendered him immune to fear. Of course, this alone was insufficient. The confidence derived from his own combat power of 1,300 points fortified his resolve. Roar. A whoa. The deafening roars resonated. The storm generated merely by their vocalizations seemed capable of toppling everything in its path. Yet, for Tallet, it merely provided a momentary respite, lacking any lethal force. Unbeknownst to them, do they not realize how foul their breath is? Pinching his nose, he found this to be their greatest offense. Indeed, this enormous creature, reminiscent of prehistoric behemoths, wielded its formidable fangs as one of its primary weapons during combat, primarily subsisting on the consumption of raw flesh. Thus, it came as no surprise that the noxious fumes expelled from its mouth were accompanied by an indescribable stench that permeated its entire being. When confronted by Talot, the colossal serpent appeared utterly unprepared for the presence of such a minuscule life form, one so small that it was barely visible to its predatory gaze. Without hesitation, it lashed out with its massive tail, casting a shadow over Talot's petite frame. However, despite the intimidating appearance of the attack, it possessed little actual force and was executed with a sluggish speed. Talot deftly evaded this assault with a graceful turn. Observing Talot's nimbleness, the fearsome beast was taken aback. Yet it did not falter. It lunged forward, intent on crushing Talot with a single bite. But the task was far from simple. Talot, rather than retreating, boldly raised a hand to brace against the beast's upper fangs, while positioning his feet upon its lower fangs. No matter how fiercely the creature exerted its strength, it could not budge Talot in the slightest. It became evident that sheer size did not equate to unassailable power. With a moment of contemplation, Talot lifted his other hand, channeling energy into a radiant orb of light. With a resounding pop, the luminous sphere launched forth, penetrating the creature's throat. In an instant, the beast's eyes widened in disbelief, its body writhing in unimaginable agony as it let out a series of tormented roars. Ultimately, as Talot withdrew from the creature's gaping maw, a thunderous explosion erupted within its being. The once mighty beast, measuring dozens of meters in length, was obliterated, its form disintegrating into a grotesque amalgam of flesh and blood. The scene was a gruesome spectacle beyond description. Nearby, the serpent's round eyes widened in shock. With the demise of the fearsome beast, it grew increasingly vigilant. Talot faced it, poised for its next move. Initially, he had no intention of engaging them. However, having been provoked and threatened with death, the serpent now had to prepare for its own demise. Such is the cruel law of nature, the survival of the fittest. With a fierce roar, imbued with the stench of blood, the serpent launched another attack. Yet, unlike the fearsome beast, it exhibited a degree of cunning. Recognizing that Talot was not to be trifled with, it coiled its massive body around Talot before unleashing a sweeping strike with its tail. Despite the serpent's intellect, its efforts were ultimately futile. Having endured 2 assaults, Talot decided that if the serpent was unwilling to retreat, it would face the full force of his might. Channeling his energy into a powerful punch, he confronted the incoming tail. With a resounding thud, his fist met the serpent's appendage, shattering it into a cascade of flesh and blood that scattered through the air. The serpent's anguished cries echoed as its massive form convulsed, reeling from the loss of its tail amidst the carnage. Perceiving the impending threat to the blood-red fruit tree, Talot acted swiftly, unleashing an energy wave that extinguished the serpent's life. With both the serpent and the fearsome beast vanquished, the thick scent of blood was absorbed by the blood-red fruit tree, creating an eerie tableau. Meanwhile, the absence of these formidable foes incited other massive beasts, their minds clouded by greed, to abandon their conflicts and rush forward en masse. This scene left Talot in a state of astonishment. If my conjectures are accurate, this colossal serpent and the fearsome beast are the guardians of this fruit tree. They were on the verge of consuming the fruit, only to be slain by me. Thus, the intimidation factor for other monstrous creatures has been nullified. Without hesitation, Talot made the simplest of deductions and swiftly descended before the fruit tree. Standing 20 meters tall, one might deem this tree imposing, and indeed it is. However, in comparison to other trees, it appears rather diminutive. Hovering before the sanguine fruit, Talot exerted control over his body, steadfast in his resolve, impervious to the primal desires that sought to sway him, even if it could augment his strength. He would not consume this enigmatic entity without comprehending the magnitude of the risks involved. Should it be toxic, or worse, possess the capability to manipulate one's mind, he could very well find himself reduced to a mindless husk. Therefore, it was imperative to procure the fruit for subsequent analysis using the detection instruments aboard his spacecraft. To ascertain whether any records existed regarding this fruit within the stored data, or to conduct biological trials. The Frieza Force, the predecessor of the Kurdish army, had dominated the galaxy for countless years, and thus possessed extensive data on flora and fauna from various planets. Although comprehensive intelligence on the Aoyun star system was lacking, many celestial bodies, despite their diverse species, were certain resemblances. However, considering the sheer size of this fruit and the quantity present, how would he transport it back? With one hand resting on his chin and the other clasped across his chest, Talot pondered. He certainly could not uproot the tree and carry it away. Before long, the sounds of roars and tremors reached his ears, signaling the approach of more colossal beasts. Yet, this time, he need not intervene, for Gine and Cellari had arrived, having dealt with the serpent and the fearsome beast on his behalf, and thus vanquished the three bizarre creatures that drew near. Did I not instruct you to remain above? It is far too perilous, Aunt Gine, Cellari, Talot expressed. The colossal beasts here pose a significant threat. However, their formidable strength renders them no danger to him. Gine possesses considerable power, sufficient to crush beasts with battle prowess of 200 to 300, yet Cellari falls short. Her strength is inadequate to easily confront these giants. Should she be besieged or subjected to a relentless barrage of attacks, her life would be in jeopardy. This is a matter of concern for your safety, Gine remarked. Fear not, Brother Tallet. My strength is quite formidable as well. I can at least ensure my own safety and will not hinder you, and Aunt Gine, Cellari replied, clearly understanding Tallet's intent. With her assurance and the absence of her initial trepidation, Tallet reigned in his excessive protective instincts. The Saiyans possess remarkable adaptability, often. A single experience can lead to significant growth. Perhaps witnessing him effortlessly vanquish the colossal serpent and fearsome beasts, remaining unfazed by the gruesome carnage, served as an unintentional catalyst for Cellari. So this is the fruit in question. No wonder it seemed familiar, Gine suddenly exclaimed, catching Tallet off guard. Aunt Gine, do you recognize this fruit? Tallet asked, astonished, as a glimmer of surprise danced across Gine's features. It was evident that this crimson fruit held considerable value. Though I cannot recall its precise name, I am certain it is the same fruit that Bardock and I have consumed. Tallet, it seems we have stumbled upon something truly remarkable, Gine expressed with palpable excitement. Upon hearing that Gine and Bardock had eaten it, Tallet's lingering doubts and concerns dissipated entirely. At the very least, it posed no toxic threat, would not impair one's intellect, and there was no risk of parasitic control. Otherwise, Gine would not have made such a statement or exhibited such enthusiasm. Tallet chose not to interrupt Gine's reminiscence. Encouraged by Gine's words, Cellari boldly approached. If Aunt Gine and Uncle Bardock have eaten it, then can we truly consume this fruit? May I partake, Brother Tallet? Let us first allow Aunt Gine to finish her account. There is no rush. Tallet gently grasped Cellari's hand to pause her eagerness. This girl can indeed be quite audacious at times. Very well, Tallet interjected, prompting Cellari to reluctantly retract her hand. Her instincts urged her to consume the crimson fruit, as if doing so would yield immense benefits. It's all right, Tallet. This fruit is edible, and not only does it have the power to heal injuries, but it can also enhance one's combat abilities. Reflecting on it, this memory dates back quite some time. During my youth, I accompanied Bardock on an off-world mission, and we stumbled upon this fruit. Driven by instinct, we indulged in it, only to discover that not only did our hunger dissipate, but our strength also surged. Regrettably, we found but a solitary fruit tree on that planet, bearing only a scant few fruits. Upon realizing the fruit's effects, Bardock and I even contemplated cultivating the tree on Planet Vegeta, yet our efforts culminated in failure. The reason being that the fruit contained no seeds, and once harvested, the tree withered away almost instantaneously. Gine shared the knowledge she possessed, subsequently expressing her surprise that such a fruit tree would exist on the Ayun planet. This revelation led Tallet to understand that the blood fruit was indeed akin to the fruit of the spirit tree. Nature is truly wondrous and enigmatic. One wonders if there are other such trees on the Ayun planet aside from this one. Tallet mused, if there is one, perhaps there could be two. Unless, of course, this was merely a seed left behind by an extraterrestrial race that happened upon this planet during their supply run, which subsequently germinated into this fruit-bearing tree. Tallet was unaware that he was tantalizingly close to the truth. His thoughts were constrained, limiting him to this singular deduction. In reality, the fruit tree was far from an ordinary entity, not something that could naturally arise on just any planet. Much like the spirit tree's fruit, these fruits were delicacies meant solely for the divine, belonging to the realm of the forbidden. The appearance of this fruit tree on various planets is indeed a serendipitous occurrence. Much like the one before Tallet, which was carelessly discarded here by the god of destruction, Beerus, hundreds of years ago after he had taken a bite. Thus, the tree we see now sprouted from the seeds contained within the original fruit, leading to the emergence of this second generation of fruit and even a third. The fruit consumed by Gine and Bardock is merely a descendant of that lineage, devoid of seeds, thus rendering artificial cultivation impossible. Can we eat it? Cellari, standing nearby, had already succumbed to temptation. As Gine concluded her explanation, her gluttonous demeanor emerged, rendering her particularly endearing. Knowing the fruit's significance, it was only natural to partake. However, with at least 20 to 30 fruits present, it was impractical to devour them all at once. Even if they could consume them, it would be wasteful to squander the fruit's potential. Tallet interjected, emphasizing that while eating was indeed permissible, the pressing concern lay in how to transport them all. Those fruits, each the size of a basketball, would prove challenging to carry. 3 individuals could barely manage to take away less than half. Moreover, colossal beasts were advancing towards their location. Once again halted, Celery displayed no irritation. She was obedient enough, wholly compliant with Tallet's directives. Gine comprehended Tallet's intentions. What if I returned to pilot the spaceship to retrieve the fruits? Tallet's eyes lit up at this suggestion, as he had not considered this approach. Then I must rely on you, and Gine. Celery, you should return as well. I will remain here to guard the fruits, he declared. Gine nodded in agreement, then reluctantly took Celery's hand. As the two departed, Tallet's gaze sharpened, sensing the imminent approach of the monstrous beasts. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full aura. A formidable 1,300 battle power erupting in an overwhelming display of might, exuding an immense intimidation factor. In this region, the colossal beasts, consumed by an insatiable greed for the sanguine fruits, stood frozen in place, hesitant to make a move. However, the allure of the blood-red fruits proved too irresistible. While the majority of the weaker giants remained motionless, those of formidable strength paused only for a brief moment before recklessly charging forward, willing to risk their lives. Roar. A massive creature, reminiscent of a mountain in size and bearing a striking resemblance to Godzilla, surged towards Talot from 100 meters to his right, trampling everything in its path, obliterating the corpses of the fallen, and reducing the once chaotic forest to mere rubble. A cursory assessment revealed that its presence was far beyond that of an ordinary beast. The combat power detector emitted an alert, indicating that this behemoth possessed a staggering combat strength of 600 points, one of the formidable auras he had sensed earlier. Such a formidable beast poses a cataclysmic threat to both Gine and Celery. However, before Talot, it is merely of moderate strength. The most powerful creatures always make their entrance last. Their initial absence serves to allow the weaker giants to engage in mutual destruction, ultimately allowing the strongest to reap the benefits. Talot remained unfazed by the intimidating presence of this colossal creature. With a thunderous roar, the beast swiftly approached. Seemingly disregarding him entirely, its sole focus fixated upon the crimson fruit. With a single bite, would one not swallow the entire tree? Seeking death. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Talot's eyes. As his breath surged, energy coalesced in his hand, controlled by his will. He raised his hand, and with a swift motion, a golden wave of energy erupted forth, striking the colossal beast directly. Boom. The explosion resounded, shaking the earth. As flames soared into the sky, the once fearsome creature, charging forward with ferocity, was instantly reduced to fragments, a mist of blood filling the air. The apex predator was annihilated in an instant, and Talot realized the immense power of the energy wave he had unleashed with nearly all his strength. This scene thoroughly instilled dread in the colossal beasts that still dared to vie for the crimson fruits. Some of them, initially charging forward, abruptly halted in their tracks, nearly losing control due to the terrifying explosion. One beast, resembling a lion-tiger hybrid, managed to stop but was subsequently knocked down by another approaching creature, tumbling to the ground not far from Talot. Fear permeated the heart of the lion-tiger beast, sending chills down its spine as it retreated swiftly, akin to a child attempting to conceal a misdeed. Simultaneously, terror spread among the other beasts. When temptation looms large enough, it can indeed conquer fear. However, when fear becomes overwhelming, no allure can retain its charm. The effect of intimidation had taken hold. Talot stood in the air, arms crossed, exuding an aura of invincibility. Within that diminutive form, an immensely terrifying pressure radiated. Whoever dared to approach would meet their demise. Talot had never been one to show mercy. No. Even if he were inclined to compassion, it would depend on the individual. Those who infringed upon his interests would find themselves at odds with him. The law of the jungle dictates that the strong prevail over the weak. This world is inherently cruel. Thus, time passed inexorably. Before long, Gine returned in the spacecraft to Talot's side. Following their prearranged plan, they harvested all the crimson fruits from the tree, placing them meticulously into the spacecraft. The vessel, already modest in size, was now filled to capacity with 24 massive fruits, rendering the already confined space even tighter. However, this was of little concern. The value of these fruits far outweighed the cramped quarters. Moreover, Being on this planet allowed them to move about freely, unlike the constraints of prolonged space travel. Once all the fruits were harvested, Talot observed the tree with his own eyes as it withered at a visible pace, just as Gine had foretold. The tree existed to nurture the fruits, serving as a conduit for nourishment. Yet, this was merely superficial. In Talot's view, the fruits bestowed meaning upon the tree's existence. Essentially, as long as the fruits remained, the tree could endure. Once the fruits were plucked, the tree lost its purpose, much like a person stripped of value and rendered unnecessary. With a reflective sigh, Talot, accompanied by Cellari and Gine, reboarded the spacecraft. The colossal beasts could only lie prostrate, their eyes wide as they watched Talot and his companions depart. This brutal slaughter has, for them, come to a conclusion. Otherwise, they would have continued to fight over the ownership of the blood-red fruit. Within the spacecraft, Talot skillfully maneuvered the vessel to maintain a steady and uniform course, until he discovered another location more suitable for landing. In this tranquil valley, nature flourishes with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, where meandering rivers and a modest waterfall grace the landscape. It is difficult to conceive of such a paradisiacal haven nestled within a primordial forest unless witnessed firsthand. To the astonishment of Talot and his companions, they discovered a remarkably vast wooden cabin. Though rudimentary in design, the structure boasts an impressive robustness. Despite being overtaken by vegetation and cloaked in dust, indicative of years of abandonment, it remains surprisingly uncorrupted. Undoubtedly, it was constructed by the lost Alien people. Otherwise, such a grand edifice would not have been necessary. Before this imposing cabin, Talot and his companions appeared diminutive, akin to small creatures. Having assessed the surroundings and confirmed the absence of any peril, Talot suggested they temporarily settle here to recuperate for a few days and partake of the blood fruit. There was no dissent from Gine, nor from Cellari. In truth, since their departure, Talot had been instilling in them the notion that the concept of invasion was of little consequence. This subtle transformation led both Gine and Cellari to feel that their purpose was not to invade and conquer this planet. They extracted the blood fruit from the spacecraft. Under the sunlight, the fruits once again shimmered with a unique luster. A total of 24 blood fruits were present, perfectly allowing 3 individuals to each partake of 8. Of course, the effectiveness would ultimately depend on whether one could endure the limits. With the intention of leading by example, Talot instinctively resolved not to let Gine and Cellari take any risks. Crunch, crunch. With no initial reservations, as the blood-red fruit's flesh entered his mouth, a refreshing sensation coursed through him. The taste was sweet, reminiscent of strawberries, yet vastly larger in size. The flavor lingered delightfully, leaving a fragrant essence in his mouth after consuming the flesh. This sensation? How extraordinary! A chill spread throughout his entire being. An enchanting experience that left Talot yearning for more. It was no wonder his body craved this. It was a true purification, a fortification. Without further hesitation, Talot quickly devoured the fruit, aware that the flesh would soon be absorbed by his body. If he paused, that refreshing sensation would dissipate swiftly. With a massive fruit consumed, Talot closed his eyes to savor the moment. Until the chill completely faded, a powerful warmth erupted within him. Strength had surged. His body had been enhanced. Activating the combat power detector, Talot witnessed his battle index soar from 1,300 points to 1,500 points. 1,500 points. This was the level of strength possessed by Raditz at the beginning of Z. Just from consuming a single fruit, his combat power had increased by 200 points. The intensity of this enhancement is such that it is no wonder that those colossal beasts yearn for it to such an extent. Consuming a single fruit is sufficient to forge a beast of the dominion level of the Alien planet. Observing that Talot remained unresponsive, Gine and Cellari were filled with both curiosity and concern. "Talot, are you all right?" Gine inquired. Cellari followed suit, expressing her worry. "Are you okay, Talot brother?" Talot shook his head, then smiled. "This blood fruit indeed amplifies strength and fortifies the body. My combat power has now reached 1,500 points." Upon hearing this, both Gine and Cellari gasped in astonishment. "Is it truly so? I recall that when Bardock and I consumed the fruit, our power only increased by approximately 100 points. Gine seemed to ponder, perhaps questioning her own memory. Perhaps the blood fruit we found absorbed more life nutrients, hence the greater enhancement. Talot offered a casual explanation. Furthermore, it remained to be seen how much Gine and Cellari could improve after consuming it. If their results varied, it would imply that the effects of the blood fruit are indeed subjective. Aunt Gine, Cellari, do try one as well. Let us see how much your strength can be augmented. Talot promptly retrieved 2 more blood fruits from the spacecraft, handing one to Gine and the other to Saiya. As Gine and Saiya consumed the fruits, their exclamations of delight echoed, and in a brief moment, both were enveloped by the special energy contained within the fruit, enhancing their capabilities. Just from sensing their auras, Talot discerned that both had experienced substantial growth. While their increases may not match his own, they certainly surpassed 100 points. The combat power detector soon provided precise readings. Gine's power stood at 830 points, an increase of 130 points, while Saiya's was at 440 points, having risen by 150 points. How remarkable! This is the strength I possess now, Talot brother. My combat power has reached 440 points. Moreover, my perception of energy is becoming increasingly clearer, Saiya exclaimed. Her excitement palpable. In her mind, she viewed herself as a lower-tier warrior, unable to compare with the higher-ranked fighters. Yet, with her current power, she stood among her peers as a formidable presence. To put it simply, such a figure was almost unheard of among lower-tier warriors, especially considering Saiya was merely 5 years old. I never expected my combat power to surge so significantly, Gine reflected, recalling that her previous strength had been only 600 points and had remained unchanged for years. Now, merely 2 months later, she had breached the 840-point mark. Was it luck? Indeed, it was fortunate. Yet, she felt it was more attributable to Talot. Had she not accompanied him, had she remained on Planet Vegeta, she would still be as she once was. Gine, Saiya, can you still eat more? As Gine and Saiya reveled in their newfound strength, Talot's voice rang out once more. If the first consumption yields this effect, we must test the second. After all, we are unsure how long these fruits can be preserved. Regardless of their efficacy, it is best to consume them in the shortest time possible. Gine and Saiya nodded in agreement, and Talot wasted no time retrieving more blood fruits from the spacecraft. The second tasting proved to be more straightforward than the first, as they were already familiar with the flavor and effects, leading to a more decisive consumption. Talot's combat power reached 1580 points, Gine's climbed to 900 points, and Saiya's rose to 510 points. Just as I surmised, consecutive consumption results in varied enhancements. I wonder if the diminished effect stems from other factors, Talot contemplated internally. Analyzing the situation, he considered the possibility that the augmentation might become more pronounced with increased strength, as exemplified by the transition from 100 to 200 points, where the growth of 100 points was clear. However, once one reached 1,000 points, an additional 100 points might represent only a fraction of the original value. The fruit's effectiveness might diminish with continued consumption. Yet, as observed, the sensations from the body following the second tasting did not reflect a significant decline, suggesting that the initial factors were more prominent. Afterward, they proceeded to consume a third fruit, and once again, their combat power increased, albeit with a noticeable decline in the magnitude of enhancement. The energy absorbed from the fruit during the third consumption was evidently less intense than in the previous 2 instances, indicating a potential tolerance developed by the body towards the blood fruit. Subsequently, Talot, Gine, and Saiya refrained from further consumption. Firstly, they were not feeling hungry. Rather, after consuming 3 fruits, they were quite full, validating Gine's assertion that these fruits could alleviate hunger. Otherwise, considering their Saiyan appetites, 3 fruits would hardly suffice. Secondly, Talot conceived an idea to experiment. Would consuming the blood fruit after rigorous activity, or after a rapid depletion of energy, yield better results? Thus, unbeknownst to them, Talot, Gine, and Saiya spent several days in the ravine. Over the course of several sessions, they consumed a total of 24 fruits, resulting in a tremendous enhancement of their powers. Talot's combat strength reached 1850 points. Gine surpassed the 1,000-point threshold, now at 1120 points, and Saiya exhibited the most remarkable improvement, achieving a power level of 890 points. On the 8th day since their arrival on this planet, Talot was engaged in combat training with Gine and Saiya within the ravine. Each had experienced a significant boost in strength, with increases of over 500 points. The rapid progression necessitated foundational training in combat to solidify their newfound capabilities. Otherwise, their strength would swiftly wane. This endeavor not only fortified Talot's own abilities, but also propelled Gine and Saiya to further heights, ensuring they could fully harness their potential. Ultimately, it became evident that Talot had underestimated Gine. He had long perceived her as merely a logistical support, forgetting her combat prowess entirely. To his surprise, her true fighting capabilities were far from negligible. In circumstances where their strengths are comparable, Tallet finds herself occasionally overshadowed. This may indeed be attributed to the disparity in their physiques. After all, Gine is an adult, while Tallet, despite her remarkable development, stands at a mere 1 meter 30. As for Saiya, her performance has been nothing short of exceptional. Ultimately, Tallet concludes that she feels the most inadequate among them, though their prowess does not match his. At the time when he possessed such strength, he was indeed inferior to them. This realization prompts Tallet to engage in more rigorous training. Her regimen encompasses the cultivation of energy, physical conditioning, mastery of techniques, and combat training, among others. After a battle, the trio takes a moment to refresh themselves by a brook before resting. Truly impressive, and Gine, your skills have only grown stronger. Were it not for my superior combat ability, I would hardly stand a chance against you, Tallet praises. Where is the prowess you attribute to me, Tallet? I am merely assisting you in Saiya in enhancing your abilities. Nevertheless, I never anticipated that we could elevate our strengths to this extent, Gine responds. Saiya, overhearing Tallet's commendation of Gine, feels a pang of jealousy and begins to act playfully. It must be noted that Saiya has become increasingly uninhibited of late. Her affectionate behavior towards Tallet has grown so pronounced that it leaves him somewhat taken aback. Perhaps this is merely the distinction between genders. If a man were to touch a woman, it would be deemed inappropriate, whereas if a woman were to caress a man, and he were to express discomfort, it would be considered lacking in understanding. Unbeknownst to Tallet, he once regarded Saiya as a nuisance. However, as he has gradually grown accustomed to her, he no longer resists her presence. After showering her with compliments, Tallet manages to elevate Saiya's spirits immensely. For the young girl, though she cherishes her few, and Tallet stands as her sole confidant. To be more explicit, Saiya has come to regard Tallet as her significant other. After a lengthy exchange, Tallet and Saiya assist Gine in preparing a meal. Once the three have enjoyed a hearty feast, Tallet begins to discuss the exploration of the Oyun planet. In recent days, although the three of them have been wandering nearby, they have predominantly remained within the valley. After all, they needed to seek out any additional bloodfruit trees. Regrettably, aside from the solitary one they discovered, no other specimens have been found. Perhaps it is the only one of its kind, or maybe others exist on distant continents. Presently, they have become intimately familiar with the area spanning several hundred miles. Thus, it is time to venture beyond this primordial forest. Even though their intentions are not rooted in aggression, having arrived here, they naturally cannot confine themselves to this region. They must explore the world beyond and encounter the inhabitants of Oyun Star. Frankly, Tallet is aware that their stay on this planet will not be prolonged. The Oyun Star was merely a transit point from the outset. Following their exploration of Oyun Star, Tallet intends to proceed directly to Earth. The pivotal moment arrived with the news of the explosion of Vegeta planet. After considerable deliberation and with the agreement of Gine and Saiya, Tallet decided to leave a clone to safeguard their spacecraft. Subsequently, the three departed from the valley to embark on a more extensive journey. On one side, the exploration of the planet Oyun is underway. On the other, the trio from Tallet remains oblivious to the profound upheaval occurring on Planet Vegeta. The King of Vegeta has summoned nearly all elite warriors, preparing for a desperate battle against the imminent threat of Frieza. Meanwhile, Frieza is secretly amassing his forces, recalling the Saiyans scattered across the cosmos to eliminate their race in one fell swoop. Among them, the more formidable warriors are being dispatched to face execution at the hands of Frieza's trusted subordinates, particularly those combat prodigies regarded as the backbone of the Saiyan race. In the vastness of the universe lies a planet named MIT, now ravaged beyond recognition. Its surface has been laid to waste by overwhelming force, leaving nothing but an expanse of ruins and smoke. Beneath a pile of rubble, a figure lies trapped, emitting a silent and feeble roar. This figure is none other than Bardock. Just moments ago, he had engaged in a fierce battle with the elite soldiers of Frieza's army. Though he managed to vanquish several foes, he ultimately fell victim to Dodoria, who overwhelmed him with sheer power. Buried beneath the debris, he narrowly escaped death. Yet this fate has become his greatest torment. As he struggles, his consciousness fluctuates violently, leading him into a state of increasing disorientation, as if entering a surreal realm. Before his eyes, he envisions Tallet arriving on Oyun with Sealer and Gine, embarking on their exploration with great success. The scene shifts, revealing his son Raditz fiercely battling alongside Prince Vegeta's elite squad. Finally, he glimpses Kakarot as a spaceship sails toward the starry ocean, culminating in the appearance of a vibrant blue planet. He perceives glimpses of the future, momentarily beholding scenes yet to unfold. Not long after the successful conquest of Canesa, Bardock was briefly endowed with the power bestowed upon him by the Canesa people through their magical fists. The Canesa inhabitants foretold the impending doom of the Saiyan race, predicting that they too would fall victim to annihilation, much like themselves, rendered utterly defenseless. Talot, Kakarot, Raditz, and Gine. At this juncture, Bardock's consciousness was suddenly jolted, awakening him from the illusory realm. From his severely injured form surged an unknown strength, enabling him to extricate himself from the rubble. Nearby lay the lifeless bodies of his comrades, Toma, Celepa, Dodoria, and Pizinbu. Once valiant warriors who fought alongside him, they had all been mercilessly slain by Frieza's minions, leaving Bardock as the sole survivor. Damn Frieza. We, the Saiyans, fought for you, yet you treat us as mere ants to be toyed with. Consumed by fury over the loss of his companions, Bardock dragged his battered body forward, his blood-soaked visage reflecting profound rage and sorrow. He had initially believed that even if the Canesa people possessed some knowledge, their foresight of the future must be illusory. Now, he was compelled to accept the chilling possibility that what he had witnessed might indeed be true. All the ominous premonitions he had previously harbored were beginning to manifest. Frieza had not only launched an assault against them, but would next turn his attention to his comrades on Planet Vegeta. Thank goodness I managed to send you all away. The next steps are mine to handle. I am confident I can succeed. And there is also King Vegeta. Bardock chose to believe in the future he had glimpsed. He had faith that Tallet, Gine, Raditz, and Kakarot would remain unharmed. As he approached the bodies of his fallen comrades, Bardock endured excruciating pain while he buried each one, ultimately staining the white cloth he wore on his head with his own blood. I shall avenge you. With that vow lingering in the air, Bardock slowly made his way to his spacecraft, pressing a button to reveal a concealed compartment containing potent healing medications and restorative liquids. Fortunately, he had prepared these supplies for emergencies. Although they would not completely heal him, they would at least restore 70 to 80% of his vitality. Without further hesitation, Bardock injected the healing liquid into his body and consumed the restorative medication. As the effects took hold, the pain he endured gradually dissipated, allowing him to regain his composure. How infuriating. I never anticipated Dodoria would be so formidable, but next time, it shall not be so simple. My current combat power has actually surged significantly due to my injuries. Bardock murmured to himself. Activating his power level detector, the readings fluctuated wildly. The anguish of his comrade's demise and the brink of death had propelled him to a breakthrough. At this moment, Bardock's combat power surged to nearly 20,000 points. It was akin to a resurgence, an eruption of potential. Under normal circumstances, Bardock would be elated, for this newfound strength had shattered the limitations that confined the Saiyan race. I wonder how preparations are faring on King Vegeta's end. I must return to Planet Vegeta immediately to regroup. Activating his spacecraft, Bardock closed his eyes to rest, conserving his energy. In such moments, he felt a compelling urge to reach out to his wife and son, as well as to Talot. Yet he understood that he must refrain from doing so, particularly concerning Talot. Ever since the signal was severed over a month ago, he had been consumed by worry. Now, however, he considered this a fortuitous turn of events, undoubtedly orchestrated by that lad Talot. A day later, on Planet Vegeta, the grand vessel of the cosmic tyrant Frieza descended upon the planet. Whether Frieza or King Vegeta, both party schemes were set into motion. It could be said that Frieza had taken the initiative to land his spaceship on Planet Vegeta, thus granting King Vegeta the opportunity he sought, eager to witness the lavish feast prepared for him. For Frieza, this was but a chance to toy with these disobedient and oblivious Saiyan monkeys. King Vegeta remained unaware that Frieza's intentions were not merely to subdue them, but to annihilate the Saiyans and obliterate Planet Vegeta. Having meticulously planned, King Vegeta believed he had seized this opportunity to overthrow the dominion of Frieza and his ally, Kula. Confidence, even arrogance. When one's forces reach a certain pinnacle of strength, an inexplicable sense of entitlement often arises. King Vegeta's self-assurance stemmed from the elite warriors he had summoned, each possessing battle powers nearing 10,000, while the weakest boasted at least 5,000. Even though their numbers scarcely exceeded a few dozen, these Saiyan elites, united in purpose, could infiltrate Frieza's flagship and seize absolute control, delivering a devastating blow to Frieza. Even if Frieza's power truly surpassed 100,000, they could collectively transform into great apes. The strength of an individual may be insignificant, yet when dozens undergo this transformation, each could elevate their combat prowess to tens of thousands. Especially for him, He harbored the conviction that he could match Frieza's 100,000 in a contest of strength. King Vegeta's actions were swift and decisive. It could be said that even the soldiers of Frieza's army, stationed on Planet Vegeta, were oblivious to his movements. Along the way, any Frieza's soldiers who dared to obstruct him were swiftly vanquished by King Vegeta. After a brief time, under King Vegeta's leadership, they finally arrived at the entrance of Frieza's main control room. The situation seemed to have solidified, yet just as King Vegeta intended to burst through the door, Zebon and Dodoria swung it open, blocking their advance. "How slow you are, King Vegeta, and you foolish Saiyan monkeys," Dodoria sneered, his visage replete with disdain. Entirely disregarding King Vegeta and his loyal retinue. "After we redeployed all the elite warriors, it has taken you this long to breach our defenses. With such meager strength, you dare defy Lord Frieza? Ignorance breeds audacity." Zebon, nonchalant, surveyed King Vegeta and his warriors. Hearing this, King Vegeta, rather than incensed, chuckled. "Are you still clinging to bravado at this late hour? Dodoria, Zebon, I am aware of your formidable power, but it is time to recognize the reality of the situation. We are the most elite warriors of the Saiyans, each boasting battle powers exceeding 5,000. Even if we may not individually match you, our numbers grant us an undeniable advantage." At his command, the elite warriors behind him could no longer contain their fervor. At that moment, all present were convinced that Frieza's era had come to an end. Battle power exceeding 5,000? Dodoria, do you consider this figure impressive? Zebon mockingly inquired. "A battle power over 5,000? Quite remarkable, nearing a quarter of my own," Dodoria replied, feigning a comical demeanor. Together, they treated King Vegeta and his supporters as mere jesters. Seeing this, fury surged within King Vegeta and his loyal warriors, ready to strike down Dodoria and Zebon. Just then, a figure approached from behind them, emanating an unmistakable chill. This scene caused a tremor to ripple through the bodies of all present. Frieza sat nonchalantly in his infantile carriage. "Sabo and Dodoria, allow King Vegeta and his entourage to enter. This grand spectacle must be witnessed by me, the sovereign." Frieza's voice dripped with unmitigated sarcasm, a cruel and malevolent smile playing upon his treacherous visage. Upon hearing the command, Sabo and Dodoria momentarily froze, yet did not dare to hesitate. They promptly cleared a path for King Vegeta and his companions as per Frieza's directive. Even your master has discerned the precariousness of the situation. Yet you dare to obstruct our path." Although King Vegeta felt a surge of anxiety, he was resolute and unyielding. However, as he stepped into the main control room, poised to speak, a mere glance from Frieza instilled an inexplicable sense of trepidation within the king. "Oh my, so many elite Saiyans, King Vegeta. Do you truly possess the confidence to usurp my reign?" Frieza mocked with a sardonic chuckle. These words struck deep into the very core of King Vegeta. "Cease your meaningless prattle, Frieza. From this day forth, I shall be the sovereign of the universe." Enraged and humiliated, King Vegeta gritted his teeth and unleashed a wave of energy towards Frieza. He sought to assert his authority through this attack, to bolster his own courage. As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the valiant shall prevail. All advantages lay with him, and retreat was not an option. However, this mere wave of energy, with its paltry battle power, was effortlessly shattered by Frieza with just a glance, dissipating into particles of energy that floated aimlessly in the void without a trace of explosion. What? Witnessing this scene, King Vegeta's pupils constricted, his heart quaking with disbelief. The Saiyan warriors behind him mirrored his shock, their expressions twisted in terror. "Ha ha ha. It appears you are indeed prepared to meet your demise. Therefore, I see no need to continue this charade." Frieza's smile turned sinister as he nonchalantly raised his hand. In an instant, two beams of death shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through King Vegeta's knees in succession. "Consider this my gift to you." With his knees impaled, King Vegeta let out a pained wail, collapsing uncontrollably before Frieza. This spectacle left all present gasping in horror, their throats involuntarily swallowing air and saliva. The disparity was insurmountable. Dodoria and Zarbon looked on with cold indifference, silently observing Frieza's display. "Now, this is more like it. You Saiyan monkeys are destined to kneel before me for eternity. I am curious, what emboldens you? Is it the so-called legend of the Super Saiyan? How foolish you are, swayed by such trivial tales, King Vegeta." Frieza descended slowly from his hovering throne, his diminutive form radiating an absolute malevolence as he gazed down upon King Vegeta. "How despicable! Frieza, your animosity towards our Saiyan race stems from your fear of the emergence of a Super Saiyan who could vanquish you, even should I fail. Your fate is sealed at the hands of a Super Saiyan. King Vegeta seemed to grasp the inevitable outcome, yet he erupted into a grotesque laughter. In that moment, he truly displayed the regal spirit befitting a king. Upon hearing those words, a surge of murderous intent erupted in Frieza's eyes. Ha ha ha. You indeed have piqued my interest, daring to argue with me even in your final moments. The chilling laughter echoed within the control room, suffocating all present with an overwhelming sense of dread. At this moment, the temperature in the entire main control room plummeted, and an overwhelming chill surged through everyone present. Both Zarbon and Dodoria, trusted confidants of Frieza, were struck by this aura. It was needless to mention the so-called elite warriors among the Saiyans, who in this instant even regretted their rebellion alongside King Vegeta against Frieza. You assert that this king fears your racist Super Saiyans. Such a notion is merely a trivial jest of your own fabrication. Before your demise, allow me to reluctantly disclose a secret. My battle power is 530,000. How do you suppose the legendary Super Saiyans measure up in terms of their combat prowess? Frieza's voice echoed around King Vegeta like a sinister melody. At this moment, King Vegeta's pupils dilated, and his mind went blank. Every Saiyan's heart came to a halt for 3 seconds. The previously speculated battle power index of merely 100,000 was, astonishingly, revealed to be 530,000. All the elite Saiyan warriors began to harbor feelings of animosity towards King Vegeta. This is a journey that leads them to their demise. 530,000 is inconceivable, absolutely impossible. King Vegeta strives to maintain his composure, yet in truth, his mind has already come to terms with this grim reality. Fear is inevitable. Even as a Super Saiyan, one must ponder whether such a battle power of 530,000 truly exists. What an astonishing figure, one they scarcely dared to contemplate. Do you still refuse to believe? Very well, in light of your impending demise, I shall reveal to you a secret, based on a combat power of 530,000. I possess the ability to transform. Frieza's malevolent grin seemed to beckon one towards the abyss. You can still transform? King Vegeta gasped for breath. A power of 530,000 was already beyond his imagination, and the implication of a transformation meant it could even reach 1,000,000. Observing King Vegeta losing his final grasp on hope, Frieza struck at his heart. This transformation of mind can occur 3 times. 3 times. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Dodoria and Zarbon, particularly Dodoria, who had fully grasped the secret of King Frieza. Zarbon, on the other hand, was paralyzed with fear. Although he was aware of Frieza's ability to transform and that his power undoubtedly exceeded 1,000,000, he had no inkling of the possibility of 3 transformations. It was over. This idea did not solely originate in the minds of Zarbon and Dodoria. It resonated through the thoughts of all present. Had the will to resist been utterly extinguished? How utterly dull. Frieza nonchalantly raised his right hand, a beam of death coalescing at the tip of his finger, his visage exuding a contempt for all, rendering the scene even more terrifying. King Vegeta had lost all capacity for defiance. His spirit was already extinguished. With a swift whoosh, the death ray was unleashed, piercing through King Vegeta's heart and claiming his life instantly. His loyal subordinates, paralyzed by terror, abandoned all notions of resistance. Upon witnessing their king's demise, they all fell to their knees, some pleading for mercy, others professing their loyalty, while a few even attempted to shift blame onto King Vegeta, claiming it was he who had instigated their rebellion. Oh, how laughable. Your king is a feeble, incompetent wild monkey, and you, his subordinates, are equally unimpressive. With these words from Frieza, there was no need for further commands. Dodoria and Zarbon understood implicitly. Without hesitation, they unleashed a brutal slaughter within mere seconds, dispatching all elite warriors with a single strike each. Blood stained the control room, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of carnage. Indeed, these were the royal guards handpicked by the king. Now, clean this place thoroughly. We are nearing the final phase, Frieza declared. At his words, Dodoria and Zarbon shuddered slightly. Now that they were assured that knowledge of Frieza's secrets would not endanger their lives, they swiftly set to work. With the assistance of their prearranged subordinates, the scene of carnage was soon cleared. The spaceship ascended and swiftly breached the atmosphere surrounding Planet Vegeta. It had been a long time since Frieza had witnessed the beauty of fireworks. He found himself nostalgic. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the visually pleasing Planet Vegeta. In truth, had it not been for the command of the destroyer god, Beerus, he would have hesitated to obliterate this planet. After all, few planets could serve as his private garden like Planet Vegeta. The smile on his face grew increasingly sinister, prompting Zarbon and Dodoria to comprehend Frieza's intent to obliterate Planet Vegeta forthwith. Lord Frieza, many of our subordinates remain on Planet Vegeta. Should we not order their evacuation? Zarbon inquired. Zarbon, excessive mercy only burdens oneself. Those stationed on Planet Vegeta are nothing but inconsequential, useless individuals. Let them perish alongside the planet. Only in this way can the truth of Planet Vegeta's destruction be concealed. After all, it is necessary to retain a few foolish Saiyan monkeys. For instance, our dear little Prince Vegeta is quite suitable for my amusement. Ah ha ha. Frieza continued, his cold laughter echoing. The destroyer god, Beerus, had commanded him to annihilate Planet Vegeta and eradicate the Saiyan race, yet he found himself wanting to keep a few alive, particularly the young Prince Vegeta, whom he greatly admired. This presented an intriguing game of nurture. He would have Vegeta serve as a pawn for the very enemies of his father, his race, and his planet, allowing the explosion to be attributed to a meteor strike. Gradually, he would reveal the truth to Vegeta, leading him to despair and ultimate submission. Arrogance led Frieza to believe that everything was firmly within his grasp. These words instilled a sense of dread within Dodoria and Zarbon. They were not strangers to the annihilation of planets. In fact, they had participated in such devastation on numerous occasions. Yet, each time they witnessed King Frieza taking matters into his own hands, their fear only intensified. What was particularly alarming this time was that their King Frieza was willing to eliminate all of his subordinates stationed on Planet Vegeta. Meanwhile, an inconspicuous single-pod spaceship streaked across the sky, making an emergency landing at the designated landing site on Planet Vegeta. The hatch opened, and Bardock emerged, drenched in blood. The proximity of Planet Meat to Planet Vegeta allowed for a swift round trip of less than 2 days, with a one-way journey taking no more than a day. At long last, he had returned. Having injected himself with a healing serum and taken potent medicine, coupled with the Saiyan's inherent resilience, Bardock's fatal injuries had fully healed. Not only that, his strength had surpassed his previous peak. After a day's rest and the continuous eruption of potential following a desperate breakthrough, his combat power soared to unprecedented heights, 30,000 points. This formidable power instilled in Bardock an unwavering confidence. He could not fathom how he had reached such heights. But he was certain of one thing. This was his strength. As he briskly exited the landing area, Bardock's presence drew the attention of numerous fellow Saiyans and sent a shockwave through the management staff. The reason was simple. Although many warriors returned injured, none bore the extent of bloodstains that Bardock did. Ignoring the inquiries of the staff, he understood that their intentions were not benevolent. Moreover, his foremost priority was to locate King Vegeta and ascertain the current situation. An hour prior, the communication function of the power level detector had been unresponsive, and his greatest fear was that King Vegeta and the others had acted before his return, potentially facing dire consequences. As he pressed on, the premonitory side effect of the magical fist flared up again, causing a sharp pain in his head that nearly incapacitated him. In that moment, he envisioned Planet Vegeta under attack by Frieza, engulfed in explosions. No. Coming back to his senses, Bardock was drenched in cold sweat. The haunting words of the Concealing echoed in his ears, forcing him to gasp for breath. Feel the helplessness of your Saiyan race in the face of annihilation. The future shall not unfold this way. I will alter the future. The fates of not just my kin, but also of Kakarot and Tarbell, cannot end in ruin. Gritting his teeth, Bardock resolved to change everything. Continuing onward, Bardock swiftly arrived at the royal palace, his bloodied appearance shocking all who beheld him. Upon confirming that King Vegeta was not present within the palace, and that even some elite warriors were unreachable, Bardock felt a tightening in his chest, solidifying his worst fears. The prophecy had come to pass. Frieza was indeed outside Planet Vegeta. Drawing a sharp breath, he realized they had reached a perilous juncture. It was only now that he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted towards the most vibrant district of the capital, seeking out the largest entertainment establishment. Here lies a place where many Saiyans come to unwind, regardless of their rank, whether they are elite warriors or lower-tier fighters. Those who can afford to indulge here possess considerable wealth. Yet, wealth alone holds no value now. Bardock seeks assistance here because, in the realm of Saiyans, considerable wealth also signifies formidable strength. Without such prowess, one could not amass numerous merit points. Upon arriving, Bardock encountered familiar faces from the past and recounted his plight, as well as the looming threat that Frieza posed to their race. To his dismay, however, no one believed his words, and none acknowledged the peril that the Saiyans faced. Many assumed he was jesting, while the elite warriors cruelly mocked him. A group of irredeemable scoundrels. You wretches, may you all descend into hell. With no hope left in them, Bardock turned to leave. As he departed, the gathering of Saiyans continued their derisive commentary. At the pinnacle of the royal citadel, Bardock struggled to maintain his composure. The brief 10-minute journey from the entertainment venue to this point had been fraught with near-fainting spells. To him, those 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Visions of the future inundated his mind, making him feel as though he were living in a time yet to come. He glimpsed more than 20 years ahead, witnessing the grown forms of Tallet and his son Kakarot. Before them stood Frieza. Tallet, Kakarot. Bardock clenched his fists, yearning to grasp their shoulders, to turn them around and make them see him, but in the next instant, everything vanished. He gasped violently, attempting to steady himself. He shook his head vigorously, striving to cast aside all distracting thoughts. Destiny should not unfold this way. The fate of the Saiyan race must not be so. Bardock's voice erupted in a fervent cry. He would not accept such a future. Despite the sight of Tallet and Kakarot standing before Frieza, his resolve remained unshaken. With his full power unleashed, his aura blazed like flames, enveloping him in a protective barrier. He was determined to thwart everything and eliminate Frieza. With a resounding boom, Bardock shot into the sky like a brilliant star, unstoppable by any force. Beyond Planet Vegeta, Frieza aboard his spaceship admired the final moments of the planet. Through the transparent glass of his vessel, he surveyed Planet Vegeta from his vantage point, everything resting within his grasp. This is the end. I have grown weary of this planet, mused Frieza as he reclined in his infantile throne, seemingly devoid of any sentimentality. This is the ruthless cosmic emperor Frieza. Following closely behind him, both Zarbon and Dodoria exchanged glances, bracing themselves, just as they were about to depart from the main control room. A soldier operating the spacecraft suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the trio. The essence of his message was that an exceptionally powerful Saiyan was charging towards them. That individual was the last Saiyan I eliminated on Planet Meat. Dodoria felt an overwhelming disbelief upon recognizing the figure on the virtual screen. That person should have been killed by him. How could he possibly still be alive? You have been careless, Dodoria, Zarbon remarked, his tone laced with intention. Upon hearing this, Dodoria broke into a cold sweat, his tense demeanor betraying his fear of Frieza, fearing that the Emperor might take his life due to this mission's failure. Under normal circumstances, Frieza would indeed be furious, for nothing irked him more than subordinates returning without completing their tasks. However, the unfolding situation piqued his interest. Especially upon seeing that enraged visage, Frieza inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. Among these Saiyan monkeys, there are indeed some unexpectedly intriguing characters. I am quite curious. Send the fighters to engage him, Frieza commanded with a teasing lilt. Yes, Lord Frieza. At once, Lord Frieza, Zarbon and Dodoria responded promptly, setting their plans in motion. Before long, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and Frieza's elite fighters surged forth towards Bardock. The ensuing battle not only shattered everyone's preconceived notions but also astonished Zarbon and Dodoria, delighting Frieza in unexpected ways. Who could have imagined that such a lowly Saiyan could unleash such formidable power? Particularly, Bardock's astonishing combat prowess was in a league entirely beyond that of King Vegeta and those so-called elite warriors. Hundreds of elite fighters, each boasting power levels nearing or exceeding 10,000, were effortlessly dismantled by Bardock. Zarbon and Dodoria stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the feeble Saiyan they once knew? Dodoria, in particular, found himself questioning his very existence. After all, on Planet Meat, this individual had been nothing more than an ant beneath his heel. Now, his strength had surpassed that of Dodoria. Zarbon, open the spacecraft. I wish to personally encounter this Saiyan. Frieza's expression subtly shifted. At once, Zarbon quickly affirmed, leading Frieza to the hatch at the top. Dodoria remained trembling in place, fearing to utter a word. Outside the spacecraft, Bardock pressed forward, having sprinted to a point not far from Frieza's flagship in a brief span of time. Though situated beyond the atmosphere in the vastness of space, Bardock, shielded by his own energy, was able to traverse the cosmos for a short duration. This matter, in truth, can be effortlessly accomplished as long as one's combat power exceeds several thousand points. Frieza, come forth. A cry echoed through the cosmos, accompanied by a surge of energy directed toward the spaceship, as Bardock descended further into madness. Although he was forcibly restrained by a multitude of warriors, he remained undaunted. The hatch atop the spaceship opened, revealing Frieza slowly emerging from his infant carriage. In that instant, all of Frieza's elite soldiers ceased their actions, their gazes fixed upon this cosmic sovereign. Frieza's expression was laced with mockery, his eyes sharp, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Saiyan, I greatly admire your capabilities. Your king, along with those so-called elites, pales in comparison to you. It is unfortunate that you are a Saiyan. Otherwise, I would wholeheartedly welcome your allegiance. Despite his evident appreciation for Bardock, Frieza's tone dripped with sarcasm. All Saiyan monkeys must perish. Especially you. For your potential only serves to remind me of the extraordinary capabilities of your race. Why? We Saiyans have diligently followed your commands, tirelessly aiding you in conquering various planets. Why must you seek our total annihilation? Bardock's fury was palpable as he questioned Frieza. Hearing such words, Frieza remained unmoved. Yet the surrounding elite soldiers of Frieza were gripped by terror. It is merely your unruly behavior that has led to this, came the cold response that pierced Bardock's ears. In the next moment, Frieza no longer hesitated. A sanguine glow flickered at the tip of his right index finger, manifesting into a crimson energy sphere the size of a grain of rice. Damn you! I will not let you escape. Fueled by rage, Bardock's power intensified, and he sensed an elusive barrier within reach, perhaps even shatterable. Energy coalesced within his palm, a brilliant white radiance emanating as he gathered his formidable strength. With a decisive motion, Bardock hurled forth an energy blast, infused with his wrath. Everything will change. The fate of Planet Vegeta, my destiny, the destiny of the Saiyan race. Ho ho ho. Frieza's sardonic laughter echoed in response to Bardock's foolish proclamations, as the fiery sphere at his fingertip rapidly expanded. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, completely engulfing Bardock's lethal attack, its power escalating exponentially. What? Witnessing his assault fail to make an impact, Bardock's hopes were utterly shattered. Frieza flicked his finger, and the planet-destroying blast descended with devastating force, sweeping away numerous elite soldiers of Frieza's army, unprepared for the onslaught. Before him lay an energy sphere capable of obliterating everything, while behind him stood Planet Vegeta. With no retreat left, Bardock could only brace himself. A brilliant blue energy wave erupted from his hands, surging towards the oncoming blast. Yet, despite his utmost effort, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Exhausted of strength, Bardock was consumed by the planet-destroying energy. The terrifying force ravaged his body, thrusting him into the grasp of death. Visions of the future flooded his mind once more, yet he remained acutely aware. The future depends on you, Kakarot. Tarble. His frantic cries echoed, audible only to himself. Boom. The planet-destroying blast tore through the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, prompting all its inhabitants to gaze upward. The Saiyans, who had been indulging in leisure, suddenly realized the impending doom. Yet, any resistance would be futile, observed from the cosmos. It took merely moments for the blast to penetrate deep into Planet Vegeta. Under the onslaught of its catastrophic force, the entire planet fissured, cracks spreading like chasms. With magma surging forth, the planet twisted and shattered ultimately. Bang! Planet Vegeta exploded, transforming into a resplendent display of cosmic fireworks. Ho ho ho! What a magnificent sight! Exclaimed Frieza with a maniacal laugh, his brutal nature laid bare. Within the spaceship, Zarbon and Dodoria felt a chill run down their spines. Yet they dared not display their discomfort. They had witnessed planetary explosions before, but none compared to the sheer devastation wrought by Frieza. Thus, Planet Vegeta was rendered to nothingness. Utterly erased. Everything unfolded according to the predetermined course. Unbeknownst to all, at the moment of the planet's explosion, an invisible force transcended time, carrying Bardock. On the verge of being entirely consumed by energy, Planet Vegeta became mere cosmic dust. Despite the explosion's blinding brilliance, it was but a fleeting moment. Following the destruction of Planet Vegeta, Frieza and his subordinates piloted their spaceship away from the debris-laden region, seemingly unfazed. A day later, amidst the ruins of Planet Ramp, the acrid stench of smoke intermingled with the metallic tang of blood, exuding a nauseating aroma. As far as the eye could see, shattered remnants and lifeless bodies cluttered the landscape. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Team Vegeta. Leading the charge was Vegeta, accompanied by Nappa, Raditz, and a host of warriors, who after a month of relentless slaughter, had thoroughly conquered the planet. Now, Team Vegeta rested in a relatively clean area among the ruins, gathered around a campfire, feasting on the flesh of peculiar creatures to stave off hunger. Just then, their power detectors simultaneously received a transmission from Frieza's army. Nappa was the first to read the message, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he shouted in shock. His two companions mirrored his astonishment, equally taken aback. Prince Vegeta. The Frieza army has reported that our planet Vegeta exploded a day ago due to a massive meteor impact. The vast majority of Saiyans perished in the explosion. And apart from us, there are likely very few survivors. Nappa conveyed the news to Vegeta. In a month's time, Vegeta's strength had surged dramatically, his potential unleashed through the bloodshed, boasting a combat power exceeding 4,000 points, even nearing 5,000. Upon hearing Nappa's words, Vegeta coldly bit into his roasted meat, utterly unfazed. His demeanor icy. Humph. What does it matter if it has been destroyed? As long as we remain alive, the Saiyans shall never be extinguished. Vegeta's response astonished Nappa and the other two Saiyans. His ruthless indifference shattered their perceptions. Recently, the deaths of their three comrades had been regarded by Vegeta as the lament of the weak. In the present day, even the cataclysmic explosion of a planet fails to sway Vegeta's heart. Terrifying. These two words sprang to their minds. Despite being an elite warrior, Broccoli couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. He was elite, a guardian of the king. Vegeta's ruthless demeanor mirrored that of King Vegeta himself. To put it plainly, he was indeed the son of King Vegeta, nearly a perfect replica. Due to Vegeta's indifference, no one dared to approach him with excessive familiarity. The group engaged in hushed discussions, attempting to ascertain their next course of action. With the obliteration of Planet Vegeta, they found themselves bereft of a home, rendered homeless in every sense. As for Vegeta, he completely disregarded the conversations of his subordinates, lost in his own thoughts. The absurdity of a meteor collision leading to planetary destruction. If such coincidences existed in this world, there would be no reason to remain oblivious. Moreover, even if a celestial body were to crash, it could simply be obliterated. The truth eluded Vegeta. Yet he grasped one certainty: the messages relayed by Frieza's army were far from trustworthy. Without Planet Vegeta, devoid of resources and support, after much inner turmoil, Vegeta resolved to make a bold and significant decision. Even if Frieza stood as his adversary, even if the destruction of his planet and the annihilation of the Saiyan race were inextricably linked to Frieza, he had no choice but to submit for the time being and bide his time for growth. Meanwhile, Raditz was engulfed in profound despair. How could this happen? How could Planet Vegeta have suddenly exploded? His parents, Talot, Sparring, and Kakarot were all affected. Raditz was unwilling to accept this grim reality. Yet, he had no choice but to confront it, for upon receiving the news, his immediate attempts to contact them yielded only busy signals. His family had perished alongside the cataclysm. The abruptness of it all left him utterly unprepared. No, wait. 2 months prior, his mother had mentioned that Kakarot had been sent to a planet called Earth. Could it be that his parents had foreseen this disaster all along? This was no mere accident. It was a conspiracy. And Talot should have already left Planet Vegeta by now. Raditz's thoughts began to clarify. He pondered whether this awareness stemmed from his own insights or from the influence of Talot over the years that had shaped his understanding. He glanced at Vegeta, then at Nappa, Broccoli, and Darcy's, hesitating to speak, ultimately swallowing his words. Some truths could be voiced, while others must remain unspoken. He was not foolish. He recognized the precariousness of the situation and the absence of a safety net, compelling him to adopt a stance of utmost discretion. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as the two other contemporaneous elite warriors, cast aside. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. On planet Ayun. In recent days, Tallet, accompanied by Gine and Celery, has embarked on a comprehensive exploration of the Oyun planet. Although their journey merely involved meandering across various locales, they have acquired a thorough understanding of the planet's general topography. Ultimately, their exploration of Oyun serves 3 primary purposes. First, to seek the bloodfruit tree. Second, to locate the Oyun inhabitants. And third, to ascertain whether any extraordinary powers or unique entities still exist on this planet. Reflecting on the past 3 days, they have neither discovered the bloodfruit tree nor encountered anything of significant value warranting deeper investigation. However, they did find the Oyun people. As anticipated, these beings do not inhabit the forests, which is why Tallet and his companions had yet to come across them. The Oyun people are humanoid in form, yet they possess immense physiques akin to merfolk, complete with gills that enable them to breathe underwater. Reports confirming the Oyun's substantial size are indeed accurate. However, all other details appear to be mere fabrications, hastily compiled and lacking credibility. Due to their non-hostile nature, Tallet, Gine, and Celery quickly forged a friendship with the Oyun people. In the absence of invasion or conquest, peaceful coexistence flourished. The Oyun are inherently benevolent, and despite the harshness of nature's laws, they possess high intelligence. Albeit lacking a developed civilization of their own, it is believed that, given sufficient time or perhaps under the guidance of advanced extraterrestrial technology, the Oyun will soon flourish. Of course, The advancement of a species often entails navigating unimaginable turmoil. With the slightest misstep, a race may vanish into the annals of history. As twilight descended, ominous clouds gathered overhead, and the sound of thunder echoed ominously, transforming the sky into a foreboding spectacle reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Within the forest, fierce winds howled, causing trees and flowers to sway violently. Following this prelude, torrential rain descended, enveloping everything in its path. In the tranquil valley, Talot, Gine, and Celery took refuge inside their spacecraft, seeking shelter from the tempest's onslaught. Unlike typical storms on other planets, this tempest was a genuine maelstrom, with rain and intensity far surpassing any ordinary storm. A saying from a past life aptly encapsulates the scene. It was as if the heavens themselves were pouring forth water. Had he not been assured of the spacecraft's resilience, Tallet would have long since piloted it away from the surface. Inside the vessel, observing the world outside ravaged by the deluge, Tallet's thoughts began to drift. Before he realized it, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. As the rain subsided to a gentle drizzle, Tallet contemplated stepping outside for fresh air. At that moment, the combat power detector received a notification, a message from Frieza's army regarding the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The suddenness of the news left Tallet momentarily stunned. Finally, it has come. After much anticipation, he murmured softly to himself. Since their arrival on Oyun, or perhaps more accurately, since the day of departure, Tallet had been calculating the passage of time. His preparations had been made so early that he had gradually begun to forget. He was uncertain whether Bardock had perished in the explosion or if his mind inadvertently gravitated toward the tales he had heard. If Bardock had indeed succumbed to the planet's destruction, he would undoubtedly wish upon the Dragon Balls for his revival. However, if Bardock had transcended to the past, as suggested in the legends, that would present an entirely different scenario. Tallet had long pondered this dilemma. If Bardock had truly traversed time, irrespective of whether the dragon's powers could bring him back, the notion of Bardock becoming a Super Saiyan in that bygone era, aware of the unfolding narrative, was something Tallet did not wish to alter. As his thoughts deepened, Gine and Celery, who had been resting in the spacecraft, rushed out. It was evident they had just seen the notification on the combat power detector. Tallet, did you receive the news? Planet Vegeta has exploded due to a colossal meteor impact. Gine exclaimed, her expression tense and her tone urgent. The tremor in her voice revealed her shock and anxiety, undoubtedly concerning Bardock. Upon leaving Planet Vegeta, she had felt an inexplicable premonition, and now that sense of finality had materialized. Her feelings grew increasingly complex, and her rising panic rendered her pale. Beads of sweat forming on her brow, while her eyes glistened with unshed tears, indicating an emotional unraveling. As Tallet had anticipated, Gine was poised to erupt with emotion. I, too, have received the news of Planet Vegeta's destruction. However, Aunt Gine, please do not panic. If the information is accurate, the event has already transpired. And we must not lose our composure. Instead, we should find solace in the fact that both my Uncle Bardock and I had foreseen this, allowing us to evade the cataclysm. Tallet reassured her. Tallet, you and Uncle Bardock anticipated this? Celery interjected. Why didn't you tell me? This statement clearly expresses a grievance regarding Tallet's concealment of the matter. It is evident that Celerial is momentarily taken aback. Although she is merely 5 years old and has few concerns, she possesses a remarkable maturity. Given the magnitude of the situation being kept secret, her ire is entirely understandable. It is akin to everyone being aware of a significant event about to unfold, while you, the sole individual, are deliberately excluded from the knowledge. Even the most oblivious among us would inevitably sense their status as an outsider. It is my fault for not confiding in you. I feared that by revealing the truth, you too would bear a psychological burden, especially since there had been no alarming news from Planet Vegeta during this period. Thus, I naturally assumed I was being overly cautious. Tallet was guiding Celery, indirectly comforting Gine, as Celery was more easily pacified, unlike Gine. Fearful of incurring Gine's ire, Tallet chose his words carefully, distancing himself from the gravity of the situation. This way, he could express that he was unable to ascertain the truth, thus preventing any negative sentiments from Gine towards him, allowing him to proceed with his plans. Suddenly, I felt as though I were ensnared in a dream. Tallet, you assure me that Bardock will be safe, correct? Gine took deep breaths, striving to maintain her composure and stave off despair. She sought a definitive answer. At that moment, she regretted having allowed Tallet to modify all the power level detectors. For now, they lacked communication capabilities and could only passively receive information. I believe Uncle Bardock had a plan, Moreover, he had embarked on a mission shortly after our departure from Planet Vegeta. In such a brief span, his task should not yet be concluded. Unable to divulge the harsh truth, Talot resorted to a benevolent falsehood. Nonetheless, he too could not ascertain Bardock's fate. Upon hearing Talot's words, Gine's tumultuous emotions began to settle slightly. This is a form of solace, allowing her a moment of respite before the truth is unveiled. I can empathize with Aunt Gine's current sentiments, and I am acutely aware that she may wish to return immediately to ascertain the veracity of the news. However, I am unable to take you back at this moment. This was a directive from Uncle Bardock prior to our departure. Unless he reaches out to us and finds us, we must not respond or act independently. Furthermore, I suspect that the explosion of Planet Vegeta was not caused by a meteorite impact. It may very well have been orchestrated by Frieza in the shadows. If we were to return now, we would undoubtedly be eliminated. Let us extinguish these fantasies at the outset, Tallet constantly reassured. It is imperative for Gine to remain inconspicuous. They cannot betray all of Bardock's meticulous preparations. Yet, Gine's delicate form trembled. She was torn within, for Talot's words rang true. Brother Tallet, must we truly not return? If Planet Vegeta has indeed exploded, we will have nowhere to call home. Celery spoke with a tinge of sorrow. No. As long as we are together, anywhere can be home. Tallet sighed deeply, fully grasping the weight of such emotions. It is akin to his eternal inability to return to the earth of his past life. That very earth is, in the depths of Tallet's heart, the unspoken home he yearns for. Even after spending 5 years on Planet Vegeta, certain truths remain immutable. More than half a month has elapsed since the destruction of Planet Vegeta. To calculate the precise duration, it has now been a full 3 months since Tallet departed from Planet Vegeta with Gine and Celery. Following the news of the planet's explosion, Tallet has endeavored daily to comfort Gine and Celery through various means, while also guiding them to adopt a more accepting perspective. Women are often prone to sentimentality, particularly when they are concerned about someone whose fate remains unknown. Were it not for Tallet's persistent efforts to dissuade her, leveraging Bardock's words spoken prior to their departure as a deterrent, Gine may have ceased to heed him long ago. Tallet found it necessary to extinguish Gine's yearning to return to Planet Vegeta, not out of cruelty or fear, but rather from a recognition of the futility of such a journey. After all, more than half a month has passed. Even if they were to return to the celestial coordinates of Planet Vegeta, the likelihood of encountering danger would be minimal. However, such a return would serve no purpose and would merely squander precious time. In essence, Tallet has instilled in Gine the understanding that they must refrain from impulsive actions, considering not only their own welfare but also the well-being of Bardock and Raditz. It is conceivable that everyone is safe at present. Yet their proactive return could render them targets, thereby endangering their families. Whenever this point is raised, Gine finds herself regaining her composure. For many years, she has been engaged in logistical duties, making her particularly attuned to this situation. Back then, it was to avoid being a burden to Bardock that she took on logistical work on the planet. However, Gine, while not devoid of independent thought, does not solely rely on Tallet's decisions. Possessing a high intellect and her own opinions, Gine ultimately had to concede to Tallet's explanation. If half a year or a year passes without news of Bardock and Raditz, they would then take the initiative to act. As for what would happen at that time, it would be addressed when the moment arose. Today, Tallet's combat power has finally surpassed the significant threshold of 2,000, and he intends to embark on a second interstellar journey. This endeavor is not for trivial reasons, but to secure his future and to grow even stronger. For time is indeed money. To attain the strength and status akin to the original Kakarot and Vegeta, he must take the lead, even if it means leaping ahead several steps. In the clearing before the wooden cabin, while savoring the barbecued meat prepared by Gine, Tallet suddenly broached the subject of leaving the Ayun planet. Some matters are beyond his control, yet others can be addressed now, disrupting the original agreement with Gine in a way that she cannot refuse. What? Leaving Ayun planet for Earth? Right now? Tallet, brother, are you jesting? We have not only refrained from invading Ayun, but now we are abandoning this mission to head to Earth? What if something unforeseen occurs? With their exclamations, Gine and Solari's attention was entirely diverted. Following Tallet's explanation, Gine's emotional turmoil subsided, and Solari gradually calmed down. Tallet, are we truly going to Earth to find Kakarot? But what if Bardock and Raditz come to Ayun looking for us? If we are not here, will we miss them? Gine wavered, finding it difficult to decide. She longed to see her youngest son, Kakarot, whose combat power was merely 2, rendering him incapable of self-defense. Yet, The current circumstances did not seem to favor a journey to Earth. They had initially agreed to wait on Ayun for Bardock's arrival to take them, while also considering whether Raditz might come looking for them. Understanding Gine's hesitation, Talot promptly articulated a well-prepared argument. Aunt Gine, I have contemplated our journey to Earth for several days. Initially, I shared your sentiments, but I have come to a different conclusion. Our Saiyan race has undoubtedly suffered a catastrophic blow. I believe Uncle Bardock and Raditz are still alive. However, they may not come seeking us immediately. Hence, without proactively exposing ourselves, it may be wiser to first travel to Earth to find Kakarot. Considering the timeline, the journey from Vegeta to Earth takes a little over half a year. Although we might not catch up to Kakarot's spaceship, we could reach Earth in less than half a year. As you know, Kakarot's combat power is only 2. Despite Earth being a lower-tier planet, it likely harbors many dangers. With so few Saiyans remaining, if even Kakarot were to encounter misfortune. Talot paused, allowing his words to resonate. Weighing the pros and cons, Gine would undoubtedly acquiesce. As for Cellari, her current state was such that she would follow Talot wherever he went. In the absence of Talot, she would accompany Gine. Aunt Gine, I believe Talot brother is right. Perhaps Uncle Bardock and Raditz will also go to Earth to find Kakarot, Cellari added, providing an unexpected boost to their case. These words caused a slight tremor in Gine's body. Regardless of whether it was Bardock or Raditz, neither could compare to her concern for Kakarot. After all, the disparity in combat power was glaringly vast. In Gine's eyes, Kakarot was merely an ordinary person among ordinary people. She could not fathom how she and Bardock could have given birth to a child with a combat power of only 2. Aside from inheriting Bardock's appearance, it seemed he had not inherited a single advantage. After much internal conflict, Gine remained silent, allowing Talot to seize the moment and continue speaking. The reason I wish to find Kakarot is that I fear this crisis may be a scheme orchestrated by Frieza. Should that be the case, Kakarot might find himself in peril. After all, his spacecraft remains unmodified and could easily be tracked. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. With Kakarot's combat power of 2, he poses no significant threat. Even if Frieza intends to annihilate our Saiyan race, it hardly warrants the pursuit of such a child. As his words lingered, Talot employed an absolute sense of urgency to further stir Gine's heart, compelling her to make a decision. Very well, we shall go to Earth, Gine said, taking a deep breath and nodding solemnly. Talot's analysis was sound and reasoned. Gine recognized that he was not one to act recklessly. Despite his youth, he likely surpassed her in intellect. Many considerations had eluded her, yet Talot had anticipated them all. From Talot's discourse, Gine gleaned that Bardock and Raditz could not currently ascertain their safety. However, if she were to know the whereabouts of her youngest son and fail to rescue him, it would be a dereliction of duty on her part. Unbeknownst to Gine, this was merely Talot's pretext for seeking out Earth. Once there, he would certainly not assist in the search for Kakarot. On the contrary, he would do everything in his power to prevent Gine and Sierra from interfering with Earth's development or Kakarot's life. Otherwise, the original protagonist of this tale would not be Sun Wukong, but rather Kakarot himself. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had gone by. In an unremarkable galaxy within the northern galaxy, the solar system lay at the edge of this galaxy's remote corner. A disc-shaped spacecraft glided through the starry expanse like a fleeting comet. After an indeterminate passage of time, the spacecraft traversed the solar system's sun and finally ceased its journey, docking outside the atmosphere of a blue planet. This azure planet is none other than Earth. The spacecraft in question belongs to Talot, Gine, and Cellari. At this moment, within the vessel, the trio gazes through the protective glass at the modestly sized blue globe ahead. We have finally arrived, Earth, Talot exclaims, a smile illuminating his face. After 6 months of interstellar travel, he admits, to be honest, I feel as if I've grown fur. If it weren't for the 2 months of travel we endured and our unwavering sense of purpose, surviving in such a confined space for half a year would have been quite a challenge. Ultimately, we were reluctant to waste even a moment. Hence we did not resort to hibernation. Otherwise, it would have passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 6 months, Talot's strength has surged remarkably. Before departing from Ayun planet, his combat prowess had surpassed 2,000 points, and now he has reached 2,500 points. This undeniable enhancement is a testament to his relentless training. Similarly, Gine and Cellari have also experienced commendable growth. Although their power increments are not as pronounced, their mastery and application of energy have ascended to new heights. Gine's battle strength stands at 1,250 points, while Cellari's is at 980 points. In comparison, Talot's advancement is considerably more significant. Nevertheless, Tallet remains humble, recognizing that this level of progress is ultimately trivial. In the realm of Earth, he would indeed be invincible, and even on the majority of planets in this era, he is regarded as a formidable presence, especially considering he is merely 6 years old. Is this Earth? The planet may not be vast, but it is undeniably beautiful. Saiya is captivated by the planet's allure. After all, celestial bodies with such an ecological environment are rare in the universe. Even Ion Planet, which also possesses a splendid ecosystem, pales in comparison to Earth's land-to-ocean ratio. Indeed, it is beautiful, Tallet murmurs. The sight of Earth awakens long-buried memories within him. Although this Earth is not the one from his previous life, as the center of the Dragon Ball world, it serves as the origin point of all, instilling a sense of belonging within Tallet. Regardless, he subconsciously acknowledges his desire to settle down on Earth. Superficially, Earth appears quite appealing. As a lower-tier planet, its value is sufficient to place it among the mid-tier category. Gine expresses this rather bluntly. However, evaluating Earth based on its worth is indeed quite fitting. I wonder where Kakarot has landed on Earth. With Gine's inquiry, Tallet raises an eyebrow. It is evident that upon reaching Earth, Gine's foremost curiosity lies in this matter. Previously, I attempted to use the spacecraft to pinpoint Kakarot's exact location, but no precise information was relayed. I suspect either the spacecraft is damaged, or Kakarot has landed in a particularly unique location that has blocked all signals. Tallet replies nonchalantly. Hearing this, Gine seems somewhat anxious. Then let us land swiftly. If something has happened to Kakarot, we'll need to wait longer. First, let us sense the energy on this planet. I am intrigued by the possibility of encountering formidable beings here. Tallet remarks, either intentionally or unintentionally, be cautious and vigilant. This is characteristic of Tallet. Gine and Saiya took it as Tallet's means of ensuring safety. Thus they did not intervene and began to utilize their perceptive abilities to sense the energies of the Earth. In reality, Tallet was merely putting on a facade, for he had never been to Earth and was unaware of its circumstances. Were he to possess an intricate understanding of the planet, it would raise suspicions not only in Gine but also in Saiya, who would find it peculiar. The three of them simultaneously engaged their sensing abilities, enveloping a significant portion of the Earth. In an instant, the essences of countless life forms flooded into their perception. When these energies are converted into combat power, the vast majority only amount to single digits, with some even being so weak as to be undetectable. However, there are individuals whose combat power should reach double digits, and on this planet, they can be considered among the elite. As for the exceedingly rare few who possess combat powers in the triple digits, Gine and Saiya paid them no mind, as Tallet had already surmised their identities. Undoubtedly, they are the renowned figures of Earth from the past couple of centuries, Master Roshi, Crane Hermit, Tao Pai Pai, Gohan, among others. Additionally, there are several signatures of Earthlings that likely belong to reclusive powerhouses. Naturally, these matters were of little concern to Tallet, whose gaze instinctively drifted toward the opposite side of the planet. Following the two strongest energies emanating from Earth, Tallet was able to ascertain their specific locations, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, and his attendant, Dend. Tallet distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, they were assigned values of 220 and 1030 points of combat power, respectively. However, upon sensing Den's energy now, it did not exceed 1,000 points and was unlikely to surpass 500 points. Judging by the intensity of the aura, it should be at most between 200 and 300 points, comparable to Supreme Kai Piccolo. Reflecting on this, Tallet chose not to delve deeper. After all, the 1,030 points of combat power mentioned in the original text pertained to the arc featuring the Saiyan invasion, after which Dend, along with Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, had trained together for 6 months and then diligently trained for another 6 months to attain such strength. Even if they had possessed power prior, it had only begun to materialize after Goku arrived at the Supreme Kai's realm. Brother Tallet, it seems this Earth does not harbor many high combat power beings. Saiya suddenly interjected, breaking Tallet's reverie. The only formidable ones are those two, yet their combat power should only be around 200 to 300 points, Gine added. Tallet nodded in agreement. Their energies were indeed not weak, making their perception quite normal. As newcomers, we are not well acquainted with this planet. Perhaps we should pay a visit to its strongest beings. They may be able to assist us, Tallet suggested. That sounds good. They might know the whereabouts of Kakarot. Gine replied. After all, if they possess some strength, they might be aware of Kakarot's journey aboard a spaceship. Tallet's heart tightened at this thought, but soon relaxed. In the original narrative, initially, Supreme Kai Piccolo and Din were unaware of Goku's true identity. Thus, it was likely that Supreme Kai Piccolo had no knowledge of Goku's location. As Talot, Gine, and Saiyan reached a consensus, the spaceship, under the control of its intelligence system, entered Earth's atmosphere and made its way toward the Supreme Kai's temple. Meanwhile, high above Earth, the Supreme Kai's temple loomed above the clouds, resembling a sacred aerial fortress as well as a massive soup bowl. Its unique design exuded an imposing grandeur. The platform of the temple was adorned with square, pristine white stone slabs, with one side dedicated to the Supreme Kai's quarters. Being present here felt akin to stepping into an isolated sanctuary. At that moment, before the temple, Supreme Kai Piccolo seemed to sense something. Cold sweat beading on his aged face. A strong sense of foreboding surged within him, causing him to feel an involuntary anxiety and weakness. Thankfully, Din, with quick reflexes, supported him, preventing him from collapsing. Supreme Kai, are you alright? Din inquired with concern. In response, Supreme Kai Piccolo shook his head, steadied himself, and gazed toward the distant horizon. I am fine, Din. Do you sense that? 3 incredibly ominous energies have descended upon our Earth. As he spoke, Supreme Kai Piccolo's expression grew graver. Din nodded in agreement. His strength was formidable, and naturally, his mastery of energy had reached a considerable level. If Supreme Kai Piccolo sensed it, how could he not? Uncertain whether these 3 outsiders were foes or allies, Supreme Kai Piccolo solemnly remarked, if they are enemies, Earth may face its greatest crisis yet. Having served as the Supreme Kai for 300 years, he had never imagined that Earth would confront such peril. Supreme Kai, we have yet to encounter these 3 outsiders. Until then, everything remains unknown. You must take care of your health, Din urged. Fully aware that Supreme Kai Piccolo was already in his twilight years. Thus, he always felt a deep concern whenever he observed significant fluctuations in the Supreme Kai's emotions. Although Supreme Kai Piccolo had 2 or 3 decades left to live, Din had witnessed the fall of the previous Supreme Kai, and for him and the Supreme Kai, 2 or 3 decades was a pitifully brief span of time. I understand. You need not worry, Din, Supreme Kai Piccolo assured him. The two continued to gaze at the sky, their emotions etched upon their faces. As time passed, beads of cold sweat trickled down their cheeks. They not only sensed but also visually confirmed a spaceship descending from above. In mere seconds, the disc-shaped spacecraft had smoothly docked upon the platform of the Supreme Kai's temple. Supreme Kai. Din anxiously positioned himself in front of Supreme Kai Piccolo, revealing his unwavering loyalty. This is an unimaginable monster. There exists a being in this world whose energy can reach such heights. Supreme Kai Piccolo's heart was tumultuous. Since his ascension to godhood, this was the first, and only, time he had felt the presence of death. He could only hope that the 3 outsiders aboard the spacecraft had come to Earth not for the purpose of invasion. With a click and a clack, the spacecraft's door opened, connecting the internal space with the outside. Fresh air rushed into the interior, prompting Talot, Gine, and Saiyan, who had yet to disembark, to take deep breaths after being confined within the cramped confines of the spaceship for half a year. If Talot and Saiyan were both adults, their space would have been even more limited. It was difficult to fathom what force could allow such a large structure to float so high in the sky. Gine led the way, exclaiming as she leaped out of the spacecraft, "Finally, I can stretch my limbs. I was almost suffocating." Saiyan quickly followed suit. And the refreshing environment of the Supreme Kai's temple felt like stepping into another realm. Lastly, Talot emerged. While admiring the scenery of the Supreme Kai's temple, he mused briefly before focusing his attention on the distant figures of Supreme Kai Piccolo and Din. The combat power detector immediately began its analysis. Supreme Kai Piccolo, combat power 220 points. Din, combat power 300 points. Just as he had predicted. Just as he was about to speak, Saiyan suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, "Oh, this place feels strange. I feel so light." Upon hearing this, Gine also expressed curiosity, while Talot's memory surged, and he quickly realized. He almost forgot to mention that the gravity on Planet Vegeta and Planet Yardrat was 10 times that of Earth. Hence, Earth would indeed grant us a feeling of ease. Standing on the Temple of the Gods, Talot moved slightly, and Gine exclaimed in realization, "So that's how it is. I thought it was simply because we had spent too long in the spaceship. Does that mean I'm even more powerful than before?" Celery said excitedly. Although she had not fully grasped the concept, her assertion was not entirely incorrect. In a certain sense, she was indeed more formidable on Earth. In truth, we did not feel a significant difference. First, it was due to our enhanced strength, and second, we had spent half a year in the spaceship. Thus, Our bodies had long since adapted to the optimal survival conditions within it. If the gravity were to increase tenfold, however, we would notice immediately, Talot explained. Gine nodded. And Celery, still somewhat confused, followed suit. Then, Celery turned her gaze toward the distant figures of King Kai and Bobo. Talot brother, Gine aunt, are these Earthlings? They look so strange, especially that dark-skinned one, Celery remarked. Strange? Indeed, they are, Talot replied. Take King Kai, for example. Even Bobo does not resemble an Earthling. If he hadn't lived in the Temple of the Gods for so long, who would accept him as one? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Talot. While he could not speak openly about Bobo, King Kai was different. As a traveler, he possessed all the information from the original story. Yet, he could not overtly display his knowledge or act as if he could foresee the future. How would he explain that to Gine and Celery? However, there were some matters he could feign knowledge about. For instance, he could fabricate a story about having researched alien species to elucidate the origins and intelligence of the Namekians, thus leading to the topic of the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls, of course, were one of the objectives. Many things could only be achieved through summoning Shenron and making wishes. Indeed, it often takes the actual occurrence of events or the confrontation of challenges for clarity to dawn upon one's mind, revealing solutions that seemed elusive during contemplation. Gathering his thoughts, and with Gine's curiosity piqued, Talot began to speak to the two. Celery has reminded me that neither of these individuals resembles an Earthling. I am uncertain about the identity of the dark-skinned one, but the other seems familiar. He must be a Namekian. How could he be on Earth? As the words left his mouth, Talot felt a sense of relief. He was not adept at lying, yet this deception was necessary. Upon hearing Talot's words, Gine gasped, while Celery's mouth fell open in surprise. Are you certain, Talot? Is he truly a Namekian? Gine questioned, her mind racing. The existence of Namekians on Earth would imply that extraterrestrial forces had already invaded, which posed a threat to her Kakarot. Seeing Talot nod, Gine gasped again, whispering reassurances that Kakarot would be fine. Celery was oblivious to the depth of the situation, but Talot, noticing Gine's distress and anxiety, quickly added, from what I know, Namekians possess exceptionally high battle power, at least comparable to us Saiyans. Yet, this Namekian here seems quite weak. Moreover, aside from them, there are no stronger presences on Earth. Could it be that this Namekian, like Kakarot, was sent to Earth as a child, resulting in his diminished strength? By providing some explanation, he hoped to calm Gine's nerves. Upon hearing this, Gine regained her composure. Indeed, they had not sensed any powerful auras, and the scanners had not detected higher battle power readings. Thus, the notion of Earth having been invaded by formidable Namekians was unfounded. The three continued their conversation. Meanwhile, a mere 10 meters away, King Kai and Bobo felt their heartbeats quickening, sensing the situation spiraling beyond their control. With his extraordinary hearing, King Kai caught wind of Talot's words, plunging him into a deep introspection. Although he was initially startled by the arrival of a woman and 2 children, it was the revelation of his own identity as a Namekian that consumed his thoughts. Am I truly an extraterrestrial, a Namekian? No wonder I look so different from Earthlings. It explains the hardships I endured to be acknowledged as Earth's guardian. No wonder I've waited all these years without reuniting with my family. King Kai's mind raced with turmoil. Bobo, at his side, was unaware that his master had overheard the conversation and was now lost in his own thoughts. He was drenched in sweat, paralyzed by the fear of making any move. Strictly speaking, he was merely a servant. Without a word from King Kai, he felt he had no right to speak. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. At this moment, the divine being, Pick, regained his composure and endeavored to maintain an air of tranquility as he proceeded forward. Despite the turmoil stirring within him, he presented an outward facade of calmness. Welcome to Earth, esteemed guests, he proclaimed. I am the divine being of this realm, and this is the divine hall. Upon hearing these words, Sealer from Talot was utterly astonished. A deity? Brother Talot, did he just claim to be a god? Isn't he from Namek? How can he also be a god? Sealer turned her gaze towards Talot, inquiring. In truth, the most profound realization was the apparent weakness of such a deity. Gine also regarded Talot with curiosity. Ever since departing from Planet Vegeta, Talot's words had been law. Although Gine was an adult woman, she had relinquished authority and decision-making power to Talot. The vastness of the universe is indeed filled with wonders. A Namekian has ascended to the position of Earth's divine being. Talot feigned ignorance, adopting a shocked demeanor. Upon hearing these 2 statements, Pick felt a profound sense of despair within, fully confirming his identity. Bobo looked on in astonishment, alternating his gaze between Tallet and the divine being Pick. At this moment, the previously oppressive atmosphere had dissipated. It was merely a stroke of luck that I, an alien, learned from you that I am indeed a Namekian. The demeanor of the deity, Piccolo, was quite amiable. Being weak and unaware of the true purpose of the three visitors from Taro, it was only natural for me to adopt a more subdued and friendly approach. Observing Piccolo's demeanor and glancing at Bobo, it was clear that Taro had no intentions of hostility. Before I could utter a word, Gine could no longer contain herself and interjected, "You claim to be the deity of this earth. In my understanding, a god should possess omnipotence, correct? If you assert your divinity, it follows that you must be well acquainted with earth, yes? Although not entirely in control, I, as a deity, indeed possessed a comprehensive understanding of earth's circumstances. I wonder how I may assist you, esteemed guest from beyond the stars." Without directly inquiring about their intentions on earth, Piccolo suppressed his restless heart and subtly inquired. Upon hearing this, Gine hesitated no longer and candidly stated, "I require your assistance in locating someone, my son, who should have arrived on Earth a few months ago." As these words escaped her lips, she intended to elaborate but was at a loss for words, leaving her in an awkward silence. Observing this, Taro gently grasped Gine's hand, reassuring her not to worry, and added, "Allow me to speak, Aunt Gine." Receiving a nod of affirmation from her, Taro turned his gaze back to Piccolo. He sensed the unease within Piccolo's heart. There is no need for alarm. Our arrival on Earth is devoid of malice. Let me introduce ourselves. We are Saiyans from Planet Vegeta. The reason for our presence here lies in the fact that a few months ago, Aunt Gine's son was accidentally brought to Earth. Now we must find him. Hence, would you, O deity, be able to assist us in our search? As Taro articulated the details, Piccolo comprehended the situation. At the very least, understanding their purpose and origin alleviated his tension. Even though Taro and his companions possessed formidable strength, it was evident that they were not here to wreak havoc, but rather as allies. The tautness of Piccolo's nerves began to ease. While he could not entirely dismiss his vigilance towards Taro and his companions, there was no longer any cause for excessive concern. To Piccolo's astonishment, he had not expected the spokesperson among the trio to be the young boy rather than Gine. "So, can you help us find him?" Taro pressed once more, his heart hoping that Piccolo would not succeed in the search. Ideally, it would be best if Kakarot remained undiscovered for the time being, allowing for a situation where Kakarot's head might sustain an impact before being found, thus ensuring that he would transform into the Kakarot of the original narrative. Though I am indeed the deity of Earth and possess the capability to survey the globe, the information you have provided is exceedingly broad. Even if I could locate him, it would not be achievable in the short term, Piccolo responded diplomatically. Hearing this, Gine immediately grew anxious. It was evident that they had arrived on Earth, yet she was at a loss as to how to locate her son. She felt a profound sense of failure, yet found herself powerless. If Kakarot possessed self-sufficiency and a degree of strength, their formidable presence could swiftly scour the Earth to find him. Furthermore, once Kakarot became aware of their existence, he would likely seek them out. Alas, he was still quite young, barely over a year old, and his capabilities were only slightly superior to those of an ordinary Earth child. The atmosphere grew heavy as Piccolo, seemingly apprehensive of unforeseen calamities, spoke again. "Perhaps you could grant me some time? It would be ideal to locate him, but if that proves impossible, I can also collaborate with you on alternative methods of search." Such sincere words would be accepted by anyone who heard them. Time is not an issue. After all, we will remain on Earth for some time. However, the sooner we find him, the better, Taro replied somewhat reluctantly. Had he remained silent, Gine's emotions would undoubtedly have influenced the entire room, potentially leading to an explosive outburst of her repressed feelings. Since the destruction of Planet Vegeta until this very day, Gine had been burdened with immense pressure. Were it not for the glimmer of hope sustaining her, she might have already succumbed to despair. It must be said that certain matters require the passage of time to heal. Currently, the time has been too brief. With Taro's words, Piccolo exhaled a sigh of relief, and Gine turned her gaze to Taro, acquiescing to the situation. Although she harbored uncertainties about why Taro placed his trust in this Namekian deity, she recognized that Taro was a meticulous individual who would not choose to believe without cause. Should she have known Taro's innermost thoughts at that moment, she would likely have been devastated. Thus, Taro proceeded with heightened caution in all his actions. "Since you will be staying on Earth and I shall assist in your search for the child named Kakarot, you may temporarily reside in the sacred land of the deity. Allowing for convenient communication, Piccolo suddenly proposed. Allowing Taro and his companions to dwell in the sacred land did not seem to raise any concerns for Gine and Serari. They felt that residing there would be practical. Only Taro understood that Piccolo was exercising control over them. Keeping them in the sacred land was undoubtedly a strategy to prevent them from causing chaos on Earth, while simultaneously gaining a deeper understanding of their intentions to gather more intelligence. Of course, even if he had such ulterior motives, Taro remained indifferent. As a traveler from another world, he was quite familiar with Piccolo's nature. The old man would not easily trust them based solely on a few words. Ultimately, he was merely utilizing his abilities to avert any unforeseen incidents as much as possible. For the time being, residing here seemed acceptable, as we had no explicit objectives and were not well acquainted with Earth. Could we kindly have rooms prepared for us, along with the opportunity to freshen up? After half a year of cosmic travel, it has been quite an ordeal, Tallet remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Hearing this, the deity Beak turned with a beaming smile towards Bobo. This is a trivial matter. Bobo, please attend to it immediately. It will serve as a warm welcome for your arrival. Yes, esteemed deity, I shall prepare it right away, Bobo replied respectfully before hastening away. Time flew by, and before long, over an hour had passed. After freshening up, Tallet, Gine, and Serari truly felt liberated. Now, having tasted the exquisite cuisine crafted by Bobo, they were momentarily overwhelmed by its deliciousness. Gine and Serari were pleasantly surprised, for they had never encountered such delightful food. Tallet, on the other hand, was on the verge of tears. This culinary delight was what true sustenance ought to be. Unknowingly, memories of the myriad of dishes from his past life flooded back to him. Having been in this world for 6 years, he was finally indulging in a similar flavor once more. Once they had sufficiently feasted, Tallet and the others languished for a while before engaging in some light exercise. Light exercise? Indeed. However, what constituted light exercise for Tallet and his companions appeared utterly terrifying to the deity Beak and Bobo. Their speed was so astonishing that it was nearly imperceptible, especially the kicks and punches they unleashed. Were they to bear the brunt of such attacks? A single blow could very well prove fatal. The existence of the Saiyans had thoroughly upended the worldview of Beak and Bobo. It was truly formidable. This is the sentiment of the divine beings, Piccolo and Bobo. As time elapsed and their exertion came to an end, Tallet and his companions finally exhaled in relief. The warmth that enveloped them could only be described with 2 words: sheer comfort. Tallet, you have yet to express why you chose to place your trust in this Namekian deity, Gine inquired, gazing coolly at the divine Piccolo and Bobo as they circled the periphery of the divine temple, seated upon the refreshing steps. Upon hearing this, Tallet did not hesitate. He had anticipated Gine would pose such a question. It cannot be deemed as trust, rather. I wish to ascertain the capabilities of this Namekian, what Earth refers to as a deity. If he can assist us in locating Kakarot, that would be splendid. If not, we stand to lose nothing. Moreover, at this juncture, it is evident that we are not adversaries, and they are unlikely to deceive us. His succinct and lucid words articulated a rationale that was readily acceptable. Gine nodded in response. I hope he can locate him. Although, given the strength of Earthlings, Kakarot should be unharmed. In the span of those fleeting 2 hours, Tallet managed to alleviate half of Gine's concerns. He had instilled in her the understanding of the relatively low combat prowess of Earthlings. Even if Kakarot possessed a mere combat power of 2, it would still place him among the adults of Earth. Brother Tallet, Aunt Gine, do you think they can find Kakarot simply by circling the edges? Sealer asked curiously, a question she had long held. It should allow them to perceive things beyond our sight. Since we have chosen to grant him time, we must not harbor doubts. Otherwise, we would be questioning our own judgment, Tallet replied with a smile. Sealer stuck out her tongue playfully, while Gine remarked, I have just realized that his offer for us to stay here is not solely to aid in locating Kakarot, but also to prevent us from causing chaos on Earth. Would you agree, Tallet? Tallet looked at Gine in surprise, impressed by her increasing astuteness in discerning the old deity's ulterior motives. I share your thoughts. However, it matters not. Should we truly wish to depart, he cannot hinder us, Tallet stated. Time passed swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days had elapsed since Tallet and his companions arrived on Earth at the Divine Temple. For the past 3 days, under the auspices of the deity Bic, they have temporarily resided in the Divine Hall. Bound by an agreement with the deity, they remained within the sanctum, refraining from descending to the mortal realm. What may appear to be a straightforward endeavor is, in truth, exceedingly arduous. As articulated by the deity Bic, numerous meteors descend upon Earth daily. Many are consumed by atmospheric friction, while others, despite their descent, lack precise targets. Retracing the impact records of the past few months proves to be an exceptionally taxing undertaking, compounded by the necessity of ensuring that targets remain undiscovered and unclaimed by those on the ground. In essence, this is a game of chance, with fortune on their side. They might locate a target swiftly, yet without luck, it remains an impossible task. In summary, it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In the central expanse of the plaza before the Divine Hall, Tallet and Cellari are engaged in a sparring session. In terms of prowess, Cellari is undoubtedly no match for Tallet. However, the enhancement in strength derived from this practice is remarkably significant, and thus Tallet remains ever eager to participate. Whether battling Cellari or Gine, or even facing two opponents simultaneously, the practice has been frequent. The reality is that the absence of superior adversaries has necessitated this focus on Cellari and Gine. For Cellari and Gine, engaging in combat with Tallet facilitates their own growth. Notably, Cellari's combat prowess has finally surpassed the 1,000-point threshold, reaching an impressive 1020 points. After a prolonged period of suppression, 3 days of release heralds an even greater growth trajectory for Cellari in the near future. As for Gine, her figures mirror those of Tallet, fluctuating only between 10 and 20 points. Following the conclusion of their physical exchanges, Cellari collapses onto the ground, panting heavily. Such bold and unabashed actions can only be attributed to Cellari. Were it another girl, she might exhibit a degree of restraint, refraining from such recklessness. However, Cellari's candid and straightforward nature only endears her to Tallet further, creating an atmosphere devoid of any barriers and unconfined by the complexities of gender relations. "Brother Tallet, you truly are becoming more impressive by the day," she exclaimed, unabashedly showering him with compliments despite feeling quite fatigued. They are but 6 years old. Yet as they grow older, Cellari would undoubtedly utter words akin to "He is indeed the man I have chosen," with a fierce admiration. "You are becoming more formidable as well. Over these past 3 days, not only has your control over strength reached new heights, but your understanding of energy has also advanced significantly," Tallet replied with a smile. Upon hearing Tallet's praise, Cellari's already rosy cheeks flushed deeper, and a swell of pride blossomed within her. Unbeknownst to Tallet, her affection for him had grown profound, to the extent that any compliment from him would send her thoughts spiraling. After resting for a considerable time, Cellari finally regained her composure. Joining Tallet on the steps beside her, their gaze fell upon Gine, standing at the edge of the Divine Hall. In the past 3 days, although she has managed to calm her emotions and await developments, Gine's concerns for Kakarot have only intensified. This concern differs from past anxieties regarding Bardock and Raditz. For now, on this singular planet, she finds herself powerless as a mother. "Taro, do you think Aunt Gina will fall ill if this continues? It has been 3 days. Surely that Namekian deity is not toying with us, is he? Kakarot has yet to make any contact. What shall we do next?" Cellari, worried for Gina, inquired of Taro. Upon hearing this, Taro felt a stirring within his own heart. After years of companionship, seeing Gine in such a state stirred Turret's impulses, compelling him to reveal Kakarot's whereabouts. Although Turret was confident that if he took the initiative to guide Kakarot, he could prevent him from becoming an evil Saiyan, he still struggled with the notion. It was not merely a matter of guidance. Transforming Kakarot into the original Son Goku was a far more complex task. What would become of the world without the original Son Goku? Perhaps a little more time was necessary. For now, he could only apologize to Aunt Gine. His heart was resolute. The birth of the original Son Goku must be ensured. As for what followed, it mattered little if changes occurred. With no news of Kakarot at present, Turret suggested they venture to Earth, where they might uncover some clues. The idea of exploring Earth ignited a spark of excitement in Cellari's eyes. "Wonderful. Turret, you have no idea how stifling it has been here. While this place is pleasant, it lacks variety, and prolonged confinement can drive one mad." Cellari was the type of woman who could not remain still. Observing her enthusiasm, Turret chuckled, and together they made their way towards Gine. After some discussion, Gine was persuaded. Rather than waiting idly, they might as well search for answers, if only to harbor a glimmer of hope. The Supreme Kai, Piccolo, felt he could not hinder them, as their descent was solely for the purpose of seeking family. Any attempt to stop them might yield counterproductive results. However, regarding Turret and his companions, The Supreme Kai felt a measure of trust had been established after 3 days of interaction. He recognized their strength, but discerned they were not the malevolent beings he had first feared. Yet, trust must be tempered with caution. One should never let their guard down entirely. In truth, he had already identified a target, but chose to withhold that information, preferring to observe Turret and his companions more closely. Lord Supreme Kai, they have descended to the lower realm. Should I follow? Bobo inquired. Despite being aware of the Supreme Kai's intentions, he remained concerned and wished to alleviate his master's burdens. Let them roam freely for now. We shall assess the situation first. You have worked hard these days, so go and rest, replied the Supreme Kai. Bobo nodded but did not depart. The Supreme Kai paid him no mind, instead focusing his gaze on the world below. At this moment, he was not merely watching Turret and his companions leave. He was also observing a secluded mountain range on Earth, known as Bowsy Mountain. Here, he had located the spaceship and Kakarot. He refrained from disclosing this information, for he could not guarantee the outcome, nor did he wish to take that risk. Although Turret's group consisted of merely a woman and 2 children, their power was formidable. Should they find Kakarot and decide to unleash their might upon the Earth, the planet could easily fall into their grasp. In the skies above, Turret, Gine, and Cellari reveled in their newfound freedom. Arriving on Earth marked their first departure from the Supreme Kai's palace, a genuine release of self as they soared through the skies unrestrained. Utilizing their senses and the battle power detectors, they swiftly pinpointed the nearest human city. While the architecture of Earth differed somewhat from the world Turret once knew, it bore enough similarities to evoke a sense of familiarity. Unlike the structures on Planet Vegeta or other celestial bodies, the towering buildings, bustling streets, and even the presence of Earthlings rekindled long-buried memories within Turret. He was particularly struck by the anthropomorphic Earthlings of this era, who would later face near extinction, apart from a few significant characters. Moreover, through his understanding of the city, Turret realized that the technological advancements in the Dragon Ball world paralleled those of his previous life. Indeed, the rapid development of Earth's technology only commenced after the story's inception. One observation was clear. The vehicles in this city were not the ubiquitous hovercraft seen later in the narrative. However, this was to be expected. While the Capsule Corporation primarily focused on capsules, it undoubtedly ventured into various other industries, significantly propelling Earth's technological progress. It was, in fact, Bulma's takeover of the Capsule Corporation that truly catalyzed the advancement of Earth's science. As they wandered the streets, Turret became oblivious to a crucial issue. Their peculiar attire drew curious glances from passers-by, who whispered among themselves. It was only when the stares intensified that Turret instinctively became aware of their predicament. Simultaneously, Gine and Cellari felt increasingly uncomfortable, their displeasure growing. Subjected to ridicule, as if a mere jester, if not for the intention of undertaking something on Earth, everything here would face utter destruction. Aunt Gine, Brother Tallet. These individuals are truly bothersome. Sailor Ray appeared on the verge of an outburst. Gine nodded in agreement, gazing at Tallet, just as he began to speak. It is our distinctive attire that has drawn attention. Let us endure this for now. After all, we did not come to invade, nor to annihilate Earth. First, we should find a clothing store to change our garments. Conveniently, I also possess some valuable items, Tallet remarked. The 2 women nodded in response. Before long, through Tallet's adept maneuvers, he exchanged some gold and silver jewels collected on the planet Oyun for the currency of this Earth. It was clear that Tallet had anticipated the necessity of money on Earth. Hence, precious metals and gems served as the medium of exchange. Armed with Earth's currency, Tallet, Gine, and Sailor Ray made their way to a large clothing store. For Tallet, this meant he could finally shed his battle attire and oversized linen garments, donning casual clothing. He exuded an air of carefree masculinity, looking quite dashing. Despite being merely 6 years old, Tallet's height and physique were remarkable. Among the Saiyan race, his physical development ranked above average. Unlike Vegeta, who stood at a mere 164 centimeters as an adult, and Kakarot, who reached only 175 centimeters. Tallet and Raditz belonged to a category where surpassing 190 centimeters as adults was considered normal. Indeed, it was not uncommon for Saiyans to exceed 2 meters in height. For instance, Nappa from the original series measured an astounding 247 centimeters. Many characters like Broly also boasted impressive heights. His normal stature reached 232 centimeters and soared to a terrifying 286. 5 centimeters in transformation. Setting aside height concerns, Gine and Sailor Ray also donned earthly attire, irresistibly drawn to the fashion available. The innate desire for beauty in women, even among Saiyans, could not be overlooked. After purchasing numerous garments, the trio finally exited the store and continued their exploration of the streets. With their change in appearance, they no longer attracted undue attention, at least not the kind that invited intrusive stares. Of course, they could not entirely escape the occasional lingering gaze, especially given Talot's striking looks and Sailor Ray's undeniable charm, which captivated many, despite their youth. Gine, too, belonged to the category of exquisite beauty. As they traversed the city, it was not long before Tallet and his companions left this urban landscape in search of other locales on Earth. Time passed gradually, and before they knew it, a day had slipped away. The trio wandered from city to city, absorbing the essence of Earth's culture and occasionally passing through picturesque towns. When spirits were low, such leisurely strolls provided a perfect remedy for their woes. Gine, too, relaxed, no longer fixated on hastily locating Kakarot, primarily captivated by Earth's prosperity. Having visited numerous planets and witnessed various civilizations, she had never encountered a human society as harmonious and flourishing as this one. Despite the relatively modest strength of its inhabitants, everything progressed in an orderly manner, devoid of chaos. Of course, Gine's observations were merely superficial. Every place harbors its share of criminals, as the saying goes. Where there is light, shadows are bound to exist, depending solely on whether one encounters them. After meandering about, the trio arrived at an extraordinarily bustling and expansive city. Upon learning that this city was West City, memories buried deep within Talot's mind resurfaced. In truth, West City had been their primary destination upon arriving on Earth, for it housed the Capsule Corporation and Bulma's residence. Their purpose for coming here was to leverage Bulma and Brief's scientific acumen to create some unique inventions: Dragon Radar, gravity training rooms, modified spaceships, and so forth. If Talot were alone, he would have been indifferent to concealment. However, he was not alone. He needed to provide Gine and Sailor Ray with explanations for any actions taken. Calculating the time, he mused that he and Vegeta, along with Raditz, were all 6 years old, which meant Bulma should now be 5. Reflecting on this, Talot contemplated Bulma's age. To be candid, he was not particularly familiar with other women, but he held a distinct understanding of Bulma. Not to mention, there was also Android 18. This is likely something every Dragon Ball enthusiast is familiar with, particularly concerning the female characters. Talot even recalls the height, weight, and measurements of Bulma and Android 18 in their adult forms. However, whether his knowledge aligns with reality remains to be seen. Bulma, a near-perfect woman in the original narrative, beautiful, fit, affluent, and possessing a high intellect, appears flawless. Besides her initial infatuation and bold self-admiration, it is difficult to pinpoint any faults. One might argue that Bulma's youthful rebelliousness contributed to her earlier demeanor, a phase that everyone experiences, including her. Talot, you've been staring intently at this spot. Is there something particularly captivating? Cellari inquired, having noticed Talot's unusual focus. Although the expansive circular architecture before them seemed peculiar compared to other buildings, it did not appear extraordinary. Upon hearing Cellari's question, Gine turned her gaze towards Talot, who naturally pivoted to respond, having already formulated his answer in his mind. Earlier, while walking down the street, I overheard numerous discussions about the universal capsule, praising Dr. Brief's genius in inventing it. I wonder if this Dr. Brief possesses the capability to create what I desire? His statement revealed his intentions, subtly informing Gine and Cellari of his plans. Gine's eyes widened with surprise as she posed a question. Talot, do you require assistance from a scientist on Earth for something? Although the technology here seems advanced, they have yet to achieve interstellar travel. Gine's words held merit. Had Talot not been aware of Dr. Brief's talents, he too might have doubted his capabilities. Just as Talot was about to respond to Gine's query, the grand door ahead swung open. 2 girls, one large and one small, hurriedly emerged into their view. The smaller girl, with her blue hair tied in twin ponytails, inadvertently collided with Talot due to her lack of awareness. Instinctively, Talot caught the young girl, preventing her from being flung backward and falling to the ground. Bulma and Thais. Talot instantly recognized the identities of the 2 girls, particularly Thais, the eldest daughter of Brief, radiated vitality with her flowing golden locks. Recalling the original narrative where Thais revealed her age, 16 when Bulma was 5, It indicated that Tai's storyline had yet to unfold on Earth. This sparked thoughts of the side plots from the original tale. With Tai still on Earth, it implied that Galactic Patrolman Gak had not yet arrived. The mere thought of Gak caused a wave of concern for Talot, as he had indeed overlooked that detail. The Galactic Patrol would officially intervene in the plot only in the latter stages of Super. "Who are you, big brother?" The little Bulma, cradled in Talot's arms, suddenly spoke. Upon hearing her voice, Talot released her. Before he could respond, Tai's quickly embraced Bulma, apologizing, "I'm terribly sorry. We burst out suddenly and startled you. It's quite all right. Just be cautious next time. After all, there are vehicles on the street, and accidents can happen." Talot replied with a smile. His demeanor natural and devoid of pretense, as it was merely common sense to advise caution. Tai's nodded in appreciation, then inquired, "I wonder if you're here for a specific reason at my doorstep?" Approaching adulthood and possessing a keen intellect, she quickly deduced that Talot and his companions had a purpose for their visit. This prompted Talot to introduce himself and his companions, Gine and Cellari, before mentioning his desire to request something from Dr. Brief. Upon learning their identities and intentions, Tai's graciously remarked, "Since you've come to see my father, please come in. He is currently at home." Surprised by the smoothness of the situation, Talot, Gine, and Cellari followed Tai's into the grand circular reception room. Tai's instructed the staff to prepare refreshments, including tea, sweets, and fruits, before escorting Bulma to an upstairs room to notify her father, Dr. Brief. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Talot and his companions surveyed the room's decor with curious eyes, as Gine and Cellari remained intrigued by many aspects of Earth yet to be discovered. Naturally, they were particularly curious about what Talot intended to create, though they refrained from pressing for details. The time spent waiting for Dr. Brief felt interminable until Bulma unexpectedly dashed down the stairs, capturing the trio's attention, especially due to the object in her hands. It was, of course, the Dragon Ball. "Little sister, may I borrow the sphere in your hand for a moment?" Talot asked with a smile. Hearing his request, Bulma hesitated, glancing between the Dragon Ball and Talot. Not disliking him, she decided to graciously raise the sphere, stating, "This is my toy. If Big Brother wishes for it, I can give it to you. But you must play with me." Bulma's voice was sweet and childlike, and Talot accepted the Dragon Ball, inspecting it closely. The proximity allowed him to clearly discern the two stars within. Regardless of the angle, it retained its pentagram shape, just as described in the original work, truly mesmerizing. "Let us play, Big Brother," the 5-year-old Bulma said earnestly, attempting to take Talot's hand and lead him away. Talot, comfortable with this interaction, recognized the potential benefits of establishing a friendly rapport with Bulma. However, to his surprise, Cellari suddenly interrupted, forcefully pulling Bulma away from Talot's grasp. "Big Brother wouldn't want to play with you alone," Cellari declared, her words laced with palpable hostility. Unbeknownst to her, a sense of protectiveness surged within her, as if Talot were being snatched away. "Big Brother hasn't refused. Why do you presume he does not wish to play with me?" Bulma retorted defiantly, already exhibiting the demeanor of a strong-willed individual. "I said no, and that is final," Cellari countered without backing down, leading to an unexpected clash between the two girls. Sensing the situation escalating, Talot intervened, grasping Cellari's hand to prevent any rash actions. Compared to Bulma, who was merely a typical little girl, Cellari's temperament could lead to serious repercussions if provoked. Bulma's face flushed with frustration, her cheeks puffed in disappointment, akin to a child who felt denied of a desired toy. "Little sister, I apologize on behalf of Cellari. She didn't mean to target you. And here is your Dragon Ball back," Talot assured, returning the sphere while soothing Bulma's feelings. Cellari's displeasure was evident. Yet Talot's calming gaze prompted her to settle down. "The Dragon Ball? Taro, do you know what this is?" Gine inquired, having detected the shift in Taro's reference to the orb. This was also her deliberate attempt to divert the conversation and alleviate the tension between the two little ones. Clearly, not only was Cellari no longer upset, but Bulma, with her wide, curious eyes, asked, "So, this orb is called the Dragon Ball, Big Brother?" Bulma was the first to speak, and Cellari followed suit with her question, "Taro, what is a Dragon Ball?" You seem quite intrigued and surprised. The very attention and inquiry sparked by them were precisely what Taro aimed to achieve. The mention of the Dragon Ball, seemingly casual, was indeed intentional on his part. Discussing the Dragon Ball inevitably led back to the Namekians. "According to the information I possess, Not only do the Namekians possess formidable combat abilities, but their race also harbors the capability to create Dragon Balls. Had I not seen this orb with my own eyes, I would have deemed it mere folly. After all, an object capable of granting wishes should not exist in this world. Now that I have witnessed it firsthand, I can affirm that this is indeed the Dragon Ball, likely crafted by that Namekian deity from the divine realm. At this juncture, Taro paused momentarily. Are you suggesting that this small orb, known as the Dragon Ball, can fulfill a person's wishes? Gine exclaimed in astonishment. Celery, equally incredulous, turned her gaze toward the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hands. This truly frightened Bulma, who thought that Celery intended to seize the Dragon Ball. She hurriedly clutched it to her chest, murmuring, "No one can take my toy away." As the second daughter of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma has always had everything she desired since birth, and no one could usurp her possessions. This has rendered her exceedingly assertive in this regard. Celery rolled her eyes, displaying her displeasure, while Tallet found the situation amusing yet perplexing. To my knowledge, there are 7 Dragon Balls, each containing a varying number of stars within. When gathered together, they can summon the Eternal Dragon, who is capable of granting one's wishes. The Dragon Ball in Bulma's possession should be the 2-star ball. As Tallet pondered this, the discussion naturally led to the topic of the Dragon Balls, with all information sources pointing to the now exploded Planet Vegeta. Is this truly the case? Tallet, from where did you acquire this information? Gine exclaimed once more in astonishment. Tallet's knowledge regarding the Namekians and the Dragon Balls is quite extensive. No, it is beyond that. Since departing from Planet Vegeta, over half a year has passed, and Gine finally realized that Tallet was entirely different from the person she once knew. He remains the same Tallet, yet his understanding far surpasses hers as an adult. Despite her having experienced more and visited numerous planets, she found herself woefully uninformed. In that moment, Gine began to regard Tallet with a new perspective, feeling an inexplicable urge to discover just how much he truly knew, or rather, how many secrets he had yet to reveal. I have only occasionally come across information about the Namekians. Out of mere curiosity, Tallet explained, deflecting Gine's inquiries. Upon hearing this, Gine chose to remain silent. Yet her mind was restless. Tallet understood that this was inevitable. Rather than delve into excessive explanations, it was simpler to brush it aside. Reflecting on the narrative of the Dragon Balls, Tallet recalled that the Namekians had long been known to the Saiyans, and even Bardock had interacted with the Dragon Balls of Planet Cereal, wishing for his son's healthy growth. Whether this event transpired in their current reality remained uncertain to Tallet. However, when he first learned of this tale, he speculated whether that wish was the reason Kakarot and Raditz had grown up unscathed. It was only when Raditz arrived on Earth that the wish granted by the Eternal Dragon collided with an insurmountable force, resulting in their mutual destruction. Of course, the specifics of how this unfolded remain a mystery. Is it true that if we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, any wish can be granted? Bulma suddenly interjected, altering the atmosphere once more. Clearly, due to her youth, despite her high intelligence, her immediate thoughts were not on the additional information Tallet had mentioned, but rather on her overwhelming fascination with the Dragon Balls. Tallet was quite pleased with her reaction, for his intention was to prepare her for the capability of wishing granted by the Dragon Balls. Given Bulma's nature, she would likely devise a way to locate the other Dragon Balls swiftly. After all, the allure of making a wish is far too enticing, not only for Bulma, but also for Gine and Celery. If the Dragon Balls can truly summon the Eternal Dragon for wishes, could we wish for Planet Vegeta to be restored? Celery's sudden inquiry took both Tallet and Gine by surprise. They turned to Celery, noting a hint of melancholy in her expression. Clearly, for Celery, Planet Vegeta represented her homeland. Her home. Even after 6 months, the emotional ties remained unshakable. Even if a wish could be granted, such a fantastical request would likely be difficult to realize, Gine remarked, deeming it unrealistic. Tallet responded, perhaps we could attempt it, although I too believe it improbable. However, I entertain the notion that with the Dragon Balls, even if Uncle Bardock and Raditz have encountered misfortune, we may summon the Eternal Dragon to wish for their salvation. This was the initial plan. As for whether the Celestial Dragon of Earth could accomplish it, that would only be determined after an attempt. Once all wishes have been pursued, regardless of their feasibility, one could then proceed with their own plans. Upon hearing Tallet's words, both Gine and Celery's expressions shifted simultaneously, particularly Gine, who suddenly became somewhat exhilarated. This marks yet another glimmer of hope. Tallet has grasped the essence of her situation. The Dragon Balls can summon Shinron to grant wishes, perhaps even resurrecting the deceased. Thus, their anxieties have been alleviated. However, locating the Dragon Balls across the vast expanse of Earth is no trivial task. If only there were a device capable of detecting their whereabouts, it would be akin to divine guidance falling upon their ears. Gine and Celery can comprehend this, as it is reminiscent of a power detector which identifies the presence and strength of living beings. Bulma, her brow furrowed in contemplation, seemed to have an epiphany as she hurried upstairs with the Dragon Ball, presumably to her room for research. Tallet, Gine, and Celery fell silent, each contemplating the existence of the Dragon Balls and the wishes they could bestow, which sparked their own secret ambitions. Despite understanding the uniqueness and value of the Dragon Balls, they refrained from seizing them, primarily due to the profound influence Talot had on them. Unbeknownst to them, Gine and Celery had transformed into individuals who would not easily engage in disputes or covet others' possessions. Time passed, and then a voice broke the silence, capturing the attention of the trio once more. Undoubtedly, it was brief. Talot recognized him at once, although he appeared considerably younger than during the original storyline. His appearance and attire were strikingly similar. "Are you the guest my daughter spoke of? I hear you require assistance in creating something special," Brief stated as he entered, followed closely by Ties. Both scrutinized Talot and his companions, as Brief was aware that the boy was the one seeking his help. "Greetings, Dr. Brief. It is said that you are the ingenious creator of the Capsule Corporation and the most brilliant scientist on Earth today. So I wish to request your assistance in crafting a particular item." Talot greeted him warmly, exuding familiarity. It is often said that flattery is a universal language. While it may not hold much weight for Brief, most individuals appreciate kind words. "Not at all. There are many renowned scientists on our planet, and I merely excel in certain areas," Brief replied with modesty. He then took a seat, and Ties followed suit, inquiring, "Now that my father is here, feel free to ask for any assistance you may require." With her interjection, Talot seized the opportunity to articulate his request. "In that case, I shall not squander time. I need Dr. Brief to help me create a device that can manipulate gravity." Brief and Ties paused in surprise, taken aback by the request. "Perhaps my explanation was unclear. Let me rephrase. I wish for you to construct a vast chamber capable of regulating gravitational intensity," Talot clarified. Upon hearing this, Brief and Ties exchanged bewildered glances. "I am curious. What purpose do you have for such a chamber?" Brief inquired, instinctively lighting a cigarette, a habit he seemed to adopt when deep in thought. Meanwhile, Gine and Celery shared in the curiosity, unsure of Talot's intentions. Without hesitation, Talot revealed, "For training." "Training? So you are a martial artist?" Ties responded, astonished. Talot, fully aware of the implications, did not hesitate to affirm, "One could say that. Ultimately, I require gravity to enhance my training and grow stronger." Ties was even more astonished. Though she was not well versed in this domain, she understood that relying on gravity for training bordered on madness, especially considering Talot appeared significantly younger than herself. "While I am impressed by your intellect, I must inform you that controlling gravity is no trivial endeavor. You appear to be no more than 11 or 12 years old. At such a tender age, enduring gravitational forces several times that of Earth could pose a grave danger to your life," Brief cautioned. His warning was directed at an ordinary individual. "Rest assured, my strength far exceeds your imagination. For instance," Talot declared, moving to the side and effortlessly lifting a seemingly heavy tea table above his head. This display of power left Brief and Ties in awe. Without pausing, Talot lowered the table and added, "If I lacked the confidence, I would not act recklessly. We have survived in environments with gravitational forces exceeding 10 times that of Earth. Thus, enduring dozens of times Earth's gravity is entirely feasible. As the foremost scientist on Earth, I trust you can create this for me?" Brief, though shocked, pondered for a moment before extinguishing his cigarette. Creating such a chamber is feasible, but it cannot be done without limitations. Even if we manage to construct it, the controllable range will be limited. Additionally, the costs involved will be substantial. Financial matters are of little concern, for now. I only require a gravity level 100 times that of Earth, Talot replied nonchalantly. I am not referring to monetary costs. Some materials are exceedingly difficult to procure. Even if it is feasible to create, it will take time. Are you prepared to wait? Brief countered. Indeed, for Talot, money was merely a number. Please inform me of the materials needed. Anything available on Earth, I can acquire. Even items from beyond Earth's bounds are within my reach, Talot asserted without hesitation, conveying his determination. The gravity training chamber was of utmost importance. It was a pivotal tool for unlocking potential, and failing to seize it would be akin to possessing a treasure trove without the means to excavate it. Seemingly swayed by Talot's sincerity, Brief stroked his chin and contemplated for a considerable time before speaking. Allow me to conduct some research first. I, too, aim to explore new frontiers. This should not take long, perhaps 10 days to half a month before I can provide you with a definitive answer. That works for me, Tallet replied with a smile, solidifying their agreement. Meanwhile, Ties, Gine, and Celery remained in a state of bewilderment, feeling as though they were enveloped in a fog of confusion. Time swiftly passed, and nearly an hour elapsed amidst casual conversation and philosophical discussions. Though Tallet lacked expertise, his status as a traveler from another dimension, combined with his audacious theories and knowledge from his past life, provided Brief with substantial inspiration. In the span of such a brief time, the two had fostered a commendable rapport. Before parting ways, Brief cordially invited Tallet and his companions to stay for dinner. No, we have other matters to attend to. We may return in a few days, and perhaps we shall stay with you for a while, Tallet replied. Tallet did not accept. After nearly 2 days, not only had their emotions settled, but some matters had also been indirectly resolved. Soon, they would be returning to the heavenly temple. Before departing, Tallet presented a luminous crystal, radiating a blue glow, to Brief. Brief's gaze was immediately captivated by the blue crystal. Although he had little expertise in such minerals, his years of experience suggested that this crystal was unlike any known variety. This is a small gift. When we meet again, I shall present you with a more significant one, for I may require your assistance then. Once Tallet left Brief's residence, he took to the skies with Gine and Celery using flight magic. The ability of the three to fly astonished Brief and Tai Si. Shortly after their departure, Bulma descended from her small room. Upon learning that the trio had left, her temper nearly flared once more. Thankfully, Tai Si was present to calm the young girl. Had Tallet been there, he would have been astonished, for the 5-year-old Bulma already had ideas about the Dragon Ball radar. Her urgency stemmed from a desire to inform Tallet, her older brother figure, that she could devise a device to locate the Dragon Balls, and that she wished for him to accompany her on the search once it was created. Soaring through the sky, Tallet, Gine, and Celery engaged in conversation. Undoubtedly, Gine found Tallet somewhat enigmatic at this moment. Celery, however, remained untroubled, as her young mind was not yet burdened with complexity. Tallet, given the significance of the Dragon Balls, shouldn't we simply take them? Gine inquired. In the past, such an object would undoubtedly have been claimed for their own. And Gine, even if we were to take that Dragon Ball now, it would hold little value. It is perhaps better left in the hands of that young girl, Bulma. She would likely be very interested in making a wish on it, and might even assist her father, Brief, in developing something akin to the Dragon Ball radar. Furthermore, we could consult the heavenly god to see if he can help us locate the other 6 Dragon Balls. If he can accomplish this directly, we need not embark on a search. Tallet had anticipated Gine's question and responded accordingly. This is also part of his plan. Although he is uncertain whether the deity possesses the ability to pinpoint the exact location of the Dragon Balls, there are speculations suggesting it may be possible. In any case, it is prudent to inform the deity of their awareness regarding the existence of the Dragon Balls, as they will soon require them to summon Shenron for their wishes. That old fellow appears courteous towards us, yet his intentions seem riddled with ulterior motives. I cannot help but question whether he is genuinely assisting us in locating Kakarot or if he will aid us in our quest for the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a remark from Celery left Gine and Tallet momentarily taken aback. It must be said, Celery often articulates thoughts that resonate profoundly. Even Tallet speculated whether the deity had already discovered Kakarot, but chose to remain silent. If the individual eludes capture, surely the spaceship could still trace him, could it not? If there were a genuine desire to seek him out, it would be implausible not to discern the landing site of the spacecraft. Gine inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her emotions. Choosing to place trust in the deity was Tallet's decision. As the guardian of Earth, it is only natural for him to be wary of us, the outsiders. Ultimately, as long as the relationship remains cordial, we must not act recklessly. We are no longer the Saiyans who survive solely through invasion or the plundering of resources. The era of such barbarism ended with the explosion of Planet Vegeta. The truth remains elusive, yet a civilization that thrives on conquest cannot endure indefinitely. Regardless of whether this Namekian deity genuinely intends to assist us in locating Kakarot or in our pursuit of the Dragon Balls. As long as he does not obstruct us directly, he is not our adversary. After all, we are on Earth, which is his domain. Talot spoke up. While he could not defend the deity Piccolo, he also could not allow Gine and Celery to act aggressively towards him. Ultimately, he could comprehend the deity's perspective. Were he in the deity's position, facing uncontrollable extraterrestrial visitors, he would likely respond similarly, much like the Saiyans confronted with Frieza's arrival. Upon hearing Talot's words, Gine and Celery fell silent. Over the past 6 months, Talot has imparted numerous insights, enlightening them on the fundamental differences between Talot and the vast majority of Saiyans. He does not engage in invasion or commit heinous acts. In truth, no one harbors affection for destruction and invasion. Even if Saiyans revel in the thrill of battle and the rush of adrenaline. However, it is not accurate to assert that all Saiyans are irredeemably wicked. Exceptions do exist. Yet such anomalies have historically struggled to survive within the Saiyan population. This disparity is largely a product of the changing times in the expansive cosmos. A Saiyant's mercy can become a double-edged sword, capable of annihilating their lineage. As he journeyed westward, traversing a vast continent and then crossing a great ocean, he ultimately arrived at the dense forest situated beneath the Celestial Temple. The experience of low-altitude flight was markedly different from his departure from the temple. This was, of course, intentional, as his objective was to locate Karin Tower. In the distance, Talot's keen eyes discerned a towering pillar rising majestically from the earth, piercing the clouds in a breathtaking display. Such masterfully crafted architecture leaves one in wonder as to its creator. It is indeed a marvel that exists solely within the realm of Dragon Ball. For Gine and Celery, however, curiosity about such edifices was minimal. Perhaps the plethora of experiences encountered on Earth had dulled their senses. Ascending the stone pillars, the trio reached the summit of Karin Tower in less than a minute. Its height was impressive, but only in the eyes of ordinary humans and martial artists of Earth. For Talot and his companions, even a flight to the sacred world would take no more than a minute. Upon arriving at the pinnacle, Talot paused first, with Gine and Celery naturally following suit. "Brother Talot, look, there's a large white figure," exclaimed Celery, prompting Talot and Gine to glance towards the side of the tower's interior behind a stone pillar. Was that not the old Kai? At that moment, the old Kai was engulfed in fear and astonishment, though his exterior betrayed none of his inner turmoil. He was genuinely alarmed. Who could have anticipated that these 3 terrifying beings from another world would seek him out? "Welcome to Karin Tower, esteemed guest from beyond the stars. I am the master of this tower. You may call me Karin, or simply the old Kai," he said, adjusting his fur with one paw while leaning on his staff. Stepping forward to greet Talot and his companions. "Old Kai?" Celery's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly charmed by the fluffy figure before her. Such a gaze rendered the celestial being profoundly uncomfortable, yet utterly helpless. It is rather ironic that a majestic immortal is now referred to as me. Fearing to displease the visitor, he could only endure in silence. How peculiar Earth is, possessing both deities and immortals. After all, are not immortals simply another form of divinity? Gine casually remarked. Upon uttering these words, the immortal found himself in a most awkward predicament and could only explain. There exists a distinction between myself as an immortal and the divine beings. Oh, what precisely is that distinction? In response to this inquiry from Gine, the immortal began to feel overwhelmed, beads of sweat forming upon his brow, for he was at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. It must pertain to matters of authority, perhaps? Talot came to the immortal's rescue, alleviating the tension that had permeated the atmosphere. With Talot's intervention, the ambience transformed, and the immortal was finally liberated from his plight. At the very least, Gine and Celery no longer pressed him with the same relentless fervor as before, as if intent on uncovering every facet of his being. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the immortal and the others made mutual introductions. Seizing this opportunity, Talot began to devise his own plans. The sole purpose for his arrival here was none other than the coveted celestial beings. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists no creation more extraordinary than this, unparalleled in its magnificence. This is a treasure unique to Earth, unlike the Dragon Balls created by the Namekians. However, how can one acquire the sacred beings? He cannot simply ask for them. After all, how would he know of their existence? Gulyalu. After a brief exchange, as several individuals admired the scenery atop Karin Tower, a peculiar rumble emanated from Celery's small belly. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Celery's cheeks flushed, and she stuck out her tongue at Talot and Gine. "Aunt Gine, Brother Talot, I'm hungry. Shall we hasten back to the heavenly temple for a meal?" Celery's innocent charm was undeniable. Gine nodded in response, glancing at Talot, who could only agree. "Indeed, we have barely eaten today. Had I known, we might have dined in West City before returning." Upon uttering these words, Tallet turned to the sage, unsure of how to broach the subject. Suddenly, the sage spoke up. I have nothing substantial to offer you, but if you are hungry, I do possess a certain food that can alleviate hunger. As the sage's words concluded, he swiftly moved to the side, retrieving a large jar. Upon opening it, he extracted several sacred beans. These are the sacred beans I have meticulously cultivated. Consuming just one will ensure that a person feels no hunger for 10 days. As he finished speaking, Tallet felt a jolt of surprise in his heart. Is it truly within reach? It appears that all of his elaborate schemes were merely figments of his imagination, a futile expenditure of energy. Gine and Celery exchanged glances before accepting the mystical beans offered by the sage, examining them closely. Could something so diminutive stave off hunger for 10 days? Celery expressed disbelief. Is what you say genuinely true? Gine had never encountered such extraordinary beings. Yet, her skepticism waned, for since arriving on Earth, she had witnessed countless bizarre occurrences. Now, with the emergence of wish-granting Dragon Balls, it seemed hardly surprising to find these beings capable of satiating one's hunger. Moreover, the Saiyans possessed their own unique cultivation of seeds. While not edible, they were similarly small beings, albeit with entirely different functions. You will understand once you consume them, the sage proclaimed with an air of pride. Upon hearing this, Tallet willingly ingested a bean, fully aware of the bean's effects and unafraid of potential toxins. Gine and Celery, witnessing his actions, promptly followed suit. As the beans entered their stomachs, Celery, who had previously felt hunger, was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of satiety. Tallet and Gine, too, felt their fatigue dissipate with a surge of vitality. Tallet, Celery, how do you feel? Gine inquired, glancing between them. And Gine, not only am I no longer hungry, but I also feel invigorated. These beans are remarkable, Celery exclaimed, elated by the first-hand experience of the bean's effects. Tallet nodded in agreement, feigning astonishment. Indeed, these beans are extraordinary. They do more than quell hunger, they restore strength. Truly impressive. It seems you both noticed the effects after consuming just one, the sage remarked proudly. Indeed. These beans provide not only satiety, but can also heal severe injuries with just one bite, he elaborated, his pride evident as he shared more about the bean's capabilities. Initially, he had no intention of divulging such information, but now that it had been discovered, he felt obliged to share. After all, given that they had come with goodwill, he, as the host, ought to offer them hospitality. Can they truly heal wounds? Gine exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. This small planet Earth is becoming increasingly wondrous. One cannot help but wonder if there are other marvels that might leave her even more astonished. It appears I have underestimated the celestial beings. To cultivate such extraordinary legumes is truly commendable of you, esteemed sage. I do ponder, however, whether these celestial beings might be bestowed upon us. Should you have any requests, feel free to convey them. I am willing to exchange something of value. Talot spoke to the sage, seeking to establish a favorable rapport, which was indeed the sage's intention. For him, he had been attentively observing the movements of Talot and his companions over the past few days. Had he not confirmed that they were not malevolent beings, he would never have considered offering the celestial beans. It is of no consequence to provide you with some, although these beans are challenging to cultivate. I have accumulated a considerable quantity over the past few centuries, the sage remarked as he guided Talot and his companions down to the lower levels of Korin Tower. Here lie the celestial beans cultivated by the immortal, with no less than a dozen or 20 jars stored. Upon opening a jar, one can readily observe that it is filled to the brim. There is no need for meticulous counting, for each jar contains at least several hundred to over 1,000 beans. So many celestial beans. In an instant, Tallet felt an overwhelming urge to curse a certain armored Yasuo. Knowing full well the preciousness of these celestial beans, he could only lament their fate as mere snacks, consumed without thought. Though his heart simmered with indignation, Tallet suppressed his emotions. Now that he had arrived in this world, particularly in this era, it was imperative to prevent such occurrences. In the future, he must remain vigilant of that scoundrel, a Kakarot. The small jars before him were filled with celestial beans, each containing approximately 500. He encouraged them to take one jar at their leisure, assuring them that they could return should they require more. However, he added, it would be splendid if they could bring him some fish on their next visit, as his tower lacked fresh resources year-round. To Tallet's surprise, the celestial being was exceedingly generous. Despite his own needs, such trivial matters seemed inconsequential. Thank you, celestial being, Tallet expressed his gratitude. Compared to a certain Namekian deity, the celestial being's vision was markedly broader. "No need for thanks," the celestial being replied dismissively, waving his hand. Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically, as if he had witnessed something dreadful. He hastily attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Talot and Gine both turned to observe the commotion, only to find Celery, curious about the large jar, had lifted the lid. To their horror, Celery was swiftly drawn into the jar by an unexpected force emanating from within. This startled Talot and Gine, prompting them to hurriedly jog over. Upon reaching the mouth of the urn, they peered inside, and the scene before them left both of them momentarily stunned. In this vessel, it seems as though another world exists. It is during this moment that Talot recalls memories pertinent to the original text. The jar here, belonging to the sage, connects various corners of the lower realm. At present, Celery inadvertently opened a certain passage and was directly drawn to a location on Earth. Upon seeing that Celery was unharmed, the sage breathed a sigh of relief, expressing, "Thank goodness. I will pull you up now, but please do not wander off." As he spoke, the sage intended to grasp his staff and extend it downward. However, Celery remained utterly unperturbed. Firstly, her formidable strength instilled in her a sense of calm, and secondly, she possessed the ability to fly, even without it. She could simply leap the modest height. Upon returning to the pinnacle of Corin Tower, the sage swiftly sealed the jar's lid to prevent further mishaps. He then proceeded to elucidate the situation. Gine and Celery were filled with curiosity, eager to understand how this had transpired. Talot, having prior knowledge from the original text, found the incident less surprising. Reflecting on it, he realized that he had subconsciously overlooked this aspect until now. With Celery's recent commotion, Talot was reminded of the super divine water. This water from Earth possesses the remarkable ability to unlock an individual's latent potential. Although the process is exceedingly painful, those who endure it experience a significant surge in strength. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong, after consuming the super divine water, experienced a tremendous increase in power, enabling him to triumph over the demon King Piccolo. Should one procure the super divine water at this moment? The notion had barely taken root when Talot swiftly extinguished it. While the potential of the super divine water is indeed promising, his combat power currently hovers around a mere 2,500 points. Although consuming the super divine water would yield significant enhancements, his accumulation remains insufficient. The strength of potential development is intrinsically tied to the extent of one's potential accumulation. As depicted in the original text, the enhancement of power is invariably linked to one's personal circumstances. The most outrageous instance of potential development was not merely the case of Gohan being empowered by Old Kai in the later saga of Majin Buu, but rather during the era of the Great Universe, particularly in the Namek saga, when Krillin and young Gohan experienced a dramatic surge in strength after being casually empowered by the Grand Elder. Their combat prowess escalated from 2,000 or 3,000 to over 10,000, continuing to rise to tens of thousands as the narrative unfolded. In other words, for Talot, now is not the opportune moment to utilize the super divine water for potential development. It would be wiser to wait until the circumstances are ripe and he has sufficiently accumulated strength through gravity training before partaking in it. Silently, Talot appeared to be deep in contemplation. Beside him, Gine and Celery remained silent, while the elder reflected discreetly on Talot's thoughts. It wasn't until Talot regained his composure and exchanged a few more words with the elder that the matter was laid to rest. As they parted ways, Talot, Gine, and Celery expressed their gratitude to the elder once more. Subsequently, the trio soared into the sky, heading directly towards the sacred temple. After bidding farewell to Talot and his companions, the elder's expression turned grave, and after a meaningful whisper, he exhaled a sigh of relief. What he had uttered remained a secret known only to him. At the sacred temple, as three figures broke through the air and finally landed steadily upon the plaza, Kami Piccolo and Boppo had long awaited their arrival. Ordinarily, such a wait would not have been necessary, however. It was unforeseen that Talot and his companions would linger atop Corin Tower. Upon noticing the jar of senzu beans cradled in Talot's hands, Kami Piccolo surmised that it had been a gift from the elder. "Welcome back. How was your recent sojourn on Earth?" Kami Piccolo inquired with a smile, not overly fixating on the senzu beans, as it was pointless to dwell on such matters, since Talot and his companions departed the sacred temple for the lower realms. He had been attentively monitoring their endeavors. To pose such a question is to feign ignorance, despite an underlying understanding. The state of Earth appears to be flourishing, filled with an abundance of novel phenomena. Most significantly, I have encountered something that evokes memories of the unique abilities possessed by the Namekians, specifically, the creation of Dragon Balls. Talot casually remarked a few words before ultimately divulging the matter of the Dragon Balls. Upon mentioning them, the expression of the deity, Piccolo, subtly altered. His greatest fears had come to fruition. The Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes, present an irresistible temptation to anyone. When he initially created the Dragon Balls, he had not contemplated the implications. Yet, as the years have passed, he has gradually come to realize that their existence contravenes the natural order. In the past, he remained untroubled, for gathering all 7 Dragon Balls was a monumental challenge. Thus, for centuries, they had never been fully assembled. Now, however, with the topic of the Dragon Balls broached and attributed to the abilities of the Namekians, Piccolo was taken aback. Grateful that the Dragon Balls were currently scattered across the earth, it seems this capability does not belong solely to me, but rather to the Namekians as a whole. Thanks to you, I have become aware of matters previously unknown to me, Piccolo articulated with subtlety, resembling both gratitude and a diversion from the topic. Talot, undeterred by his words, candidly stated, "We require the Dragon Balls to fulfill certain wishes. Since you are the creator of the Earth's Dragon Balls, could you assist us in gathering those scattered across the planet?" Upon hearing this, a sheen of perspiration appeared on the deity's forehead, while Gine and Celery regarded him with scrutinizing gazes, rendering him uneasy. Bobo expressed concern from the sidelines, while Piccolo forcibly steadied his emotions and replied, "I regret to inform you that although I created the Dragon Balls, I am unable to locate those dispersed throughout the earth. If you wish to utilize the Dragon Balls, you must rely on your own strength to seek them out." He added, "Just in case, should you require my assistance, I am more than willing to offer my utmost support." While he did not obstruct their quest, he also refrained from aiding in the search. It was evident that Piccolo maintained a vigilant disposition, wary of others. As I anticipated, if that is the case, we shall have to depend on technological prowess. I glanced at Gine and Celery, who had grown increasingly disenchanted with Piccolo, even bordering on disdain. Their discontent stemmed from the fact that Piccolo had offered help, yet had only engaged in mere verbal assurances. This was true in the pursuit of Kakarot, and now in the search for the Dragon Balls as well. This conversation was far from pleasant, as Gine and Celery no longer held the same hopes for the deity bake as they once did. Had it not been for Talot's insistence to remain, they would have been reluctant to linger any longer in this place. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed since their return from the mortal realm to the Divine Hall. For the past 10 days, Tallet and her companions have spent their time either occasionally venturing out of the Temple of the Gods for a breath of fresh air or diligently training within its sacred walls. Naturally, the focus of their training has primarily been on Tallet, as she possesses a clear understanding of her purpose and the heights she aspires to reach in the future. In contrast, the aspirations of Gine and Celery are undoubtedly different. They remain uncertain about what the future holds, thus lacking a definitive goal. In summary, their days spent within the temple have profoundly transformed their previous way of life. In a sense, they have achieved a unique form of stability. However, this stability does not imply that they intend to remain within the temple indefinitely. In these recent days, remaining in the Temple of the Gods has been necessitated by the absence of a more suitable place for them to settle. Additionally, Tallet has resolved to linger for a few days to navigate through this period and clarify his thoughts, preparing for all eventualities. While it would have been possible to seek out Bribe in the Western capital, Tallet chose to refrain from disrupting his research on gravitational devices, opting instead to wait a few days. Fortuitously, this allows him to continue his cultivation in the temple and obtain valuable insights on training from the deities Beak and Bobo. Though the strength of the deities and Bobo pales in comparison to theirs, their understanding of energy cultivation and certain aspects of enlightenment undoubtedly surpasses that of Tallet and his companions. During his practice, Tallet engaged in meaningful dialogue with Beak and Bobo, drawing from their experiences to deepen his own understanding of energy cultivation. These 10 days of interaction have also allowed Beak and Bobo to gain a more profound understanding of Tallet and his companions, confirming that they harbor no malevolent intentions. Although a degree of caution remains, it is no longer as pronounced as it was during their initial encounter, where every action was imbued with apprehension to avoid unforeseen complications. Surprisingly, throughout these 10 days, Tallet has noted that Beak diligently assists in the search for Kakarot each day. However, even if you were unable to find him, Tallet, Gine, and Celery would not impose any pressures upon him, recognizing that he bears no obligation to aid them in their quest. So deliberate were his actions that Tallet began to suspect he had already located Kakarot, merely feigning ignorance and putting on a pretense before them. Tallet was uncertain of his true intentions and could not fathom his plans. Nevertheless, it fortuitously aligned with his own desires. As long as Gine remained oblivious to Kakarot's whereabouts, she would not disrupt Kakarot's recent endeavors. Indeed, Talot contemplated whether he should take the opportunity to feign a visit to the Bun Mountain on Earth. To ascertain Kakarot's current state, it was impossible that he had not sensed anything. Upon arriving on Earth, Talot had gradually extended his aura perception across the globe, ultimately locating Kakarot's presence. His certainty stemmed from the fact that Kakarot's aura bore a striking resemblance to Bardock's. Moreover, there was another formidable presence beside Kakarot, which, in comparison to Earthlings, was undoubtedly the powerful aura of Gohan. In truth, the auras of Saiyans differ considerably from those of Earthlings. As for Gine and Solari's inability to perceive them, it was not due to a lack of capability, but rather their failure to adopt Talot's meticulous approach to sensing the subtleties. Today marked the 16th day since their arrival on Earth. Talot and Gine prepared their belongings, ready to depart. The previous day, Talot had conferred with Gine and Solari, as well as bid farewell to the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, and Bobo in advance. At their parting, the Supreme Kai and Bobo extended a warm welcome, expressing their eagerness for the trio's return. They even conveyed that should they find no suitable accommodation on Earth, they were welcome to return to the Supreme Kai's realm to continue their stay. These words are indeed heartfelt. Whether the true desire is for the three to reside here, perhaps to alleviate their solitude, or if the deity, Piccolo, still wishes to control their whereabouts, only he knows. Gazing into the distance, the trio piloted their spacecraft away from the Divine Palace, while Piccolo and Bobo wore solemn expressions, finally exhaling after a prolonged silence. For the time being, Earth seems to be safe, having endured numerous tests. Aside from their arrival, no other extraterrestrial beings are expected, Piccolo remarked. Bobo reassured him, "My Lord Piccolo, after spending these days together, I believe they will not cause chaos on Earth. They are most likely here solely to seek out the child named Kakarot. If we divulge his exact location, they may indeed leave the planet once they find him." Upon hearing Bobo's words, Piccolo's gaze deepened, and he sighed. Initially, I was overly concerned, yet now my worries have only intensified. Firstly, they have now encountered Earth's elements, particularly the knowledge of the sins of beings. Secondly, they have obtained information about the Dragon Balls. I fear they will not leave so easily. They will surely seek to acquire more. At the very least, they will inevitably wish upon the Dragon Balls. I hope they cannot pinpoint their location. As these thoughts escaped his lips, Piccolo looked up at the sky. The azure expanse above was vast and beautiful, capable of dispelling all worries. Bobo chose to remain silent, sensing that perhaps Piccolo was overthinking. This tendency to worry is undoubtedly linked to Piccolo's advancing years. As one ages, inner conflicts arise, matters once disregarded become the subject of deep contemplation. It is only with the passage of time that one realizes the futility of such worries. Having departed from the Divine Palace, Talot set the destination and leaned back in the pilot's seat, hands clasped behind his head. At last, we have left that old coot's domain. Staying any longer would have suffocated me, he remarked, unable to contain his frustration. After spending these days in this manner, she felt she had had enough. Beside her, Gine chuckled. You still do not comprehend Talot's good intentions. It is precisely because we have been cultivating in the Divine Temple for these 10 days that our power has seen a notable enhancement. Yet, I am curious, Talot. How did you discern that the Namekian deity and Bobo possessed unique methods for controlling their energy, and even corrected our errors in certain aspects? Talot replied calmly. From sensing their ability to modulate the intensity of their energy, I surmised that their training methods were quite extraordinary, reminiscent of my own understanding of energy cultivation. Indeed, we have significantly benefited from them in recent days. Our combat power has reached 2,800 points. My own power has ascended to 1,380 points, and Celery has achieved 1,170 points. It is astonishing to reflect that when I was Celery's age, my power was merely 200. In West City, within the garden of the Capsule Corporation estate, Talot piloted the spaceship to its destination, and Briff eagerly began his examination of the craft. For him, it was not long ago that he had encountered a spaceship and conducted extraordinary research and experiments, even aiding its owner in repairs. Through probing discussions, Talot learned that the Galactic Patrolman, Gak, had already arrived on Earth, and that particular narrative had unfolded. The last time he met Ties was solely because she did not leave Earth with Gak immediately. She opted to wait for him to report back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters before returning to collect her. Just 3 days prior, Ties had awaited Gak's arrival, leaving behind a letter before embarking on her cosmic exploration. The essence of her letter conveyed her willingness to forsake her current privileged life to become an extraordinary science fiction writer. Talot had inadvertently missed this chapter of events and had not anticipated Gak's arrival. However, What was missed was irretrievable, and now there was no other recourse. Ties had departed, leaving him with little connection. At least Briff remained, and Bulma was still present. It was bittersweet to have met Ties, knowing it might be decades before they might cross paths again. According to the narrative he was aware of, Ties never returned to Earth. Remarkable. No wonder you mentioned previously that even resources from the cosmos could be acquired. This spaceship is indeed advanced, Briff remarked after gaining a rudimentary understanding of the spacecraft's structure. Talot responded with a smile. In my view, this spaceship is not yet perfect. Since we have brought it here, I hope you can assist us in constructing a larger, more refined vessel. I wonder if that is within your capabilities? Upon hearing this, Briff was not taken aback. Rather, he was filled with eager anticipation. He thrived on challenges. Meanwhile, Gine and Celery exchanged glances of surprise laced with concern. Talot, you do not intend to dismantle the spaceship for research purposes, do you? If it gets damaged, we will have no means to leave Earth, Gine interjected hastily. Previously, when Talot modified the power detector and altered spaceships, she had not intervened. However, since the integrity of the spaceship was at stake, she felt compelled to voice her concerns. Celery, initially oblivious to the gravity of the situation, now shared her apprehensions. Hesitant to believe that Earth's inhabitants could manufacture a superior spaceship, given their current technological limitations. Do not worry. Even if we need to study this spacecraft, I trust Dr. Briff will not need to dismantle it, Talot reassured. Indeed, all that was necessary was to comprehend the internal structure and system formulas of the spaceship. Beyond that, it would only entail analyzing certain components, such as the propulsion system and energy sources. However, I cannot guarantee that a new spaceship can be constructed. So it would be prudent not to harbor excessive expectations. Briff's words alleviated some of Gine and Celery's worries. As long as the spacecraft remained intact, they felt reassured. With Gine's objections quelled, Talot and Briff delved deeper into conversation. Earth's technological prowess, as it stood, was indeed inadequate. Nonetheless, Talot had faith in Briff's capabilities. Even if it was 2 decades ahead of its time, the first spaceship from Earth would undoubtedly emerge from Briff's ingenuity. Relying on only a fraction of data from the Namekian spaceship and a few dilapidated Frieza Force crafts. Now, with a more advanced and complete medium-sized spaceship, upgrades would be all the more feasible. As they discussed the spaceship, Talot and Briff explored various topics, eventually returning to the gravity training chamber and whether the gravity device could be incorporated into the spaceship's design. With Talot's encouragement, Briff began to innovate boldly. Their discourse continued until Bulma dashed out from the house, signaling the end of their conversation. Briff's esteem for Bulma evidently surpassed that for Ties. This was apparent from his introductions. Although his eldest daughter was intelligent, she lacked the temperament for a scientist, while his youngest daughter thrived on research and innovation. Bulma had already transformed into a prodigious inventor, capable of independently creating novel devices. At times, even Briff felt overshadowed by her accomplishments. Talot understood Briff's pride. After all, a man who had experienced over 30 years of life could hardly fail to grasp the immense pride derived from the achievements of one's children. Even though Talot had not experienced fatherhood in his previous life, he could certainly empathize with that sentiment. Due to Talot and his companion's arrival, young Bulma was exceptionally joyful, especially towards Talot, whose charm far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. Perhaps it was his striking good looks and the reassuring aura of a protective older brother that endeared him to her. Fortunately, Celery no longer clashed with Bulma as she had during their first encounter. Gine's influence had matured Celery, making her aware that her brother Talot would not easily be usurped by other girls. Nevertheless, their camaraderie remained distant as they exchanged little conversation. There is little that can be done. It is essential to cultivate foundational feelings over time. After cohabiting for a while, improvements will naturally ensue. So, is this the signal receiver you have constructed, Bulma? Tallet was astounded as he gazed at the rough circuit board and a diminutive screen in his hands. Indeed, big brother. Simply press the button above, and it will directly receive the unique signals emitted by the Dragon Balls, displaying them on the screen, Bulma exclaimed with a cheerful smile. As she spoke, she proceeded to demonstrate. She placed a Dragon Ball on the table and pressed the search button, and soon the screen displayed the signal feedback. Isn't this merely the prototype of the Dragon Ball radar? Bulma's brilliance in swiftly creating such an incredible device left both Gine and Celery in utter disbelief. Their perception of Bulma underwent a complete transformation. Initially, they regarded what Brief had said as mere exaggeration, but now they understood. Bulma, what is the detection range of this radar? Tallet posed the most critical question. After a moment of contemplation, the young girl replied, approximately the size of 100 houses. 100 houses? Tallet was momentarily taken aback, subsequently experiencing a blend of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, it is still quite limited. Even with a range the size of 100 houses, it encompasses only a small area. Therefore, further enhancements and developments of the device are necessary until it can detect the entirety of the Earth. In the central region of the West Capital Plains, here lies an expansive wasteland, devoid of any vegetation for a radius of 200 miles. Apart from a few exceptional creatures that have adapted to the harsh conditions of the wilderness, human presence is virtually non-existent. Naturally, ordinary individuals would not choose to inhabit such desolate terrain. Yet, there are indeed those desperate enough, including outlaws, who prey upon unsuspecting travelers in this unforgiving landscape to sustain themselves. Two roads intersect, stretching endlessly in all directions, connecting this barren expanse to distant towns hundreds of miles away. Deep within the wasteland, the winds howl and the sands swirl. Suddenly, a piercing cry shatters the stillness, accompanied by a tremor in the earth. A deafening explosion reverberates through the air. A towering rock formation, standing 100 meters tall, is obliterated by an immense force. Simultaneously, a figure darts through the shower of flying debris, honing his reflexes and agility. This individual is none other than Talot. Upon arriving in the western city, Talot and his companions have settled into the home of breath. Each day he engages in rigorous training, no longer needing to conceal his prowess as he once did. Time has swiftly passed, and nearly half a month has elapsed. Half a month, neither excessively long nor remarkably brief. Counting the days since my arrival on Earth, a full month has gone by. It must be said that since coming to Earth, I have truly experienced a greater sense of freedom. Although in the initial days, there were numerous troubles to contend with. At times, I even found myself worrying about what Gine and Celerito might think. However, as my life on Earth gradually stabilized, everything began to progress in a more favorable direction. In summary, both Tallet and Gine, along with Celerito, have naturally transformed with the passage of time. This evolution is largely due to the emergence of new aspirations. Upon arriving on Earth, Gine and Celerito initially sought out Kakarot, hoping that Bardock and Raditz would arrive to reunite with him. Yet, after reaching Earth and encountering various circumstances, finding Kakarot elusive, and still receiving no word from Bardock and Raditz, they turned their hopes towards the Dragon Balls, which could grant their wishes. Although they have yet to locate the other 6 Dragon Balls, Bulma has successfully created a radar capable of detecting Dragon Balls within 100 kilometers. With further enhancements, it is certain that this radar will eventually be able to scan the entirety of Earth, making the search for the Dragon Balls a trivial endeavor. Once the Dragon Balls are located, summoning Shinran will allow them to request Bardock and Raditz be transported to Earth. As all the rocky debris fell to the ground, Talot's form finally steadied in midair. Below, dust swirled chaotically, yet it did not stir any particular emotion within Talot. With his current strength, accomplishing such feats was effortless. Activating his battle power detector, a series of beeps resonated, culminating in a final display of values. Battle power, 3,500. He exhaled a sigh of relief, retracting his aura. In just half a month, he had increased his battle power by 700 points, averaging an impressive 50 points per day. This remarkable progress was largely thanks to the assistance of that old deity, who had crafted weighted clothing for him. By utilizing this weighted training, he was able to exert greater pressure on himself, steadily solidifying his foundation and advancing progressively. Indeed, Saiyans thrive under pressure, enabling them to evolve more rapidly. Talot's growth encompassed not only his battle power, but also an elevation in his overall realm. The continued accumulation over these 2 weeks would undoubtedly facilitate his journey towards greater strength. With his current capabilities, he mused, he should be nearing the level of that scoundrel Vegeta. He contemplated the comparison of his power with Vegeta's, uncertain of the latter's current battle power, but confident it must exceed 4,000 points at the very least. After all, it had been over 10 months since departing from Planet Vegeta, and Raditz had previously mentioned that Vegeta's battle power surpassed 3,000 points back then. Thus, if Vegeta had started at 3,000, given his early demonstrated talent, he must have increased his power by at least 1,000 to 2,000 points since then. Though Tallet may not surpass him, he would certainly be formidable compared to the other surviving Saiyans, excluding certain legendary anomalies. Not overly concerned, Tallet fully relaxed, only to be interrupted by a sudden communication signal from his battle power detector. Although the original communication function had been damaged, Bulma's modifications had added a new module, allowing the device to establish contact. Upon connecting, Tallet heard Bulma's voice. To facilitate her research, Tallet had given her the surplus battle power detectors, hoping she could create a more advanced model. What? The gravity device is already complete? I thought it would take much longer. Tallet exclaimed in surprise. Joy surged within him. He had not anticipated the gravity training chamber would be ready so swiftly. Scientific endeavors can be peculiar, sometimes yielding nothing, while at other times a sudden spark of inspiration leads to success. Nonetheless, he owed gratitude to the gravity-regulating equipment aboard their spaceship. However, don't celebrate just yet. We need to test how many times Earth's gravity this first-generation device can achieve, so you should return promptly, Bulma advised, eager to see the results. Tallet wasted no time in responding and immediately set off towards West City. The distance to the West capital is not great, particularly for Tallet. With his velocity in flight, he could return in mere moments and swiftly arrive at Breeve's private research institute. Gine and Cellari were also present, likely informed of the news, and thus awaited his arrival. After exchanging a few words with him, the trio accompanied Breeve into the specially designed large training chamber. In response to Tallet's request, the interior space measured an impressive 4 basketball courts in size. Although Tallet still found it somewhat cramped, achieving such dimensions in this era was indeed a remarkable feat. Think carefully, the gravity test is no trivial matter. Are you truly determined to undertake it yourself? Breeve expressed his concerns. After all, while Tallet was undeniably powerful, the intensity of gravity could reach terrifying levels. It's fine. I believe I can withstand it, as long as we don't escalate to 100 times in one go. Tallet replied with a smile. Gine and Cellari shared their apprehensions, but then recalled that the gravity of Planet Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth. Thus, even if the gravity were to reach dozens of times that of Earth, it would only equate to several times the gravity of Planet Vegeta. They were aware that Tallet's combat power exceeded 3,000 points. With such formidable combat prowess, even enduring a significantly higher gravitational force would not pose a threat to life. Having confirmed this, Tallet remained alone in the gravity chamber, while Gine and Cellari accompanied Breeve to the adjacent main control room. The gravity training room is isolated, beyond the reach of gravitational influence. Breeve can remotely control the equipment here, and in the event of any mishap, he can swiftly terminate the operation of the gravity devices. Are you ready? If so, press the circular button to activate the gravity apparatus. The button on the left reduces gravity by half, while the button on the right doubles it. Breeve conveyed to Tallet through the intercom. Upon hearing this, Tallet nodded and swiftly approached the control panel. The machine appeared quite ordinary, merely featuring a small display screen, devoid of any extravagant buttons. As Breeve had described, there was a single power button and 2 controls for adjusting gravity. As Tallet pressed the gravity activation button, the display illuminated, officially commencing the gravity test. A resonant hum filled the air as the machine roared to life, displaying the current gravitational environment. Without hesitation, Tallet pressed the button to increase gravity. The force escalated from 1G to 2G, dimming the surroundings slightly. He continued pressing the button, incrementally raising the gravity until it reached 10G, at which point he ceased. Experiencing 10 times the gravitational force of Earth indeed mirrored the gravity levels of Planet Vegeta. Having spent a month on Earth and becoming accustomed to its gravity, Tallet felt a slight heaviness upon re-entering an environment with tenfold gravity. Nevertheless, given his strength, this amount of gravity posed no significant challenge, even while donned in weighted clothing. His physical agility remained largely unaffected. The gravity of Planet Vegeta, under the burden of weights, was merely at this level. Having grown up on Planet Vegeta, he was already well acquainted with such gravitational conditions. Now, 10 times Earth's gravity barely registered as a source of pressure for him, and the training effects remained optimal. As he acclimated to the sensation of weight, Tallet soon disregarded and became accustomed to the tenfold gravity, reflecting inwardly. In truth, the weighted gear he wore was no lightweight. Each wrist guard and shoe weighed 50 kilograms, totaling 200 kilograms. The clothing and trousers weighed 150 kilograms each. Thus, the cumulative weight from the gear alone reached 500 kilograms. In a tenfold gravitational environment, the pressure from the weighted clothing equated to a staggering 5,000 kilograms. Indeed, Saiyans are remarkable. Under tenfold gravity, you remain unaffected. Were this a mere earthling, they would likely be rendered immobile. Even if their muscles and bones could withstand it, their organs would surely falter. Breeve mused from the main control room. Tenfold Earth's gravity is a threshold difficult to surpass for ordinary humans. In Breeve's understanding, even among Earth's strongest martial artists, none could remain as unscathed as Tallet. This exemplifies the disparity between Saiyans and Earthlings, as they are born into such an environment. Hence, even the weakest Saiyan possesses strength vastly exceeding that of Earthlings. Talot smiled faintly and proceeded to press the button to increase gravity once more. The numbers on the display ascended from 10G to 20G, where it finally halted. 20 times Earth's gravity. In other terms, that equates to twice the gravitational force of Planet Vegeta. In this realm of gravity, Talot distinctly sensed a marked change. The weight pressing down on him created a unique resistance, causing him to feel significantly restricted in movement, especially due to the additional pressure from his weighted gear. It felt as though he was bearing an incessant load exceeding 10,000 kilograms. This is indeed beyond my expectations. I did not foresee that 20-fold gravity would elicit such a response, considering my strength, he mused, particularly in light of the original narrative. In the next moment, he steadied his breath and commenced his actions. He threw punches and kicked, swiftly moving, performing backflips, front flips, and soaring glides with remarkable agility. By the time he returned to the control panel, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. In merely 2 or 3 minutes of intense exertion, the body has already begun to respond. On the other side, Gine and Sparring, observing Talot's actions, do not find it surprising, for they are acutely aware of Talot's prowess. Even with gravity reaching 20 times that of Earth, it merely equates to double the gravity of Planet Vegeta. While they are thus unfazed, Brief is utterly astonished, at a loss for words. After all, 10 times is the utmost extent of his imagination. The notion of 20 times seemed utterly inconceivable. Now, his worldview has been expanded, leading him to realize the limitations of his previous thoughts. Perhaps Talot could endure the staggering 50 times the gravitational force of Earth, the very limits of the equipment. As Talot increases the gravity once more, a low hum resonates through the training chamber, and the ambience is no longer as it was before. The light dims considerably. The illumination within the space gradually transforms to a deep crimson, imparting an oppressive atmosphere. The numbers on the display continue to rise, and the pressure felt by Talot intensifies. Before he realizes it, he has reached 30 times the gravity of Earth, and his breathing becomes rapid and labored. Under 30 times the gravitational force, Talot's movements noticeably slow, and his legs tremble slightly. It is only after considerable adaptation that he manages to stabilize himself, with beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. This is a gravitational environment 30 times that of Planet Vegeta, although it may seem like a slight difference compared to merely 3 times the gravity of that planet. The reality is that each incremental increase from the baseline of Planet Vegeta's gravity is profoundly terrifying. Talot clenched his teeth, drawing conclusions. Initially, he had not anticipated that such a 30-fold gravitational force would prove to be so arduous. Reflecting on the early stages of gravity training, specifically the experiences of Kakarot in the original narrative aboard the spaceship, it becomes clear that there is no basis for comparison. This is because, upon departing for Namek after recovering from serious injuries, Kakarot's battle power was at least over 10,000, possibly even reaching 20,000. At that time, Vegeta had elevated his power to a remarkable 24,000. Thus, there is no justification for Kakarot to remain at merely several thousand. This is one of the reasons why, after just a few days of adapting to 100-fold gravity, one's combat capability can surge to an astonishing 90,000 points. Ultimately, 30 times the Earth's gravity is not insurmountable for Talot at present. It can only be said that operating under a burden of 500 kilograms is indeed a formidable challenge. It appears that 30 times gravity has reached the limits of your endurance, and I shall now deactivate the gravity apparatus. Observing Talot's condition in the gravity chamber, Brief mistakenly assumed that Talot was in such distress that he could not move. As he spoke, he prepared to press the button to terminate the gravity. However, before he could do so, Talot's voice rang out. "It is not over yet. I can still endure the 30-fold gravity." Such words left Brive momentarily astonished. He truly did not anticipate that Talot's willpower could be so formidable. However, given the current circumstances, he believed it unwise to proceed recklessly. No matter how powerful the Saiyans were, and regardless of Talot's strength, he remained but a child. Should they truly continue? Forcing the issue could result in irreparable harm. Brive spoke up, wishing to respect Talot's decision, yet he felt compelled to outline the pros and cons. "It is of no concern, even if I sustain a fatal injury. The Senza beans will suffice for healing," Talot replied. The Senza beans were, after all, his unabashed safety net. In just half a month, his strength had surged by 700 points, largely due to the pivotal role of the beans. At this moment, without waiting for Brive to utter another word, He resumed his actions. If he could not endure this level of gravity, it would indeed be a disgrace. After all, his combat power had reached an impressive 3,500 points. With determination, he proceeded to shed all of his weighted gear. As the heavy ensemble thudded to the ground, Tallet immediately felt a considerable lightness, the pressure alleviating significantly, granting him a sensation of liberation. Of course, training while adorned in weighted armor would yield superior results. Yet now Tallet sought to test the limits of his capabilities. Under the 30-fold gravity, he executed a series of lightning-fast maneuvers, and similar to before, it was only after 2 or 3 minutes that Tallet finally came to a halt. This scene astounded Brive, equally widening the eyes of Gine and Cellari. They were utterly unaware that Tallet was clad in such heavy attire, particularly Brive, who understood all too well that if the weight of such burdensome garments reached 100 Gine, it would be utterly terrifying in a gravitational environment. He could never have imagined that Tallet's weighted suit totaled an astonishing 1,000 Gine. As the gravity intensified, Brive, Gine, and Cellari inhaled deeply. With the numbers on the display fluctuating, the oppressive force of 40 times Earth's gravity escalated to a new level. Tallet's forehead showed the faint prominence of veins as, through sheer willpower and breath control, he forced himself to stand upright. Under such an overwhelming pressure, Talot hesitated to take any action, allowing his body to gradually acclimatize and adapt. Any careless movement could lead to muscle tears, broken bones, or even internal bleeding and organ displacement. Is the sensation of such immense gravity indeed this intense at 40 times Earth's? I can finally envision the profound suffering Kakarot endured during his training in the original narrative, constantly recovering from severe injuries under such circumstances. This is precisely why Kakarot was able to transcend to such extraordinary heights. Talot reflected deeply. Offering the most immediate assessment, the disparity between 30 times and 40 times gravity is astoundingly vast. This serves as a watershed moment. Previously, one could engage in unrestrained activity, but now one must proceed at a leisurely pace. To illustrate simply, under 30 times the force of gravity, it is akin to an ordinary person jogging while carrying 2 buckets of water. However, at 40 times the force of gravity, it feels as if one is laden with 2 buckets of water while shouldering an additional weight of over 100 pounds. It becomes impossible to run. And even walking requires utmost caution. Reflecting on the original narrative, when Vegeta returned from Namek and directly challenged the training under 300 times the force of gravity, one must consider the sheer magnitude of the burden, despite Vegeta's battle power exceeding several million at that time. The horror of such a load is something even Talot could fathom. This realization led Talot to understand that without effort, it is indeed impossible to reap rewards. The reason Kakarot and Vegeta continually grow stronger lies in their relentless pursuit of progress, never shying away from daunting challenges, consistently surpassing their limits, and creating possibilities. The path to strength is fraught with obstacles. If it were smooth sailing, devoid of even a single stone to trip upon, such fortification would be exceedingly fragile. In this lifetime as a Saiyan, Talot has firmly resolved not to succumb easily to anyone. The immense pressure ignited his fighting spirit, sharpening his focus on his goals and clarifying the direction he must pursue. With great effort, Talot gradually harnessed the energy within him, waiting until his breath stabilized at a certain height before commencing the next phase of his endeavor. Onward. 40 times the gravity is not the limit. He yearns to experience even greater gravitational pressure. Without hesitation, Talot adjusted the gravity to 50 times. This scene caused Brief, Gine, and Cellari in the control room to nervously clench their fists. They observed Talot's condition with keen awareness, fully cognizant that he had already struggled under the 40-fold gravity. Now, at 50-fold, he was utterly out of his depth. Time passed, second by second. The overwhelming pressure of 50-fold gravity bore down on Talot, yet he endured. Although movement under such weight was painfully arduous, he grasped the stark contrast between the 40-fold and 50-fold gravities. It marked yet another watershed moment. Given his current state, it was unequivocally impossible for him to adapt to the 50-fold gravity in a short span of time. What initially appears to be merely 5 times the gravitational force of Planet Vegeta is, in reality, a daunting challenge. Without a battle power exceeding 5,000, movement becomes virtually impossible. Only those of exceptional strength, such as Bardock, who possess a power level beyond 10,000, could swiftly acclimate to such an environment. After a considerable passage of time, Tallet finally deactivated the gravity apparatus. He pondered the possibility of testing even greater intensities 60 or 70 times, but for now, the limit stood at 50 times. Nevertheless, 50 times proved to be more than sufficient. In a brief period, it would significantly enhance his strength, solidify his foundation, and accumulate potential. As the gravity device ceased its operation, the environment within the gravity training chamber reverted to normal. All pressure dissipated, and Talot let out a long sigh of relief. The main control room's door swung open, and Gine and Celery hurried in, eager to inquire about Talot's condition. Observing Talot consuming a Senza bean to recuperate, Gine, with a serious expression, admonished, "You must not act so recklessly next time, Talot. If something were to happen to you, what would Celery and I do?" Thus, it is evident that Talot is regarded as the linchpin of this endeavor. "Fear not, Ingenia. I am well aware of the situation." Talot responded with a smile, then turned to Celery, saying, "See, I am perfectly fine. The testing of the gravity device will aid us in our future training to become stronger. Our current strength is insufficient. We must accelerate our growth. Only with ample power can we confront any threat without trepidation. To be candid, the events of today have truly exceeded my expectations. It is astonishing that there are individuals capable of enduring 50 times the force of gravity. Thanks to your testing, I have acquired invaluable data. Given just a day or two more, I can perfect this gravity apparatus. However, if you wish for the device to achieve even greater levels of gravity, it will be challenging to accomplish in a short time frame." As the gravity test concluded, Bribe expressed his reflections. Upon hearing his words, Talot did not harbor excessive ambitions. At least for now, the 50-fold gravity would suffice for a while. For the time being, 50 times the gravity is adequate, but once the spaceship is developed, I hope you will continue your research to elevate the gravity multiplier. Though I do not seek to reach 1,000-fold, at the very least, it should exceed 100-fold. Talot asserted. Bribe's abilities are indeed remarkably extraordinary. How much time has truly passed, especially in this era? After listening to Talot's words and undergoing the recent gravity test, Brief began to accept the notion of raising the gravity limit. Nodding in affirmation, Brief then recalled another matter and spoke up. "Before constructing the spacecraft, I need you to assist me with a favor. While studying your Saiyan spacecraft, I discovered that the materials used in its internal structure are remarkably unique, with no similar substances found on Earth. However, I have located some cosmic minerals that bear a high degree of similarity, and I require you to retrieve them from space." Upon hearing this, Talot nodded without hesitation. "No problem. As long as we can create a more advanced large spacecraft, I can find a way to procure the same materials. That may not be necessary, and I believe using the materials of my choice might prove to be even better," Brief replied. Subsequently, the group continued their conversation while exiting the gravity training chamber. At this juncture, the perspectives of Gine and Sylar on Bruif have undergone a transformation. They followed him in silence, merely listening to his exchanges with Talot. Previously, they had harbored concerns that Bruif might prove as unreliable as the deity Baika. Yet within such a brief span, Bruif had successfully completed the gravity device. Although the spaceship was considerably more intricate, Gine and Sylar began to choose trust. Thus, 2 days passed. Following Bruif's instructions, Talot piloted the spaceship alone into the cosmos in search of the coveted rare minerals. Gine and Sylar had intended to accompany him, but Talot declined, advising them to remain on Earth. It was a trivial matter, and navigating the cosmos would be cumbersome with them aboard. His reassurances stemmed from a fortnight of interaction, which assured him that Gine and Sylar would not act recklessly due to minor grievances. It must be noted that after arriving on Earth, particularly in Shidu, both Gine and Sylar occasionally exhibited minor irritations in their daily lives. In the beginning, Talot had to guide and suppress their emotional outbursts. Gradually, acclimatizing to human life allowed them to accept their current circumstances. At the very least, the appearance of Earthlings bore no distinction from that of Scions, and the quality of life on Earth was notably pleasant, devoid of the brutal survival of the fittest mentality present among Scions. Consequently, their comfortable existence dulled their once fiery competitive spirits. Not to mention Gine and Sylar. Bruif once again shattered Talot's preconceived notions about him. He was indeed a prodigious genius. While the original narrative excessively highlighted Bulma's intellectual prowess, it was Bruif who truly embodied the essence of a super genius. Given a certain concept, he could exponentially amplify it, even in this era. Reflecting on the original work, it becomes evident that many of Bulma's scientific endeavors were conducted under Bruif's guidance. Take, for instance, the portable universal capsule, a concept that may not even exist in later generations. To ensure that Talot could collect sufficient cosmic minerals, Bruif meticulously devised this tool, which pertains to spatial storage technology. Akin to spatial rings, albeit with the medium transformed into a universal capsule. By applying it to an object, the space capsule could contain items within its ample capacity. Thanks to this invention, Talot's collection process became significantly simplified. In just 2 days, he exceeded the required quantity set by Bruif. Upon returning to Earth and delivering the necessary materials to Bruif, he had also completed the final stability test for the gravity training chamber. The previous gravity device was ready for use, though it still harbored numerous potential hazards, particularly its inability to operate for extended periods. Now, with the addition of various components such as heat dissipation and backup processing systems, the gravity device could function continuously for 10 days and nights without interruption, facilitating gravity training. Tallet was eager to enter the chamber. Gine and Sylar, inspired by Tallet's relentless pursuit of strength, also developed a desire to grow stronger. As Tallet stated, only with sufficient personal strength could one grasp their own destiny. He welcomed Gine and Sailor's participation, fully aware that while it might slow his training progress, they could also provide him with a more rigorous regimen. After all, self-training to enhance strength was merely one method. Having assistance under such circumstances, accompanied by greater pressure, would undoubtedly accelerate his advancement. Let us begin with 10 times the gravity. We shall first acclimatize to the gravity of Planet Vegeta. And Gine, Sylar, are you prepared? After receiving their affirmative nods, Tallet promptly activated the gravity device. As the numbers on the display transformed to 10G, the gravity within the chamber reached the level of Planet Vegeta. The tenfold Earth gravity environment evoked a sense of returning to Planet Vegeta for Gine and Sylar. Although they had grown accustomed to Earth's gravity, the weight of Planet Vegeta was ingrained in their very bones, and with their continuously rising power, even if they initially struggled to adapt, it would not impede them. Indeed, the gravity of Planet Vegeta provides a sense of grounding. Earth's gravity always leaves me feeling weightless, Gine remarked. Sylar, however, held a different viewpoint, as she rather enjoyed the lightness. After a brief period of adjustment, Tallet began to amplify the gravity settings. Once the gravity reached 20 times, Gine and Sailor's expression shifted slightly. They could distinctly feel their bodies becoming heavier. Nonetheless, this level of gravity remained within their capacity to endure. If they were unable to handle this, it would indicate their weakness, as this was the minimum threshold set by Tallet. Even if he were to don a 500-kilogram weighted suit, the effects would be negligible below 20 times. Thus, the training officially commenced. Under the 20-fold Earth gravity, it was just right for both Gine and Sylar, as well as for Tallet, who wore the weighted suit. In truth, Tallet had underestimated their adaptability. He had anticipated that, despite merely being twice the gravity of Planet Vegeta, they might require some time to acclimate. To his surprise, they adapted within half a day and could move freely and effortlessly. While Tallet, even in his weighted suit, could manage this, the disparity in their strengths was evident. Despite the shock, this proved to be a boon for Tallet, as the 20-fold gravity was merely the beginning, intended to propel Gine and Sylar forward. If they could withstand even greater gravitational forces, then the training's difficulty would naturally elevate. Of course, Tallet was in no rush. Training must be approached gradually, as a relentless push would not yield favorable outcomes. Simply put, they were neither Kakarot nor Vegeta. Even for Kakarot and Vegeta, their paths were entirely distinct. The same training might yield results for anyone, yet the extent of those results would vary from person to person. In the ensuing 5 days, Tallet maintained a steady pace, diligently training under the 20-fold gravity conditions. His regimen consisted of fundamental exercises, including various forms of push-ups, sit-ups, endurance drills, and explosive strength training, interspersed with sparring sessions against Gine and Sylar to hone his skills. Tallet's strength surged rapidly. Within these few days, his battle power approached the threshold of 4,000 points. Although he had yet to break through, it was merely a day or two away, equating to an impressive daily gain of nearly 100 points in battle power. Were it not for witnessing with their own eyes and experiencing firsthand, Gine and Sailor would never have believed it. For them, the rigid hierarchy of lower-class and upper-class warriors had always been an inescapable framework. Yet as their understanding deepened, a revolutionary idea took root, that they too could grow stronger. This philosophy, of course, had been steadily instilled in them by Taro, who taught them that while innate potential played a significant role, relentless training could elevate anyone to greatness. The Saiyan caste system, which classified warriors as lower or elite based solely on their birth power levels, was far from absolute. An upper-class warrior born with several hundred battle points might have a higher starting point, but that did not guarantee unparalleled achievements. Conversely, Lower-class warriors were not doomed to mediocrity. Figures like Bardock and his contemporaries had shattered expectations, each proving themselves equal to the finest elites. With newfound purpose, their progress became tangible. Though not as staggering as Taro's, Gine's power had surged by 120 points, reaching 500, equivalent to Raditz's strength upon his arrival on Earth. If not in actual combat prowess, Saori, more relentless in her training, had gained 180 points, now standing at 350, unwilling to let Taro outpace her entirely. Yet the gap between them only widened. Still, by Saiyan standards, her talent would have marked her as a prodigy worthy of elite training, had their society not been shackled by dogma, like Bardock before her. No amount of brilliance could erase the stigma of her low-born status. Training pressed on without pause, complacency was not an option, though Gine might have entertained thoughts of rest. Taro left no room for hesitation. Strength was not so easily won. Halting now would only invite regression. Yet he balanced their regimen, limiting daily sessions to 7 or 8 hours under 30 times gravity, sparing them the crushing burden he himself endured. Beyond that, they were free. As for Taro, 10 grueling hours of gravity training were followed by refining his ki, honed by cryptic guidance from Kami and Mr. Popo. His progress had been such that, upon requesting weighted training gear from Kami, he sought further wisdom, synthesizing every lesson to correct past misconceptions. And so, nearly 2 months slipped by. Today marked a full year since their departure from Planet Vegeta. Everything had changed. For once, training was set aside as Taro remained at Gine's side. The passage of time, stirring reflection. She no longer needed his reassurance. Acceptance had come with maturity. With the day free, they sought out Dr. Briefs and Bulma. Joyously. Not only had the Doctor's spaceship research made leaps, but Bulma's Dragon radar had achieved a breakthrough, though not yet global. Its range now spanned 1,000 kilometers in diameter. This range is indeed quite remarkable. Now only the final step remains before the Dragon Ball radar can be put to use. For ordinary individuals, locating the remaining 6 Dragon Balls scattered across the globe within a mere 1,000 kilometers may seem an arduous task. However, with Talot's extraordinary abilities and his mastery of flight, traversing the world would not only make the search feasible, but also allow him to accomplish it comfortably within a day. With such promising prospects ahead, Tallet is filled with excitement, and Gine shares in his joy, unable to contain her elation. This has been her long-cherished aspiration. As she continued her training, 2 more days passed. During this time, Gine and Cellari did not participate, for the Dragon Ball radar was nearing completion, and they had been lingering around Bulma's side. Inside the gravity training chamber, the display screen indicated a staggering 50G. 4,497. 4,498. 4,499. 5,000. With the final muffled exclamation escaping his lips, Tallet executed a swift somersault, collapsing onto the chilly floor, panting heavily. It must be noted that training under 50 times Earth's gravity, despite his combat power reaching 8,000, still proved immensely challenging. Were it not for the sustenance of the sins of beings, such endurance would have been impossible. With a combat power of 8,000, Tallet now possessed strength comparable to that of the future Son Goku upon his return from the North Kai's planet, though it merely mirrored the standard battle index of that time. After all, during the original narrative, Goku had access to the Kaioken technique, and in his fierce battle with Vegeta, his power had peaked at an astounding 32,000. Indeed, the past 2 months had witnessed a significant transformation. Training under 50 times Earth's gravity yielded remarkable daily progress. Though it might not seem as extraordinary as Goku's adaptation to 100 times gravity in merely 6 days, Tallet's achievements were nonetheless impressive. First, there was the issue of age and physical condition. Tallet was barely over 6 years old and could not be compared to Goku at that time. Second, the disparity in strength was considerable. Moreover, their training methodologies differed significantly. Goku had been compelled by dire circumstances to push beyond his limits, enduring severe injuries and recovering multiple times, whereas Tallet embraced a gradual and steady approach. In truth, should he desire to break through further, Tallet believed he could achieve it. A single severe injury followed by the consumption of a Senza bean could potentially elevate his combat power beyond 10,000. However, rather than pursue such a risky endeavor now, he preferred to adhere to his principles, waiting for the opportune moment when he was older and his body sufficiently developed for a genuine breakthrough. Tallet, brother. Bulma has completed the Dragon Ball radar. A sudden shout echoed through the intercom. Just as Talot had caught his breath, he hurriedly sat up upon hearing the news, only to see Celery on the other side of the transparent glass, her face alight with joy and urgency. Clearly, she had rushed over to inform him. Rising, he dragged his weary body to deactivate the gravity apparatus. It was only after the oppressive weight had lifted that Talot exhaled in relief and promptly consumed a senzu bean to replenish his energy. Opening the door to the gravity training chamber, Talot exchanged a few words with Celery before they swiftly returned to the grand round room of the estate. Bulma was brimming with excitement as she conducted various tests with the radar, while Gine stood nearby, seemingly anxious that Bulma might vanish from her sight. Taking the radar with her. Upon Talot's arrival, Bulma joyously demonstrated the radar's capabilities. The primary function was essentially to scan for Dragon Ball signals within a specified range, which had already been confirmed 2 days prior. Thus, Talot was well aware of its workings without the need for further elaboration. With this, I can collect the other Dragon Balls in the shortest time possible, Talot thought, excitement shimmering in his eyes as he grasped the radar. Both Gine and Celery appeared impatient. Bulma, seemingly concerned that Talot might abandon her, swiftly snatched the radar from his grasp and declared, "The radar is mine. If you're going to search for the Dragon Balls, I want to join you." The little girl's tenacity had not waned in the slightest. However, Talot realized he could not take her along for this quest, as it would slow him down considerably. Moreover, he had already contemplated that even Gine and Celery could not accompany him. After all, the 4-star Dragon Ball involved Son Gohan and Kakarot from the Bowsy Mountain. Until he confirmed that Kakarot was unharmed, he remained resolute in his decision. "You might be disappointed, Bulma, but I truly cannot take you with me on this Dragon Ball hunt. The radar scanning range is still too limited. If it could cover the entire globe, we could pinpoint a target location and leisurely make our way there together. However, first, no one can guarantee that the Dragon Balls are waiting for us at specific locations. And second, if you accompany me, our speed would be significantly hampered, complicating the search," Talot explained. This serves as both a comfort and a recounting of certain truths to Bulma. Though young, she possesses an understanding of reason. However, having been pampered since childhood, she tends to believe that everything should revolve around her. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes immediately welled with tears, threatening to spill over. After all, the Dragon Ball radar was created by her, and she had invested considerable effort into its development. Without it, our chances of locating the Dragon Balls would be non-existent. Thus, Bulma insisted on accompanying us. What would it matter if it took a bit longer? During their time together, Gine had already forged a wonderful bond with Bulma. To her, Bulma was endearing and remarkably intelligent. Despite being from Earth, this did not hinder her affection, treating Bulma as if she were family. Yet, it was evident that Aunt Gine felt a deep compassion for her. Bulma embraced Gine tightly, almost as if seeking solace. Nearby, Celery could not help but roll her eyes. Talot, on the other hand, directly addressed Gine. "It's not that I am unwilling to bring her along, but rather that I could locate the Dragon Balls more swiftly on my own. It would only take me a day to traverse the earth and gather them all." "By yourself? Brother Talot, you intend to go alone?" Celery exclaimed in astonishment. This has indeed set her apart. Gine seems to comprehend Talot's intention, as you mentioned. It would undoubtedly be swifter for you to embark on this quest alone. With your current prowess, circumnavigating the globe would hardly consume much time. Talot nodded. "I understand, Bulma. You merely wish to venture forth for exploration and adventure. In the future, when the opportunity arises, may I take you along? Alternatively, Gine and Celery could accompany you on your travels to other locales on Earth." Talot's words struck a chord within young Bulma. The present Bulma is certainly not the same as the 16-year-old Bulma of the later years. In the original narrative, her desire for the Dragon Balls stemmed from a yearning for the legendary, a quest for truth, and the aspiration to wish for a perfect Prince Charming. At her current age, her pursuits are merely driven by an insatiable curiosity about the unknown. Well then, very well. Bulma contemplated for a moment before handing the Dragon Ball radar back to Talot. "It won't take much time, once I locate the Dragon Balls. I shall return at the earliest opportunity," Talot reassured. Gine nodded, and Bulma had acquiesced to this arrangement. Celery, somewhat bashful, spoke up. "How about Talot brother takes me along? I can keep up with you, and won't be a hindrance." Upon hearing this, Talot gently ruffled her hair. "It would be better for you to stay with Aunt Gine. Searching for the Dragon Balls is not particularly exhilarating." With a few dismissive remarks, Talot exchanged a few more words with Gine and Celery. Subsequently, he requested a backpack from Bulma and departed from West City. In truth, for Tallet, who retains memories of the original storyline, locating the Dragon Balls is not exceedingly challenging. However, the current timeline is set 10 years prior to the original narrative, and without the radar, pinpointing several Dragon Balls becomes quite arduous. The only ones whose precise locations he knows are the 4-star Dragon Ball at Bunsaw Mountain, the 7-star Dragon Ball at the Bull Demon King's abode, and the 3-star Dragon Ball that Master Roshi retrieved from the ocean a century ago. Setting forth from West City, he journeyed eastward. Every few hundred to 1,000 kilometers, Tallet would utilize the Dragon Ball radar to confirm whether any signals were present within the vicinity. His intention was to first proceed along the map he was familiar with to Bunsaw Mountain to acquire the 4-star Dragon Ball, while also encountering Kakarot and Son Gohan. Although he was uncertain of the exact time frame when Kakarot bumped his head in the original tale, any moment could potentially align with that incident. To put it plainly, the initial assumption was that Kakarot was discovered by Son Gohan a month or two after his arrival. Now, having lingered until this point, and having been on Earth for over 3 months, it translates to Kakarot having arrived on Earth half a year ago. As he continued on his journey, unbeknownst to him, after more than 10 minutes, and having traversed countless kilometers, the Dragon Ball radar suddenly registered a signal. This direction does not lead to Bowsy Mountain. To reach Bowsy Mountain, one must journey approximately 2,000 kilometers further east. This location, if I am not mistaken, should be considered the northernmost part of Bowsy Mountain. Indeed, in the original narrative, Bulma discovered the first Dragon Ball with the Dragon Radar in the direction of the 5-star ball located within this vast valley. With a thought ignited in his mind, Tallet unleashed his energy and set forth toward the direction indicated by the Dragon Radar. Unbeknownst to him, he traversed over 1,000 kilometers and arrived amidst the northern mountains of the eastern region, where a narrow and elongated valley materialized before him. Descending from the sky, Tallet narrowed the scanning range of the Dragon Radar to an impressive 100 meters. This is the limit after minimization. Bulma has always devoted herself to expanding the scanning range, never contemplating precision down to the meter. Within 100 meters, locating the target proves quite challenging. However, Tallet possesses a solution. He has brought Bulma's 2-star Dragon Ball, which emits a radiant resonance when in close proximity to others. Thus, even within a 100-meter radius, it can be swiftly located. As Tallet traverses the valley, he encounters various mountain spirits and creatures. In this era of Earth, particularly amidst the eastern mountains, there exists a multitude of such creatures. Essentially, they are formidable beasts that have suddenly achieved a level of intelligence comparable to that of humans. However, to Tallet, they are but mere insects. Even if their combat prowess reaches nearly 10 points, or perhaps even higher, it is merely a reflection of their strength in relation to humanity. Upon discovering a 5-star Dragon Ball upon a desolate expanse, Tallet chose not to linger, but rather ascended into the sky and departed without delay. Having acquired the Dragon Ball, the next step is to proceed towards the sacred Bowsy Mountain. Meanwhile, atop the heavenly temple, the god of Earth, Piccolo, wore an expression of deep concern. He never anticipated that a device like the Dragon Ball radar could indeed be created by humans, particularly by a mere 5-year-old girl. Initially, he harbored doubts about its authenticity. But witnessing Tallet traverse nearly half of the globe to locate the 5-star Dragon Ball left him no choice but to believe. Lord God, if this continues, Tallet will soon discover Bowsy Mountain and encounter that child named Kakarot, Bobo remarked at Piccolo's side. Until now, they had managed to keep the truth hidden. But the pursuit of the Dragon Balls would inevitably lead Tallet to Kakarot. With a deep sigh, Piccolo reflected, sometimes, one misstep leads to another. Bobo, do you think I should have informed them about that child earlier? Bobo reassured him, stating that the god of Earth had the planet's best interests at heart. Without these past months of observation, no one could ascertain the true nature of Tallet and his companions. Piccolo nodded, seeking equilibrium. His inner turmoil stemmed from the fact that he had lied and deceived Tallet and his friends. As time revealed that his earlier caution was merely overthinking, guilt began to take root within him. He hoped that they would not harbor excessive wishes. At this point, Piccolo found himself grappling once more with the notion of wishes. At Bowsy Mountain, Tallet finally arrived at the site where the original narrative unfolds. Gazing down from above, he felt no sense of familiarity. The reason was simple. The real world starkly contrasted with the animated scenes he had witnessed in his past life. Animation and manga could only depict so much. Before Tallet lay an expanse of towering peaks stretching endlessly across the land. It was only through sensing the auras of Gohan and Kakarot that Tallet could identify the true Bowsy Mountain and discern where Gohan's home lay. Upon laying eyes on the simple yet unique dwelling, a smile graced Talot's face. At long last, I am to meet you, Kakarot. Are you still Kakarot? Or have you transformed into Goku? He mused internally before swiftly descending from the sky, landing gracefully in the clearing before the house. Inside, Gohan seemed to sense something amiss. Stepping out to meet Talot's gaze. How peculiar. I have never had visitors here before. Half a year ago, a baby suddenly appeared, and now another child has come. Gohan's voice was gentle and warm, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Upon hearing this, Talot turned to look inside the house, where a small child crawling on the ground could only be Kakarot. Locking eyes with Kakarot, Talot felt a profound connection blossoming within him. This individual must have encountered an unforeseen circumstance. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that he would not recognize him. Greetings, martial artist of Earth. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tallet, a Saiyan hailing from a distant extraterrestrial realm. I am truly grateful for your benevolence in taking in my, shall we say, brother. Tallet spoke up willingly. Upon uttering those words, Sun Wukong was immediately taken aback, before his gaze flitted between Tallet and Kakarot. His mind raced back to the moment he found Kakarot, and a few of his perplexities were resolved. So it is, he thought. I wondered how a baby could possibly fall from the heavens into such a remote forest. It turns out he is an extraterrestrial. No wonder he possesses such immense strength at such a tender age, and with a tail no less, consuming so much food. Sun Wukong crouched down to lift Kakarot, and then inquired, a Saiyan? Does this mean you have come to retrieve this child? Talot, taken aback by Sun Wukong's demeanor and words, was astonished by his calmness. You must be able to sense my energy. Are you not afraid in the slightest? Talot asked. Sun Wukong shook his head, his smile unwavering. Your energy is formidable, yet it carries no intent to kill. Thus, you are not here to seek vengeance, nor to bring harm to Wukong. Wukong? Talot feigned confusion. I named him Sun Wukong. I am Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong replied. I wish to know what this child was originally called. After a round of communication, Talot and Sun Wukong settled down to converse, while Kakarot affectionately nestled against Talot's shoulder, playfully tugging at his hair. Having grasped the intricate details of the situation, Talot learned that Kakarot had indeed fallen from a cliff and struck his head 2 months after arriving on Earth, leading to his current obedient and gentle disposition. Although he no longer recognized him, Kakarot, now known as Sun Wukong, still instinctively sensed a warm familiarity emanating from Talot. There is a saying, blood is thicker than water. Although Talot and he share no direct blood relation, one cannot dismiss the possibility of a lineage connection through their forebears. In essence, they are both Saiyans, linked by their bloodline. Kakarot, that was his original name, but given the circumstances, let us call him Sun Wukong. I believe he will thrive here. Talot responded to Sun Wukong's query, sharing his sentiments. Upon hearing Talot's words, Sun Wukong's heart swelled with joy. At his age, he felt as though he was teetering on the brink of the grave. Yet, fate had graced him with a child, infusing his previously mundane existence with vibrant hues. Despite the fact that this child was a Saiyan, one he had found, over the past 6 months, Sun Wukong had come to regard him as his own grandson. Kakarot. Does this name carry any significance? Or does it symbolize something? Sun Wukong did not question the truthfulness of Talot's statements, but instead fixated on the name, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind it. Talot, somewhat at a loss, explained that Saiyan naming convention stemmed from homophones of vegetable names in English. However, this explanation derived from the original author's design in a past life. In this world, it held no such meaning. You may consider our naming practices quite arbitrary. The name bears no particular significance, Talot clarified. Sun Wukong nodded, harboring no doubts, and subsequently steered the conversation towards matters of strength. In response, Talot was forthcoming, allowing Sun Wukong to appreciate the extent of his power. The perspectives and worldviews of Earthlings are often confined within the limitations of their planet. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong possessed an intellect that surpassed expectations. Upon sensing Talot's aura, he was indeed astounded, yet remained composed. It must be said that martial artists of this era, particularly those who have reached a certain level of mastery, exhibit remarkable capacity for acceptance. The original text provided scant depiction of Sun Wukong. The only known fact was that Master Roshi regarded his potential as exceptionally gifted, lamenting his demise as a loss of a martial arts star. In this age of Earth's martial arts community, Sun Wukong also held a notable reputation. This sentiment is palpable from Yamcha's introductory dialogue in the original work, which conveys his reverence for Son Gohan. Seizing this opportunity, Taro engaged in discussions about martial arts philosophy with Son Gohan. seeking guidance on cultivation techniques and the application of ki. In Taro's eyes, even though Son Gohan's combat power barely exceeded 100 units, he had indeed forged his own path in ki cultivation, earning the distinction of a martial arts grandmaster. Many thanks for your instruction. I shall take my leave for now, as I must continue my search for the remaining Dragon Balls. We shall meet again, and I shall seek your wisdom once more, Taro said, rising to depart. Having spent nearly 2 hours at Mount Pozu, and with 4 Dragon Balls still unaccounted for, time was of the essence. Regrettably, I only know that one of the Dragon Balls is in Master Roshi's possession. I'm afraid I cannot be of much further assistance, Son Gohan replied. Upon hearing this, Taro was momentarily taken aback. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Roshi had retrieved his Dragon Ball from the ocean depths a century prior. If Son Gohan had been unaware of this, that would have been far stranger. It is worth noting that only after learning the true name and function of the Dragon Balls did Son Gohan realize that what he and Roshi had long regarded as mere decorative ornaments were in fact divine artifacts crafted by Kami himself, tools capable of summoning Shenron to grant wishes. From Son Gohan, Taro obtained the 4-star Dragon Ball, a token of gratitude for sparing Goku. Taro perceived Son Gohan's relief. His cherished grandson would remain by his side. Yet Taro also delivered a sobering warning. Though he himself would not take Goku away, the same could not be guaranteed once Gine arrived. For Gine was Goku's mother. Even if the amnesiac child no longer recognized her, their bond as mother and son was immutable. Should that day come, Son Gohan would have no right to interfere, only to let Gine take her child. Of course, Taro would mediate. Ultimately, the outcome would hinge upon Gine's decision after receiving Taro's report. We shall meet again soon, Taro called out as he ascended into the sky, addressing the young Goku. At that moment, Goku, as if sensing the departure of something profoundly significant, stretched out his tiny hands, babbling incoherently. Son Gohan swiftly gathered the child into his arms, watching as Taro vanished into the distance. Only when Taro had disappeared from sight did Goku settle down. Cradling the boy, Son Gohan murmured with wistful amusement, a Saiyan. Our little Goku is an alien after all. Oh ho ho. His benevolent laughter echoed across the mountain peaks, mingling with Goku's innocent giggles. Having left Mount Pausa behind, Taro turned southeastward, continuing his journey. This direction corresponds precisely to the location of Kame House, as mentioned by Sun Wukong. However, during this course of events, Talot intercepted a new Dragon Ball signal, thus altering his objective. Within a quaint village, he discovered the 4th Dragon Ball. This 6-star Dragon Ball was undoubtedly the very one from the original storyline, discovered by the grandmother of the old woman during Oolong's arc. Now that Taro had found it, who could predict how the future events would unfold? After all, it was this Dragon Ball that brought Bulma and Goku together, leading to their adventures and eventual encounter with Oolong. Shaking his head abruptly, Taro pressed onward toward Turtle Hermit Island. The original plot had already been altered beyond recognition. Whether the story would continue along its familiar path no longer mattered. In other words, he was living in this world now, real and tangible, regardless of what the future held. His immediate concern was the present. Turtle Hermit Island. Approximately 1,500 kilometers from the rugged mountains of the mainland to the northwest lies a modest, yet charming island. This isle, neither too large nor too small, is adorned with a rather ordinary seaside villa that, in this era, could be considered quite splendid. At this moment, it is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The sea is tranquil, and the sun shines brightly. Tallet has arrived at Turtle Island, but instead of descending immediately, he hovers above, surveying the entire island. The familiar sight of Turtle Island stirs profound memories within Tallet. The debut of Master Roshi and the subsequent events featuring Sun Wukong on Turtle Island are truly classics. This marks the true inception of the martial arts journey within the Dragon Ball universe. Suspended in the air, feelings of awe involuntarily surged within him. Upon arriving on Earth, he had longed to witness its wonders. However, opportunities had been scarce, as he was preoccupied with various other pressing matters and later became engrossed in gravity training. Ultimately, he had refrained from premature engagement, fearing that the presence of Gine and Concealing might prove distracting. Reflecting upon it now, he realized that his previous mindset had constrained him. There was no necessity for such self-imposed restrictions, nor was it essential to remain in constant proximity to Gine and Concealing. Naturally, the intensity of that period had subsided without any unforeseen occurrences, leading to a shift in his perspective. Initially, his caution stemmed from a desire for Gine and Concealing to seamlessly integrate into life on Earth. Although he now regarded that caution as somewhat superfluous, Tallet felt no regret. Rather, he viewed it as an indispensable phase of their journey. A whisper escaped his lips as he observed the scene, having spotted Master Roshi, who stared at him with a look of astonishment and disbelief, clearly sensing the emergence of his aura. Master Roshi, broom in hand, had been tidying up the surroundings of Kame House. He never anticipated that his tranquil existence would be disrupted by the arrival of an entity he could not fathom. Most remarkably, this entity appeared to be a mere child, seemingly no older than 10. Not only could he perform the flight technique, but he also possessed an unfathomable power. Who, then, could this young prodigy be? The earth had given rise to such an anomaly. Master Roshi silently pondered, his eyes, obscured by sunglasses, filled with astonishment. He was certain that this formidable energy far surpassed that of the legendary demon King Piccolo from years past. Is this something that earthlings would possess? Is this a power that a mere child could possess? What a joke. This old man has cultivated for so many years, reaching his current level, and is even revered as a grandmaster of martial arts. In comparison, he is nothing at all. As their gazes met, the turtle sage felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his cheeks. This unprecedented sensation is far more terrifying than the feelings I experienced when confronting the formidable Bick. It is beyond comparison. Had it not been for the tranquil aura of the approaching individual, devoid of any oppressive or murderous intent, I might have been rendered immobile. As I observed the figure descend slowly before me, Master Roshi endeavored to maintain his composure, forcibly controlling his expression. Who are you? Forgive me. But what brings you to my Kame House? His words were somewhat disjointed, yet he quickly regained his poise. Upon hearing Master Roshi's inquiry, Talot offered a faint smile and replied, "You are the preeminent master on earth, revered as the martial arts teacher. Just as Son Gohan mentioned. Your martial prowess surpasses his by a considerable margin." Son Gohan? Is that the child? The name sparked memories in Master Roshi's mind, as images of Gohan flooded his thoughts. It had been many years since he last saw the boy. Tallet discerned the master's wandering thoughts and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a Saiyan from beyond Earth. I have come to this planet in search of certain items, and upon encountering Son Gohan, he informed me that you possess something similar. Thus, under his guidance, I have arrived here." As he spoke, Tallet retrieved a 4-star Dragon Ball from his backpack, his intentions becoming unmistakably clear. In summary, although he was aware of everything and recognized Master Roshi, the formalities of introduction and explanation were unavoidable. "From beyond Earth? So, you are an extraterrestrial?" Master Roshi, ever astute, quickly pieced together the information from Tallet's brief remarks. Without hesitation, Tallet proceeded to articulate his needs and the capabilities of the Dragon Balls. He had considered the possibility of Master Roshi's apprehensions regarding potential misuse of the Dragon Balls. But with the divine endorsement above, there was no cause for concern. Interactions between individuals can sometimes be less complex than anticipated, especially when certain preconditions are established. Communication with Master Roshi transpired more smoothly than Tallet had envisioned. It must be said that Master Roshi truly possesses keen insight. Even in the face of such an absurd situation, the reality before him left no room for doubt. Tallet successfully obtained the 3-star Dragon Ball from Master Roshi. Who would have thought that the orbs I have collected for nearly a century would be the very Dragon Balls used to summon Shenron for wishes? Moreover, I never imagined that such a place as the Divine Temple existed on this earth, nor that deities themselves were real. Reflecting on the past, Master Roshi felt regret. Had he ascended to the Divine Temple back then, his current strength might have been significantly enhanced. Of course, such matters are immutable. Had the Master possessed the same mindset he is now during his earlier years, it would have been quite extraordinary. Continuing their dialogue, Master Roshi shared his insights regarding Ki, providing Tallet with invaluable knowledge. Tallet resolved to return for further guidance, recognizing that despite Master Roshi's seemingly diminished strength, he is indeed a martial arts master. His understanding of Ki cultivation surpassed that of Son Gohan, although Gohan's unique insights were something Master Roshi lacked. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 2 hours had elapsed, during which Tallet acquired a novel method of training from Master Roshi. This method of cultivation perfectly compensates for Tallet's shortcomings in mental training. It is none other than the practice of meditation, also referred to as intention training. In the realm of imagination, one devises unique scenarios, distinct rules, and specific subjects for specialized training. The most effective approach is to identify one's weakest points, such as the most feared targets, thereby facilitating breakthroughs within the imaginative domain. Once successful, the mindscape will experience a transformation, leading to an enhancement of strength. As Tallet departed from the Turtle Hermit's Island, dusk was approaching. The quest for the final 2 Dragon Balls posed little challenge for him. Equipped with a Dragon Ball radar and knowledge of the original storyline, along with the assistance of Gohan and Master Roshi, acquiring the 7-star Dragon Ball from the Ox King was effortlessly achieved. During this time, Talot also encountered Chi-Chi at this juncture. Chi-Chi was of the same age as Goku, a testament to the formidable genetics of the Ox King. Though she appeared delicate, she was far more robust than an ordinary infant on Earth. Without lingering at Frying Pan Mountain for long, Tallet swiftly located the last 1-star Dragon Ball within the ancient ruins of a dense forest in less than half an hour. With that, the 7 Dragon Balls were finally assembled. In the sacred sanctuary, many had gathered. After returning to West City, Tallet, accompanied by Gine and Sealer, as well as Bulma, made their way here. Rather than summoning the eternal dragon haphazardly on Earth, they sought out the deity, King Piccolo, and Popo, in the sacred sanctuary. The purpose was to leverage the deity's connections to pose a few straightforward inquiries to the dragon. Otherwise, each question would equate to a wish, and Talot was reluctant to squander them in such a manner. As for the news regarding Kakarot, Talot decided to withhold it for the time being, intending to reveal it to Gine after making the wishes. After such a prolonged wait, what is a moment more? 7 Dragon Balls were meticulously arranged together, positioned at the heart of the square before the temple. Arise, Shinron. As Bobo recited the incantation to summon the dragon, the resonance emanating from the 7 Dragon Balls intensified. A golden radiance blossomed from within each orb, flickering incessantly, until ultimately, the brilliance of the 7 Dragon Balls became so dazzling that it was nearly unbearable to behold. Under Talot's perception and amidst the gazes of all, a mysterious force seemed to awaken, flowing forth from within the Dragon Balls. Although it was impossible for clouds to form at such heights above the Temple of the Gods, dark clouds began to materialize in the sky, rapidly expanding across the heavens. In mere seconds, the ominous clouds nearly enveloped the entire Earth, blocking the sunlight from penetrating. Light was obscured by darkness, a sight that left Sealer, Gine, and Bulma in utter disbelief, their astonishment palpable. This is merely the beginning. In the next instant, golden beams of light erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring towards the heavens and swirling through the dark clouds in a magnificent display. The brilliant golden radiance gradually coalesced into the form of a divine dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of power, its majestic figure suspended in the sky as if a dragon deity had descended. The dragon, adorned with green scales, sharp claws, and blood-red eyes, emanated an invisible pressure that instilled fear in those of lesser strength. Of course, this was only true for those who fell short in power. For Talot, this imposing presence was insignificant. Even Gine and Sealer felt similarly, though witnessing the arrival of the divine dragon for the first time left them profoundly astonished. This was the dragon capable of granting wishes, a creature so extraordinary it was hard to believe it existed in the world, residing within the Dragon Balls. Gine expressed her sentiments, having awaited this moment with great anticipation, feeling an unexpected sense of relief as if the dragon could resolve all her troubles. Gazing at the formidable sight, Sealer found it hard to believe that wishes could truly be granted. Skepticism lingered in her mind, as one tends to doubt what they have not experienced. In contrast, Bulma was already counting on her fingers, pondering what wish to make. Unbeknownst to them, the dragon could only grant one wish at a time. In fact, if Talot were not a traveler from another realm, he too would likely be unaware, as the Great Kai had never mentioned such a limitation. Gathered souls of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall grant you one. The dragon proclaimed with its iconic phrase. At these words, Gine, Sealer, and Bulma were momentarily taken aback. Only one wish? Gine questioned skeptically. The Great Kai, Piccolo, stepped forward. The Dragon Balls I created can only be used once a year, and only one wish can be granted per summoning. After the wish is fulfilled, the dragon will revert to the Dragon Balls, scattering across the world. Before the Great Kai could finish, Sealer eagerly interjected. Then can't we just gather the Dragon Balls again to make another wish? The Great Kai felt a pang of embarrassment and quickly clarified, it wouldn't help. Once a wish is made, the Dragon Balls turn to stone and cannot summon the dragon again. So, the wishes I had in mind can't be realized? Bulma's disappointment was palpable. Being young, she had assumed that summoning the dragon would allow her to fulfill all her desires. Now faced with this revelation, her still maturing heart struggled to reconcile the reality. However, despite her outwardly spoiled demeanor, Bulma was not truly unreasonable. At her age, she had already begun to consider others' feelings. Understanding the urgency of Talot and Gine's desire to wish for their loved ones, she felt it was only right to yield to them. especially since she regarded Talot and Gine as family. Her efforts in creating the dragon radar were not merely for self-satisfaction, but also to assist Talot and Gine. What shall we do now, Talot? Gine found herself at a loss for ideas, yet maintained her composure, looking to Talot for guidance, as he had always taken the lead. I will devise a plan, he reassured her with a comforting glance. Talot then turned to the great Kai, saying, although the dragon can only grant one wish, may we inquire a few questions before making our wish? You are the creator of the Earth's Dragon Balls and the dragon itself. This should not pose a problem, should it? After speaking, Talot gazed at the imposing dragon in the sky and asked, is that permissible? At his words, a profound silence enveloped the group. The great Kai remained contemplative, as did the dragon, who pondered for a considerable time. Ultimately, the dragon's gaze swept across the assembly and rested upon the great Kai, who eventually nodded in acquiescence. Theoretically, while the great Kai created the dragon, the established rules did not permit such inquiries. Your questions could be construed as a wish. However, since the great Kai has consented, and as this is the first instance, I shall make an exception. Of course, this comes at a cost. Your inquiries will consume a portion of my power based on my responses. Thus, it may affect whether your ultimate wish can be granted. Are you prepared to accept this? The dragon's voice resonated in the ears of each individual present. Such a response was precisely what Tallet desired. It is acceptable, Tallet nodded. Now, please pose your question. The dragon inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Tallet turned to Gine and Celery. Noticing Gine's nod, Tallet organized his thoughts and spoke. This inquiry may be significant, as it lies beyond the confines of Earth. I wish to know if, in a distant galaxy, two Saiyans named Bardock and Raditz are still alive. As the question was posed, Gine and Celery felt a tightening in their hearts, while the deities Piccolo and Bubbles perked up their ears. Upon hearing the inquiry, the dragon remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the nature of the question. Time passed, and the dragon did not respond, causing a palpable tension among those present. If even the dragon could not provide an answer, it would indicate that the wish was indeed unattainable. What is your response, dragon? Tallet could not help but inquire. The dragon lowered its gaze and addressed Tallet. The Saiyans you speak of were once the conquerors of Planet Plant, renaming it Planet Vegeta, correct? Upon hearing the dragon's response, Tallet instinctively nodded. Yes, it seems you are capable of answering my question. The dragon affirmed, stating, I have located one of the two Saiyans you inquired about, named Raditz, who remains alive in this world, accompanied by 4 other surviving Saiyans. At this revelation, Tallet was taken aback, realizing that, besides Raditz and Vegeta, 2 more Saiyans were still alive. Perhaps these 2 Saiyans would meet their demise in the near future. Gine, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. At least she had confirmed that her eldest son was alive, with 4 other Saiyans by Raditz's side. However, the dragon's subsequent words plunged Gine into despair. As for the other Saiyan you inquired about, Bardock, my abilities are limited. I can only ascertain that he is alive, but I cannot trace his whereabouts. He appears to have vanished completely from this world, the dragon stated. So you mean to say that Bardock, like Raditz, is still alive? But you cannot determine his exact situation, only affirming that he exists? Tallet interjected. This has long been a perplexing issue for Tallet, and it seems that he has finally found an answer. The Bardock of his world should indeed resemble the narrative depicted in the side story, where he transcends time at the moment of the planet's explosion, returning to the past of Planet Plant. Thus, even the Dragon Balls are unable to detect this. Perhaps a more advanced dragon, such as Porunga, could achieve this, but the current dragon on Earth possesses insufficient power. The dragon nodded, thereby providing a response to Tallet's inquiry. Gine, unable to contain her curiosity, eagerly interjected. Dragon, could you elaborate further on Bardock's circumstances? Or could you perhaps reveal where he was at the time of the planet's explosion? This line of inquiry reveals that Gine is indeed quite astute. Knowing the whereabouts of Bardock prior to the explosion of Planet Vegeta allows for the certainty that he was not in peril from the planet's destruction. Yet, the more one wishes against something, the more it seems to come to pass. The last trace of Bardock's existence lies upon Planet Vegeta, however, following its obliteration. A peculiar force prevented Shinron from further investigation. Once again, Shinron provided an answer. Do you have the means to bring Bardock back? My wish is to have Bardock by my side. The declaration of this desire caught Talot off guard. However, he would not impede her, for he had already made a decision regarding this matter. Yet, given the current circumstances, Shinron was unable to even probe further, let alone bring Bardock back. Regrettably, My abilities are limited. I can only ascertain that he is still alive. Bringing him here is beyond my power, so please make another wish, Shinron replied. The inability to fulfill her wish deepened Kine's sense of despondency. Is it truly so? Even if wishes could be granted, it remains unattainable. Observing Kine's distress, Sealer gently supported her arm, and Talot offered words of comfort. Although even Shinron cannot grant our wish, at least we can confirm that Uncle Bardock is still alive. Perhaps one day in the future, Uncle Bardock will find his way to Earth through his own strength. Will it really happen? Kine questioned, her skepticism evident. Yet she found herself devoid of alternatives. It will. It must. As long as we are strong enough, asserted Talot. Upon hearing such words, Kine took a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure, and pondered anew. Then, could you tell me about Kakarot? Upon uttering those words, Talot immediately grasped the situation and preempted Shinron. There is no need for you to respond to that question, Shinron. By halting Shinron's reply, he conserved some of the wish energy expended in the inquiry. Talot then turned to the astonished Gine, saying, and Gine, I haven't had the chance to inform you about Kakarot. During my quest for the Dragon Balls, I unexpectedly encountered him. Given the peculiar circumstances, I will share more details with you once the wishes are fulfilled. Really? You found Kakarot? Gine's emotions surged once more. Talot nodded and refrained from elaborating further. Beside them, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, had been poised to speak but ultimately held his tongue. Now, you may express your wishes. If there are none, I shall take my leave, Shinron urged, finally relieved to escape the questioning face. Although it had been many years since he last emerged from the Dragon Balls, he was growing impatient to conclude his duties. Having heard Shinron's words, Talot had already formulated his wish. Although this decision would alter everything, he had come to terms with it and felt indifferent. Shinron, since it is impossible to bring Bardock back, could you perhaps relocate Raditz to Earth? As soon as these words were spoken, both Gine and Sealer concentrated intently. They had been so absorbed in the thought of Bardock's inability to return that they had completely overlooked Raditz. The prospect of having Raditz back was also something Gine had longed for. Upon hearing Talot's wish, Shinron fell into silence. After a moment, he finally spoke. I am sorry, but this wish exceeds my capabilities and cannot be fulfilled. Talot was taken aback by Shinron's response. Was the Earth's Shinron truly so inadequate? While he was aware that the Earth's Shinron could not compare to the Namekian Shinron, Porunga, he recalled that during this era, the Earth's Shinron had revived all the lives on Namek that had perished at the hands of Frieza. Merely relocating a person should not be beyond his reach. Accepting Bardock's absence was one thing, but why was Raditz also unattainable? Wait, could it be that the questions posed earlier drained a significant amount of wish energy, rendering the wish unattainable? Gine inquired of Shinron. This also addressed the doubts that lingered in Talot's heart. Simultaneously, Celery and Bulma gazed earnestly at the dragon, awaiting a response. Beside them, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, and Bubbles shared similar sentiments, as they too were taken aback. The dragon's ability to locate a target implied that it should also be capable of transporting individuals. However, the dragon lamented its own limitations, stating that it lacked the power to accomplish such a feat. Although the Saiyan named Raditz was merely 6 years old, his strength far surpassed that of the dragon. The abilities bestowed upon the dragon by the Supreme Kai confined it from transferring beings more powerful than itself. Furthermore, the distance between Raditz's planet and Earth was exceedingly vast. Had it been closer, the dragon might have inquired whether Raditz would consent to being transported to Earth. Thus, it urged them to make a different wish. The dragon's response clarified the situation for everyone, leading to an inevitable sense of disappointment. Talot comprehended the reasoning and began to formulate a strategy in his mind. The wish that seemed most attainable remained unfulfilled, signifying that none of the initially intended wishes had come to fruition. Such circumstances have rendered everyone at a loss for words. Even Talot finds himself uncertain of how to express his thoughts. In truth, he had anticipated that such a situation might arise, and he had indeed prepared his own aspirations to be fulfilled. However, he is not a self-centered individual and thus does not solely contemplate his own desires. The tranquil atmosphere is marked by an extraordinary desolation. It is not until Shenlong once again inquires about the wishes to be made that Gine suddenly addresses Talot, saying, Talot, please make your wish. Surely you have aspirations of your own to realize? Upon hearing Gine's words, Talot is subtly moved. This directly presented him with an opportunity. Talot glanced at Celery, then at Bulma, who was also gazing at him. A unique emotion began to blossom within him, rapidly growing. At this juncture, Talot became bolder. Then, I shall make my wish. Responding, Talot received their expectant gazes, clearly eager to learn what wish he would make. The previous wishes had proven unattainable, so I harbored little hope. However, since I was granted the chance to wish, what I most urgently required was the ability to survive in the universe. Dragon, can you bestow this ability upon me? Talot voiced his wish. Arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he sought out the Dragon Balls to summon the Earth's dragon. And thus the primary wishes were limited to a few essentials. Firstly, the ability to survive in the cosmos. Without this capacity, he would face considerable disadvantages in the future. Should a planet explode, even the mightiest strength would be futile. Survival in the universe, albeit briefly, would not suffice for long-term existence. Secondly, the ability to instantaneously teleport. This would alleviate the burdens of learning, negating the need to travel to Yardrat for training. Mastering this skill would render future endeavors considerably more convenient, alleviating concerns about time constraints. Thirdly, acquiring a sufficient supply of Senza beans. With these beans, he could continuously revive himself in both training and combat, provided he remained alive. Nevertheless, this wish held little significance for Talot now, as he had reached an agreement with the Kami. All future Senza beans would be reserved for him, and the Kami would diligently cultivate them. The price Talot would pay was to periodically deliver a batch of fish from Earth. Should he venture to other planets in the future, he was to bring back fish for the Kami to savor. Ultimately, despite being a deity, the Kami would always have his own desires. Apart from these, there were other wishes like self-healing abilities, cellular regeneration, akin to Majin Buu's capacity for infinite resurrection as long as a single cell remained. To be candid, Talot believed the Earth's dragon might fulfill the self-healing request. But cellular regeneration seemed unlikely, even for beings from Namek. He decided to state his most desired wish first. If that failed, he would gradually settle for alternatives, as there would surely be realizable wishes. Under Talot's focused gaze, the dragon responded, "Understood. This wish can indeed be granted, and in the process of fulfilling it, I shall enhance the strength of your body. Given your current capabilities and physical condition, you can already withstand the vast majority of the universe's adversities." Upon hearing the dragon's words, Talot felt a surge of joy. A sense of relief washed over him. At least he would not need to substitute his wish. His foremost desire would be realized. Beside him, Gine and Celery, along with Bulma, gazed wide-eyed. They did not comprehend why Talot had chosen this wish. Yet they were eager to witness how the dragon would manifest it. As a crimson light flickered in the dragon's eyes, an invisible force of will enveloped Talot. Under the influence of this power, Talot distinctly felt transformations occurring within his body. Not only had his physical strength increased, but he seemed to awaken a unique skill, resulting in a notable enhancement of his capabilities. Most importantly, he had acquired the ability to exist without relying on the air for sustenance. As long as he possessed sufficient energy, he could achieve what was previously impossible. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon did not linger, dissolving into golden light amidst the astonished gazes of all present. The dragon's form vanished, and the brilliance returned to the 7 Dragon Balls. Not good. A sudden exclamation escaped Talot's lips as he swiftly sprang into action. In less than a heartbeat, he leapt to the height of the 7 Dragon Balls, locking onto 2 of them. With both hands, he grasped the rapidly departing 4-star ball and 2-star ball. Regrettably, with only 2 hands, he could not seize the 3-star ball to return it to Master Roshi. According to their agreement, the 2-star ball was to be returned to Bulma, while the 4-star ball was borrowed from the elderly gentleman who adopted Kakarot, Talot declared. Upon hearing these words, Gine's heart was profoundly stirred once more. Kakarot had been adopted by an elderly gentleman. Brother Taro, has the wish truly been fulfilled? Can you now survive in the cosmic void without relying on a spacecraft? Sarai, indifferent to other matters, focused solely on whether the wish had been granted, inquiring with palpable urgency. Observing her earnest and solemn expression, Taro gave a slight nod. Indeed, it has come to pass. It's rather miraculous. Though nothing tangible occurred, I can distinctly sense the change. In other words, Brother Taro can now traverse space unaided, requiring neither equipment nor respiration, and remains impervious to the harsh extremes of vacuum, frigid cold, or scorching heat. Bulma pressed for greater detail. Were it not for the vast reservoir of knowledge housed within her young mind, one might scarcely believe that a child of merely 5 or 6 could articulate such probing inquiries. Theoretically, that should be the case. However, the full extent of this ability's limits remains for me to ascertain. I harbor an intuition that this gift bestowed by the dragon will evolve in tandem with my growing strength, Taro responded, addressing Bulma's curiosity. This answer plunged the brilliant Bulma into the depths of her own imagination. for someone like her who had seen so little of the world. Each expansion of her worldview was accompanied by a sharpening of her intellect. The divine dragon's fulfillment of this wish struck her with overwhelming impact, completely overturning the notion that humans couldn't survive in the vacuum of space. Taro, you must have witnessed the destruction of Planet Vegeta, which is why you chose this wish, isn't it? Gine inquired softly. While others might not comprehend, she believed she had discerned the truth. Taro saw no need for elaborate explanations if this was Gine's understanding. So be it. He certainly couldn't reveal it was preparation for future adversaries like Frieza and King Cold, beings capable of surviving in space. Now that the wish is granted, what are your plans? Kami Piccolo's question struck an awkward chord. Though well aware the trio had essentially made Earth their home, he still posed the query. Perhaps in his view, their departure would benefit Earth, removing potential cosmic threats. After all, Taro had already disclosed locating that child, Kakarot. This constitutes their primary purpose for arriving on Earth. Clearly, the deity Piccolo has underestimated the complexity of the situation. For an extended period ahead, it appears that we shall remain on this planet. As the divine guardian of Earth, you are already aware that our home planet, Vegeta, has perished in an explosion. We are among the few remaining Saiyans who have managed to survive, and we must take the time to recuperate on Earth. Talot spoke candidly. Having been on Earth for 3 months, it would be excessively contrived to continue shrouding our intentions in secrecy. Gine did not oppose, and Celery felt the same. Upon hearing this, the weight of the revelation bore heavily on Piccolo, yet he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. This was the last thing he wished to witness, yet he found himself powerless to intervene, compelled to allow Tallet and his companions to remain on Earth. In the simplest terms, their arrival conveyed an undeniable truth. Without strength, even the highest status holds no significance. It was precisely because he, as a celestial deity of Earth, was too feeble that he had lost control of the situation. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. However, the deity Beak, having lived for many years, was not easily daunted. After exchanging a glance with Bobo, he formally extended a welcome to Tallet, Gine, and Celery on behalf of Earth. It felt contrived, yet that mattered little to Tallet. Gine and Celery harbored no fondness for the deity Beak and chose to disregard him entirely. Departing from the divine hall, Tallet, Gine, and Celery left with Bulma. This matter has finally come to a close. However, the heavenly deity Piccolo and Mr. Popo understand that this is likely just the beginning. The future of Earth will descend into even greater chaos. Especially now, with only 4 Saiyans present. Who can predict how many more may arrive as time passes? Of course, they cannot yet fathom what the future holds. Earth will undergo a complete metamorphosis due to the arrival of Taro and his companions, evolving even faster than in the original timeline. Meanwhile, atop the Karen Tower, sensing Taro and the others' energy signatures fading into the distance, the immortal Karen couldn't help but murmur to himself, has the wish finally been granted? I wonder what it was. Taking so long. Aware that Taro had gathered the Dragon Balls to make a wish, his curiosity was piqued. After all, the wish-granting process should have been swift. Yet so much time had passed, clearly many unknown details had unfolded. After pondering for a while, Karen could only resign himself to ignorance. Without witnessing or hearing the events firsthand, mere speculation would be unreliable. Returning to West City, the local time had just reached 5 in the evening. Due to their position on this hemisphere, there was a slight time difference compared to when Taro had found the final Dragon Ball. After escorting Bulma home, Taro did not immediately take Gine and Celery to meet Kakarot. Instead, he explained Kakarot's current situation to them, ensuring they understood the circumstances before any irreversible misunderstandings could arise upon their reunion. Gine was fiercely protective of her children, especially her youngest son, whom she deemed the weakest and most in need of safeguarding. Learning that Kakarot had been found and adopted by an elderly martial artist named Son Gohan shortly after arriving on Earth 6 months ago, a man with a battle power of around 100, who had treated Kakarot with great care, she repeatedly sought confirmation. Upon hearing that Kakarot had lost his memory due to a head injury from a fall, her heart clenched in distress. It was only Taro's reassurance and intervention that steadied her emotions. Otherwise, Gine would have undoubtedly rushed to see Kakarot immediately. Ultimately, Taro had no intention of preventing Gine from reuniting with her son, but he needed her to make a firm decision before they sought out Kakarot. Thus, there would be no unforeseen incidents, nor would she and Ei be driven to emotional despair due to Kakarot's inability to remember her. After all, he is now Son Wukong, and it is quite likely that in his current memories, he recognizes only Son Gohan. While he may feel a certain fondness towards them, It is conceivable that this sentiment pales in comparison to the profound dependency he has on Son Gohan. Fortuitously, a considerable amount of time has been allowed for preparation. Otherwise, how could Gine, as a mother, possibly remain calm? After a long pause and a thoughtful conversation, Talot finally inquired, "Aunt Che, have you decided what to do? Will you acknowledge him, or will you not? Will you intervene, or will you allow Kakarot to develop on his own?" Gine found herself at a loss, unsure of how to choose. Abandonment was out of the question, yet having listened to Talot's multitude of suggestions and analyses, she began to feel that allowing Kakarot to grow and learn alongside Son Gohan might be more beneficial than keeping him sheltered by her side. The Saiyan race has always been a brutally harsh lineage. The concept of survival of the fittest is not merely a phrase but a stark reality. Aunt Gine, have you made your decision? Will you not disrupt Kakarot's life, choosing instead to protect him from the shadows? Talot reiterated, gazing at Gine. Upon hearing this, Gine nodded slightly. She did not articulate her thoughts, yet her expression and gaze conveyed her response. Merely 2 days had passed, and Talot was unaware of how Gine had come to her conclusion. Nevertheless, the unfolding of events was indeed unexpected for Talot. She had anticipated Gine's acceptance, but was taken aback by how swiftly it occurred. Ultimately, after relaying all of Kakarot's news to Gine, she appeared to find peace. It seemed that the knowledge of Kakarot's survival and his well-being had lifted a burden from her heart. Reflecting on the situation, when confronted with Gine's inquiry, Talot's response had been, "If it were me, I would seek him out and acknowledge him. However, I would not impose my views to constrain or alter what has already transpired. Each individual has their own path to tread." Perhaps this was the reason Talot had been subtly influencing Gine's mindset. With time and numerous experiences, Gine had transformed entirely from her former self. Now, with her husband missing and Raditz irretrievable, she harbored a willingness to sacrifice everything for her younger son. As for Kakarot's future, she did not harbor expectations for him to achieve great heights. Her only desire was for him to live a life of peace and safety. At Bowsy Mountain, Talot, accompanied by Gine and Sparring, finally arrived at their destination. With a decision made in advance, both Gine and Sparring remained remarkably composed, although Kakarot no longer recognized them. This did not diminish their affection for him. Fortunately, while his memories were lost, the innate bond of blood still resonated within him. Days passed at Bowsy Mountain, and only after receiving a message from Bulma did Talot depart for West City. Meanwhile, Gine and Sparring had settled into their new home at Bowsy Mountain. The reunion of mother and son was overshadowed by the reality that Sun Wukong bore no concept of such familial ties. Initially, Gine had planned to remain undisclosed, but upon seeing her son, her resolve wavered. Of course, this was after considerable restraint. Ultimately, it was a remark from Son Gohan that imparted a lesson to both Gine and Talot. From that moment forward, they chose not to interfere with Kakarot's growth, but instead opted for silent companionship. Gine, it could very well remain there as an unassuming mother, quietly supporting her child. Perhaps with Gine's presence, Sun Wukong would flourish even more. She embraced this new life, demonstrating a remarkable sense of acceptance. After all, she had come to terms with her son being named Sun Wukong by Son Gohan. It was, in part, due to Son Gohan's influence that Kakarot had fallen into the abyss and lost his memories. Nevertheless, Son Gohan had indeed saved her son. In this light, Gine felt a sense of gratitude towards Son Gohan. Additionally, she observed Kakarot's endearing connection with Son Gohan, accepting the name Sun Wukong. Ultimately, this culminated in the reality that Sun Wukong is Kakarot, and Kakarot is also Sun Wukong. Upon arriving at the research facility in Bulma's backyard, Talot promptly sought out Brief. After a period of absence, Talot discovered that Brief had made significant breakthroughs in his research. Firstly, there had been progress in the construction of the spacecraft, and according to his best-case scenario, a new model would likely emerge within a few months. Secondly, while working on the spacecraft, a sudden inspiration struck him regarding improvements to the gravity training chamber. He had successfully enhanced the gravity apparatus to a level capable of generating 100-fold gravity. This is not yet the limit. Given more time, the gravity training chamber can be further perfected. According to the calculations provided by Bulma's assistants, the final gravity multiplier could reach between 300 to 500 times. Undeniably, these two pieces of news invigorated Taro immensely. Simultaneously, he was awestruck that someone as young as Bulma could provide such invaluable aid. A genius remains a genius, far beyond the reach of ordinary minds. At least in this regard, Taro felt that 100 versions of himself could not compare to a single finger of Bulma's. Unable to contribute scientifically, Taro could only offer ideas and whimsical notions to assist Dr. Brief to the best of his ability. These ideas naturally stemmed from the foresight of a transmigrator. Additionally, he proactively brought the spaceship that had crash-landed in Pausa Mountain, carrying Kakarot to this place for Dr. Brief to study, aiming to enable earlier development of superior spacecraft. As for the vessel that Kami Piccolo had used to arrive on Earth, it was outright disregarded. The existing spacecraft of this era were already among the more advanced models within Frieza's forces. Even if they had Kami Piccolo's ship, it would at most fill in 1 to 10 of the knowledge gaps in their current technology. Such marginal progress paled in comparison to granting Dr. Brief more conceptual inspiration and time for independent innovation, which might yield unexpectedly delightful breakthroughs. For the next 2 consecutive months, Tallet reverted to his previous training regimen. Beyond cultivation, he had no capacity for other pursuits. The sole newfound liberty was the segregation of gravity chambers. He could now train extensively in the 100-fold gravity chamber alone. Sarari also engaged in daily gravity training, though she utilized the original 50-fold chamber. Occasionally, Talot would train alongside Sarari, but to accelerate his progress, he had to redouble his efforts, inevitably neglecting her. In a sense, Sarari understood she might hinder his advancement. Thus, each time she completed her own regimen, she would wait quietly until Tallet concluded his session. In essence, over these 2 months, while elevating her own capabilities, Sarari silently stood by Tallet's side, offering immediate care and support whenever needed. Combat Power, 3,000 points. This was the result of 2 arduous months of relentless training for Sarari. She had finally adapted to 50 times Earth's gravity, though not with absolute perfection. Yet for a 6-year-old, such an achievement was nothing short of extraordinary. After all, one cannot casually compare her progress to that of adult Goku and Vegeta during the original storyline. Even Taro couldn't accomplish such a feat over the past 2 months. Tallet has made gradual progress, and he has now adapted to a gravity of 70 times. In the first month, he completely surpassed 60 times, and in the second month, he fully broke through to 70 times. At last, he has achieved a stable battle power of 12,000. Within the confines of the 100-fold gravity training room, the air is filled with a rich crimson light. The gravity display reveals a staggering 75 G. Building upon a foundation of stability, Tallet advances step by step. Not only has he accomplished his second significant life goal just over a month ago, but he has also ascended to his current level of combat prowess exceeding 10,000. To put it simply, in the past, while watching animated series, reading comics, and indulging in fan fiction, he thought it was merely a matter of continuously increasing numbers. However, the actual challenges are far more formidable. It is not merely about enhancing strength, but also about pushing the limits of oneself in various aspects to truly overcome this hurdle. After his breakthrough, Tallet distinctly felt a rise in his life level, an extraordinary sensation he had never experienced before. At that moment, he realized the realm that Bardock truly reached after achieving a battle power over 10,000. It felt as though a door had been unlocked, revealing a new world to him, and the subsequent growth would be even more rapid. One can imagine that challenging 60 times and 70 times gravity over the course of a month and a half resulted in an increment of merely 2,000 points of battle power to surpass 10,000. In the following half month, even when only increasing the gravity by 5 times, it brought about a remarkable enhancement of another 2,000 points of battle power. Having undergone such experiences, Tallet gained a deeper understanding of martial arts within the Dragon Ball universe, particularly regarding Son Goku's ability to achieve such significant gains with merely 100-fold gravity in the original work, leading to a new perspective. Various factors can interfere with and restrict the enhancement of strength. Under the same conditions, Tallet believes he would not be outmatched by anyone. However, comparing his current state to that of Son Goku in the original story would be akin to seeking torment. At the very least, even if he successfully completed 100-fold gravity training, he would undoubtedly be unable to elevate his battle power to 90,000 points, let alone 90,000. Even reaching 50,000 would be a formidable challenge. For him at present, it feels like an impossible dream. Even after completing the 100-fold training and engaging in enhanced gravity training with additional weight, the results would remain the same. Of course, if given more time, he could achieve it. Upon concluding his training and shutting down the gravity system, Tallet let out a sigh of relief and began to reflect on today's lessons. This is a daily review. Otherwise, cultivation would merely enhance brute strength without any growth in one's realm, leaving him unable to fully master his own power. This can be considered as the time when he sought to engage in martial arts training with Sun Wukong, learning from him in the process. Of course, the pivotal guidance came from Master Roshi. In his journey of elevating his martial arts prowess, Master Roshi provided substantial assistance. Thus, Talot would frequently visit Master Roshi to engage in discussions. The knowledge possessed by this martial arts master far exceeds what he has so far comprehended. It is no wonder that he is destined to grace the stage of the power tournament in the future. In truth, he has been steadily advancing, however. The initial demands for combat prowess on Earth were not particularly high, and the limitations of the planet constrained his potential. As the narrative of Z unfolded and the era of the vast universe commenced, Master Roshi quietly enhanced his strength, yet he remained vastly outmatched by the Z fighters. Unable to reclaim his former glory. Times have changed. The older generation has stepped away from the annals of history, making way for the youth. It was not until the power tournament period during the Super Era that Master Roshi's circumstances came to light. His discussions with Talot served a dual purpose: to elevate his own abilities through the exchange and to express his genuine admiration for Talot. Had Talot not been so overwhelmingly powerful, Master Roshi would have undoubtedly taken him as a disciple. Who wouldn't desire a gifted apprentice? Who wouldn't cherish a disciple who has reached such levels in martial arts? Alas, Talot showed no inclination to accept a master, referring to Roshi simply as teacher will. Upon solidifying his realm, Talot emerged from the gravity training chamber. The first sight that met his eyes was Sealer, perched on a swing, eagerly awaiting his exit. Her long, shapely legs were undeniably attractive. Sealer had maintained an impressive physique, and at her age, it was evident that she would undoubtedly blossom into a strikingly voluptuous woman. Coupled with her exquisite features, her beauty spoke for itself. Although it is often said that a girl transforms significantly as she matures, the appearance of a Saiyan is largely predetermined from birth. Regardless of gender, barring any major upheaval, their looks remain consistent. Upon noticing Talot's completion of training, Sealer gracefully dismounted from the swing and greeted him with a radiant smile. "Talot, brother," she exclaimed, prompting a habitual nod from him. Her voice was melodious and pleasant to the ear. "Wait for me to take a shower and change my clothes. Then we can head to the Capsule Corporation to see Aunt Kin and Kakarot." "Sure, no rush, Talot brother," Sealer replied as they conversed while walking. Since Aunt Kin settled at Capsule Corporation 2 months ago, their interactions had significantly diminished. Talot would only occasionally visit to see Kin and Kakarot. Perhaps once or twice a week, with the total visits not exceeding a mere 10, and the frequency dwindling over time. Talot was aware that Sealer frequently visited, almost daily. As the distance was not far, merely a matter of minutes, his reluctance to visit stemmed from his own intentions. With infrequent trips motivated by a sense of responsibility and familial affection towards Kin. Unconsciously, he returned to his room, showered, and donned a refreshing set of casual attire. After exchanging pleasantries with the Briefs and Bulma, Talot and Sealer departed West City, heading towards Capsule Corporation. Unlike their previous visit, this time Talot had something significant to communicate to Kin. Although it was not an immediate plan, the timeline would not extend too far into the future. Their destination was Namek, coinciding with the completion of the spaceship by Brief, ensuring everything was in order. As for the pretext, it would, of course, revolve around the Dragon Balls. The dragons summoned by Earth's Dragon Balls could not fulfill their wishes, but perhaps Namek's dragon could. Arriving at Capsule Corporation, Talot and Sealer descended from the sky. Kin, having received word from Sealer, had prepared a lavish feast in anticipation. Thanks to Kin, Kakarot was enveloped in a nurturing environment. Moreover, even Gohan benefited from Kin's care. If not for Gohan's elderly nature, one might guess that Bardock would rise from the grave upon his demise. Certainly, that would be a humorous notion. For Gohan, in a sense, he had come to regard Kin as a surrogate mother. Upon seeing Kin, Talot greeted her with joy. It had been nearly a week since their last encounter, and after appraising him, Kin playfully inquired, "Off to Namek? Are you certain, Talot?" After dinner, as they gathered around the table to converse, Talot revealed his plans, eliciting shock from Kin. Nodding slightly, he stated without hesitation, as I mentioned, "The wishes that cannot be fulfilled by Earth's dragon may very well be granted by Namek's dragon. Therefore, this journey is imperative. When might that be?" "I shall prepare in advance," Kin responded decisively. Perhaps it was the lingering thoughts of Bardock and Raditz that instilled her with such resolve. As for Kakarot, having spent the past 2 months with her, although she would feel reluctant, Her immediate thought was that Kakarot would be safe on Earth under Gohan's watchful eye. Talot, anticipating Kin's instinctual desire to accompany them, was not surprised. He understood her perspective. Despite her acknowledgement of his capabilities, Kin still perceived him as a child, regardless of strength. She, as an adult, constantly worried about Talot's youth and his ability to fend for himself. Gently shaking his head, Talot asserted, "This time, Aunt Kin, you should remain on Earth to care for Kakarot. Sealer and I will handle this. Moreover, with my current combat strength, I am not afraid of any dangers that may arise from the Namekians." Kin was momentarily taken aback, while Sealer's expression radiated excitement. Talot's departure from Earth did not preclude her from joining. Although he had not planned to bring Kin along, Sealer was more concerned with whether she could accompany Talot. But was this truly acceptable? Both you and Sealer are merely 6.5 years old, Kin worried. Yet she comprehended Talot's intent. He and Sealer were formidable enough to confront the dangers of Namek. However, she felt inadequate, even with a combat level of 1500. Her strength had stagnated while caring for Kakarot over the past 2 months. Presently, she might struggle to fully harness even that level of power. Even if she were to exert great effort in the coming period, her various concerns would hinder any significant breakthroughs. Thus, accompanying them would only hold them back. Observing Talot and Sealer, Kin suddenly felt at a loss for words. Ever since the destruction of Planet Vegeta, everything had shifted. Times were advancing. Previously, she had not felt the widening gap, but now, in comparison, Talot boasted a combat power surpassing Bardock's, while Sealer's strength was comparable to that of elite warriors. "Do not worry, Aunt Kin, I will take care of Sealer, and do you not trust me? I would never embark on a venture without assurance. Besides, let us not forget, we Saiyans have always ventured into battle from a young age. This has been our nature, even when our combat power was low, let alone now." With a resolute expression, Talot was prepared to reassure Kin. After all, they were Saiyans, a race inherently driven by the thrill of combat. "I will not be a burden to you, Talot brother." Sailorary, following Talot's words, made her solemn promise. Observing her earnest demeanor, a smile grazed Talot's eyes, accompanied by a hint of indulgence. Gine glanced around, ultimately sighing in resignation, consenting to Talot's decision. In truth, it was a resolution Talot had contemplated for quite some time. Firstly, Sailorary had been steadfastly by his side, exerting every effort to elevate her own capabilities in hopes of earning his regard. One might ponder, with such a devoted girl ardently following him, how could a man of 30, spanning 2 lifetimes, remain oblivious? How could he possibly inflict harm upon her, or cause her to harbor resentment and withdraw her affection? Furthermore, while Gine may disrupt his future trajectory, Sailorary would not. He felt no need to don a fade around her, as he had been entirely unencumbered these past 2 months without Gine's presence, allowing him the freedom to act without excessive contemplation. This is not a lamentation, rather. It is an acknowledgement that Talot must inevitably mature, and the time for him to embrace that evolution will come. In other words, Gine has her own pursuits and a future to navigate, just as Talot and Sailorary possess theirs. Secondly, this decision aims to equip Sailorary with greater self-protective capabilities in the future. On Namek, apart from acquiring the Dragon Balls for wishes, it is essential to harness the Elder's abilities to unlock potential. By bringing Sailorary along, Talot can help develop her potential, thereby enhancing her strength. It is unequivocal that Sailorary possesses potential. After all, having trained under gravity for an extended period, how could there be no accumulation of progress? One might wonder why they have yet to seek the super divine water. This has always been a point of hesitation for Talot, and ultimately, the decision is to reserve the divine water for future use. At this juncture, utilizing the divine water to excavate one's potential holds little significance, especially considering that if the divine water is employed for development now, allowing the Grand Elder to further refine it at this stage would seem redundant. Having reached an agreement, both Talot and Sailorary chose to stay at Bowsy Mountain that night. It was not until the following day that they returned to West City. To facilitate communication with Brief and Bulma, they resided in Brief's home, not in the large round house, but in a cozy little dwelling that Brief had thoughtfully prepared for them. For Brief, this was merely a trivial matter. As for the departure date, it would neither be too early nor too late. The timeline ranges from as swift as half a month to as prolonged as a month. The spaceship is already 90% complete. The remaining 10% appears quite troublesome. Yet it consists of merely minor issues. Most importantly, once the spaceship is finished, it must undergo short-distance flight tests to ensure 100% safety. Notably, in the original tale, Brief took a month to construct the spaceship, along with a 100-fold gravity training room. However, Such comparisons are hardly equitable. The span of 20 years cannot be succinctly articulated when discussing the advancements in Earth's technology. Moreover, the specifications and models of the spaceship are entirely different. As days pass, Talot and Cellari patiently await the completion of the spaceship while steadily enhancing their strength through the gravity training room. After more than half a month, both Talot and Cellari have made notable progress in their abilities. Yet, the most significant enhancement lies not in combat power, but rather in the innovation of techniques, skills, and combat methods. On this day, the spacecraft was finally completed. Under the guidance of Brief and Bulma, Tarot and Sailor meticulously familiarized themselves with the vessel. Although Tarot had frequently observed and listened to Brief's introductions during the construction process, the sight of the finished product evoked an entirely different sensation. It was the site of the Capsule Corporation's private estate research facility. A vast expanse of land is under the auspices of the Universal Capsule Group. The Research Institute, already substantial in size, is encircled by an expansive square, further amplifying its grandeur. Centrally located between the Institute and the Signal Transmission Station lies the former rocket satellite launch site of the Universal Capsule Group, now ingeniously transformed by Brive into a launch base for spacecraft. Upon closer inspection, the colossal spacecraft dwarfs the original medium-sized vessel of Tallet, rendering even the larger spacecraft somewhat inferior in comparison. Towering at an impressive height of 10 meters, it is akin to a typical three-story building. The interior of the spacecraft is divided into two levels with a diameter nearing 40 meters. To put it simply, this vessel resembles a mobile superfortress. Replete with every conceivable amenity, if one can imagine it, it is likely equipped within. Under the collaborative vision of Brive and Bulma, the spacecraft, while fundamentally a mode of transportation for space travel, acknowledges that cosmic voyages differ significantly from terrestrial journeys, devoid of scenic vistas. Moreover, the duration of travel extends in accordance with the distance to the destination. To alleviate the potential monotony of space travel, they conceived the idea of establishing various facilities to provide leisure and entertainment. The layout is straightforward. The second level features a lounge area that boasts 10 comfortable resting rooms, along with diverse recreational activity zones. The first level, aside from the cockpit and the central control hub, dedicates all available space to house 3 gravity training rooms. This is also a requirement from Tallet, as it is preferable to have 2 gravity training rooms, each with a minimum size of nearly 10 meters. Otherwise, the limited space would significantly diminish the effectiveness of the training. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that these 3 gravity training rooms have been transformed through the collaboration of Brief and Bulma, and now can unleash a staggering 300 times the normal gravity. 300 times. Currently, Tallet, at full strength, might barely withstand the pressure of 100 times gravity. But adapting to such an extreme is not something that can be achieved in a short period. The challenge of 100 times gravity is no trivial feat, and the thought of 300 times is beyond his current capabilities. I recall a scene from the original series where Yamcha, at a power level ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000, attempted a 300 times gravity challenge while Vegeta was resting, nearly losing his life in the process. Indeed, Yamcha's strength at the time was not particularly formidable, yet it surpassed Tallet's present abilities by a considerable margin. Prepare yourselves. We shall now proceed with the first test. The target planet is Mars, which is not far away. Following that, we will assess Venus and Mercury, culminating in an examination of the Sun's proximity and testing the spacecraft's thermal resistance. Finally, we will conduct a test for gravitational escape. Once this series of operations is completed, we will be able to return to Earth. At Brief's reminder, Tallet, Sailor, and Bulma secured their seatbelts in their respective positions. As the spacecraft's systems activated, it began to rise slowly into the air. The ascent was not rapid, it was a prelude to the journey. After multiple self-checks of the spacecraft's equipment, in just a few seconds, the massive vessel shot upward, piercing through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, it broke through Earth's atmosphere, reaching the near-Earth space beyond. The velocity of this movement has reached a pace that surpasses that of Frieza's fleet, although its stability does not quite match that of Frieza's spacecraft. It is merely in the initial testing phase. I am confident that Brief will promptly rectify any minor issues that arise upon discovery. The short-range space journey spans from Earth to Mars, and from Mars to Jupiter. Jupiter? Indeed. Bulma yearns to witness the true visage of Jupiter. Thus she temporarily added this destination, conveniently testing whether the spacecraft's system could handle unexpected alterations in target. It turned out there were no complications. The intelligence system proved to be even more sophisticated than that of Tarot's vessel. The journey continued from Jupiter to Venus, then to Mercury, ultimately arriving at a position not too distant from the Sun, testing the spacecraft's heat resistance and its capacity to withstand gravitational forces. Upon completion of the tests, Brief acquired the desired data, and the crew returned to Earth, landing smoothly. In summary, this spacecraft, a creation of a new era, possesses a technological caliber unparalleled in the current age. While it may still have some limitations, Brief and Bulma are already engaged in discussions to address them. It is anticipated that with Talot's cooperation in conducting 2 additional space voyages for further testing, all issues can be resolved. Time flew by, and nearly half a month passed. In total, it took just over a month to perfect the spacecraft. Talot and Celery were well prepared to embark on their journey to Namek. As for determining the coordinates of Namek, Talot's Frieza fleet spacecraft system contains star maps, compensating for the Earthlings' lack of cosmic knowledge. Calculating the time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would take no more than a week to reach Namek. Brief added, I shall not elaborate further. The spacecraft is equipped with real-time communication capabilities, and I have enhanced your combat power detectors, ensuring we remain in contact and can ascertain your safety. Brief's words resonated with both Talot and Celery, who nodded in agreement. Having spent such an extended time together, it was impossible not to form emotional bonds. Why can't I go? Bulma interjected, a hint of frustration in her voice. She had hoped that since her sister was embarking on a cosmic adventure, her own assistance in creating the new spacecraft would grant her the opportunity to join. Alas, it felt akin to having crafted the Dragon Radar yet not being invited to seek the Dragon Balls. Bulma, you must stay at home. Talot and the others are on a mission, and your presence would only complicate matters, Gine reassured her. To her, it was only natural to send off 2 children who had grown up together. To be cautious, and if circumstances permit, return to Earth as soon as possible. Aunt Gine wishes for you to avoid any reckless endeavors. After bidding farewell to Talot and Celery, Gine embraced them both. At that moment of parting, myriad thoughts swirled in their minds, yet ultimately, it culminated in a single expression of genuine concern. Upon boarding the spacecraft, Talot and Celery entered the cockpit to initiate the system. Talot felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Previously, on Planet Vegeta, his thoughts were solely focused on escaping to Earth. After arriving on Earth, he yearned to enhance his strength swiftly, eager to reach Namek. It was only when the spacecraft entered a stable state of superluminal travel that Talot and Celery exhaled in relief, unfastening their seatbelts. The journey to Namek would take 7 days, a day less than Goku's voyage in the original tale. However, the exact duration would depend on the spacecraft's condition and the circumstances they encountered in space. Talot, are you already beginning your training? Celery inquired as the spacecraft stabilized, and Talot changed into more agile attire. Becoming stronger is not an endeavor achieved in a day. Our continuous improvement stems from relentless training. Moreover, we halted our training to test the spacecraft. If we squander these 7 days in idleness, we may find ourselves unable to harness even 70 to 80% of our strength upon reaching Namek. Talot spoke with conviction, determined to set an example. If he succumbed to laziness, not only would their aspirations of strength vanish, but their goals would become ambiguous, leading to a life of mediocrity. Having spent years in this world, Talot had no desire to return to an ordinary existence. His path was destined for greater strength. Very well, I shall also train. Striving to adapt swiftly to the 50-fold gravity, Celery replied, nodding in agreement. Inspired by Talot's resolve, she appeared eager and motivated. Observing Celery's enthusiasm, Talot couldn't help but draw a parallel between her and the female Saiyan from Universe 6. Celery's personality bore a striking resemblance to Caulifla's. While it was essential not to waste all their time in rest, training also necessitated a gradual approach. If necessary, they could accumulate strength over time. Besides physical training, mastering energy control was equally vital. After contemplating, Talot reminded Celery, to be frank, you can be quite reckless. I fear you may push yourself to endure greater gravity, jeopardizing your safety. Such occurrences are not without precedent. Fortunately, he sensed the abrupt decline in Celery's aura and hurriedly rushed over to deactivate the gravity device. Otherwise, Celery would have faced a grim fate. 100-fold gravity is lethal for Celery, whose combat prowess stands at 3,000 points. How could he possibly endure such pressure? It was only after nearly a month of rigorous training that Tallet managed to reluctantly increase the gravity to 80-fold. This is primarily due to her own strength exceeding 12,000 points, which alleviates any significant issues. Nowadays, the maximum gravitational value of the gravity device can be amplified up to 300 times. Should Celery act recklessly, she could recover from serious injuries using the sacred beans. However, if her actions were to lead to her demise, even though the Dragon Balls can resurrect her, death is no trivial matter. I understand, Brother Tallet. Solari's response was rather dismissive, but that is simply her nature. Tallet has faith that she will not act irresponsibly. In any case, belief should be accompanied by caution. Thus, the journey from Earth to Namek officially commences. For Tallet and Solari, this journey is merely a continuation of their training. Although there may be moments for rest, they will not indulge excessively in the earthly amusements. Even with the assistance of the sacred beings, human vitality remains finite. Mental exhaustion cannot be replenished by the beings. Apart from sleep, there is no other means to restore energy. In the blink of an eye, nearly 7 days have passed. Within the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation, a spaceship, trailing a long tail, traverses the cosmos. As it enters the target star region, the spaceship gradually decelerates until it finally comes to a halt at the 4th planet of the star system. The spacecraft, without a doubt, is the very vessel that Tallet and Solari have embarked upon. Upon its arrival at this location, Tallet and Solari stood in the holographic projection area, gazing down at the immense emerald-hued planet below. Surrounding this planet are 3 colossal stars radiating brilliant light. It is precisely due to the presence of these 3 magnificent stars that the vast jade planet is perpetually bathed in luminosity, devoid of night, existing only in perpetual daylight. Is this indeed the planet Meek? It is several times larger than Earth. Solari was the first to exclaim in awe, her expression revealing her eagerness to set foot upon the planet and explore its wonders. Clearly, even within such a grand spacecraft, one could not escape the tedium of confinement. According to the data, the planet Meek, perpetually illuminated by its 3 luminous stars, not only lacks night but is also entirely unlike ordinary celestial bodies. The color we perceive from the cosmos does not necessarily reflect the true nature of the planet's interior, as Tallet noted. A portion of the text is dedicated to the description of the Namekian planet from the star chart data, while another part reflects Tallet's previous understanding of this world. In a certain sense, the presence of 3 suns has led to the existence of life forms on this planet that are utterly distinct from those found on ordinary planets. The survival of the Namekians in such an environment is entirely due to the peculiarities of their biology. According to the original text, Namekians can sustain themselves through photosynthesis, which means that by merely drinking water, they can utilize sunlight to produce starch, satisfying their physiological needs. They're akin to plant beings, yet they reproduce through eggs. As Tallet gazes at the Namekian planet before him, memories flood his mind, arriving 20 years ahead of the original narrative. He wonders what the Namekians of this era might be like. He recalls that the Namekians have experienced several cycles of prosperity and decline. The technology of the Namekians in bygone eras was exceptionally advanced, but this technological boom led to severe pollution, and the destruction of the carbon dioxide protective layer resulted in cosmic radiation rendering Namek a dead world. During that time, the Namekians faced near extinction. Fortunately, their spacefaring technology was sufficiently advanced, allowing a few survivors to endure on other planets for a time. The surviving Namekians eventually returned to their homeworld, renouncing technological advancement and focusing on cultivating abundant greenery to repair the carbon dioxide barrier. Tallet, are you all right? You seem preoccupied, Solari inquired, shifting her attention to him. Startled by her question, Tallet realized he had once again drifted into contemplation of the original text. It's nothing. Merely reflecting on the fact that a planet like this should not harbor life, he replied, shaking his head slightly before turning toward the cockpit. Solari, dismissing his musings, accompanied him to their seats. Strap in, we are about to land on Namek, Tallet reminded her. With his prompt, Solari fastened her seatbelt and nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, on Namek, within the residence of the planet's elder, the aged figure awoke from his rest, sensing something amiss, his expression grave. Regal, he called out, moments after the command. Regal, who had been guarding at the entrance, swiftly entered the room, standing before the elder. Great elder, how may I serve you? Regal asked respectfully, bowing slightly. Despite the apparent disparity in their status, he was the elder's son and the most formidable warrior among the Namekians of this era. Regal, there is a task that requires your attention. 2 extraterrestrial visitors have arrived on our planet, and I need you to bring them here, the elder instructed, his voice imbued with a serious tone. Unlike the elder depicted in the original story, this version, while still aged, did not appear as weak or frail. He spoke with vigor. 20 years may not be a long span for a Namekian, but it is considerable for a life nearing its end. Extraterrestrial visitors? Aliens? Regal queried, surprised. He wished to ask more but noted the elder's solemn demeanor. Do not worry, they are not foes. Please bring them here, the elder reassured. Very well. I shall comply. Rhaegal replied, though he intended to inquire further, he refrained, respecting the elder's gravity. Exiting the room, he soared upwards, propelled by an immense force, racing across thousands of miles. At that moment, Tallet and Solari's spaceship successfully traversed the atmosphere of Namek and locked onto a vast, flat island. As the vessel touched down, the hatch opened swiftly, and Tallet and Solari emerged, inhaling the air of Namek. This is the true landscape of Namek, and the air is surprisingly fresh, Solari remarked. From the vantage of space, the planet appeared emerald, yet the land was not genuinely green. Instead, the sky was shrouded in a greenish haze. It's quite similar to what I envisioned, Tallet replied. Surveying the surroundings, they observed circular islands scattered about, with no landmass connecting them, resembling a fragmented landscape filled with water. While devoid of flora and fauna, the scenery was still quite pleasant. Present-day Namek mirrored the images from Tallet's memories, indicating that despite the passage of 20 years, the planet's environment had not significantly improved. This was understandable. 20 years may seem lengthy for ordinary beings, yet it is fleeting in the realm of nature. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence emerged within their senses, triggering their alertness. Someone powerful approaches. They must have detected our presence, Tallet remarked, his expression shifting as he gazed toward the distant sky. The potent aura enveloped them, causing Tallet to draw in a sharp breath. Based on his assessment, this presence exhibited a combat power exceeding 40,000 points. In accordance with his knowledge, only the Elder's guardian, Neru, possessed such formidable strength among the Namekians in the original narrative. However, had Neru already come into existence? It was still the year 738 of the age of the universe. And although 739 was approaching, Neru should not have been created until 744. Tallet, is the Namekian's energy truly that formidable? Solari, pale-faced, questioned as the aura drew nearer. The shock was palpable, the disparity in strength undeniable. This level of aura was a novel experience for Solari. The sheer magnitude of combat power exceeding 10,000 rendered her utterly astonished. Do not fear, remain calm, Tallet reassured her. She had initially believed that her own combat power of 14,000 would suffice to face the warriors of Namek, but now her plans lay in disarray. It was evident that she had underestimated the Namekians, revealing a gap in her understanding. As they exchanged glances, a streak of light appeared on the horizon, approaching at an astonishing speed. Finally, a robust Namekian descended to the ground. An overwhelming aura of intimidation washed over them, leaving not only Solari paralyzed with fear but also causing Tallet to furrow his brow, his scalp prickling with apprehension. The disparity was staggering. The combat power detector before them emitted a series of alarming warnings, rapidly calculating and displaying the combat power index. 55,000. This formidable combat power surpasses the original narrative's future Nairo by an astonishing 13,000 points, reaching a staggering 42,000. Who is he? His existence is absent from the original tale. Are you the ones? Visitors from another planet. Rhaegar's gaze swept over Tallet and Solari, a flicker of surprise glinting in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the visitors to Namek would be two mere children. Brother Tallet, the combat power is 55,000. Solari's inner trepidation swelled, reaching unprecedented heights at that moment. Tallet was acutely aware of Solari's psychological turmoil, for he too was gripped by fear. If this Namekian decided to strike, both he and Solari would face certain death, utterly powerless to resist. Gripping Solari's hand, Tallet forced himself to remain calm, regulating his breathing. The Namekians were a benevolent race, at least during the era of the original narrative. His understanding of them could not be mistaken. Coupled with the words of their arrival, Tallet believed this individual would not harm them. Otherwise, he would not have referred to them as guests from another world. Tallet was taken aback, even without concealing his aura. Sensing the arrival of extraterrestrial visitors globally was evidently an impossible feat, yet the Namekian's words indicated he had known of their arrival well in advance. Could it be that the Grand Elder of Namek had foreseen their coming and arranged for him to greet them? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Tallet mused silently. Not receiving a response, Rhaegar discerned the tension and caution radiating from Tallet and Solari. Realizing that only two alien children had arrived, and that their strength was far inferior to his own, Rhaegar ceased to exude the overwhelming power he had moments before. After suppressing his aura, he spoke again. I sincerely apologize for alarming you, esteemed guests from another world. I am a Namekian. You may call me Rhaegar. Welcome to the planet Namek. With that, Rhaegar donned a friendly smile, no longer the intimidating figure he had been previously. Tallet and Solari exchanged a glance before inquiring, how did you know we had arrived on Namek? Without hesitation, Rhaegar replied, "As you approached the planet, our Grand Elder sensed your presence and was aware of your arrival, thus arranging for me to guide you." Internally muttering about the absurdity of it all, Talot's mind began to race. At the very least, it was certain that they were not in immediate danger. With this newfound assurance, the panic within Talot and Celery gradually dissipated. Though a sliver of caution remained, it was, to be honest, largely futile. The disparity in strength rendered any pretense unnecessary, even if the Namekian had ulterior motives with such a vast power difference. Being overly wary was meaningless. However, the existence of such a powerful Namekian was a surprising twist, as he did not feature in the original narrative. "Greetings, Rhaegar. My name is Tallet, and this is my companion Celery." Introducing themselves sincerely to facilitate smoother communication, they continued. "We have come to the planet Namek to seek your Dragon Balls and hope for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Rhaegar nodded in understanding. After all, the only thing that could attract outsiders to Namek was indeed the Dragon Balls. The origin of this news remains a mystery, as it is unclear who disseminated it all those years ago. Despite the passage of time, some are still aware of it. Now that you have arrived on Namek, as long as your intentions are not malevolent, you shall be considered guest of the Namekians. Regarding the matter of borrowing the Dragon Balls, I cannot make that decision. It is for the Grand Elder to determine once you meet him. As he spoke, Rhaegar ascended once more, gesturing for Talot and Sealer to follow. Under Talot's guidance, Sealer swiftly transformed their spacecraft into a universal capsule, and together they trailed behind Rhaegar towards the Grand Elder's location. As Rhaegar indicated, no one other than the Grand Elder possesses the authority to lend the Dragon Balls to outsiders. In fact, even they themselves have refrained from using them over the years. Under Rhaegar's leadership, Talot and Sealer encountered no obstacles along their journey. Certainly, even in the absence of Rhaegar, they would likely not have faced any conflict with the Namekians. However, they would still need to provide an account of their origins and intentions. With Rhaegar present, all concerns dissipated. Through Rhaegar's interactions with the other Namekians, Talot discerned that he was indeed a distinguished figure among the Namekians of this era, akin to the esteemed Neru of later times, serving as the Grand Elder's personal guardian. Guided by Rhaegar, Talot and Sealer finally arrived at the Grand Elder's abode, where they beheld the Grand Elder himself. The sight of the Grand Elder, who resembled a small mountain, left Sealer astonished, his mouth agape in surprise. Clearly, he was much larger than the other Namekians, which further fueled his astonishment. Talot, however, was not taken aback, as this aligned closely with his previous impressions. The only notable difference was the Grand Elder's demeanor. What truly astonished Talot was the depth of the Grand Elder's ki, which he sensed while probing with his aura. Although it was impossible to gauge the Grand Elder's full strength at his peak, the intensity of the ki he currently perceived suggested it was at least in the tens of thousands, with various possibilities considered and his imagination unleashed. It was conceivable that the Grand Elder's might at his zenith could reach a power level of no less than 1 million, or even 10 million. "Greetings, and welcome to Namek, my young extraterrestrial guests," the Grand Elder said warmly, extending a friendly salutation to Talot and Sealer. As soon as the words were spoken, both Talot and Sealer's expressions shifted subtly. Being regarded as children was undoubtedly displeasing, yet they were indeed still young in essence. Moreover, in terms of age, even if they were a century old, they would still be considered mere children in the eyes of the Grand Elder, whose age could be counted in the thousands. "Greetings, esteemed Grand Elder of Namek," Talot interjected, curbing any potential outburst from Sealer. "Since you are aware of our arrival, I'm certain you have surmised our purpose for coming." "I do have a general understanding of your intentions," the Grand Elder replied. "However, my foresight does not grant me complete clarity. Therefore, I must inquire if you could provide me with some answers. Additionally, I have sensed traces of wish energy emanating from you, indicating that you have indeed made a wish upon the Dragon Balls." The Grand Elder articulated all his inquiries in one breath, revealing the curiosities that lingered within him. The ability to detect Talot's wish, especially one that directly affected him, attested to the Grand Elder's profound mastery. "I have indeed made a wish upon the Dragon Balls. During my time on Earth, I encountered a Namekian who guided me to the Dragon Balls there. At his behest, I ventured to Namek and promised to assist him in meeting his fellow compatriots," Talot explained. With that, he swiftly retrieved a capsule from his bag, extracting capsule number 1, which contained a virtual video communicator. The Grand Elder observed silently, refraining from interrupting. Beside them, Legel tensed momentarily, but after being silenced by the Grand Elder, he resumed his vigilant posture, watching attentively. His duty as a guardian was to ensure the safety of the Grand Elder. As Talot operated the device, he reflected on the events leading up to this moment. Interestingly, had he not experienced it firsthand, he would have never considered the notion of interstellar communication. Over a month ago, Kami Piccolo had reached out to him, seeking assistance for himself and Bulma. Thus, the series of events unfolded. Talot was not an unfeeling individual. Although Kami Piccolo had not aided him extensively, he had rendered some assistance, which Talot appreciated. Therefore, he was willing to help with this minor endeavor. Placing the interstellar video communicator on the ground, Talot swiftly activated it. Recalling the operational methods from memory, he worked diligently until, far away on Earth at the Kami's temple. Kami Piccolo hastened to the video communicator upon Bubble's reminder. In recent days, he and Bobo have been eagerly awaiting news from Talot. Now that the message has arrived, Bobo is overjoyed for the deity, Beak, who is overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Although he cannot return to his homeland, the moment he has longed for has finally come. He can behold the faces of his kin in the world of his origin. Through the marvels of virtual video communication, the visage and demeanor of the Grand Elder and the deity Beak are projected onto each other's devices. Thus, two Namekians, separated by countless light years, find themselves face to face. It feels as if they are in each other's presence, the only limitation being the inability to physically touch. The atmosphere becomes charged with subtle tension. Talot and Solarian remain silent, and though Regil is astonished, he too refrains from speaking. Gazing at the deity Beak, he experiences a sensation that is both familiar and foreign. An indescribable feeling. So it is, you are the child sent to Earth during that great calamity, and your father must be Cardass, even in his old age. He resembles you perfectly. I am the Grand Elder of Namek, my child. Though we are separated by vast distances, I have always felt that there are still brethren alive on the distant side. The Grand Elder spoke in a gentle tone. It seems that upon encountering the deity Beak, a knot within his heart has unraveled, restoring a youthful vigor to his spirit. Grand Elder, you may call me Beak. It is truly a joy to meet you. The distant deity Beak bowed respectfully towards the Grand Elder from far away on Earth. At this moment, he was no longer in the guise of a deity, but simply as Piccolo, the Namekian. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation, discussing little more than their shared history. The deity Piccolo sought to gain a deeper understanding of the Namekian's past and present circumstances. Likewise, the Grand Elder was eager to learn about Piccolo's experiences on Earth. Upon discovering that Piccolo had ascended to the status of a deity on Earth, the Grand Elder felt a profound sense of pride, further reassuring him to remain on the planet. Despite the vast distance that separated them, a spiritual connection had already blossomed between them. This is the remarkable strength of the Namekians. The interstellar dialogue persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour. During this exchange, the Grand Elder learned from the divine figure Piccolo about the intentions of Talot and Celery. They were in search of their family and hoped to invoke the wish-granting dragon of Namek to see if they could reunite with their long-lost kin. As the interstellar video communicator was shut down, a moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere before the Grand Elder's gaze returned to Talot and Celery. Regarding the Dragon Balls, I shall now contact the elders of each village, urging them to bring forth the Dragon Balls they safeguard. However, I cannot guarantee that your wishes will be fulfilled. The Grand Elder stated once more. The gesture of willingly offering the Dragon Balls seemed to be a token of gratitude towards Talot for helping him resolve his inner turmoil, allowing him to meet Piccolo. Although Talot had anticipated this smooth acquisition of the Dragon Balls, he was nonetheless taken aback. Thank you, Grand Elder. I am grateful for your generosity, Talot remarked, his thoughts shifting. By the way, Grand Elder, you possess such remarkable abilities. I wonder if there is one that could assist me? Talot inquired politely. Do not feel constrained. Should I be able to help you, I will not refuse. The Grand Elder replied with a smile. In that case, I shall speak candidly. May I inquire if you possess the ability to unlock human potential? If so, could you assist me and Celery in developing our capabilities? He did not state his knowledge outright, but instead posed the question in a tentative manner. After all, such abilities had only appeared in the original narrative. Otherwise, who would know? Upon hearing Tarot's words, a glimmer of surprise crossed the Grand Elder's eyes. He had not anticipated the mental acuity of the Saiyan child. His thoughts were meticulous and measured, devoid of any hint of compulsion. Yet it left him reluctant to deceive or refuse. The level of communication exhibited is utterly uncharacteristic of a child. Perhaps this child may one day emerge as the savior of our planet Namek. For the Elder, fostering benevolent relationships during his remaining years could prove invaluable. Should Namek face an insurmountable crisis in the future, external assistance might be sought to navigate through the turmoil. With the foresight of the future, the Elder glimpsed the destiny of the Namekians. Although it was but a fragment, he was acutely aware that calamity was not far off. I perceive a vast reservoir of potential within each of you. and I possess the ability to unlock that potential. Regrettably, in my current state, I can only manifest a fraction of my capabilities, perhaps merely 20 or 30%, which may not significantly enhance your abilities. As the elder spoke, he revealed the grim nature of his condition. Upon hearing this, Tallet nonchalantly replied, "It matters not, as long as it does not jeopardize your lifespan. A slight assistance in unlocking our potential would suffice. If that is the case, I shall endeavor to assist you," the elder responded, raising his hand to beckon Tallet closer. Cyrali observed from the side, unsure of Tallet's intentions and feeling a tinge of concern. Rhaegal felt a sinking sensation in his heart, for he was acutely aware of the elder's precarious state. While utilizing his abilities might not directly affect his lifespan, it would undoubtedly exacerbate his condition. Before he could intervene, the elder's telepathic communication halted him. As the elder's large hand rested upon Tallet's head, an extraordinary sensation surged within him, a refreshing and comforting wave. As if his entire being was being liberated, Tallet felt as though a shackle that had confined him had been broken, the limitations dissolving, and an invigorating energy surged forth, igniting like a tangible flame. Moments later, he sensed an overwhelming power welling up within him, an uncontrollable eruption that continued to amplify. His body was undergoing a transformation, and his soul was being nourished. The experience was ineffably sublime. Combat power, 22,000 points. 45,000 points. Talent, your combat power has reached 45,000 points. Cyrali exclaimed. Gazing in astonishment at the readings on the combat power detector, her jaw agape in disbelief. This is utterly astonishing. Moreover, within the Saiyan lineage, no individual has ever attained a battle power of 45,000. With a resounding roar, an overwhelmingly potent aura erupted from Talot, creating a tempest of energy. The nearest and weakest of the Saiyans, Cellari, was forcefully driven back to the corner by this terrifying power, her beautiful eyes reflecting a deep sense of dread. The intensity of this aura is overwhelming. Indeed, it can already be compared to that of Lagar. Even Lagar, the Grand Elder's guard, is taken aback by the explosive might emanating from Tallet. In comparison, the difference is negligible. The aura of Tallet continues to swell, seemingly boundless, until the Grand Elder finally relinquishes his hold, ceasing its ascent. Is this the power I possess now? Remarkable. I feel as if I could vanquish 100 versions of my former self. Tallet revels in the ceaseless flow of energy coursing through his body, a stark enhancement several times greater than before. Throughout nearly a week of interstellar travel, he had adapted to 100-fold gravity during his training, merely elevating his combat power to just over 14,000. Yet now, following the Grand Elder's potential unlocking, it has surged beyond threefold. Such an enhancement is truly terrifying. Just as Tallet was overwhelmed by the surge of power, the voice of the Grand Elder interrupted his train of thought. Your potential is unfathomable, if fully realized. Your strength could multiply several times over. However, I am limited in my capabilities to assist you further, and considering your tender age, excessive development of your potential may adversely affect your future, possibly even leading to your body being unable to withstand the newfound power. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's admonition, Tallet regained his composure. He understood the Elder's intentions and surmised that the Elder had deliberately refrained from further development. Nevertheless, Tallet respectfully bowed to the Grand Elder in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder replied calmly, nodding his head before shifting his gaze to Cellari. "It is your turn now, child. Come forth." Cellari hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Tallet nod, she trotted over eagerly, her previous worries dissipating. After all, Tallet had already set the precedent, his battle power having soared to 45,000 points. With the unfolding of her potential, an expression of exhilaration illuminated Cellari's face. An indescribable sensation surged from the crown of her head to the entirety of her being, and she could distinctly feel her body undergoing continuous transformation. An unending flow of energy erupted from within her, akin to a volcano in full eruption, seemingly emerging from nowhere yet undeniably her own power. The sensation of this explosive surge of power evoked within her a similar thrill experienced during Tallet's ascent in strength. As the potential development reached a certain threshold, the Grand Elder paused. Much like the assistance given to Tallet, the considerations for Cellari's future were manifold. Thus, the Grand Elder opted to unlock only a portion of Cellari's latent potential. "This is the power I possess now. Unbelievable. I never imagined I could become so formidable," Cellari gasped, feeling the relentless tide of energy within her, now imbued with the sensation that a mere flick of her hand could obliterate a planet. This sensation is unprecedented, leaving her astonished, as if she were ensnared in a dream. "Brother Tallet, Please help me assess my current combat power. Celery inquired with an eager expression. In truth, she could have measured it herself. However, having acquired a combat power detector through the development of her potential, she was now wholly intent on showcasing her abilities. Talot equipped the combat power detector and activated its measurement function to gauge Solari's strength. With a series of sharp beeps, the device revealed Solari's current combat power value. It had surged from 3,800 to a remarkable 10,500. You've surpassed 10,000. How impressive, Solari. Your combat power now stands at 10,500, a figure reminiscent of Bardock's upon his return from a mission. Talot congratulated her. The sensation of this achievement was distinct from any prior experience. Yet, it must be noted that despite the impressive figure, Solari's actual prowess could not yet reflect such a lofty level. Rigorous training was imperative to adapt and solidify her newfound strength. Otherwise, it would swiftly diminish. Talot faced a similar circumstance, and at present, what they truly required was combat. Really? My combat power has also exceeded 10,000. A surge of joy overwhelmed Solari, rendering her almost incoherent. She was beginning to understand why Talot had persistently encouraged her to train. It was all for this moment. The elder, observing her exhilaration, refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to remain silent. Once Talot and Solari had fully composed themselves, he spoke again. With your strength enhanced, maintaining your fundamental essence so swiftly portends even greater achievements in your future. Talot expressed his gratitude to the elder once more. However, his gaze soon shifted to Legal. Following the development of his potential, Legal's combat power had reached an impressive 45,000. To Talot, Legal, with a combat power of 55,000, represented an ideal opponent. Although there was still a disparity of 10,000 points, it was possible that Legal was concealing additional strength. Yet, as a Saiyan, Talot's combative nature compelled him to seek a duel with Legal, not only to familiarize himself with his current power, but also to evaluate where he truly stood. At that moment, Legal noticed Talot's eager eyes, brimming with the desire for battle. However, he could not respond or act recklessly. Any confrontation would require the elder's permission. The Dragon Balls will take some time to arrive, so during this interval, you may spar, but keep it light, the elder announced suddenly. He was acutely aware of the charged atmosphere. Since Talot wished to engage Legal, and with Legal showing interest, it was an opportunity to facilitate their clash. Yes, esteemed elder. Legal replied, clearly excited, though he kept his enthusiasm subdued. Upon hearing this, Talot's face lit up with joy. As the two prepared to fight, Solari's initial exhilaration faded, replaced by concern. After all, even though they had enhanced their potential, Talot's combat power still fell short of Legal's by 10,000 points. Nevertheless, she could not dissuade them, and thus followed closely behind. The elder also rose, ready to step outside and stretch. His massive form in motion resembled a small mountain, creating a striking visual impact. Unlike the elder depicted in the original story, he had not yet weakened to the point of being unable to walk. Upon venturing outside, Talot instructed Solari to remain by the elder's side for protection. After all, in the heat of battle, without anyone to safeguard the elder, he could easily be harmed. Such occurrences are universally unwelcome. With Talot's arrangement in place, Legal felt no apprehension. The two made their way to a distant island, maintaining a significant distance between them. During the preparatory phase, Talot engaged in warm-up exercises, stretching his limbs. Legal found this rather peculiar. However, he chose not to dwell on it or voice his thoughts. Recognizing that each species possesses its own peculiarities. Please, enlighten me. With all preparations complete, Talot assumed a combat stance. This battle holds profound significance for him. This marks his first confrontation with an outsider since his journey began and his training commenced. Moreover, his adversary is the formidable Namekian, Legal, whose combat prowess reaches an astonishing 55,000 points. Now that he is prepared, let the battle commence. Indeed, your power has significantly increased following the development of your potential. Yet it still pales in comparison to mine. Legal assumed a battle stance, his expression remarkably serene, granting Talot the opportunity to initiate the attack. It must be noted that he has not engaged in a serious fight for quite some time. Though this battle was meant to be merely a test of strength, the elder was eager to discover just how formidable Talot had become after unlocking his potential. His only disappointment stemmed from the fact that Talot was still a child. Should he truly engage, he would have to worry about various concerns. At that moment, he was completely unaware that he had underestimated Talot. Very well. I shall not hold back. In response to Legal's disdain, Talot remained unfazed, recognizing the significant disparity in their powers. A subtle shift occurred in his gaze, a glint of fierce determination flashing within his eyes. He drew strength into his legs, shattering the ground beneath him as he propelled himself forward, charging at Regal. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, unleashing a powerful punch infused with all his might, aimed directly at Regal's face. Regal, having discerned Talot's trajectory and technique, raised his hand to block the incredibly destructive blow. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. The terrifying force reverberated across the entire island, sending waves crashing upon the nearby waters. Yet, such a display of might was insufficient to sway Regal, as he sensed the eruption of Talot's power. A flicker of astonishment crossed Regal's eyes. Even after the Elder's enhancement of his potential, it was indeed astonishing that Talot's diminutive form could unleash such a formidable level of strength, undeterred by his initial failure. Talot let out a mischievous chuckle and summoned his energy once more. A swirling aura of pristine white enveloped him as he launched another assault on Regal. With relentless determination, Talot struck repeatedly, his powerful blows executed with ferocity and without restraint, showing no signs of mercy. Given the inherent disparity in their abilities and statures, holding back would only serve to diminish the thrill of the encounter. This extraordinary combat technique left Regal in awe. In simple terms, it was astonishing that such a fighting style could be executed by a child. Talot's assaults were fierce, yet Regal's defense was impenetrable. Regardless of the angle from which Talot launched his attacks or the nature of his offensive maneuvers, Regal was always able to respond with timely and effective defenses, skillfully countering Talot's moves. Truly, as the Grand Elder proclaimed, he was the only combat-oriented Namekian on Namek, and his prowess was undeniably formidable. Talot felt a surge of shock within, igniting a fervor in his spirit. Such sensations are rare. In the past, eliciting them took considerable time. Yet now they manifest even during warm-up matches. Talot has shifted his strategy. If a melee confrontation cannot penetrate Regal's defenses, then a different approach must be adopted. Suddenly, he leaps into the air, his legs coiling with power before unleashing a forceful kick. A resounding bang reverberates through the air. Although the force of this strike was formidable, it was, as expected, successfully countered by Regal. However, the doubled strength caused Regal to stagger back slightly. Taking advantage of Regal as a springboard, Talot created some distance between them. Seizing this opportunity, Talot clenched his right hand, and streams of energy swirled within his palm, coiling like a cyclone, transforming into a spiraling energy orb. The spiral energy orb. With a swift motion, Talot hurled it with a single hand, and the moment it broke free from his control, it surged forth with terrifying speed, hurtling towards Regal. As Regal observed the approaching spiral orb, his keen battle instincts detected an unusual trajectory. He quickly conjured an energy orb of equal mass and promptly released it. Upon their collision, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Regal's energy orb was utterly obliterated by Talot's spiral orb. So this is how it is, such an impressive technique, Regal realized, having instantly grasped the ferocity of Talot's move after just one exchange. In the next moment, he unleashed a portion of his power, his right hand enveloped in energy, transforming into a blade that cleaved downward, directly splitting the oncoming spiral orb in two. Rather than exploding, the severed spiral orb emitted a dazzling and peculiar light, shattering into starlight. While Talot was taken aback, his mind raced to comprehend the situation. It was evident that in the instant of the split, Regal's strength had effectively disassembled the spiral orb. As the strongest Namekian of this era, that was indeed an extraordinary feat. How powerful and impressive. Not only Talot but also Regal was remarkable. Sirari, who stood beside the Elder, was rendered speechless by the caliber of such combat. The Elder nodded slightly and remarked, "This is merely the beginning. They are only utilizing 1/10 of their power in this exchange. 1/10 is this formidable?" Sirari was even more astonished. On the island, the atmospheric pressure intensified due to the fluctuations of both combatants' auras. Neither Regal nor Talot made a move. Instead, they stood in a standoff, their sharp gazes scrutinizing one another, reassessing their opponent. To possess a unique fighting style and special techniques at such a young age, you are a prodigy in battle. Regal finally spoke to Talot after a prolonged silence. Such praise seldom escapes the lips of Regal. He indeed holds a profound admiration for Talot. Although Talot's enhanced strength derives from the potential unlocked by the Grand Elder, when it comes to martial arts and techniques, Talot exhibits remarkable prowess. Regal can sense that Talot must have devoted years to rigorous training. Otherwise, such mastery would be unattainable. "You flatter me. In comparison to you, Regal, I still have a long way to go," Talot humbly replied. Upon hearing this response, Regal chuckled. While he appeared to relax, in truth, he was far from it. As Regal revealed his true self, his aura surged dramatically. The formidable energy erupted unabashedly, signaling to Tallet that he was now earnest in his intentions. Has the warm-up concluded? Excellent. What I seek is a genuine battle. Tallet's expression turned grave, a flicker of excitement glinting in his eyes, though he skillfully concealed it. Their previous skirmish had been mere playful exchanges, a mutual probing. Rhaegal had remained on the defensive, never once retaliating. Now that Rhaegal was taking the initiative, the nature of their encounter had shifted entirely. Little one, you must tread carefully. I shall not show mercy simply because you are a child. The moment Rhaegal's words fell, he launched into a ferocious assault, unleashing a terrifying speed that charged directly toward Tallet. I shall not allow you to close the distance so easily. Tallet concentrated fully, retreating swiftly while simultaneously gathering energy in his right hand. In a fleeting instant, a golden spiral energy orb coalesced, its volume tenfold compared to the previous spiral energy sphere. Spiral split bomb. He raised his hand and hurled the massive golden orb, which instantaneously fragmented into numerous smaller spiral energy orbs. They cascaded forth like a dense web, bombarding the advancing Rhaegal. Faced with this barrage of energy orbs, Rhaegal exhibited unparalleled speed, his agility far surpassing that of Tallet. As the strongest warrior of Namek, his movements were honed to perfection. Even against such an assault, he could react in the blink of an eye. Like a phantom, Rhaegal wove through the dense barrage of spiral energy orbs, evading each one, and closed in on Tallet with astonishing swiftness. This time, Legarl showed no mercy. Although the strength he employed was not vastly different from that of Tallet, it was a direct confrontation. His colossal right hand transformed into a sharp blade, cleaving downwards towards Tallet. A swift sound of slicing air resonated. Legarl's hand strike appeared to have struck Tallet, yet no tangible sensation followed. It was only when Tallet vanished completely before his eyes that Legarl comprehended the truth. An afterimage? Had his speed increased 2- or 3-fold in an instant? A surge of astonishment coursed through Legarl's mind as he assessed the situation. The next moment, sensing something amiss, he abruptly raised his gaze. To his astonishment, Tallet had ascended into the air, where he was conjuring an immensely destructive sphere of golden energy between his hands. With a resounding shout, explosive strike, Tallet thrust his hands forward, unleashing a golden energy cannon that descended with unparalleled might. For a warrior of Legarl's caliber, giving his all was the utmost form of respect. With this strike, Tallet exerted himself without reservation, channeling all his energy to unleash his full potential. Sensing the might of Tallet's formidable blow, Legal's expression turned grave. Not out of fear of personal injury or inability to withstand it, but rather out of concern for the Namekian planet beneath his feet. However, he quickly broke into an excited smile. The exhilarating thrill of combat, along with the hesitation and trepidation experienced during the fray, had long since faded from his memory. Now, the pressure exerted by Tallet stirred within him a genuine desire to engage in a serious battle. Such an opportunity was rare. After all, with his formidable prowess, there were no peers on the planet Namek to rival him. His existence had always been one of solitude. What an extraordinary assault! You shall receive my strike as well. Legar murmured to himself, and in the next moment, the muscles in his right arm swelled, unleashing a torrent of potent energy that erupted from his palm, colliding with Tallet's explosive barrage. Boom! In an instant, the winds roared and the skies darkened. The aftermath of their energy clash unleashed a tempest akin to a storm of unprecedented magnitude. The overwhelming force caused the entire island to tremble incessantly, with neighboring islands quaking in response. Countless rocks and trees were sent soaring into the sky, while the waters churned violently, conjuring tornadoes and monstrous waves, each more terrifying than the last. The scene before me unmistakably depicts an apocalyptic scenario. In the air, Tallet's incessant cries serve as both an emotional release and a demonstration of power, further amplifying the ferocity of his energy output. As he continues to unleash his might, Rhaegal begins to feel the mounting pressure, his smile growing ever more pronounced, while the energy waves in his palm swell in potency, crackle. In the midst of the sky, the collision of energies sends forth innumerable electric whips striking the very fabric of space. With combat prowess exceeding 10,000, they have already breached the threshold of star destruction. The amalgamation of their energies, while not reaching 100,000, undoubtedly attains a standard of 60 to 70,000 at the very least. The residual waves ripple and expand, the tempest growing ever more expansive. Beside the Grand Elder, Celauri struggles to maintain her energy barrier against the encroaching storm. Following Tallet's directive, she must ensure the safety of the Grand Elder. In this moment, her worldview has been irrevocably altered. The ferocity of combat, reaching levels of 40 to 50,000, surpasses her wildest imaginings. Though her own strength has crossed the threshold of 10,000, the disparity remains stark. A profound yearning stirs within Cellari. Her next aspiration is to reach the same heights as Talot. A fiercely competitive spirit, Cellari is as formidable as anyone. Brave, diligent, audacious. I had underestimated your brother's mastery over power, capable of such nuanced control, remarked the Grand Elder to Cellari. Naturally, Tallet has dedicated himself to training without falter. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, Cellari replied with pride. The Grand Elder smiled silently, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. He sensed that, miles away, his 4 children were approaching with the Dragon Balls from 2 villages. The ongoing battle had compelled them to halt, their courage faltering in the face of such overwhelming might. Such a level of combat. Who is Regal fighting? It is certainly not one of our kin, marveled the leading Namekian, Aika. He too possessed considerable strength, yet was far from the caliber of Regal, a super warrior, fully aware of the terror contained within this energy. What an immense aura. Could it be the child newly born of the Grand Elder? One of the 2 elders among the group mused after a moment of sensing the energy. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful wave of residual energy struck them unawares. The force of the impact is too overwhelming. We should take precautions, Elder, suggested the younger Namekian, Il. If this energy storm continues to strengthen, it will undoubtedly surpass their capacity to withstand it. According to Eli, once the shockwave dissipates, we shall meet with the Grand Elder. Another elder concurred. Soon, the 2 young Namekian guards, assigned to their respective village elders, descended upon an island peak shielded from the storm's wrath. On the island, the 2 elders exchanged glances, having received a notification from the Grand Elder, their conversation flowing incessantly. Aika and Eli, not privy to the message, were filled with curiosity regarding the situation. After the elders elucidated, they discovered that the confrontation with Regal had escalated to such heights due to extraterrestrial visitors. The clash between Tallet and Regal persisted, with both parties locked in a delicate balance of energy. Their energies collided, neither gaining a definitive advantage. Should this stalemate continue? One side would either exhaust itself or the energy would reach a point of catastrophic saturation. Neither outcome was desirable. Thus both sides needed to devise a strategy to break this deadlock. It seems there is no other course of action, otherwise I shall be powerless when the wave concludes. Tallet murmured, having made his decision. In the next moment, he resolutely detonated the energy cannon he had unleashed. A tremendous explosion erupted, abruptly interrupting Regal's energy output. The fiery blast engulfed the surroundings, thick smoke billowing into the air like an immense wall, obscuring Regal's vision. What is happening? Regal exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated Tallet's reckless act of forcibly detonating his energy, a method that would inevitably cause significant self-harm. The abrupt interruption of their energy clash left Tallet with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, a consequence of the backlash. Yet, this injury was trivial. Despite being only 6.5 years old with a diminutive frame, he had diligently engaged in gravity training, and his physical strength had been augmented by the Earth's dragon. His resilience far exceeded that of an ordinary warrior. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Tallet wiped the blood from his mouth with his thumb and launched another assault. His hands moved with fervor, unleashing a rain of energy blasts that cascaded down upon Regal on the island. This onslaught was indeed somewhat unexpected, catching one off guard. However, after enduring a barrage of attacks for several consecutive rounds, Regal swiftly regained his composure and began to counter. Despite sustaining minor abrasions, he found that he could still effectively evade such assaults. Clever tricks will not avail you against me. With a resounding shout, Regal unleashed a terrifying aura. As his power surged, a tempest erupted in tandem with his energy, not only thwarting the oncoming barrage of energy projectiles, but also swiftly dispersing the smoke generated by the explosions. With the veil of smoke lifted, obscuring vision and disrupting perception, Regal quickly pinpointed Tallet's location. He coiled his legs, gathering strength, and launched a proactive assault against Tallet. So swift, faced with Regal's aggressive advance, Tallet sensed the gravity of the situation and assumed a defensive stance. The heart-pounding clash of their confrontation reignited. Regal took the initiative to attack, unleashing a relentless barrage of powerful strikes that ravaged Tallet's body. Faced with Regal's overwhelming assault, Tallet displayed extraordinary combat instincts. Fortunately, his physical resilience was formidable enough, otherwise he wouldn't have withstood even 3 of Regal's blows. As the battle raged on, Tallet evolved, drawing from the combat insights Regal forced upon him. He refined his mastery of strength and continuously perfected his fighting techniques. From passive defense to launching counterattacks, and eventually reaching a stalemate, Tallet's growth was nothing short of astonishing. His movements changed again. How is this kid such a prodigy? Legel keenly perceived Talot's transformation. He had always known Talot was gifted, but he never anticipated the sheer terror of the boy's combat talent. Though Legel himself was a genius, Talot's rapid evolution under immense pressure left him in awe. Not only did Talot upgrade his fighting style, but he also indirectly deciphered Legel's various attacks. Once he suffered a setback, he would never fall for the same trick again. Gradually, this ignited an even greater interest in Legel. Just how far can this kid grow under my pressure? Locking onto Talot's opening, Legel coiled his right fist and unleashed a devastating punch, surpassing his previous level of power. Whoosh! The air split as the strike tore forward, only for Talot to narrowly evade it. But evasion wasn't the end of it. Seizing the moment, Talot coiled his meticulously trained tail around Legel's wrist. What? Your tail can attack too? Legel was caught off guard. Before he could break free, the sheer constricting force of Talot's tail momentarily paralyzed his right hand. The window was too brief. Even as Legel attempted to retaliate with his other arm, he could only raise it in defense against Talot's counter. Boom! Talot's full-powered strike collided with Legel's arm. The explosive impact sent Legel spiraling out of control, crashing onto the island below with such force that the landmass fractured and half of it sank beneath the waves. But it wasn't over yet. Hovering midair, Talot inhaled deeply, spreading his arms wide as immense energy coalesced in his palms. At its peak, he slashed his hands forward, unleashing a crescent-shaped energy wave, razor-sharp and unstoppable, slicing through the sky with devastating precision. The power of this strike was no less formidable than the previous energy wave. It merely manifested in a different form, resulting in distinct devastation. Amidst the ruins of the island, Legel suddenly erupted with energy, breaking free from the debris. He sensed the threat posed by Talot's technique. Without hesitation, he thrust his hands forward, conjuring an energy barrier to shield himself. In an instant, the already ravaged island was once again cleaved into quarters by the crescent cross slash, effortlessly slicing through Legel's energy barrier as if it were nothing. Feeling the sharp pain emanating from his body and face, Legel instinctively glanced down and raised a hand to wipe away the crimson fluid. The purple blood was as conspicuous to the Namekians as the crimson blood was to Earthlings and Saiyans. He was injured. Legel was utterly taken aback. Despite his efforts to evade the earlier attack, he had still been harmed by the residual force of the strike. A gash marred his cheek, and a long wound stretched across his arm. Although such injuries could be healed almost instantaneously for the Namekians, Legel's strength far surpassed that of Talot. At that moment, even the Grand Elder, who was merely an observer, was left in shock, as were the other Namekian elders and warriors escorting the Dragon Balls to his position. The mightiest warrior of Namek, Legel, had been wounded by an alien child. What an astonishing occurrence this is. The sole voice of excitement here undoubtedly belongs to Sailory. In her eyes, Talot is deemed superior due to the advantage he possesses. The disparity in combat power is colossal, a staggering 10,000 points. Sailory remains oblivious to the fact that this battle is merely a sparring match. Had it been a true confrontation, Legel would not have displayed such inadequacy. Talot gradually descended from the heavens, ultimately alighting upon the dilapidated fragments of the island, locking gazes with Legel. After a brief moment of astonishment, Legel began to reassess Talot. The damage inflicted upon him swiftly healed under the impetus of his energy. This is the remarkable regenerative ability of the Namekians. Impressive. Once again, you have astonished me. To be honest, it has been quite some time since I have experienced the joy of combat in such a manner. You have made me realize that I have been overly confident in my abilities, and there remains ample room for my improvement. Let us continue. Show me your limits, and I shall also unleash greater strength. A fierce determination ignited in Lager's eyes, as he developed an intense fascination for Talot. This represents an emotional pinnacle that once seemed unattainable. So let it be. I too have completely let go. Talot smiled serenely. As the first truly formidable adversary in a certain sense, Talot would not refuse the continued challenge. Assuming a combat stance, both Legel and Talot unleashed their auras simultaneously. In an instant, the forces of both parties coalesced, unfurling with the ferocity of a tornado. The intertwining energies wreaked havoc in a moment, transforming into a cataclysmic tempest that surged in all directions. The momentum of Legel and Talot swiftly converged, and at the same moment, they launched themselves towards one another with unbridled speed. Everything beneath their feet was utterly obliterated. The island had long since ceased to exist. The fierce battle erupted once more. The melee between Legel and Talot reignited. This time, Legel showed no restraint, wholeheartedly committing to his assault, and unbeknownst to him, he had unleashed a staggering 50,000 points of combat power, nearly 90% of his total strength, relentlessly pressuring Talot. in response to Rhaegal's formidable onslaught. Tallet countered with agility and versatility, adeptly blocking Rhaegal's attacks while simultaneously retaliating. As the battle raged on, Tallet's latent power was instinctively unleashed, significantly augmenting his strength. The resonating sounds of bang, bang, echoed hauntingly. Utilizing the swiftness and agility afforded by his diminutive stature, Tallet held his ground against Rhaegal, neither able to truly dominate the other. The pace quickened, and with each collision, their force intensified. The battleground shifted continuously, with Tallet and Rhaegal transforming into fleeting shadows, soaring between the heavens and the earth. Engaging in a series of relentless impacts, the spectacle was beyond the grasp of the naked eye. This contest of pure power and speed redefined everyone's understanding of combat, especially for Celery and the elders from the 6 villages who had recently arrived, as well as the Namekian warriors escorting the Dragon Balls and elders. Celery's large, luminous eyes darted about, unable to perceive the overwhelming disparity in strength that rendered the scene nearly invisible to her. Focus your mind, regulate your aura, and use your spirit to sense, the elder instructed Celery. This can be considered as guidance to Celery. Upon hearing the elder's words, Celery was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, recalling Tallet's previous remarks, she took a deep breath and swiftly composed herself. In moments of anxiety, she often forgets significant matters, a flaw attributed to her youth. However, this shall change as she matures. As she concentrated all her energy and calmed her spirit, her perception began to return, surpassing mere visual observation. Soon, she captured the presence and forms of Tallet and Rhaegar. Your potential is remarkable, akin to your brothers, the elder remarked with a benevolent smile. In midair, the fierce battle between Tallet and Rhaegar raged on, their contest having endured for an extensive duration. Countless clashes had transpired, yet neither had emerged as the definitive victor. Tallet's prowess grew progressively during the conflict, fully embodying the battle-hardened trait of his kind, which flourishes in the face of adversity. As Rhaegar ignited his fighting spirit, he unwittingly slipped into a state of complete immersion. From initially showing restraint to becoming somewhat earnest, he now fought with unwavering resolve. After exchanging blows 1,000 times, Rhaegar and Tallet found themselves sharing a similar thought. Both consolidated their power to its zenith and unleashed a tremendous strike. With a resounding boom, the moment their fists collided, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling both combatants backward. Rhaegar staggered back several meters before regaining his balance, while Tallet was thrust 20 meters away before stabilizing himself. Once both had steadied, they refrained from further assault. Meeting each other's gaze, they exchanged smiles, then gracefully descended upon another relatively intact island. This bout of sparring has come to a close. Such a thrilling and exhilarating encounter evokes memories of the past. When I was of your age, my strength barely amounted to a fraction of what you possess now. Thus this battle rightfully belongs to your victory, Rhaegal suddenly conceded. These words reached the ears of the Namekian compatriots endowed with superhuman hearing. Whether among the youthful Namekian warriors or the elders, each displayed a countenance of astonishment. Could it be that Rhaegal had voluntarily conceded defeat? He was, after all, the mightiest warrior of Namek. The very act of admitting defeat was utterly unfathomable. Rhaegal's unexpected concession took Tallet by surprise as well. You possess an excess of humility. You intentionally held back, allowing me to gradually acclimate to this formidable power, and even progress during our skirmish. If you had truly fought with all your might, I fear I would have succumbed long ago, Tallet articulated. Rather than accepting Rhaegal's concession, he elucidated the reasons behind it, ultimately earning the admiration and approval of all the Namekians present. Rhaegal no longer regarded Tallet as a mere child. This battle, along with Tallet's performance, earned him the respect he sought. Thus, the contest between Rhaegal and Tallet concluded in a stalemate. Following the resolution of the conflict, Tallet and Rhaegal swiftly returned to the side of the Grand Elder. At this moment, the Dragon Balls had been escorted by 6 Namekian warriors and 6 elders. Together with the Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder's residence, the 7 Dragon Balls were now assembled. Despite the acknowledged enormity of the Namekian Dragon Balls, Tallet could not help but express his astonishment. Celery was equally taken aback. She had not fully grasped the magnitude of the situation until she compared them to the Dragon Balls on Earth, which paled in comparison. The 7 Dragon Balls were arranged neatly, resonating with one another, their internal orange stars intermittently shimmering with golden light, a spectacle of dazzling brilliance that was irresistibly captivating. This scene ignited an unparalleled sense of alertness among all the Namekians present. For the Namekians, the Dragon Balls are sacred, and the ritual to summon the eternal dragon is to be revered. Even among them, not all have witnessed the summoning of the dragon. Those elders who have experienced it are on the verge of forgetting how many years have passed since their last wish. As the Grand Elder uttered the incantation in the Namekian tongue, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated in unison. In an instant, an invisible force expanded, and tumultuous black clouds surged forth, shrouding the sky of Namek in darkness. Crackling sounds erupted as the center of the 7 Dragon Balls ignited with an astonishing display of lightning, followed by a colossal beam of energy that soared into the heavens, becoming the most resplendent light amidst the shadows. As the golden radiance gradually dissipated, a formidable and menacing figure emerged. Behold, the eternal dragon Porunga has arrived. Astoundingly massive. Compared to him, the dragon from Earth resembles a mere worm, exclaimed Sealer. For Sealer, she had speculated about the nature of the eternal dragon on Namek before her arrival. Now, witnessing it firsthand, her preconceived notions of the dragon were utterly transformed. The Earth's dragon appeared like a worm. It was an apt description, indeed, given the stark contrast in size. Previously, she had no frame of reference from watching the animated series and comics, but seeing it in person provided a comparative perspective. The eternal dragon on Namek surpasses its Earth counterpart in both stature and majesty. The sense of oppression felt was immeasurably greater than that of the Earth dragon. It was unfathomable. Talot even pondered what the super dragon would evoke in terms of awe. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. No matter what your desire may be, this dragon can grant you 3 wishes. Porunga's commanding voice resonated, instilling profound reverence in every heart present. 3 wishes, not just one. Sealer, upon hearing this, felt a renewed surge of excitement. The eternal dragon Porunga of Namek can grant 3 wishes. This is the authentic Shinran. She increasingly looked down upon the insignificant green earthworm. Porunga has now appeared. Speak your wish, and I shall convey it to Porunga in the language of Namek. The Grand Elder inquired of Tallet. Ah, I see. There was concern that the Dragon Balls might be carelessly wished upon, hence the necessity for the Namekian tongue. Feigning ignorance, Tallet remarked, then gazed skyward at the colossal Porunga. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, when Planet Vegeta exploded. A Saiyan named Bardock seemed to have been transported to another world by some mysterious force. My first wish is to bring Bardock back. Upon uttering his wish, Celery's expression grew grave, radiating tension. The Grand Elder and others nodded in acknowledgement, and soon the Grand Elder translated Talet's words verbatim into Namekian, relaying them to Porunga. Upon hearing the content of the first wish, Porunga fell into silence. Regrettably, this wish is beyond my capabilities, the dragon replied, surprising everyone present. A wish that cannot be granted was an unprecedented occurrence for the Namekians, leaving the Grand Elder astonished. Talot inhaled sharply, internally acknowledging, indeed, even Porunga cannot fulfill this. Though he harbored this thought, the subsequent failure to realize it brought disappointment. Please tell me the specific reason, Talot inquired, adding quickly, lest it be mistaken for a wish. That this is not a request, as the explanation of limitations feels rather dismissive. In response to Talot's inquiry, which required no translation, Shinran Porunga directly answered. The Saiyan named Bardock was transported to a distant past during the planet's explosion. To bring him back involves numerous regulations. Regrettably, my powers are limited. Thus I cannot fulfill this wish. However, there is a way for him to return. Porunga offered Talot an alternative solution. What is that method? Talot asked. The Saiyan named Bardock currently resides in the distant past. If he can gather the Dragon Balls of that era and harness my power from that time, perhaps he could return. Porunga's words left Talot in shock. Nevertheless, such a solution felt akin to saying nothing at all. Setting aside whether Bardock could even assemble the Dragon Balls of that time, how could he reach Namek in that era? Without a means to bring Bardock back. Even with a feasible plan, Bardock would remain unaware. Talot fell silent, while Celery wore an expression of dismay. Initially, they believed the wish was attainable. Ultimately, it remained unfulfilled. Since that is the case, there is nothing more to be done. Please state your other wishes, Porunga prompted. Everyone turned once more to Talot, awaiting his declaration. After much contemplation, Talot altered his original intent and decided to revise his wish at this pivotal moment. Initially, the first wish was to bring Bardock back or to transfer Raditz here. However, anticipating that even Porunga might not be able to bring Bardock back, the first wish should have been to relocate Raditz with Porunga's assistance. Now, that notion had shifted. Talot suddenly realized that in the past, when wishing on Earth, he had been influenced by Gine, feeling compelled to accommodate her. With newfound strength, coupled with an upgraded spaceship, he could actively monitor the movements of Frieza's army, pinpoint the Saiyan squad, and seek them out himself. In simpler terms, using a wish to bring Raditz over now felt rather extravagant. As nearly 10 minutes passed following Talot's wish, Shinron Porunga bade farewell. The golden light dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls, having expended their wish energy, turned to stone, requiring a cooling period of 180 days on Namek before returning to their original form. Notably, the Dragon Balls of Namek do not scatter across the world post-wish, so there is no need to search for them. With the disappearance of Shinron Porunga, the shroud of darkness enveloping Namek also lifted. Tallet felt the transformation within himself and marveled at the remarkable abilities of Shinron Porunga, who even offered benefits far surpassing that insignificant green earthworm from Earth. It vividly illustrated that those with lesser abilities tend to be more ostentatious, while those with greater powers remain humble and unassuming. 3 wishes. For the first wish, Talot acquired the instant transmission technique of the Yardrat people. Not only was this realization granted, but Porunga also provided a complementary upgrade. Following the upgrade, he could not only execute super long-distance space jumps by locking onto a target's energy, but also traverse different degrees of space according to his strength. All without the need for a medium. No medium required. What does this concept entail? Essentially, as long as Talot wishes it, he can summon his abilities to transport himself to any location of his choosing. In the midst of battle, such an ability remains undetectable, catching opponents off guard and potentially becoming the pivotal factor in determining victory. For his second wish, Talot initially sought a method for cultivating divine power. After all, in the later stages of the original narrative, it heralds the era of gods. However, this wish encroached upon the domain of divinity. Even though Porunga's power is extraordinary, he cannot contravene the established rules. Moreover, as Porunga indicated, only a deity possesses the means to ascend to godhood. Porunga voluntarily engaged in dialogue with Talot, ultimately revealing the transformation method into Super Saiyan God, which could be seen as an alternative avenue for cultivating divine power. Yet, to gather 5 Saiyans with hearts of righteousness to assist him in becoming a Super Saiyan God is a formidable task, even with the aid of Gine and Sealer. It remains an unattainable endeavor, as the number of known Saiyans is quite limited. Furthermore, Talot himself is uncertain whether he fulfills the criteria of righteousness. Consequently, the second wish was revised to obtaining the most comprehensive method for cultivating ki. In a certain sense, Talot's understanding of ki remains superficial. Despite his encounters with Earth's deities such as King Piccolo, Gohan, and Master Roshi, they too possess a limited grasp of ki cultivation. The training method provided by Porunga, which amalgamates ancient and modern techniques, offers Talot a glimpse into a new realm. For the third wish, he desired his body to possess formidable self-healing abilities. Without altering his original form, Porunga imparted a skill akin to self-healing to Talot. As long as he possesses sufficient energy, he can convert it into life force to mend his injuries. This ability is formidable, and in the mouth of Porunga, it can even accomplish the rebirth of severed limbs. In summary, after these 3 wishes, Talot has become increasingly perfect. As for any further aspirations to be realized, that will have to wait until next time. With the wishes concluded, Talot communicated with the Grand Elder to confirm certain matters, and, under the introduction of the Grand Elder and Regal, he met the Namekian elders and warriors from various villages. Subsequently, they took their leave, each carrying the Dragon Balls safeguarded by their respective villages. Talot and Celery, also under the Grand Elder's arrangement, temporarily remained on the planet Namek, with enhanced strength and fulfilled wishes, although there is another goal ahead. They are in no rush to depart, especially since Talot wishes to utilize the Dragon Balls for 3 wishes. Moreover, having Regal as a worthy opponent can significantly elevate his power in a short span. The planet Namek experiences no night. However, according to the biological clocks of Talot and Celery, it is indeed nighttime, necessitating rest. Yet, unlike previous days, due to their enhanced strength, neither Celery nor Talot had any intention of resting. Both were brimming with vigor. To test her abilities and ascertain the extent of her power, Celery proactively engaged Talot in combat. After a bout, Talot recommended that she utilize the gravity training room to refine her control over her strength. During this interlude, Talot used the spacecraft's communicator to establish contact with Earth, informing Brief and Bulma of the current situation and also asking Brief to relay some messages to Gine. Although the dragon on Namek cannot grant the wish to bring Bardock back, it has provided an alternative solution. Perhaps Bardock may return on his own in the future. As for Raditz, there is no need to rely on the dragon to make wishes. With the improved intelligence system of the spacecraft, they can intercept and receive intelligence from Frieza's forces. By monitoring Raditz's future movements, He could directly pilot the spacecraft to search for him. After ensuring the safety of Earth and severing communication, Talot breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. The matters at hand were not numerous, but they were indeed quite tedious. He is a simple person, rarely overthinking. However, since his arrival in this world, it seems that whenever issues arise related to the original plot, as well as the matters concerning Gine and Celery, he becomes indecisive. From this day forth, I must undergo a complete transformation. One must look ahead. If one does not undergo personal metamorphosis and change, true progress will forever remain elusive. This departure from Earth marked a pivotal decision for Talot, who resolved that a return in the foreseeable future was out of the question. Upon reaching the exterior of the spacecraft, Talot leaped gracefully to the top, settling into a meditative posture as he closed his eyes to cultivate his energy and fortify his power. Meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, Legel, stationed outside the Elder's abode, had taken note of Talot's endeavors. Following their previous confrontation, he had gained considerable insights. With his inherent talent and understanding, a breakthrough in his strength was imminent. Legel, what is your impression of these two children? Inquired the Elder, his voice resonating nearby. Legel paused, then responded with utmost respect. Forgive my candor, esteemed Elder, but I am unaware of Solari's potential. However, Talot's gifts are indeed far superior to mine. Given time, he will undoubtedly surpass me. The Elder nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features. Do not underestimate yourself. After all, you are the only warrior-type Namekian I have created. If you apply yourself diligently, your power can see remarkable enhancement, and you may not fall short of them. Our clan's future will encounter multiple crises. You must grow stronger, and we must harness the strength of outsiders. As the Elder spoke, Legel listened intently, ultimately receiving the Elder's directive to maintain a cordial relationship with both Talot and Celery. He was permitted to engage with them frequently, even to guide them in exploring the wonders of planet Namek. I understand, esteemed Elder. Yet, can they truly become our clan's saviors? Legel murmured, skepticism lingering in his tone, though he dared not voice his doubts fully. After all, he believed that Talot and Solari's friendliness stemmed solely from their need for the Dragon Balls. The Elder offered no reply, merely casting Legel a knowing glance that suggested, "You will understand in time." Days swiftly passed. Talot found himself on an expansive island, diligently practicing his energy manipulation. Balunga's comprehensive training method had rectified all the misconceptions he previously held regarding energy. Now, upon correcting these misunderstandings, he realized that his power could indeed surpass what he had previously believed. He had been stifling his own strength, engaging in excessive control that hindered the full expression of his energy, preventing him from unleashing his true potential. The sounds of wind, water, and insects resonated around him. So this is the essence of true energy control, he mused, appreciating the meticulous precision it required. His perception had sharpened, granting him a clearer vision of the world around him. His past attempts at energy manipulation had merely skimmed the surface. Over the span of several days, Talot experienced a series of profound revelations. Energy and body must harmonize completely, allowing for optimal adjustment in every movement. In moments of stillness, he became as tranquil as a placid pond, reflecting all. In motion, he expanded instantaneously, concealing all traces of turbulence. Congratulations! You have ascended to a new height. A voice suddenly interrupted Talot's meditations. He had sensed the approach of another and stood to greet Legel with a smile. It is merely a modest advancement. Nothing as grand as you suggest. Yet your energy seems even more potent than during our last battle. You two have made a breakthrough. Shall we engage in another sparring session? Not a contest of strength, but a display of techniques and combat skills. Let me witness your understanding, Legel proposed eagerly. With you as my opponent, I could not ask for more, Talot replied, smiling. Despite the apparent age difference, Legel conversed with Talot as an equal. Strength was paramount, and Talot exuded a maturity that resonated with Legel. Their gazes met in mutual understanding. Unlike their initial encounter, which had been a test of raw power, this exchange was a refinement of technique, a subtle exploration of energy application, devoid of the grandiosity of their first clash. Ultimately, this duel held profound significance for both Talot and Legel. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, the intensity of their sparring created a formidable energy field that startled Celery, who was honing her own abilities nearby. Swiftly deactivating the gravity equipment, she rushed to the scene, only to arrive at the tail end of the match. The battle concluded in a draw, with neither participant emerging victorious, yet each had gained an advantage in their respective domains. In this battle, There exists no notion of victory or defeat. Rather, it is merely an opportunity for each party to affirm their own progress through the engagement with the other. Brother Tallet, why are you two sparring again? Cellari inquired, her voice imbued with urgency and concern. Legel smiled in silence. Over time, he had discerned that the relationship between Cellari and Tallet transcended mere sibling ties. Although the Namekians do not adhere to gender distinctions, the Saiyans certainly do. It's merely a friendly exchange, nothing to worry about. By the way, since you're here, Legel intends to take us to explore other regions of Namek, he added. Upon hearing this, Cellari felt a flicker of interest. After journeying from Earth to Namek, the experience had been rather monotonous for her. Despite encountering numerous events, they had rendered her existence rather dull. The prospect of exploring other locales on Namek offered a welcome respite from her ennui. Thus, time passed swiftly. Half a year on Earth equated to a full year on Namek, slipping away unnoticed. Immersed in the lifestyle of Namek, Tallet and Cellari began to truly appreciate the customs and traditions of the Namekians from various perspectives. The Namekians appeared to Tallet and Cellari as astonishing beings, possessing formidable abilities yet choosing to refrain from their use, instead relying solely on their hands to restore and rehabilitate the ecological environment of their planet. Initially, Tallet struggled to comprehend why the Namekians adhered so rigidly to this principle. However, upon witnessing their tireless devotion, working day in and day out without complaint to forge a brighter future, Tallet realized that these survivors of destruction possessed a profound appreciation for existence. All Namekians inherited the will of the Grand Elder, harboring the hope that one day they could restore their planet to its former glory. Although this aspiration remained unfulfilled in the original narrative, such resolve is deserving of respect. Ironically, it was Frieza who liberated the Namekians from their fated path. Subsequently, the Dragon Balls restored and relocated the Namekian homeworld, altering this trajectory. In a certain sense, the death of the Grand Elder heralded a new era for the Namekians, allowing them to bid farewell to their past. Speaking of which, in the course of the past 6 months, both Tallet and Cellari have experienced a remarkable enhancement in their prowess. Tallet's combat strength has now reached an impressive 64,000 points, while Cellari currently possesses a combat power of 18,000 points. These figures echo the battle power index of Vegeta during his invasion of Earth in the original narrative. It is noteworthy that at this juncture, both Tallet and Cellari are merely 7 years of age. The crucial aspect lies not just in the augmentation of their combat power, but in the elevation of their combat capabilities. Through the utilization of gravity training devices, the techniques imparted by the Dragon, Porunga, and engaging in sparring with the Namekians, they have significantly advanced. Of course, such rapid enhancement in strength can be attributed not only to these factors but also to the influence of Regel. As the sole combat-oriented Namekian, Regel has been fervently training to elevate his own strength following his battle with Tallet. In recent days, Regel and Tallet have occasionally engaged in sparring sessions, exchanging combat experiences and insights on their training. Tallet, in turn, has shared his realizations and invited Regel to enter the gravity training chamber. Their interactions have proven mutually beneficial, fostering growth for both. Just a minute ago, they concluded their 25th bout, maintaining a respectful restraint in their exchanges. However, Regel has come to appreciate the sheer magnitude of Tallet's innate talent. He is indeed the most gifted warrior among the Namekians. A year ago, his combat power stood at an impressive 55,000, and now it has surged to nearly 69,000. Despite a 5,000 point disparity in strength, Regel found himself unable to match Tallet in their recent encounter. Through this sparring, Regel discerned that Tallet had held back, refraining from exerting his full force. You, my friend, are becoming increasingly formidable. I find myself wholly outmatched, Regel remarked, filled with admiration. You remain as humble as ever. Yet it is clear you two have not unleashed your full potential, Tallet responded, not taking the comment to heart. As the two stood together in contemplation, they reflected on their prolonged stay on Namek. Having lingered here for so long, and with the Dragon Balls once again at our disposal, it seems the time has come to wish for our departure, Tallet stated. Our extended stay has been for the sake of wishing upon the Dragon Balls. This is something that all Namekians are already aware of, and Ragger is no exception, hence he paid it no mind. Time indeed flies, Ragger mused. Unbeknownst to him, moments slip away in the blink of an eye. Many events, when recalled, feel as if they transpired merely yesterday. Ragger and Tallet once again locked eyes. And during this period of companionship, their understanding of one another deepened, forging a bond of true friendship. Alas, there exists no banquet that does not conclude. Talot will never be a Namekian and will not remain on planet Namek. Even though he might stay for a time after this wish, he will ultimately depart. Rhaegar has long accepted this reality. Thus, this 25th encounter serves as their final duel before parting ways. The second wish was executed with remarkable ease. For the first wish, Talot assisted Celery in acquiring the ability to survive in the cosmos. After all, Celery is one of their own, and Talot intends to keep her close, never forsaking her. Granting her the capacity to exist in the vastness of space also equips her with greater means of self-defense. The second wish was to obtain the power to leap through time or a similar ability akin to pausing time. This has long been the ability that Talot has yearned for. In any realm, the mastery of time is the true essence of power, particularly within the original narrative. Several forms of temporal abilities have been introduced. The first is the time-stopping ability possessed by Goku of the Ginyu Force, which, according to the original work, determines the duration of the time freeze based on his own energy consumption. Although in the animation it evolved into a mechanism where the duration of breath-holding dictates the time stop, both interpretations can be deemed extraordinarily formidable. The second ability hails from the sixth universe, known as the time skip, which allows one to leap through time, transcend temporal boundaries, imprison time, and even merge into time itself, rendering one imperceptible to others. While Hit's prowess may not be overwhelmingly powerful, his adept use of the time skip elevates him to the ranks of elite warriors. The third ability is the time reversal mastered by the angels, which permits the reversal of time. Although the original text only mentions a reversal of 3 minutes, the true extent of this power remains shrouded in mystery. Just as spatial manipulation allows for instantaneous movement, temporal manipulation must not be neglected. Talot has successfully acquired the ability to pause time. By harnessing his own strength to create a unique aura, he can suspend time within a designated area. As long as he continues to grow in power, the scope of his time suspension will expand accordingly. It is worth noting that Shinron, the Eternal Dragon, has been quite benevolent in granting this wish. For his third wish, Talot has obtained the capacity for brief precognition. This ability is heavily influenced by various elements from the original work, particularly the profound impact of the Grand Elder. However, Talot seeks to perceive events that will transpire in the near future, rather than the Grand Elder's foresight of distant futures. For instance, in combat, he can utilize this ability to anticipate an opponent's attack patterns, allowing him to react accordingly. While seemingly another time-related power, it is fundamentally different, as it merely grants foresight into imminent occurrences. Naturally, this foresight is not infallible and is subject to discrepancies, as various factors can swiftly alter the course of the future. This embodies the butterfly effect. After the wish concluded, Talot and Celery did not depart from Namek on the same day. It was only 2 days later that Talot, accompanied by Celery, bid farewell to some familiar Namekian friends before boarding the spacecraft and embarking on their journey to the next destination. In the vast expanse of the universe, Talot and Celery gazed back at the position of Namek. Regardless of circumstances, it had been their abode for half a year, during which they led a remarkably comfortable life. There were no intrigues or deceptions. In a sense, it bore a striking resemblance to their time on Earth. Unbeknownst to them, it had been a year and 9 months since their departure from Planet Vegeta. Reflecting upon the past, any comparison seemed utterly futile. Had they possessed their current prowess back then, matters might not have escalated to this point. However, what has transpired cannot be altered. All Talot could do was face the future with unwavering resolve. "Brother Talot, are we heading back to Earth next?" Celery suddenly inquired. She had refrained from asking earlier, as she assumed it was a given. Yet, Talot had shown no inclination to return, prompting her curiosity. "No, our next course of action involves rigorous training in the cosmos. I have already determined our next target planet," Talot replied as he activated the star map on the spacecraft's system, pinpointing the location of Adrat. Celery expressed her surprise, murmuring to herself, "Adrat, I recall it being the race you mentioned when you wished for instant transmission." "Indeed. Celery, your memory is remarkable. You recollected what I referenced 6 months ago. As far as I know, the Adratans possess abilities beyond mere instant transmission. If we can learn some of their skills, it would significantly enhance our strength." Talot had meticulously planned this venture. Ultimately, he sought to seize this opportunity to accomplish everything in one go. It was imperative to visit Adrat, particularly to learn the Splitto force separation technique. This technique displayed terrifying prowess during the Moro arc after the Ultra Instinct Power Tournament. It not only forcibly stripped away the foreign energy absorbed by a target, but could also compel the dissolution of fusion and assimilation. Mastering this technique was also a preparatory measure for the Android Saga and the Majin Buu Saga. After all, the Dragon Ball universe is rife with adversaries that absorb external power to bolster themselves. Talot believed this technique would prove effective against Cell and Majin Buu. While their absorption methods were indeed coercive, the Splito-Force separation might enable them to expel what had been absorbed, similar to how it could dissolve fusion and assimilation. However, it remained uncertain whether it could counteract the mechanical absorption of androids 19 and 20, and whether the absorbed energy could be expelled. With their destination confirmed, Talot, accompanied by Celery, journeyed for 10 days before reaching Adrat. As anticipated, the Adratans, akin to the Namekians, did not perceive them as foes. In fact, due to the prolonged absence of outsiders, Tallet and Celery were regarded as esteemed guests and received a warm welcome from Elder Pibra. In the original narrative, this fairy Pibra taught Goku the instant transmission technique and imparted the Splito-Force separation technique as well as instant transmission to Vegeta. Without any concealment, Tallet expressed their purpose. Much to his surprise, Pibra was not only eager to teach him the techniques, but he also fervently wished to pass on the knowledge. It seemed that as long as outsiders learned, the abilities of the Adratans could be perpetually transmitted. This act of transmission was referred to as the passing of the flame. Regardless of the race that acquired the knowledge, should the Adratans face extinction in the future, these abilities would serve as a testament to their existence. It must be acknowledged that this was, in part, due to the Adratans' excessive timidity. This aspect is particularly evident in the original work. The days spent training on the planet Adrat have passed swiftly. Devoting 6 months entirely to cultivation felt as fleeting as a mere blink of an eye. Initially, there was a sense of unfamiliarity, as the inhabitants of Adrat are exceedingly hospitable and friendly. However, once acclimatized, the experience became akin to that on the planet Namek. Situated on the outskirts of the most bustling residential area of Adrat, in a spacious training ground, Talot is currently engaged in his practice. As the duration of his cultivation extends, layers of verdant energy particles envelop his entire being. These energies are not ordinary, they are vital energies. The vital energy of the planet Adralat, in other words, is also a form of natural energy. These natural energies are intimately connected to Talot, being manipulated by him through sheer will. They can be harnessed for offensive purposes or absorbed to enhance his own capabilities. At present, Talot's training has reached a pivotal juncture. Should he surpass this stage, he will have mastered this technique. Meanwhile, within a nearby structure, Elder Pabala and the Supreme Leader Pabama of the Adrat people convene. Additionally, Celery observes Talot's progress with keen interest. Talot's innate talent is truly the most formidable I have ever encountered. Our Adrat prodigies pale in comparison. Not only among his peers, but within our entire race, there exists no one who can rival him. In the mere span of 6 months, he has mastered the Splito-Force separation technique, the visionary art, and the spiritual manifestation technique, and astonishingly, he has also successfully integrated himself with nature. If he completes this endeavor, he may even achieve the elusive art of invisibility through natural energy. Pabala cannot help but marvel at this. Reflecting on Talot's arrival on the Adrat star half a year ago, when he expressed his desire to learn the skills of our people, Pabala had jested that it would be exceedingly difficult for such a young one to master even a single ability. Even for the Adrat themselves, each skill typically requires several months of dedicated practice to grasp. Particularly, the abilities Talot has chosen to study would ordinarily demand years, if not decades, to learn. Who could have anticipated that in just half a year, Talot would have already acquired several of our most esteemed techniques? Such a pace of learning directly subverts the understanding of Pabala. Underestimating Talot, are you now astonished? Talot shall inevitably become the mightiest warrior in the universe. Mastering your abilities will be a trivial endeavor for him. Beside them, Celery spoke with immense pride. The mightiest warrior in the universe? That is no easy goal to achieve. However, with such talent, it may indeed be possible one day. Pabala dismissed Celery as a child, naive in his understanding. After all, his breadth of knowledge was considerable. To his awareness, despite both of them possessing formidable strength, the gap to being the strongest in the universe was not insignificant. That little fellow Talot has succeeded again. At this moment, the supreme leader of Yadarat Star, Pabama, spoke. It was evident that Talot had vanished from sight, clearly indicating that his invisibility technique was a success. Pabala and Celery turned to look, but where was the shadow of Talot? He had truly succeeded in merging with natural energy, completely disappearing from both sight and perception. Meanwhile, At Tarot's location, he had successfully controlled his integration into natural energy, executing the invisibility technique with exhilaration and disbelief. At the same time, a bolder thought surged in his mind, buzzing. A cascade of emerald light radiated from Tarot's center, expanding outward. His aura rapidly swelled, transforming into an invisible field that enveloped the surroundings. After a considerable expansion, the field swiftly contracted, drawing all the natural energy within its range and ultimately sealing it within his body. At this moment, Talot experiences a profound enhancement of vitality and spirit, forcibly absorbing the pure essence of natural energy, which not only transforms the quality of his aura, but also fortifies his physique, rendering it increasingly robust. His entire being is imbued with a vibrant sense of life. The natural energy resonated deeply with Talot, akin to the life force itself. Without the self-healing abilities bestowed by Baranga, he would have been oblivious to such intricacies. Indeed, natural energy is absorbable. At least for me, it poses no adverse effects. He mused inwardly. According to Pabala's initial assertion, it was deemed impossible for an individual to forcibly absorb natural energy, yet it appears that nothing is absolute. It simply had never been accomplished before. Natural energy embodies the vital essence of planetary life. For Talot, it was akin to a potent tonic. He exhaled deeply, dispelling his invisibility, and keenly sensed the transformations within his body, each cell brimmed with formidable natural energy. Even a mere breath stirred the exhilarating rush of vitality within him. Calming his mind, Talot gazed at his hands. Through the surface of his skin, he could distinctly feel the residual natural energy he had absorbed, still coursing visibly through his body, merging with his essence. Even before complete absorption, his strength had surged significantly. Should he fully refine this portion of natural energy, his combat prowess would ascend to an entirely new echelon. In the next moment, with a flicker of thought, Talot unlocked the shackles confining the natural energy, eager to observe its transformation. To his delight, the natural energy seemed to have acclimated to residing within him, showing no inclination to depart. At long last, he had succeeded. And he had also grasped a swifter method of cultivation. Henceforth, augmenting his power would become considerably more straightforward. Talot's heart brimmed with exhilaration. Over the past 6 months on Adralat Star, this was undoubtedly his most significant achievement. Through the cultivation of various abilities, his strength had consistently escalated. In numerical terms, his combat power now surpassed 80,000 points. Recollecting his focus, Talot swiftly pinpointed the locations of Cellari, Pabala, and Pabama. A slight smile graced his lips. With a mere thought, he executed a spatial teleportation, traversing the void in an instant to stand before the trio. Remarkably, having upgraded, his teleportation evoked not even a ripple in the fabric of space, indicating his mastery of this technique had indeed advanced. With the addition of several abilities he had acquired, the challenging ones had become his to master, while the simpler techniques he could now attempt independently. There remained little more for me to teach you, he acknowledged. As he observed Talot, Pabala was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Though Talot was a Saiyan, he had been his pupil, and in a sense, Pabala considered himself Talot's mentor. To have nurtured such an exceptional disciple filled him with pride. I owe this to your and the Supreme Leader's teachings. Without you, I doubt I could have mastered even a single ability, Talot humbly expressed. Such words are exceedingly beneficial. Pabala expressed his joy, and Pabama nodded in agreement, smiling. At least Talot is not an ungrateful person. It has already been 6 months since your arrival on the planet Adrat. Now that you have acquired the skills you set out to learn, what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue to remain on Adrat to study the other techniques of our kind, or? Pabama inquired. At certain intervals, such questions invariably arise. After all, Talot is an outsider. While he may choose to stay, he is destined to depart eventually. As for his future plans, Talot had already devised a scheme. The abilities he has mastered thus far are sufficient for the time being. Regarding the future, he must rely on his own ingenuity. Over the past 6 months, I am immensely grateful for the care provided by the Elder and the Supreme Leader. I have made my decision. I shall remain for no more than 2 additional days before departing Adrat with Cellari to embark on the next chapter of my cosmic journey. Talot's sudden seriousness in his response caused the Elder and the Supreme Leader to exchange concerned glances. They had contemplated Talot's eventual departure, but they had not anticipated such urgency. During the past 6 months of companionship, the bond between Talot and them has naturally flourished, to the extent that they have come to regard Talot as their own child, imparting their skills without reservation. Are you really leaving so soon? Can't you stay a little longer? You've been training all this time. At least take a break, Papama urged. Tallet suddenly announced the intention to depart, stating that it was impossible to be reluctant. Well, 2 days of rest should suffice, and indeed. We have already delayed quite a bit. We have other matters to attend to, Tallet replied. Papama fell silent, unsure of how to persuade Tallet to stay. Knowing he could not do so, and thus he had to respect Tallet's decision. Since you have made up your mind, we shall honor your choice. However, before you leave, let us prepare a farewell ceremony for you. After all, you are our esteemed guest from the planet Yadarat, and you have become family to us over these 6 months. Pipala suggested. He held Tallet in the highest regard, certain that they would meet again in the future. Then I shall graciously accept, Tallet responded, not refusing the gesture of farewell. After all, having spent half a year together, he could not turn down their kindness. To do so would be to appear ungrateful. As Tallet departed from the planet Yadarat, time seemed to fly by, and several days passed in a blink. Tallet and Celery navigated their spaceship through the cosmic expanse, exploring the starry universe. The target planet this time is none other than Cyril. The objectives are distinctly clear. First, to investigate Bardock's specific experiences on Cyril and ascertain whether there are any discrepancies in our understanding of those events. Second, to locate the nameless survivor, Monet, who is hidden on that very planet. After all, the 2 Dragon Balls created by this entity are, in today's era, rivaled only by the Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes, and in certain respects, they possess powers even greater than those of the nameless Dragon Balls. The sole drawback, however, is that while these 2 Dragon Balls are immensely powerful, they come with a fatal flaw. Each wish made demands a corresponding sacrifice from the wisher based on the nature of the desire. For instance, during the latter phase of the Super Era, Granola and Gas, after summoning the Eternal Dragon with these 2 Dragon Balls, paid a grievous price for the strength of the universe's mightiest warrior. Of course, this may seem terrifying to the inhabitants of this world. Yet, for Talot, the prospect of relinquishing a significant portion of his lifespan to attain the power of the universe's strongest warrior is not particularly daunting. It is akin to an ordinary person in Talot's previous life, who would likely seize the opportunity to gain such power, even if it meant sacrificing their entire lifespan for just a single day of existence. Countless individuals would flock to such a chance. Within the spaceship, in the cockpit, Talot and Celery had not engaged in training for the past few days. As they navigated the spacecraft, they shared light-hearted banter, reminiscing about their amusing experiences on Adrat. Reflecting on the past, it has already been over a year since they departed Earth. The prolonged journey through the cosmos has become second nature to them, though they occasionally find themselves introspective. Especially as Celery matures, she gains a deeper understanding of their circumstances. Saiyans are inherently precocious, unlike any ordinary race. Otherwise, they could not have engaged in battles at such a young age. Fortunately, the spaceship is equipped with advanced technology that allows for constant communication with Earth, alleviating the monotony of space travel. In truth, returning home is quite simple. The journey only requires between 2 weeks to a month. One might wonder about spatial teleportation. While interstellar travel is indeed feasible, the vast distance to Earth renders it impossible to sense its presence. How then could one traverse such space? Moreover, medium-free spatial movement is limited to short distances. For instance, during their time on Adrat, Talot attempted to sense the energy of the nameless planet's logger, only to find it beyond reach due to the immense distance. This ultimately reflects his insufficient strength, as his energy sensing cannot cover such an extensive range. As for returning to Earth, it is certainly not the opportune moment, for Talot has many tasks yet to accomplish, and Raditz has yet to be located. That said, although there is no news of Raditz, they have intercepted information regarding the Saiyan team of Frieza's army, under Brief's modifications. This spacecraft seamlessly integrates the best features of both Frieza's spacecraft and the Galactic Patrol's vessels. Furthermore, Brief has overlaid his framework onto the outermost layer of the system, rendering Talot's spacecraft a mobile main server. The ship system can autonomously receive messages from various factions in the vicinity. All communications from both Frieza's army and the Galactic Patrol are intercepted and analyzed. The most formidable aspect is the spacecraft's automatic cloaking feature, which can thwart all forms of counter-tracking. Of course, the full extent of its capabilities remains uncertain, as they have yet to put it to the test. With his current strength, as long as he does not encounter foes with power levels exceeding 100,000, he should remain safe. Celery's combat power has also surpassed 20,000. Having mastered instant transmission, she is fully capable of fleeing from danger. After concluding their conversation, Talot closed his eyes in meditation, delving into self-reflection. The decision to venture to Cyril stems from his confidence in his abilities. Strictly speaking, as long as he does not cross paths with Frieza, he is unlikely to encounter trouble. Even if he were to face the Gine force, he possesses the strength to contend with them. Based on his estimations, most of the Cyril inhabitants have likely been eliminated by now. The remaining Frieza soldiers and members of the Zeta organization on Cyril are also among Talot's targets. Brother Talot, there's an unusual message. You should take a look. Celery suddenly interjected, as the ship's system displayed an urgent notification. Talot opened his eyes and directed his focus to the screen. The message was encrypted in universal galactic language, which the ship's system subsequently translated into comprehensible text. I am Galactic Patrolman Jack, currently trapped on planet Shadow by a gang of galactic marauders while investigating recent life planet invasion incidents in the Rosa Galaxy. The enemy's combat power exceeds 10,000, and I request assistance from First and Elite Galactic Patrol officers. The planet coordinates are 31,445-64555. Upon comprehending the content of the message, both Talot and Celery were momentarily taken aback. They had encountered numerous Galactic Patrol communications before, but this was different. It involved Jack. Jack, the Galactic Patrolman who had once visited Earth and whom they had missed. Dr. Brief had even aided him in repairing his spacecraft. Celery's memory is sharp. She recalled this detail. It must be him. It is surprising to receive his distress signal at this moment, should they consider it luck or destiny. When they departed Earth, Brief had asked Talot to seek news of Tais. Tais had left with Jack, so locating him should lead them to her. With that thought, Talot swiftly manipulated the system, altering the spacecraft's course toward Planet Shadow. Are you really going to rescue him, Brother Talot? The message indicated that the enemy's strength exceeds 10,000, Celery remarked. Do not fear. With our abilities, even foes with 10,000 power levels are no longer a concern, Talot reassured her with a smile. While Celery's strength had indeed grown, she had not yet experienced true combat, leaving her somewhat uncertain of her capabilities. Upon hearing Talot's words, Celery finally grasped the situation and nodded her head. She had momentarily forgotten that times had changed. In the past, a combat power of 10,000 would have been unfathomably terrifying for them Saiyans. Now, however, her strength stands at 21,000. Her brother Talot boasts a staggering power level of 82,000. In her mind, he is the strongest Saiyan ever recorded. It's quite close. We are in this star system, Talot exclaimed in surprise upon observing the navigation system's plotted route. It seems Jack's distress signal was just sent moments ago, and he is the closest person to respond. Jack, in the original narrative, possessed an aura of fate, his luck seemingly boundless. Fortune smiled upon us amidst peril, as Tallet and Celery fortuitously arrived to rescue him. Meanwhile, on the planet Shadar, Gak and Tais found refuge in a secluded cave deep within the dense forest, evading the relentless pursuit of their adversaries. Initially, their mission to gather intelligence on Shadar was intended to be a mere formality, coupled with the liberation of the enslaved Shatari people. According to the secondary mission parameters, this was deemed a simple task. Yet they were unprepared for the formidable might of the galactic marauders enslaving the Shatari. What shall we do now? Gak, is there truly hope for rescue? Tais lamented, her spirit waning. Though she relished adventure, this life-threatening ordeal was far from her desires. Who could have foreseen the notorious galactic marauder, Amando, lurking in these shadows? His companions were infamous throughout the northern galaxy for their ruthless brutality. Gak, on the verge of despair, sighed, Amando's combat prowess is beyond measure. How could a mere secondary-level patrol officer like myself stand a chance against such strength? His mind raced with uncertainty, pondering whether the intelligence gatherer had intentionally led him into this quagmire or if he was simply a victim of ill fate. It was maddening. He had envisioned an opportunity to impress Tais, to establish his valor. Yet, who could have anticipated the presence of these marauders? Despite his internal turmoil, Gak maintained his composure. He believed that reinforcements from headquarters would arrive post-haste. For now, we must conceal ourselves and remain undetected, he advised Tais. At this moment, despite being drenched in sweat from anxiety and fearing discovery, he maintained a remarkable composure while soothing Tais. Upon hearing his words, she quickly regained her composure, her fear subsiding, for at least Gak had never deceived her. Unbeknownst to her, Gak was merely comforting her while wagering his own life. Taking out her notebook, Tais transformed her previous demeanor, documenting the events unfolding around them. Are you perhaps a tad too dedicated? Gak could not help but remark, noticing her actions. I know you are someone who would forsake home for the sake of your writing, but this is not the time for that. Yet, Taisi paid no heed to Gak's words, continuing her creative endeavor. This experience, rather unexpectedly, bestowed upon her a great deal of inspiration. Time passed unnoticed, slipping away for half a day. Amidst their anxious anticipation, a spacecraft suddenly descended, having locked onto their location. The spacecraft in question is none other than the vessel piloted by Talot. Ah, what is this? It was Gak who first noticed the alteration, gazing up at the descending spacecraft in the sky. The unfamiliar spacecraft left Gak in a state of bewilderment. It was evident that this was not a vessel belonging to the Galactic Patrol, nor did it resemble any starship associated with the factions he was acquainted with. There were some similarities to the ships of the Frieza Force, yet it was distinctly different. Was it a prototype of the latest technology? Or had an unknown alien invasion force descended upon the planet of Sarda? Tai stood beside Gak, observing intently, until the distance closed. And she was suddenly captivated by the emblem emblazoned above. Could it truly be the insignia of the Universal Capsule? In an instant, she recognized the emblem on the ship. For a moment, she questioned her own vision, rubbing her eyes repeatedly. Indeed, it was the Universal Capsule logo. My heavens, has your father manufactured a spacecraft? With heightened perception, Gak, prompted by her astonishment, soon discerned the emblem as well. Yet, a sense of confusion lingered within him. Although Briff was undeniably formidable, this development seemed exceedingly implausible. Earth's technological prowess had scarcely reached the level of manned space travel, rendering the creation of a spacecraft far beyond reach. Amidst the perplexity shared by Tais and Gak, the ship locked onto their location and gracefully descended upon a nearby clearing within the woods. Gak did not lower his guard. Rather, he heightened his vigilance, sensing something amiss. He retrieved the high-energy blaster from his side, prepared for whatever might unfold. Although the spaceship bore the emblem of the Capsule Corporation, its allegiance remained uncertain. Should the situation turn dire, he would promptly initiate an attack and flee with Taisi. A series of sounds erupted as the spacecraft's hatch gradually opened under the gaze of Gak and Taisi. Tallet and Celery emerged at the entrance, leaping down effortlessly. 2 children? Gak was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He had prepared for the worst, expecting enemies to emerge, yet here stood 2 children who appeared no older than 10. No, these children exude an unsettling aura. Upon closer inspection, Gak confirmed that this was not mere illusion. Beside him, Taisi, upon recognizing the figures from the spaceship, was left in a state of shock. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, and the silhouettes of Tallet and Celery aligned with those ingrained in her mind. Though their encounter on Earth a year prior had been fleeting, she remembered them vividly. Is it truly them? Taisi exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? You know them? Gak queried, bewildered. Taisi nodded, but before she could elaborate, Tallet and Celery had approached them. Just as I suspected, you are indeed here, Taisi. I wonder if you still remember us. Tallet greeted with a gentle smile. It really is you. So this spaceship was indeed constructed by my father? Taisi exclaimed, her delight palpable. Taisi, are they your friends? Gak was utterly confused. He had never heard Taisi mention knowing such children. Just days before you came to Earth to fetch me, they had approached my father with inquiries about gravity devices. I never expected to see them again on planet Shade. If my memory serves me right, they are martial artists of considerable strength, Taisi recalled, recounting the details to Gak. As her words concluded, Tallet smiled and said, We did not introduce ourselves fully back then due to certain circumstances. We are not Earthlings but Saiyans. Upon arriving on Earth, we learned some things and sought your father's assistance. Indeed, this spaceship was crafted by him. Gak stood in stunned silence, his mind reeling at the revelation. Saiyans. You are not Earthlings, but Saiyans. His shock erupted into a shout. How could he be unfamiliar with Saiyans? A year ago, his primary objective on Earth had been to exterminate the Saiyan infant dispatched there. However, due to a series of unforeseen events, he had failed to eliminate the Saiyans and had nearly been stranded on Earth due to the spacecraft's damage. It's all right, Gak. Though you have spoken of Saiyans being ruthless, they should not be considered enemies. This is Tai's intuition, despite her awareness of the terrifying tales surrounding the Saiyans. Gak regained his composure, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Tallet and Celery. Surely, they cannot be foes. What am I so afraid of? After all, they are merely 2 children. How formidable could they possibly be? Gak encouraged himself internally. If he could not contend with Amando, a notorious fiend of the galaxy, could he truly be outmatched by 2 young Saiyans? Although the Saiyans are a warrior race, these unseasoned youngsters pose little threat. Suddenly, a disquieting thought crossed Gak's mind, causing him to tense up, his eyes shifting as he regarded Tallet and Celery anew. Darn it, with such a conspicuous target appearing, they risk exposing their whereabouts. Having narrowly escaped danger, they are now bound to be discovered. By the way, how did you come to know that Gak and I were here? Tai inquired. It is as such, Talot explained the functionalities of the spaceship to Tai. Upon grasping the specifics, Tai was even more astonished by the brilliance of her father and younger sister. Tallet, in turn, sought to comprehend the situation at hand. Initially believing it to involve Frieza's forces, he was taken aback to discover it was a band of galactic ruffians. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Who could it be? Talot murmured to himself. Recalling the plot of the original work, a figure swiftly materialized in his mind. Isn't that the red-skinned creature's subordinate that invaded Earth during the theatrical version? I never expected to encounter it here. No. It should be said that the existence of the theatrical world also resides within this realm. Indeed, Amondo's power level exceeds 10,000, which aligns with this strength. Suddenly, the power detectors of Tallet and Cellari emitted a series of beeping sounds, promptly revealing two sets of combat power readings, 5,500 and 5,600. Tallet. The detector indicates that two individuals are flying rapidly not far from us, Cellari remarked. Tallet nodded. They must have detected our spaceship's landing and come to investigate. Nearby, Gak and Tai's exchanged concerned glances. While Tai's was unaware, Gak understood the formidable strength that comes with a power level exceeding 5,000. Have we been discovered? Gak's mind was somewhat in turmoil. Yet, they are merely two insignificant characters with power levels just above 5,000. They will serve as perfect opponents for you, Cellari. Tallet chuckled. After honing her skills on Namek and Yardrat, Cellari could easily handle these two underlings, even if they teamed up with Amondo. Very well, Tallet, Cellari responded eagerly. Ready to engage. She immediately employed her flying technique and ascended into the sky. For her, she had yet to truly confront an enemy. Observing this, Tallet followed closely behind to avert any unforeseen incidents. Hey, wait a moment, you two. Gak finally reacted, attempting to stop Tallet and Cellari, but it was too late. In his eyes, Tallet and Cellari were being excessively reckless, practically inviting death. On Planet Shat, above the forest, Tallet and Cellari encountered two blue-skinned aliens, halting their advance. Another pair of newcomers. It seems quite a few have recently arrived on Planet Shat. You two little ones, are you unaware that this planet now belongs to us? One of the alien warriors inquired, his tone serious, posing the most critical question. Although they were a gang of thugs in the galaxy, they were mere underlings compared to Frieza's forces. Bida, there's no need to be so cautious. They are just two kids. The other alien retorted, continuing menacingly. You two should call your elders out. How dare you come to our territory without showing yourselves? If our leader Amondo finds out, you won't have a pleasant fate. Even if you were part of Frieza's army. With that, the two crossed their arms, adopting a haughty posture as they looked down upon Tallet and Cellari. Upon hearing their words, Tallet and Cellari exchanged glances filled with disdain. After a brief moment, Tallet refrained from acting, allowing Cellari to take the lead. You truly lack intelligence. Carrying a power detector without measuring our strength, yet you dare to boast. Furthermore, with just over 5,000 in combat power, you have the audacity to disregard Frieza's army? You are indeed courageous. Cellari's sharp retorts were laced with sarcasm. Her words were undoubtedly honed from countless disputes with Bulma back on Earth, and she managed to insult without any profanities. Talot admired Cellari's verbal prowess. She was not yet 8 years old. You little brat. Do you wish to die? How dare you speak to me like that? One of the aliens exclaimed, feeling humiliated by being belittled by a child. Both individuals possessed a combat power of 5,000. And while they may not have matched the true masters with power levels exceeding 10,000, they were still elite warriors. However, just as he activated the power detector, Cellari surged forward with unparalleled speed, landing a punch that echoed with a dull thud. Her seemingly delicate fist concealed an incredible destructive force. With a single strike, she tore through his combat suit and dealt a severe blow to his internal organs. Pwah! Blood spewed forth as the first brave warrior stared wide-eyed, groaning helplessly. Combat power, 10,000. His body trembled violently, and he could no longer maintain his stance, losing consciousness and plummeting uncontrollably to the ground. Cellari refrained from taking his life. Instead, she had merely incapacitated him. It was her first encounter with an outsider, and she had miscalculated the intensity of her strike, intending only to toy with him. The opportunity for such a battle is exceedingly rare, igniting the warrior spirit within her Saiyan blood. Beside her, the brave one too stood in stunned silence. Suddenly, Cellari's aura erupted, and his power-level detector emitted a cacophony of alarms, revealing an astonishing combat power of 10,000. 10,000 points. To their astonishment, their leader, Armando, possessed a power level of only 10,000 points as well. However, this figure was misleading, for Armando's actual combat capability was merely 9,100 points. This discrepancy had long been obscured, either through their inflated reports or Armando's persistent self-declaration of a power level in the realm of 10,000. As Solari's gaze shifted once more to Brave 1-2, the tension in the air thickened. At this moment, Bidar was utterly terrified by Solaris. His body drenched in cold sweat. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he instinctively sought to flee. Yet he failed to grasp that Solaris had no intention of letting him escape. In an instant, Solaris struck again, teleporting behind him and delivering a swift chop with her hand. Her movements were decisive and unhesitating, executed with impeccable precision. The sound of a dull thud echoed as he, caught completely off guard, was struck by her blow, sending him into a haze of confusion. Much like the earlier valiant warrior, he plummeted from the sky to the ground below. Coincidentally, he landed precisely where Jack and Tice were rushing to. "Cut. This is utterly pointless," she remarked, a hint of disappointment in her tone, as the two of them proved far weaker than the warriors from Namek and Adralat. The ease with which she dispatched her enemies revealed the vast disparity in power. It was not that these two were particularly weak, but rather that her strength was overwhelmingly formidable. The gap was simply too significant for them to contend with an opponent boasting thousands of combat points. If she could not eliminate her foes with a mere flick of her wrist, that would indeed signify weakness. Just two insignificant minions. "Now, let us confront Armando," Tallet said, nodding at Solaris. Their conversation reached Jack's ears, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. These two extraterrestrials possess combat power exceeding 5,000 points, rendering them utterly formidable opponents. However, Solari effortlessly dispatched them with a single strike, and now they must seek out Armando. Am I merely dreaming? How can these diminutive Scions be so terrifying? In the Scion race, a battle power surpassing 5,000 points is considered elite, yet these youngsters are already elite warriors? Jace pondered quietly to himself. Following this incident, he no longer questioned the prowess of Solari and Talot. Their strength undoubtedly eclipsed his own. At that moment, he even began to anticipate the possibility of Solari and Talot assisting him in dealing with the galactic marauder, Armando. Such an accomplishment would be monumental. In that case, he would be recognized for his contribution, and upon returning to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, his rank would surely be elevated. At the very least, it would qualify him to become a first-grade Galactic Patrol officer. As they continued on their journey, they emerged from the forest into a vast mining area, where Armando and his subordinates ruthlessly enslaved the inhabitants of Shatterstar to extract resources. There exists a mineral of immense value, capable of bestowing great profits upon them. The unexpected discovery of this planet, inhabited by a frail and inferior race, evokes the adage that a common man is innocent. Yet the possession of wealth brings about his peril. It is indeed a pitiable community, rendered into slavery due to their lack of self-defense capabilities, lamented Silari. Over the years, due to Talot, she has become anything but a typical Scion. To put it simply, a conventional Scion is characterized by ferocity and brutality, with a profound inclination towards aggression. It is inconceivable for one to express such sentiments. Therefore, we must strive to become even more formidable. The inhabitants of Planet Shatter, akin to the once mighty Scions, find themselves as the weaker party in the presence of a more powerful entity, teetering on the brink of annihilation, Talot lamented. Following this revelation, due to the conspicuous objectives of the two, Armando and his subordinates swiftly took notice. Simultaneously, they confirmed the disappearance of Bida and Star. Upon receiving reports from his men, Armando furrowed his brow. Clearly, his plans had been disrupted, and his subordinates had been eliminated. Armando donned a battle suit reminiscent of the Frieza Force. Yet it was not the official military uniform. It is evident that many extraterrestrial invaders across the cosmos share a connection with the Frieza Force. No, that is incorrect. It should be the Colder Legion. After Frieza supplanted King Colder, all cosmic factions either engaged with the Frieza Force or relied on it for survival. The team led by Armando was no exception, equipped with battle suits and power-level detectors. Gazing up at Talot and Solari, a cold smirk crept across Armando's face. He unabashedly scrutinized them, ultimately noticing the tails coiling around their waists, instantly recalling a particular race. No wonder they effortlessly dispatched my two subordinates. They are Scions. To exhibit such a level of combat prowess at this age, could it be that Prince Vegeta from the Scion squad has emerged? Armando felt an intense curiosity towards Talot and Solari, mistakenly identifying Talot as Vegeta. Having never seen him, he had merely heard whispers. After all, the Saiyans are nearly extinct, with only a handful surviving. Moreover, to his knowledge, the only individual at this age capable of effortlessly overpowering his subordinates is indeed that Vegeta. Through the power level detector, he discerned the combat strength values of Talot and Celery, revealing readings nearing 10,000. Instead of feeling fear, Armando was filled with exhilaration. A bold idea suddenly took root within him. He could forge an alliance with these two Saiyans. Such formidable fighting prowess, if harnessed for his own purposes, could prove advantageous even if only for a brief period. Moreover, he could establish a connection with King Frieza through these two Saiyans, and with his capabilities, he was confident he could secure a position of significance. At that moment, he was unaware that Tallet and Celery regarded him with the same detached curiosity as one would a corpse. Armando was even more oblivious to the fact that the readings from his power detector merely reflected the surface-level battle power of Tallet and Celery. Their mastery over their energy had reached a point where they could manipulate their battle power at will, altering its readings as they pleased. Stay put and keep a close watch on these Shaterians, Armando commanded before slowly ascending into the sky to confront Tallet and Celery. I apologize for my subordinate's foolish actions and for offending individuals of your stature. If I am not mistaken, you are Saiyans, the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta, and the child Saiyan rumored to possess a power level exceeding 10,000. Furthermore, I did not anticipate the presence of a female Saiyan with a comparable power level. Armando's confident declaration left Tallet and Celery momentarily stunned, only for the two to burst into laughter soon after. What are you laughing at? Armando's smile faded, replaced by a menacing glare. He had extended courtesy, but if the other party continued to disregard him, he would not hesitate to reciprocate with hostility. Even with a power level surpassing 10,000, he felt no fear. After all, he had spent years battling across the cosmos, by his standards. These were merely two insignificant children. How could they rival him? Apologies, but we rarely find ourselves laughing, unless we simply cannot help it. Sir, you appear to be mistaken. We are not the Prince Vegeta you speak of, Celery replied with a scornful smile, turning to Tallet to add, Brother Tallet. It seems Prince Vegeta's reputation in the universe remains lofty, and his power level has indeed surpassed 10,000. After all, as an elite born with a power level in the thousands, exceeding 10,000 is hardly surprising. It would be quite disappointing otherwise. Tallet dismissed her comment nonchalantly, causing Armando's expression to freeze in disbelief. You are not Vegeta, so you are not part of Frieza's Saiyan squad. Are you survivors from another group of Saiyans? As the words left his lips, Armando was struck with astonishment. The existence of a single Saiyan child with a power level exceeding 10,000 was already remarkable. It was astonishing to discover two more Saiyan children whose strength was equally formidable. Now that you know our identities, what do you intend to do? Tallet inquired, observing Armando with keen interest. Upon hearing Tallet's mocking tone, Armando suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, only for his expression to shift swiftly back to a smile. I have heard that King Frieza is quite interested in the surviving Saiyans. If you were to pledge your allegiance, you would undoubtedly be rewarded. What do you say? Would you be interested in collaborating with me? I can take you to meet King Frieza. Perhaps in the future, you may surpass that. Prince Armando's words caused Tallet to regard him with newfound respect. The figure before me possesses a robust physique. Initially, I presumed him to be a mere brute, brawn over intellect. To my surprise, he exhibits considerable cunning. Perhaps you seek to use us as a stepping stone? Armando is not easily deceived. Even if Frieza truly values the Saiyans, it is unlikely that a nefarious galaxy marauder like Armando would act benevolently. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. Thus, there is little more to discuss. You have eliminated my subordinates, and I must demand an explanation. I shall defeat you both and present you to Lord Frieza, thereby demonstrating my capabilities. Armando is not one to exhibit patience. If Tallet and Celery refuse to comply, he will resort to alternative methods. He maintains the belief that, despite Tallet and Celery possessing slightly superior combat power, surpassing the 10,000 mark in actual combat, they are merely children. Tallet, why waste words on him? Such a scoundrel deserves to be awakened by a fist, Celery declared without hesitation, her energy radiating with intensity. She was eager to gauge the extent of Armando's prowess, given his audacious confidence. As Celery unleashed her power, Armando became serious. Even if my combat power is only 9,100 points, you two are undeniably arrogant. Enraged and humiliated, Armando leaped into the air above Tallet and Celery, launching an energy attack aimed directly at Celery. The battle commenced, igniting with a single spark of discord. This scene sent chills down the spines of Gak and Tais, who remained hidden in the shadows below. The terrifying energy they sensed was of a catastrophic magnitude. Even a small planet like Shate would suffer devastating damage if struck directly by such power. However, for Celery and Tallet, an attack of this magnitude would merely feel like a tickle. There was no need to evade such a minor threat. A confident smile flashed across Celery's face as an invisible barrier of energy formed protectively in front of him. Just as Amondo's energy assault was about to connect with Celery, it was effortlessly neutralized by this intangible shield. Having spent years training in combat against Tallet, most of Celery's techniques were taught by him, including this one. What? Amondo exclaimed in disbelief. He had just unleashed nearly 80% of his power, anxious that he might accidentally kill the two Saiyans. Yet, they stood unscathed. Is that all your strength? Celery taunted. The humiliation of losing to a mere child was unbearable. You are courting death, Amondo cried, rapidly gesturing with his hands as a relentless barrage of energy beams erupted from his palms, raining down upon Celery like a meteor shower. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted, engulfing the area in a blinding inferno. A cataclysmic shockwave radiated outward, shaking the very fabric of the earth. Below, Amondo's subordinates and the enslaved inhabitants of Shade were caught in the devastation. Even Gak and Tais were swept up in the aftermath of the explosion. Gak made a swift decision to relocate with Tais to the outermost edge of the battlefield. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Die, even if I kill you. I have other means. Amondo, in a frenzied state, continued to unleash energy attacks, the cataclysmic explosions persisting for a full minute. A towering mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, thick smoke billowing for thousands of meters. This relentless barrage had drained most of Amondo's stamina. Now, he panted heavily, his red skin glistening with sweat. Humph. What does it matter if your battle power reaches 10,000? A child remains a child. Under my full-on assault, you cannot possibly emerge unscathed. An evil smile crept across Amondo's face, convinced that Tallet and Celery were doomed. However, reality dealt him a crushing blow. As the smoke and flames dissipated, Tallet and Celery appeared before him, completely unscathed. Seeing them unharmed, Amondo's jaw dropped in shock, his pupils trembling as if he had encountered his greatest fear. Such an attack could barely stir up a bit of dust. Tallet gazed up at Amondo from below, crossing his arms disdainfully. No, wait. You've even dirted my clothes. I'm furious. I only have one outfit. Celery exclaimed, brushing the dust off his attire, his gaze sharpening as he locked onto Amondo. The moment Amondo felt Celery's focus upon him, a chill ran down his spine, surging through his body. His instincts screamed danger, prompting him to flee. But it was too late. In an instant, Celery closed the distance between them. Startled by Celery's sudden appearance, Amondo was gripped by fear. Now you start to fear me? A bit late, isn't it? Celery mocked. Provoked by the taunt, Amondo clenched his teeth, his inner fury swelling, igniting a surge of power within him. With a furious roar, he swung his fist at Celery. Yet, in that moment, Celery outpaced him. With a resounding thud, Celery's formidable punch struck Amondo squarely in the chest, shattering the armor of his battle attire. The impact sent Amondo reeling, his blood surging violently within him. He coughed up blood, his vision blurred by a haze of crimson. The encounter was far from over. With a swift and powerful whip kick, Celery struck Amondo's neck with tremendous force. The unparalleled strength sent Amondo's entire body soaring through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward at an alarming speed. Seizing the moment, Celery's aura erupted in an instant, propelling him to pursue Amondo with terrifying velocity, delivering yet another crushing blow. A resounding bang echoed through the air. The strike landed squarely on Amondo's back, shattering his protective armor and fracturing his spine in the process. Suffering such a grievous injury, Amondo was left with no ability to resist, his consciousness fading into darkness. With a resounding crash, Amondo's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater 10 meters deep and several dozen meters wide. He lay there, barely clinging to life. I thought you were formidable. Yet you are no more resilient than the rest, remarked Celery as she descended from the heavens, landing beside the near-lifeless Amondo. She raised her hand, a terrifying energy coalescing within her palm, signaling her intent to utterly annihilate Amondo, who had incited her wrath with his words and had also ruined her only outfit of that style. Wait, don't kill him. Just then, the disheveled and dirt-streaked Jack raced over with Tai Si in tow. He intervened, saving the gasping Amondo from Celery's lethal intent. What do you mean? Aren't you a galactic officer? Are you really going to protect this scoundrel who nearly cost you your life? Cellari questioned incredulously. Certainly not. For this band of criminals has caused havoc across numerous planets. Killing them would only serve their interests. It is far better to imprison them in the galactic jail. Jack replied. Cellari, upon hearing this, was not inclined to relinquish Amando just yet and glanced towards Tallet, who appeared indifferent. However, noticing Jack's eagerness, he surmised his intentions. Let him have it. You've already vented your frustrations, Tallet suggested, approaching Cellari. Since Jack desired it, it would be a courteous gesture. After all, Amando was not a formidable adversary, and this could serve as an opportunity to foster a friendship with Jack, potentially aiding in establishing a rapport with the apprentice angel, Merus. Very well then, Cellari conceded, lowering her hand that had been charged with energy. Jack swiftly retrieved energy-binding handcuffs and shackles from his waist pouch, capable of restraining a person's powers to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Thank you for your cooperation. My mission is now considered accomplished, Jack stated, though outwardly calm. He was impatiently eager to escort Amando back to the nearest police station. However, before that, he needed to apprehend Amando's accomplices. With the assistance of Tallet and Cellari, the incident involving the galactic marauders on planet Shatter was thoroughly resolved. After aiding Jack, the next step was to ensure Tyce could communicate her safety back to Earth. She was immensely grateful for the help from Tallet and Cellari, recognizing that without them, she would have faced insurmountable challenges. During a video call with her father and sister on Earth, Tyce truly felt the warmth of their concern and suddenly regretted leaving her home. Yet, despite her musings, she was determined to carve out her own path. Although she had always been intelligent, she did not share her father's passion for scientific inquiry. Nor did she believe she could match her sister Bulma's brilliance. Thus, she felt a heightened urgency to achieve her own accomplishments. Having learned of Tallet and Cellari's journeys through the cosmos, Tyce expressed her desire to join them. Perhaps it was the realization that Jack could not adequately protect her that spurred her decision, coupled with the confidence she felt in Tallet and Cellari's capabilities. Tallet found it difficult to refuse her request. Though she might be a burden, her willingness to join was welcomed by Bulma, who had also entrusted him with her care. To decline outright would risk undermining the goodwill that had been established, especially given the substantial assistance Bulma and her father had provided. Before he could respond, Cellari eagerly took Tyce's hand, clearly enthusiastic about her joining the expedition. Unlike her potential antagonism towards Bulma, Cellari felt no aversion to Tyce. Perhaps due to the natural charm that made Tyce resemble the quintessential neighborly older sister. The loneliness of cosmic voyages made her presence all the more appealing. Having you along poses no issue, but you must promise not to act recklessly and follow my commands, or I shall send you back to Earth, Cellari cautioned. Rest assured, I am not one to act impulsively, Tyce replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. Tallet shook his head, observing their conversation about feminine matters, feeling somewhat at a loss. However, he made a pact with Tyce, ensuring that her presence would not disrupt his original plans. Indeed, having her along would ease certain responsibilities, such as piloting the spacecraft. Yet, the tasks ahead promised danger, particularly their impending journey to Cyril Star, where they would undoubtedly encounter more foes. Had it not been for the consideration of his spatial teleportation and Cellari's own abilities, Tallet would have had to deliberate further. Moreover, Tyce's creative aspirations added another layer to her desire to accompany them. She expressed that she had yet to find her story's protagonist, and Tallet's appearance ignited a surge of inspiration within her. In her view, shadowing Tallet would facilitate her creative process. Tallet had often daydreamed about being a protagonist in another life, yet he was uncertain what kind of work Tyce would produce. He could only recall that in the original narrative, Tyce's character, inspired by Jack, had not been particularly popular or well received. This was inevitable, for Jack's strength was rather limited. Even if she were to accompany her on a cosmic expedition, what experiences could she truly encounter? What narratives could be woven? If I were to take center stage, would I not risk becoming just like Jack if I did not take my role seriously? Contemplating this, Tallet found himself anticipating the day when Tyce would inscribe his encounters with Frieza's army into a tale. One could only imagine the expression on Frieza's face upon witnessing his own deeds. Thus, it was decided that Tyce would accompany him for the time being as a new cosmic journey commenced. After escorting Amando and other prisoners to Naz Star alongside Jack, Tallet and his companions finally parted ways. Arriving at Naz Star, they sought to observe the nature of this planet's galactic prison. After all, in the original narrative, Darius had invaded Naz Star to rescue Amando. To be frank, it was not that Darius was excessively powerful, Rather, it was simply that the Galactic Patrol was woefully weak. Had it not been for the Galactic Patrol's alliance with the Supreme Kai, in the presence of the apprentice angel, Meruz, it is likely that matters would have taken a dire turn. Subsequently, 3 months passed by unnoticed. In the span of these 3 months, the most noteworthy event has undoubtedly been the arrival of Talot and his companions on Cyril Star, where they conducted a meticulous investigation. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the entire planet had been transformed into a resource transfer station for the Frieza army. Frieza soldiers were ubiquitous, having constructed fortifications in multiple regions. Furthermore, a considerable number of alien races had also arrived, organizations that had long maintained amicable relations with the Frieza army or survived by depending on its might. Strikingly, Talot found no trace of the Zeta organization, as if they had vanished entirely. It remains uncertain whether their disappearance was due to fear of the Frieza army's ruthless extermination or some other reason. Ultimately, Talot gleaned a sobering piece of intelligence. Cyril had become Frieza's private real estate, designated as Frieza's number 1993 planet. Throughout these 3 months, Tallet and Sailari concealed their identities, masquerading as members of a certain faction while simultaneously investigating and discreetly searching for the whereabouts of the Namekian, Manit. During this period, numerous conflicts with the Frieza army ensued, all of which Tallet deftly resolved. The highest combat capability among the Frieza soldiers on the planet barely exceeded 15,000 points, with only 5 captains boasting power levels above 10,000. Without a doubt, even Sailari could easily dispatch them, of course, to avoid drawing undue attention. Although they occasionally eliminated Frieza soldiers who discovered their inquiries, they did so without revealing their true identities. After all, the search for Manit remained paramount. What astonished Talot was that Manit seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Despite his meticulous mastery over sensing energy, he could not detect Manit's presence. It was certain that he was still on Cyril, never having departed. As their spaceship broke through Cyril's atmosphere, it advanced toward the vastness of space, departing from Cyril Star. There was no longer any reason to prolong their stay. Their original purpose for arriving had been for 2 specific matters. Yet they had failed to uncover the intelligence regarding Bardock and had not located Manit. However, they had indeed inflicted considerable damage upon the Frieza army. To assert that they left empty-handed would be utterly implausible. As the spaceship engaged its acceleration, Talot and Sailari reclined in their seats to rest, while Sailari conversed with Taisi about their recent experiences. For Taisi, the thrill was exhilarating. She had never imagined plunging directly into the territory of a malevolent force. And after causing such extensive destruction, they managed to withdraw unscathed and unnoticed. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, Talot suddenly widened his eyes, a chill running down his spine as he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying energy manifesting directly in their path. This ominous aura. Is it Frieza? Talot clenched his fists in silence, feeling the sinister and malevolent presence that resembled an abyss. Although he had never truly felt Frieza's energy, he was unequivocally certain that this was Frieza's essence. Talot, what is the matter? Sparring inquired curiously, noticing Talot's peculiar demeanor. However, she soon became acutely aware of something, her expression turning to one of shock as cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. It was evident that she had sensed that terrifying aura. What is it? Tai's voice broke in, puzzled and astonished. Being an ordinary person, she could sense nothing. It wasn't until she noticed a spaceship whizzing past them at an alarming speed that she seemed to grasp the situation, asking, could there be an extraordinary individual aboard that ship? Knowing Talot and Sairai's capabilities, she understood that only someone of immense power could provoke such a reaction from them. Moreover, the expression on their faces was something Tai had never witnessed before, cautious, serious, even tinged with fear. Talot and Sairai remained silent, subconsciously moving to the protective glass, gazing outward. As the spaceship glided past, though nothing was visible, Talot surmised that Frieza and the soldiers aboard that vessel were surely watching them. Frieza. To encounter him at this moment was utterly unexpected. We have just left at the right time. Taking a deep breath, Talot remarked. He hadn't had the chance to use the power detector earlier. Yet, even if he had, it would have been futile. The distance was too vast, and their speed too swift to track. Frieza? That universal monarch? Hiss. So we narrowly escaped a calamity. Tai finally realized that they had brushed shoulders with the most fearsome king of Frieza's army. Talot, was it truly Frieza? That aura was terrifying. Sairai gasped, contemplating the overwhelming disparity in power between them and Frieza. Let us leave promptly and activate the cloaking feature. If we are tracked, it would spell disaster, Talot urged Tai. The paramount objective was to swiftly vacate this star system, hoping Frieza would dismiss them as inconsequential. At that moment, aboard Frieza's spaceship, in the control center, Frieza sat in his exclusive hovering pod, flanked by his loyal subordinates, Zarbon and Dodoria. It felt peculiar. That spaceship we just encountered doesn't seem to belong to us. Frieza mused suddenly. Zarbon and Dodoria exchanged startled glances, well aware of Frieza's temperament. Yes, Lord Frieza, I shall investigate immediately, Zarbon replied, not daring to delay or hesitate. Swiftly approaching the control panel, following Frieza's command, he instructed his subordinates to retrieve detailed information about the spaceship, using his authority to unearth further intelligence. Upon confirming that the spaceship was not recorded and had recently emerged from Planet Cyril, he quickly reported back to Frieza. Lord Frieza, that spaceship was not in our records. According to the intelligence, it appeared on Planet Cyril 3 months ago and then vanished, resurfacing only now, Zarbon conveyed, anxiety creeping into his heart. As predicted, Frieza emitted his sinister laughter upon hearing the news, his voice ominously low. Ho ho ho. A spaceship without records appearing on Planet Cyril, only to vanish again. Are the inhabitants of Planet Cyril a bunch of fools? Self-proclaimed as the ruler of the universe, he detested any hint of complications. Zarbon and Dodoria were utterly terrified. May I speak freely, Lord Frieza? A low-ranking soldier interjected. Cold sweat broke out on Zarbon and Dodoria's brows as Frieza regarded the audacious pilot with keen interest. Oh dear. I appreciate a subordinate who steps forward. Speak your mind, and you shall not be punished. Frieza's taunting was laced with menace. The one who had taken the initiative was none other than Sorbet, who would later wish for Frieza's resurrection using the Dragon Balls. Such a humble soldier, possessing merely a few hundred points of combat prowess. At this moment, who could have foreseen that he would eventually become the supreme commander leading the remnants of Frieza's army? Even after Frieza's resurrection, he continued to be held in high regard. One must acknowledge that Saul possesses a certain audacity, otherwise, he would never have achieved such a position and would surely not dare to speak now. Allow me to speak candidly. Could it be a concealed spaceship of the Zeta organization? Although they have collaborated with you, King Frieza, they have not truly submitted, especially after we seized Cyril's star. The members of the Zeta organization vanished without a trace. Saul's remarks deftly diverted everyone's attention. Frieza was no stranger to the Zeta organization, nor were Sorbo and Dodoria. You have indeed reminded me. Quite well done. From now on, you shall be the commander of this flagship. A casual statement elevated Saul from a mere control system soldier to the commander of a spaceship. Saul was overwhelmed with excitement, bowing in reverence. While the other soldiers looked on with envy and resentment, they too had considered it, but none dared to voice their thoughts. Should we conduct a more thorough investigation? My lord, ignoring Saul, Sorbo eagerly sought to prove himself. Go forth and ascertain the truth. If they are indeed members of the Zeta organization, dispatch the Ginyu Force to eliminate them completely. Frieza chuckled ominously. Long ago, he had sensed the great ambition of the Zeta organization's leader, Elec. This individual aspired to usurp Frieza's throne and claim the title of Emperor of the Universe. Yet, how could such a mere insect dare to covet the imperial seat? I shall convey this order at once. Upon hearing this, Sorbo departed the control center. As Sorbo left, Dodoria, perplexed, inquired, King Frieza, according to our reliable intelligence, the highest combat power possessed by the members of the Zeta organization barely exceeds 10,000 points. Wouldn't deploying the Ginyu Force be somewhat excessive? Even Sorbo, and I could handle it with just one person. Dodoria was overly confident. Frieza let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Indeed. The Zeta organization is merely a rabble. Employing elite soldiers may be granting them too much respect. However, Dodoria, it appears you have forgotten something. Back on planet MIT. Due to your negligence, a Saiyan managed to survive and almost confronted me. As Frieza spoke, his blood-red eyes narrowed, causing Dodoria's complexion to change dramatically. Cold sweat uncontrollably trickling down his forehead. To eradicate the roots, the Ginyu Force operates with thoroughness and efficiency. They will not disappoint me. As for you, I have another task in mind. Frieza emphasized this to Dodoria. At this moment, Dodoria was drenched in sweat and spoke in a flustered manner. Rest assured, such a blunder will never happen again. Ha ha ha. That's good to hear. I have great faith in you, Dodoria. Frieza's wicked smile revealed he would not pursue the matter further. Dodoria felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had not anticipated that Frieza would still remember such a long-past incident. He vowed not to repeat such a foolish mistake again. After all, given Frieza's temperament, even a trusted subordinate like himself could face execution. Time swiftly passed. 10 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Having narrowly avoided Frieza's spaceship and to evade detection. Under Talot's command, TIEs piloted their spaceship to hastily flee from the vicinity of Cyril's star. Naturally, these 10 days were not solely spent in a frantic escape from Cyril's star's domain. Despite their fears, there was no need for such extreme trepidation. For the first 3 days, they indeed worried about potential surveillance. Thus, they traversed 2 massive star systems, but by the 4th day, that was no longer the case. With their advanced navigation technology, even if Frieza's forces pursued with all their might, they could never catch up to Tallet and his crew's spaceship. In the following days, the spaceship received news that a Saiyan team was invading a certain planet, prompting them to hasten towards that celestial body. For Tallet and Sealer, many tasks had already been accomplished, and their power was sufficient. Knowing the location of Raditz, if they did not seek him out, it would indicate they had truly dismissed the matter. Sometimes, fortune simply smiles upon them. On the planet Dadalar, under the invasion of Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, the native inhabitants were entirely exterminated. Their current mission was officially complete. At this moment, the 3 of them gathered around a campfire, roasting the flesh of an unknown creature. Were there only the 3 of them? Indeed, there had originally been another Saiyan, but he had perished in an ambush while invading a high-ranking planet over half a year ago. Ironically, Raditz should have been the one to die. It was because he saved Raditz that an elite soldier lost his life. How mundane. They had already invaded 3 planets, all of the lowest caliber. Utterly worthless. Nappa grumbled as he gnawed on his food. He was incensed, for the lower the target, the lesser their rewards. Moreover, their combative nature left them discontented. Upon discovering that the target species possessed fighting capabilities of merely several dozen to a few hundred points, they found no enjoyment in the conquest. However, this was inevitable, as King Frieza periodically assigned these tasks to them. Raditz spoke timidly, since that elite soldier's demise and the experiences of the past year, I am no longer the same. Due to his own lack of strength, Vegeta and Nappa looked down upon him, viewing him as a burden. In their exchanges, they often lamented that, because a valuable warrior had perished, they were left with him, a waste of space with no potential. The Saiyan team, led by Vegeta and Nappa, relegated him to the status of a lowly warrior, forced to obey their commands. He often found himself doing the most arduous tasks, as he could only clean up the battlefield. The more he toiled, the less he could improve his strength, ultimately falling further behind Vegeta and Nappa. Raditz was certain that if the Saiyan race had not dwindled to just the 3 of them, they would scarcely care for his survival. The pride and dignity he once held had been obliterated by the explosion of Planet Vegeta. After experiencing the ruthless mockery of others, he gradually understood that his initial status as a seed candidate was solely due to his father, Bardock. Without the protection of his elders, he had become an inconspicuous failure. Raditz, if only your strength were greater, you could handle these tasks for us, and we wouldn't waste time on them, Nappa spat disdainfully. Frustrated at being unable to match Vegeta, yet compelled to serve him, he wished to delegate the tasks to Raditz, despite Raditz's combat power barely reaching 900 points. Since last year, Raditz's combat abilities have scarcely improved. Raditz, on the verge of tears, feels a deep sense of despair, yet finds himself unable to voice his frustrations. Meanwhile, Vegeta, casually enjoying his roasted meat, observes with a cold detachment, remaining silent. He has no need for useless individuals, especially someone like Raditz, who only serves to hinder his progress. However, he refrains from expressing this sentiment aloud, for Saiyans are few in number, and an additional ally, however ineffectual, is still an ally. Just then, a sudden flash in the sky captures Vegeta's attention. A spacecraft is descending rapidly. Where could it be from? Both Nappa and Raditz rise to gaze at the heavens. As the light dissipates, the outline of the spacecraft gradually comes into view. The spacecraft appeared both alien and somewhat familiar to them. It bore a resemblance to the large vessels of Frieza's army, yet it was distinctly not one of theirs. With a resonating hum accompanying its descent, the ground trembled as a powerful gust of wind surged outward in all directions. The craft landed steadily in an open area not far from Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Was it a new type of spacecraft? What purpose did it serve on this planet? Nappa stepped forward, pondering aloud. Logically, as part of Frieza's army, they should have been aware that invading this planet was their mission, and reports of the task's completion had already been submitted. Vegeta's expression turned serious. With a disdainful humph, he spat out the remnants of meat from his mouth and raised his hand to activate his scouter. A series of beeping sounds echoed, and soon 3 life signs were detected, one with a power level of 1, another at 1,000, and the last at 3,000. confirming that the newcomers posed no threat. Vegeta's demeanor shifted to one of indifference. Without having seen their targets yet, he shared Nappa's suspicion that this spacecraft might indeed be a new model. Perhaps a logistics unit arriving to retrieve the planet after their invasion was complete. As the hatch of the spacecraft opened, 3 figures emerged into the view of Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Undoubtedly, they were Talot and Sealer, who had come to find Raditz, along with Tais. The moment Raditz laid eyes on Talot and Sealer, disbelief washed over him. Although 2 or 3 years had passed, the Saiyan appearance typically remained relatively unchanged from birth. Any variations were minimal. Talot, Sealer, Raditz exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he called out their names. This left Nappa and Vegeta momentarily stunned, followed by their murmured inquiries. A compatriot? The name sounds somewhat familiar. After nearly 3 years apart, Tallet and Celery descended from the spaceship and approached Raditz directly. It has been quite a while, Raditz. You appear to be faring rather ordinarily, Tallet remarked teasingly. These words brought a glimmer of emotion to Raditz's eyes, momentarily leaving him overwhelmed with excitement and speechless. However, he quickly transformed that exhilaration into frustration, delivering a powerful punch to Tarbell's chest. You, of all people, if you are still alive, why have you only now made your presence known? And as for Serari, it is truly wonderful to see that after nearly 3 years, you both are still among the living. Tarbell is his brother. This is something that Raditz has long acknowledged. Serari has grown up alongside Talot since childhood. Although she is a lower-class warrior, he has always regarded her as Tarot's woman. Saiyans are inherently straightforward and mature in temperament. Once they have formed certain convictions in their youth, they seldom waver. Raditz, won't you introduce us? Nappa stepped forward, casting a glance at Talot and Serari. His imposing physique loomed over them like a small mountain. Nappa, they're my kin. Talot and I grew up together, and he is also a higher-class warrior. Although Serari is a lower-class warrior, her inherent battle power is quite formidable, Raditz asserted, addressing both Talot and Serari. This is Nappa, a distinguished elite of our Saiyan lineage. I mentioned him to you before. Do you remember, Talot? Upon hearing Raditz's words, neither Talot nor Serari displayed significant reaction, merely nodding slightly. Being familiar with the original storyline, they naturally understood who Nappa was. However, Raditz had indeed spoken highly of Nappa's combat prowess. Haha, how splendid. Just when we are short-handed, you 2 little ones have arrived. Our Saiyan race has not yet perished, especially with a female Saiyan who is rather pleasing to the eye. Although her genes may be somewhat lacking, she is sufficient for propagation. As he spoke, Nappa's attention fixated entirely on Serari. His lewd grin unmistakably revealed his ulterior motives. A lower-class female warrior, wasn't she a convenient opportunity for breeding? In an era where Saiyans are nearly extinct, this single woman bore the weight of their race's resurgence. Despite Serari's youth, she would mature in a few years. Nappa's gaze was overtly lascivious, coupled with his vile words, prompting Talot to furrow his brow, while Serari seethed with indignation at Nappa's repugnant remarks. My woman is not yours to claim. A murderous intent flickered in Tarot's eyes, causing Nappa to momentarily freeze, only to quickly smirk in response. Upon hearing those words, Serari was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of security, and an unprecedented warmth blossomed within her. It was the first time Talot publicly declared her as his woman. Humph. You must be Talot, am I correct? Although you are a higher-class warrior. Do you not grasp the situation? I am a Saiyan of elite lineage. Nappa continued to mock without restraint, seeking to elevate himself through Raditz's endorsement. Raditz, enlighten this relative of yours, so he understands that there is a distinction between higher-class warriors and elite lineages. Distinction? The distinction you speak of is that you possess a battle power of less than 4,000? Without hesitation, Serari closed the distance and unleashed a punch. This scene left Nappa utterly bewildered, even rendering Raditz and the distant Vegeta speechless. With a thunderous crash, Nappa was sent hurtling backward, violently colliding with several chunks of debris before finally coming to a halt. With this strike, Serari, even without exerting much force, was enough to send Nappa reeling. Fool. Tallet remarked critically before turning his gaze to Raditz. Raditz, we have come here specifically for you. I wish to accompany Vegeta and Nappa. You must be struggling as well, right? Come with us, and Gine is waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Raditz's emotion surged. You say my mother is still alive? You have come specifically for me? At that moment, he was in turmoil, yet a peculiar feeling filled his heart. He had thought that after the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he had become utterly isolated. Now, not only were Tallet and Serari alive, but so was his mother, Gine. The darkness of his existence was suddenly illuminated, pulling him from the abyss. Besides Aunt Gine, your brother Kakarot is also alive. So, will you come with us, or will you continue to suffer? Tallet inquired once more. It was imperative for Raditz to agree before Tallet could take him away. Otherwise, forcibly dragging him along would be futile. I will go with you. But Prince Vegeta will not agree, Raditz said, gesturing for Tallet and Sparring to look at Vegeta. The strength of Sparring, capable of sending Naba flying with a single punch. Indeed astonished Raditz. However, the gap between Naba and Vegeta was not negligible. The difference between a power level of 4001 exceeding 10,000 was stark. I remember now, you are the one Raditz mentioned to me. He intended to invite you to join my team, but you declined. A superior warrior, Tallet. As the events grew increasingly intriguing, Vegeta approached and spoke. Naba may be a fool, but you are not. It was evident that both Sparring and Tallet possessed formidable battle prowess, and the scouter had likely not fully registered their power. Speaking of which, this is our first meeting. Vegeta, Tallet said with a smile, locking eyes with him. As a superior warrior, it seems you have forgotten your station. Do you believe that since Planet Vegeta has been destroyed and only a few Saiyans remain, you need not pay homage to the royal lineage? Or shall I remind you? Prince? Vegeta declared haughtily. With his words, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta had always believed that all Saiyans should obey his commands, especially under the current circumstances where he was the highest-ranking Saiyan commander. In truth, had it not been for Frieza's oppressive influence, he would have long since proclaimed himself king rather than continue to refer to himself as a prince. Oh, I'm quite curious. How will you assist me in recalling? Tallet's face lit up with a mocking smile. He crossed his arms, exuding an air of disdain towards Vegeta. Tallet, Raditz said anxiously from the side, wanting to intervene but unsure how. Humph. This prince has given you an opportunity, yet you squandered it. Before I reprimand you for your insolence, let me remind you. My battle power stands at 12,000. Vegeta arrogantly proclaimed his current power level. 12,000? Aha. Sparring could not help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Vegeta scowled, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Had it not been for Sparring being the only female Saiyan present, he would have already struck. I am laughing at your ignorance. Is a battle power of 12,000 impressive? How dare you utter such a thing? I truly feel embarrassed for you. Calling yourself a prince, Sparring teased from the side. There was no need to waste breath on a fallen Saiyan prince. Let him exist in his own delusions. Otherwise, the shock might be too great for him to handle, leading to a fit of madness. Though Vegeta's words were harsh, Tallet was not one to be easily bullied. In this moment, Tallet would not grant Vegeta any semblance of respect, especially since Vegeta had instigated the confrontation. Such words utterly infuriated Vegeta. You two seek death. Anger surged within him, and a ferocious aura emanated from his being, pressing down upon Tallet and Sparring. Wait. Do not. Raditz sensed the impending doom. The words barely formed on his lips before they were completely silenced. Vegeta was genuinely enraged. In the next moment, Raditz, filled with trepidation, witnessed a scene that shattered his worldview. Not only Tallet, but Sparring too remained unscathed. They exhibited no fear of Vegeta's might whatsoever. What a disappointment. To think such a level of pressure could suppress us. It seems you are unaware of our true strength. If that is the case, allow us to demonstrate. Observe closely with your power scouter to comprehend our combat prowess. Sparring and Tallet intended to impart an unforgettable lesson to Vegeta. Beep, 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 beep. As Tallet and Sparring unleashed their powers, Vegeta's power scouter emitted a swift alarm. Within Vegeta's line of sight, the numbers on the scouter's display fluctuated incessantly. The combat strength of Tallet and Sparring was escalating at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, it soared beyond 10,000 and continued to rise. What? This is impossible. Vegeta was astounded by this sight. Gazing at the rapidly increasing figures on the scouter, coupled with the overwhelming sense of pressure that seemed to expand invisibly, his body trembled uncontrollably. The notion that combat strength could be manipulated was unfathomable. Impossible. Even if you are a superior warrior, you could not be this powerful. And her, she is merely a lower-class warrior. How could she possibly possess such formidable strength? Vegeta struggled to accept this reality. His understanding was completely upended. Through the power scouter, he discerned that Tallet's combat strength surpassed 15,000 and was still on the rise, and Sparring was no different. The level of combat prowess exhibited has utterly surpassed that of this elite prince. Tallet and Sparring, utterly indifferent to his predicament, displayed faint smiles as they quietly observed his performance. Raditz was left utterly speechless. The terrifying aura unleashed by Tallet and Sparring was beyond imagination, casting him far aside. even eclipsing Vegeta's previous dominance over him. What on earth has transpired with you, Tallet and Celery? How have you become so formidable? Raditz's heart was tumultuous with confusion. Over the nearly 3 years since the explosion of Planet Vegeta, what experiences had they undergone to elevate their strength to such a terrifying degree? His father, Bardock, had barely surpassed 10,000 in power. Raditz struggled to suppress his restless emotions. Under the overwhelming pressure radiating from Tallet, Vegeta's countenance turned a ghastly shade, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. He was unwilling, he was furious. Even though the Saiyan race had fallen into decline, he remained the prince of the Saiyans. He was a prince, after all, of noble birth, coursing with the highest bloodline of royalty. Yet now, he was being suppressed by an ordinary elite warrior and a lower-class fighter. This was unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Do not presume that this prince would be so easily subdued. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta began to ascend in power. A terrifying aura erupted from within him like a torrential flood, enhancing his combat abilities in that moment. His wounded pride ignited a refusal to remain subdued, unleashing the potential within him and allowing his pent-up negative emotions from the past year to explode forth. Moments ago, his combat power was merely 12,000, but now, in a state of explosive release, it surged beyond 14,000, and it continued to rise, edging toward 15,000. Gradually, he began to match the intensity of Tallet and Celery's auras. However, both Tallet and Celery had only unveiled a fraction of their true power. They were resilient. Yet even with his breakthrough, Vegeta was still far from their level. Brother Tallet, I no longer wish to toy with him. It has lost its charm. Tallet smiled nonchalantly, not intending to crush Vegeta outright, yet Celery had different intentions. With a thunderous boom, Celery's aura surged once more. A cataclysmic force that instantly triggered violent tremors across a radius of several kilometers. At that moment, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, and the readings on the power detector surged instantaneously. With a resounding boom, the device exploded, having exceeded its operational limits. The destruction of the power detector unequivocally signaled to Vegeta that their battle prowess far surpassed 22,000 points. In truth, Tallet's combat strength was undoubtedly greater than this figure. However, Celery's prowess was merely 22,000. It was precisely at this threshold that the detector met its demise. This is impossible. How did you achieve this? Vegeta trembled internally, his gaze towards Tallet and Celery transforming entirely. Fear and disbelief engulfed him. While he could somewhat reconcile the idea of a higher-class Saiyan surpassing him, it was utterly unfathomable that a lower-class warrior, and a female at that, could unleash such terrifying power, casting him, the Prince of Saiyans, aside so effortlessly. This is indeed an impossible situation. Unwilling to accept the current circumstances, Vegeta suppressed the fear within him, drawing upon a courage he could not comprehend. As he swung his fist towards Sealer, it seemed he sought to confirm the authenticity of the power level. Doubting whether he was dreaming or if Sealer and Tallet were merely toying with him. Bang! This punch was effortlessly blocked by Sealer with a raised hand. After his initial attack was thwarted, Vegeta gritted his teeth and, filled with fury, launched a series of powerful assaults. His strikes were fierce, swift as lightning, relentlessly aimed at Sealer. Though still young, Vegeta exhibited a terrifying combat talent. In terms of his current fighting style, few could rival him among his peers, if any at all. Unfortunately, Sealer's combat power and capabilities far surpassed those of the present Vegeta. After effortlessly dodging all of Vegeta's attacks, Sealer did not hesitate to counterattack, delivering a seemingly ordinary punch with a casual grace. The sound of impact echoed with a dull thud. The punch landed solidly on Vegeta's abdomen. In an instant, Vegeta's movements froze, his body becoming rigid. His eyes were bloodshot, veins protruding from his forehead, and his facial expression was one of utter ferocity. After a brief pause, a sweet metallic taste surged in his throat. Judging by his expression, he was on the verge of vomiting. Yet, through sheer willpower, Vegeta managed to force the blood that was about to erupt from his throat back down. To withstand my punch, without collapsing, has earned you a modicum of my respect, said Sealer, casually remarking before unleashing a powerful kick that sent Vegeta hurtling through the air, showing no mercy. It seemed Sealer had long since discarded the so-called hierarchy of the Saiyans, so even when he suppressed Prince Vegeta, it brought him little sense of accomplishment. With a resounding crash, the flying Vegeta collided with a nearby crumbling building, a fate far worse than that of the previous opponent. As he crashed into it, the entire structure collapsed with a thunderous roar, smoke billowing and dust swirling into the air. The entire area trembled for a considerable time. Was Vegeta truly so easily defeated by Sealer? Raditz, a spectator to this spectacle, was left utterly dumbfounded. If Sealer had become this formidable, how powerful must Talot be? Is this still the familiar Talot? Is this still Cellari? If it weren't for the catastrophic failure of his combat power detector, he would have been eager to continue his observations. Just how formidable are the combat power levels of Talot and Cellari? It's utterly astonishing. At this moment, Talot turned to face Raditz, maintaining a composed smile. This was precisely the reaction he desired. It was initially supposed to be his role. Yet it was Vegeta who provoked Cellari. Suddenly, an overwhelming force caused the entire area to tremble violently. Talot cast his gaze once more towards the ruins where Vegeta lay buried. With colossal waves crashing, countless boulders were sent flying. At the heart of the debris, a disheveled Vegeta soared into the sky, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Cellari. A swirling aura of white and violet enveloped him, while rapidly flowing energy ignited bursts of electric light around him. "I am the Prince of the Saiyans," Vegeta roared hoarsely, adopting a stance to unleash his energy. Stimulated by the immense pressure from Cellari, he was now on the brink of unlocking even greater potential, his combat power skyrocketing to a terrifying 18,000 points. This is precisely the stage of the original story where he possesses his combat prowess. Driven to the brink, he exerts every ounce of effort to prove himself. Alas, this strength is not stable, it is merely a temporary enhancement. Die for me. Gallic gun. Vegeta, having concentrated his energy to the utmost, thrust his hands forward, unleashing a white-purple beam of destructive energy imbued with cataclysmic power towards Cellari. At this moment, Cellari displays no hint of fear. Even with a combat power of 18,000, the disparity between them remains vast. Be careful, Cellari, Raditz exclaims anxiously, his heart trembling as he urgently warns her. However, the scene that unfolds in the next instant becomes indelibly etched in Raditz's memory. The full force of Vegeta's Gallic gun, just as it is about to strike Cellari, is effortlessly deflected skyward by a single, powerful punch from her. With a thunderous roar, the heavens tremble, and a torrent of flames engulfs the surroundings as the energy dissipates in the wake of the explosion. This scene once again reshaped the perceptions of Raditz and Vegeta. Impossible! How could my Gallic gun be so easily deflected by you? Vegeta, utterly exhausted, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Undoubtedly, he had lost his fighting capability. The sting to his pride, compounded by physical injuries and the overwhelming force from his last desperate surge of power, weighed heavily upon him. Even if he wished to act, he now found himself utterly powerless. Salaris refrained from striking again, while Tallet approached confidently, remarking, "That last blow was indeed impressive. The strength you unleashed exceeded my expectations. However, in the grand scheme of things, it amounts to little more than that. To be frank, I am somewhat disappointed. Before arriving, I had anticipated that as the prince of our Saiyan race, and having served under Frieza for so long, your combat prowess would not be so lacking." Talet's scornful words made Vegeta grit his teeth, unable to retort, for it was evident that he was vastly inferior in strength. Meanwhile, in the ruins, Nappa had regained his composure and cautiously returned to Vegeta's side. He had witnessed everything unfold. His initial hesitation to approach stemmed from a fear of being deemed worthless by Vegeta. Now that Vegeta was at a disadvantage, he felt assured that he would not be implicated. "You are quite pitiable, indeed, all of you," Tallet suddenly declared, having prepared this statement in advance. "What do you mean?" Vegeta furrowed his brow, striving to maintain his composure. Nappa dared not interject, acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths. "My meaning is clear. You remain blissfully unaware of the truth behind the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Not only that, but you continue to serve Frieza," Tallet continued, narrowing his eyes. "Do you truly believe such a ludicrous and absurd excuse regarding the so-called colossal meteorite impact?" At the moment those words were uttered, Vegeta inhaled sharply. While Nappa and the nearby Raditz found themselves struck as if by a thunderclap, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Vegeta had harbored certain suspicions before, yet he had never dared to delve deeply into them, feeling himself unworthy. However, upon hearing Tallet's remarks, he suddenly grasped the implication. Tallet was chastising him for aiding the enemy despite his own feeble strength. "Tallet, do you mean to say that Frieza annihilated our planet Vegeta? Is that truly the case?" Raditz pressed for clarification. In response to his inquiry, Tallet chuckled softly. "What else could it be? Do you genuinely believe that a meteorite could appear out of nowhere without detection? Furthermore, the notion that such a phenomenon could obliterate our Saiyan race is rather absurd. Don't you think?" Raditz was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the shocking revelation. Thus, it can be inferred that they have been unwittingly serving their enemies. manipulated by Frieza at his whim. At this moment, even Nappa has contemplated several critical aspects. Though he appears to be a brute, he possesses intellect and has harbored doubts in the past. However, the conclusions drawn from his investigations yielded only this. Nearly 3 years have since elapsed, and these suspicions have long been buried deep within. The atmosphere has turned quite peculiar. Talot has no intention of elaborating further. He simply wishes to reveal the truth to them, allowing them to comprehend the situation beforehand. The primary motivation for this is to ascertain whether their future selves will indeed be stronger. Come, Raditz. Remaining by Vegeta and Nappa's side will stifle your growth. Join us, and you shall become mightier. I will assist you. Talot's words resonated deeply within Raditz. To grow stronger, who would not desire that? The lack of respect from Vegeta and Nappa stemmed from his perceived weakness. He yearns to become strong, wielding the power to shape his own destiny. Just like Celery and Tallet. Very well. Having made his decision, Raditz nodded in agreement to accompany Tallet. Receiving Raditz's affirmation, Tallet gave a slight nod in response. This could be considered the final task accomplished. Perhaps altering Raditz's current perspective would prove to be quite troublesome. Yet, many matters evolve gradually over time. If a mere exchange of words could completely transform an individual, then that person would hardly be worthy of cultivation. Raditz is to accompany Tallet and Celery in their departure. Suddenly, a sense of loss burgeoned within Nappa and Vegeta. The two, who prided themselves as noble lineage and royalty, found themselves at a loss for what to do. Wait a moment, with so few Saiyans remaining, why not take us along? Together, we could look out for one another. Nappa foolishly inquired. Completely oblivious to his prior arrogance and greed. Clearly, he had long grown weary of his current existence. Remaining with Vegeta, and with Raditz's absence, he would be burdened with all the responsibilities. Such a life was far from his desire. He too aspired to grow stronger. As an elite warrior, he believed himself to be in no way inferior to Tallet and Celery. If only he could grasp the methods to enhance his strength, he felt he could surpass everyone. And at that point, the status between himself and Vegeta would undergo a monumental shift. Strength is paramount. The one with greater power holds the reins of authority. In response to Nappa's words, Tallet and Celery paused momentarily to glance at him, yet neither spoke, choosing to disregard him. It was absurd. They had no real connection. Even if Vegeta were to voice such a sentiment, it would not ignite any inclination toward collaboration. With Tallet and Celery remaining unresponsive, Vegeta grew increasingly impatient. He had long endured under Frieza's dominion, perpetually seeking an opportunity to transcend his limits. Now that Tallet and Celery had bested him and possessed the means to rapidly enhance their strength, he was determined not to miss out. With Raditz joining their ranks, Vegeta harbored doubts about whether this individual might soon eclipse him in power. At the very least, reveal to me your methods for increasing strength. Or do you fear that once we acquire the means to grow stronger, we will surpass you? Vegeta employed provocation, hoping to uncover the secrets to the power he so desperately desired. Such words elicited laughter from Tallet and Celery. Tallet's amusement was subtle, merely perceiving Vegeta's intentions, while Celery displayed a dismissive attitude. Raditz, remaining silent, observed Tallet and Celery. He indeed wished to speak, for if the means to gain strength were truly grasped, it would be prudent to withhold this knowledge from Vegeta and Nappa. Nappa was ungrateful and exceedingly ruthless. Should he become more powerful, he would undoubtedly make their lives miserable. Vegeta, on the other hand, was proud and aloof. Upon acquiring the mightiest power, he would swiftly seek retribution, ensuring they paid for their perceived transgressions. Do you desire to grow stronger? Tallet mused, casting a knowing glance at Vegeta and then at Nappa's eager demeanor, before resolutely declaring, if you wish to enhance your strength, then strive diligently in your training. The potential of our Saiyan race to grow formidable cannot be solely dictated by our initial battle power. With those words, Tallet made no further delay, boarding the spaceship alongside Celery and Raditz. As Raditz turned back a few steps before entering the vessel, he finally felt at ease. He remained concerned that Vegeta and Nappa might attempt to sabotage the spaceship. However, Tallet was unperturbed. The disparity in their strengths was too vast for Vegeta and Nappa to dare such actions. Even if they did attack, he was confident in his ability to counter swiftly. As the spaceship ignited and departed from Dad Allerstar, Vegeta clenched his teeth, frustration evident as he tightened his fists. The events of that day would remain etched in his memory for eternity. Cursed be this. Just wait, for one day. I shall discover the means to grow stronger on my own. Sooner or later, this prince shall repay the humiliation I endured today. Vegeta vowed silently. The next encounter would see him utterly vanquishing Tallet and Celery. Then, a thought struck him as he glanced at Nappa, who appeared lost in contemplation. Nappa, Vegeta called out, rousing Nappa from his reverie, his heart still unsettled. Why, Your Highness Vegeta? Nappa responded respectfully, a hint of trepidation in his tone. Vegeta nodded, his gaze flashing with a sharp, cold intensity. You would do well to forget everything that transpired today. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. This is Vegeta's warning to Nappa. Upon hearing this, Nappa swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Prince Vegeta, I have seen nothing. Not only did he claim ignorance, but he also vowed to forget everything that the individual named Talot had just said, especially any mention of the explosion of our Vegeta planet and its connection to Frieza. Vegeta coldly continued to suppress him. How could Nappa dare to retort? He continued to nod in understanding. After all, Vegeta's inherent power was already sufficient to annihilate him. And with his current enhanced combat abilities, if he truly wished to eliminate Nappa, it would be effortless. Meanwhile, far away on planet Cyril, within Frieza's mothership, an intelligence officer, who had been instructed by Frieza to monitor the Saiyan squad's activities, reported the developments concerning the Saiyan team. Sabo, a trusted confidant of Frieza, promptly sought out Frieza to relay the information he had received. Upon learning of the situation, Frieza was utterly astonished. The two Saiyans named Talot and Celery had displayed combat power readings exceeding 22,000 points prior to the explosion of the power detector. This terrifying potential surpasses even that of Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans. Are you certain the intelligence is accurate? Sabo, a battle power of 22,000 has already caught up with us, Doria remarked incredulously. His own battle power stood at a mere 22,000. It is indeed implausible that someone of the same age as Vegeta could possess such formidable strength. A genius like Vegeta is a rarity among the Saiyans. He had always found it astonishing that Vegeta had achieved a battle power of 12,000 by the age of 8, and now his assumptions have been utterly shattered. Although it is difficult to believe, the intelligence is correct. The detector exploded precisely at the 22,000 mark, and I have confirmed this repeatedly. The latest information we have is that Vegeta and Nappa have not been killed and have safely departed from the planet Duel. However, that Saiyan with a power level of 900, Raditz, has been taken away, and it remains a mystery why those two Saiyans chose to take only the weakest among them. Raditz. As Sabo spoke, Doria's expression shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. If even the young Saiyans are this powerful, their existence is truly at risk. Previously, there were concerns about the ever-growing Saiyan race and the emergence of increasingly powerful warriors. Now, a battle power exceeding 10,000 is no longer the limit for Saiyans, as warriors boasting over 20,000 have appeared, and they are survivors aside from Vegeta. Not only Doria but Sabo also couldn't help but recall the legendary Super Saiyan they had researched. Ha 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 ha. Just as the two were lost in heavy contemplation, Frieza's laughter echoed around them. This laughter sent shivers down the spines of Zabu and Dodoria, overwhelming them with an immense pressure. Accompanying a monarch is akin to walking alongside a tiger. None can guarantee that the capricious Frieza won't unleash his wrath upon them at any moment. It is merely a meager combat power of 22,000, and yet, look how easily you're intimidated. Despite the combat power exceeding 22,000, Zabu and Dodoria could effortlessly eliminate them should they join forces. One must not allow a mere string of numbers to diminish their own prestige. If my royal intuition serves me correctly, you both must have been reminiscing about that tiresome legend, right? The Super Saiyan, if it possesses only 22,000 combat power, then it is indeed feeble. Ha ha ha. As Frieza's words fell, Zabu and Dodoria were instantly frightened into a half-kneel. They are not fools, having long been in Frieza's presence. They understand that one cannot take his superficial words at face value. What the king speaks is true. Merely a Saiyan monkey, once the target is confirmed, the subordinate shall personally eliminate them to avert future troubles. Zabu nodded in agreement. Although Dodoria might truly be afraid, he himself was not. After all, his combat power stood at 23,000. While the disparity in combat power above 20,000 differs significantly from that below, every 1,000 points of difference is substantial. Moreover, in his transformed state, his combat power could reach 28,000. Do not fret, Zabu. I have faith in your abilities and do not doubt your loyalty to me. Frieza continued, expressing curiosity about these two suddenly appearing Saiyans and how they attained combat power exceeding 22,000. If only they could be captured for interrogation. Ah. It reminds me of the time when Planet Vegeta was destroyed, and that Saiyan who resisted until the very end had a combat power seemingly exceeding 30,000. Frieza's words stirred memories within Zabu and Dodoria. The scene from that time remains vivid, as if it transpired yesterday. That Saiyan, who fought until the last moment, according to intelligence data, had a power far beyond 30,000. Since then, Zabu had been closely monitoring the fluctuations in the combat power of the Vegeta team. Frieza's arrogance stemmed from his high position, granting him absolute strength. To Frieza, the prince of the Saiyan race was nothing more than a pet. What storm could the few surviving Saiyans possibly stir? Everything is but a toy left behind by him. Yet, Zabu knows that should the talent and strength displayed by the Saiyan team surpass his position would be threatened. Dodoria, on the other hand, dared not interject. Compared to Zabu, he was considerably more timid. In terms of intellect, he could not compete with Zabu. Frieza seemed intent on capturing the Saiyans to inquire how they had enhanced their combat power. Zabu ventured to ask, and after a brief exchange of glances with Frieza, he comprehended his role and immediately declared, "I shall investigate this matter and ensure their capture in the shortest possible time." As he spoke, Zabu prepared to act. But Frieza interjected with a teasing smile, "Zabu, it would be prudent for you to remain by my side. The forthcoming period involves a lengthy journey through the cosmos. As my elder brother has summoned me to the West Galaxy, and it is said that our father is also en route, let the Ginyu Force handle the Saiyan issue. I recently called them together to spare them from boredom." Frieza's calm words carried a hint of coldness. This chill, however, was not directed at Zabu or the Ginyu Force, but rather at his elder brother, Cooler. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Zabu respectfully nodded and promptly departed to relay his orders. Dodoria, meanwhile, remained anxiously by Frieza's side, as his nature inclined him to follow orders without question. In the vastness of space, the spaceship glided steadily through the starry expanse. One might wonder how the spacecraft sustains its energy after such a long voyage. This aspect is beyond Tallet's comprehension. In essence, the spaceship possesses the remarkable ability for self-absorption and energy transformation. Even if a certain substance is lacking for energy conversion, it suffices to inject the materials prepared by Briff into the spacecraft. Within the confines of the spaceship, after a day of acclimatization, Raditz not only gained a certain understanding of Talot and Celery, but also acquired insights into the events that transpired over the past 3 years. Simultaneously, under the guidance of Talot and Celery, he engaged in a video call with his mother, Gine, on Earth, and was reunited with his younger brother, Kakarot. It is, without a doubt, an astonishing revelation for him. He had presumed that his family and brother were deceased. However, not only were they alive, but they were thriving far more than he could have imagined. Most significantly, Talot had surpassed him by a considerable margin, and Celery's prowess had reached a level that he could scarcely fathom. A sense of unease settled within Raditz. Reflecting upon the farewell words exchanged years ago, he recalled the promise of a fierce battle upon their next encounter. With his battle power index barely exceeding 1,000, he was hardly a match for Talot. A mere finger from Talot could easily dispatch him. Fortunately, bolstered by Talot's encouraging words, he realized that he too held the potential to become immensely powerful. This filled Raditz with an eager anticipation for his future. He firmly believed that he could achieve what Tallet and Celery had accomplished. However, Raditz's thinking was somewhat simplistic. Given his current capabilities, even gravity training posed significant challenges. To reach the same heights as Celery would require at least a year or two of dedicated effort. Additionally, Celery had undergone potential enhancement under the guidance of the Grand Elder of Namek, as well as learned the techniques of energy cultivation. Otherwise, even if he adapted to 100-fold gravity, Raditz's strength would hardly exceed 20,000 points. So, this is the method of energy cultivation? Is this how you conceal your battle power index? Raditz exclaimed in astonishment after absorbing the foundational principles of energy cultivation imparted by Tallet. To him, this was utterly absurd. He had never conceived that such a method of controlling battle power existed in this world. Clearly, the energy cultivation technique was one of the ways through which Tallet and Celery had grown stronger. Concealing battle power was merely the most rudimentary aspect. The essence of energy cultivation lies in mastering the control of one's energy, sensing it during training, and continuously strengthening one's aura. In combat, this allows one to wield their power at will, enabling instant retraction or explosive force. Imagine possessing a battle power of only 1,000 points, yet being able to unleash a force of 2,000. In such a case, one could easily surpass any opponent. Tallet continued to elucidate for Raditz. aiming to guide him and help him avoid unnecessary detours in the future. Talot's words invigorated Raditz. I understand now. With you as my guides, I shall not lag behind. Raditz nodded, deep in contemplation. For now, he was to focus on sensing energy, a task that should not prove difficult for him. He was given a target to achieve before progressing to gravity training. Ultimately, the journey of cultivation relies heavily on oneself. Raditz's advancement would depend solely on his own efforts. Thus, Raditz's path to cultivation commenced at that moment. A week passed unnoticed. I did it. I finally succeeded. So, this is energy, Raditz exclaimed with immense joy, gazing at the glowing sphere of energy in his hand. His voice stirred Tallet, Celery, and Ty's attention. Throughout the past 7 days, apart from eating and sleeping, Raditz had been almost entirely focused on sensing his own energy. Perhaps due to his youth, he struggled to grasp the meaning of energy as explained by Tallet. Or perhaps he had become ensnared in his own thoughts, mistakenly believing that controlling the energy within him equated to controlling energy itself, which hindered his progress. However, at this moment, Raditz finally touched upon the sensation of energy, discovering the gateway to perceiving it. Congratulations, Raditz, you have taken your first step, Tallet said, refraining from criticizing Raditz's slower progress and instead offering words of encouragement. This acknowledgement assured Raditz that his diligent training was yielding results. Otherwise, what motivation would there be for future cultivation? On the other hand, Celery, noticing Raditz's self-satisfied demeanor, couldn't help but tease him. Aunt Kinia sensed her energy in just 3 days. While I was slightly slower, I managed it in 5 days, so Raditz, you've taken 7. Celery's words stung Raditz, igniting a fierce determination within him. Is this not akin to a heartless murder? Talot was at a loss as to how to comfort Raditz after Celery's cruel words. Fortunately, Raditz was not someone easily defeated by mere verbal assaults. The hardships he had endured over the years were numerous, and thus the sting of such words only served to fuel his determination. Just wait. It took you 3 years to reach a combat power of 22,000. I will undoubtedly surpass you to achieve that level much quicker, Raditz declared boldly. Celery rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that by the time Raditz reached 22,000, she would likely be at 50,000. Who would be foolish enough to wait for him? However, upon noticing Talot's subtle gesture, she obediently fell silent. Tai, observing the competitive spirit among them, rubbed her forehead. Since Raditz's arrival, their little group had grown increasingly lively. While this was a positive development, the atmosphere of competition was overwhelming for an ordinary person like her. I can sense the energy now. Tallet, as you mentioned, once I can perceive it, please teach me other methods to strengthen myself, Raditz implored eagerly. In response, Tallet wasted no time, stating, the cultivation of energy is indeed a fundamental means of enhancing one's strength, and it is currently the most critical one. As for other forms of training, I previously mentioned gravity training. If you can withstand 50 times the gravity in a short period, your power would at least rival that of Ba. As they spoke, Tallet and Celery guided Raditz into the gravity training chamber. Raditz was already somewhat knowledgeable and had a basic understanding of the spaceship, though he had never entered the gravity training room before and lacked a precise concept of gravity training. Let us begin with 10 times the gravity. You should find it familiar and will adapt quickly given your strength. Tallet activated the gravity device while instructing Raditz on its usage. The environment of 10 times Earth's gravity had virtually no effect on Raditz, instead evoking memories of his time on Planet Vegeta. After leaving Planet Vegeta, they rarely encountered planets with equal gravity. Most had significantly lower gravity levels. I believe I understand the essence of gravity training now. 10 times is rather beneath me. Let us increase it to 20 times. Raditz signaled for Tallet to escalate the challenge. Tallet, seeing his confidence, nodded with a smile and promptly adjusted the gravity to 20 times. The increase caused Raditz to feel a heavy weight pressing down on him, making his breathing somewhat labored. However, with his combat power just over 900, he was able to endure it. Increase it by another 10 times. Raditz surprised Tallet with his audacity. While Tallet was not astonished that Raditz could manage 20 times, the request to attempt 30 times before even acclimating to the previous level was indeed bold. Celery observed from the sidelines, recalling her own training with Aunt Gine, which had not differed much from Raditz's experience. After pushing to 30 times gravity, she had struggled to maintain it, and eventually retreated to 20 times to gradually adapt, taking half a month to reach a point where she could endure the rigorous training under 30 times gravity. Finally, at 30 times gravity, Raditz felt an immense pressure. His movements were restricted, his legs felt incredibly heavy, and breathing became difficult. The lack of oxygen left him somewhat dazed, with veins protruding from his skin. How are you faring? If it becomes too much, we can reduce the gravity. After all, gravity training requires a gradual approach. And you are only just beginning your journey with energy cultivation, Talot inquired. Raditz did not respond. It was unclear from where he drew this newfound strength. But under such pressure, he began to relish the challenge. This sensation was indescribable for him. Observing Raditz in such a state, Tallet and Sellar were momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, neither of them chose to disturb him. Since he was able to endure, let him be. After all, if he sought to swiftly enhance his strength, challenging his limits was indispensable. If he could not even achieve this, what was the point of aspiring to become stronger? Tallet's surprise stemmed from the fact that it was Raditz's first experience with the oppressive force of gravity, and yet he persevered. Returning to the cockpit, Tai was simultaneously engaged in her creative pursuits while snacking. Talot and Sellar refrained from interrupting her and settled into their respective seats. Raditz has been here for a week. Are we returning to Earth now, Brother Talot? Sellar inquired. Originally, they should have solidified their destination days ago. But they had been aimlessly drifting through the cosmos to afford Raditz some time. Returning to Earth? Now is not the time. We shall not head back just yet. Especially considering that we are currently at odds with Frieza's army, Talot replied. Then where shall we go next? We cannot simply float in the universe indefinitely, Sellar retorted. Their dialogue piqued Tai's interest, prompting her to lift her head and suggest, I believe it would be prudent to hide for the time being. After all, we received news days ago that Frieza's army is searching for us, and the Ginyu Force is on our trail. Though I have never encountered the Ginyu Force. Yak had once informed me that they are Frieza's most formidable special operations team. As Tai spoke, she manipulated the control system, retrieving information about Frieza's forces. Frieza was indeed cunning, recognizing that his subordinates, Sorbet and Dodoria, were not our match, hence the deployment of the Ginyu Force. However, I am not intimidated by the Ginyu Force. Even if Frieza were to confront me in person, his combat power is merely 120,000, Talot declared with confidence. But your combat power is only 88,000, a disparity of 32,000 points. How could you possibly contend with that? You should be grateful that our spaceship is equipped with an advanced cloaking system, something Frieza could never fathom, Tai remarked as she popped a chip into her mouth. I have my methods. In any case, unless Frieza himself stands before me, no one else possesses the qualifications to instill fear in me. Moreover, even if Frieza were to arrive, I would not be afraid. At worst, I could simply use spatial transfer or instant transmission to escape. Talot's response caused Tai to ponder thoughtfully. What do you plan to do next? Please do not tell me. Tai's heart raced in anticipation. Home is home. And she had already begun to connect the dots of the unfolding narrative. Sellar, too, awaited Talot's intentions with curiosity. Rather than hiding, I have conceived a rather entertaining idea. Since Frieza wishes to capture us, I intend to present myself willingly within his line of sight. This way, he will be aware that we have been lurking nearby. Yet he will be helpless to locate us, all the while creating a bit of mischief and chaos for him, Talot concluded, a sly grin illuminating his expression. This notion emerged suddenly some time ago. Although it had been contemplated previously, there was no concrete direction. Now, clarity has arrived. Since Frieza is determined to capture them, he cannot remain idle. Time swiftly passes. 5 years and 3 months have flown by in an instant. In the year 745 of the age of the universe, on the Frieza planet number 0003, within the magnificently constructed imperial palace adorned with opulent interiors, Frieza typically indulges in leisure or admires the vast expanse of his cosmic empire. Yet today, he finds himself devoid of such pleasures. This is due to a special publication he received from his elder brother, Cooler, titled Science, from the escape of Planet Vegeta, which involves the Science and, most importantly, implicates him and his Frieza force. For 5 long years, he has come to realize that a band of Saiyan monkeys has been secretly opposing him, provoking his ire. What enrages him further is that his loyal subordinates concealed this information, resulting not only in significant losses for the army but also in the recent forfeiture of control over numerous planets, leading to countless soldier fatalities. As he peruses this 5-year report, Frieza's expression darkens to an unprecedented extent. It has been ages since he felt such fury. A heavy sense of oppression envelopes the palace. Who can tell me who orchestrated this? Who suppressed these revelations, preventing me from knowing? Frieza's voice, laced with a menacing tone, silences everyone within the grand hall, rendering them too fearful to utter a word. What infuriates Frieza the most is that his brother Cooler has been mocking him behind his back. Fully aware of the situation while he remained oblivious. Had he been informed earlier, he could have nipped this issue in the bud. Yet, as trivial matters compounded, his foolish subordinates not only failed to eliminate the Saiyan monkeys, but allowed them to grow stronger during this period, leading to their current predicament. How utterly infuriating. Is there no response? Do you all presume that I am becoming increasingly gullible? Or have you forgotten the severity of my nature over the years? In a fit of rage, Frieza's eyes emitted a deadly beam. The soldier who presented the report had no time to react before being struck down. A victim of Frieza's wrath, a profound silence ensued, with not a sound to be heard. Frieza's gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting on two subordinates. Drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably. Is it you? I recall that you were specially recommended by Gine for your combat prowess of 30,000 points. Deemed worthy of my attention. The two core combatants, possessing such formidable power, quaked even more visibly. It is not us, Frieza. We know nothing. We only just received this news. Captain Ginyu instructed us to investigate, but we have yet to act, they stammered. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression shifted to one of amusement. Is that so? So, you have indeed organized an effective counteroffensive, correct? Yes. Frieza, grand as a month. No, half a month. And we shall surely eliminate those Saiyan monkeys. Is half a month sufficient? I abhor those who make promises they cannot keep. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. While others were oblivious, Frieza's trusted aides, Zarbin and Dodoria, anticipated the impending doom, drenched in cold sweat, too fearful to breathe. They understood that Frieza was in a volatile state. Anyone who provoked his ire would face dire consequences. Even they, his closest confidants, were not exempt. Without fail, two more deadly beams extinguished the lives of the two warriors. Although they were captains with 30,000 combat points, Frieza showed no concern. Useless subordinates only served to frustrate him. 5 years. A mere band of wild monkeys has stirred such commotion, escalating with each passing day. You are all my capable subordinates. Are you now rendered mute? Zarbin, Dodoria, tell me, what course of action should I take? Frieza's low voice was laden with murderous intent. The swelling rage within him was nearly uncontainable. Were it not for Zarbin and Dodoria's presence, he might have turned his ire upon them as well. This serves as both a reminder and a warning. Regardless of whether there are spies within our ranks, and irrespective of your past actions, I demand a suitable plan forthwith. I wish to see the corpses of those Saiyan monkeys in the shortest possible time. Frieza warned once more, his crimson eyes flashing with a fierce, murderous intent. His tail striking the ground in agitation, leaving numerous cracks in its wake. The pressure weighed heavily upon Zarbin and Dodoria. They were acutely aware of Frieza's nature. Failing to provide a satisfactory response would likely lead to their fates mirroring those of the two useless beings that had just met their demise. If even his most trusted subordinates lacked a strategy, could they still be deemed trustworthy? Zarbin, while capable in combat, found himself at a loss when it came to devising plans, a task far beyond his intellectual capacity. He turned to Zarbin, realizing that he had no choice but to rely on him to navigate this perilous situation. Under the looming threat of death, Zarbin's mind raced. Soon, a brilliant idea emerged, evolving into a comprehensive solution under his contemplation. Lord Frieza, I have a proposal, though I am uncertain of its feasibility, Zarbin respectfully suggested. Oh, pray tell, Frieza replied, his demeanor shifting from impatience to intrigue as he awaited Zarbin's response. Given that those Saiyans managed to intercept our intelligence, why not turn the tables and provide them with false information? We could disguise a desolate planet as our next mission target, claiming it harbors vital resources that must be seized. By luring those Saiyans there, we can capture them all at once. As Zarbin presented his plan, all ears were tuned in. Frieza burst into laughter, clearly pleased with Zarbin's suggestion, for it aligned perfectly with his own desires. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly. You are my most capable subordinate. But which planet do you intend to designate? And which warriors shall be dispatched to lie in wait there? According to intelligence, the Saiyan named Talot possesses a combat power exceeding 40,000. Even if you and Dodoria team up, you may still fall short against that Saiyan. Frieza's blood-red gaze scrutinized Zarbin and Dodoria, a teasing smirk gracing his lips. Zarbin's expression darkened immediately. A combat power of 40,000 was far beyond his capabilities. Even with Dodoria's assistance, they would likely be defeated in an instant. Noticing Zarbin's troubled demeanor, Frieza merely chuckled, choosing not to press him further. After all, He had managed to conceive this idea under such duress. I am aware of your combat abilities. It is indeed challenging to face a Saiyan with a power level exceeding 40,000. Not even the majority of the captains present here could manage such a feat. Relay this plan to Captain Ginyu. I trust he will not disappoint me. Additionally, let it be known that today's plan is to remain confidential among us. Should the enemy catch wind of it, or if outsiders become aware. Frieza's words trailed off, and with a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled for everyone to depart. Frieza was not foolish. His strategic prowess was unparalleled. Having received Zarbin's proposal, he was already formulating additional plans. Who was the traitor? He was genuinely curious. My dear little Vegeta, could it be you? Or perhaps, someone else within the ranks has betrayed me? Or is it you, brother? Who was orchestrating this? Unbeknownst to Frieza, there was, in fact, no traitor. Their communication network had simply fallen under the surveillance of Talot's spacecraft, rendering all information susceptible to detection. Meanwhile, on planet Reza, over the course of 5 years since discovering Raditz and imparting cultivation techniques to him, Talot and his companions had entered a phase of stealth and sabotage. They honed their abilities while simultaneously undermining Frieza. Throughout these 5 years, Talot, Zarbin, and Raditz experienced tremendous growth and strength. Notably, Raditz, who began with a power level of 900, fully adapted to the 50-fold gravity within the first year and made significant strides in his control over Ki, reaching a combat power of 7,500. In the second and third years, he adeptly mastered 100-fold gravity and, under Talot's guidance, attained an exquisite level of Ki manipulation, culminating in a power level of 25,000. As Raditz had once claimed, he would undoubtedly surpass Zarbin within 3 years, and he had indeed fulfilled that promise. From the 4th year to the 5th, Raditz continued to enhance his prowess, albeit at a more tempered pace, ultimately achieving a combat power of 43,000. While this exceeded 40,000, he could unleash up to 45,000 in full combat. As for Zarbin, her combat power had already surpassed 40,000 by the time Raditz reached 25,000 in his 3rd year. Currently, her power level stands at an impressive 58,000. She truly exemplifies the archetype of a strong woman. As Raditz exerted every effort to catch up, yet she remained leagues ahead. When the two competed earnestly, it became a serious contest. However, there exists a disparity. Raditz has yet to tap into his latent potential. Once he embarks on that journey, his strength will surely eclipse that of Zarbin. Unless Zarbin undergoes another potential development, she may indeed find herself left behind. This is a topic that Tallet has always hesitated to mention, not out of fear that Raditz's strength might surpass theirs, but rather due to the fragility of a woman's pride. Otherwise, when he returned to Namek 2 years ago, he would have requested the Grand Elder to help unlock his potential once more. It is noteworthy that that particular journey to Namek was to assist the Namekians in fending off a crisis, which was not man-made but rather a colossal planet that had deviated from its original orbit and was subsequently disturbed by the gravitational pull of 3 massive stars, resulting in its collision course with Namek. At that time, despite Lagar's strength exceeding his peak from years past, he was still incapable of resolving the crisis on his own. Thus, the Grand Elder reached out to Tallet for assistance. Upon learning of the impending collision of the immense planet with Namek, Tallet readily agreed to help. Ultimately, with the support of their group, they obliterated the colossal planet into oblivion. One might argue that a combat power exceeding 10,000 equates to a star-destroying level. And indeed it is. However, there are distinctions within this caliber of power. An output exceeding 10,000 may suffice to annihilate Earth. Yet it would prove futile against a planet 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times larger than Earth. Following this battle, the Grand Elder contemplated the creation of a true combat-oriented Namekian. That Namekian turned out to be Nero. From that moment on, Tallet began to comprehend why Lagar was absent in the original narrative. Had it not been for his intervention, Lagar would have perished in his endeavor to protect Namek from the colossal planet. Subsequently, in the year 744 of the Age of the Gods, the Grand Elder created Neru, who became the sole combat-type Namekian. Thanks to Tallet's intervention, the course of destiny was altered. Lagar not only survived, but Neru was also brought into existence nearly 2 years earlier. As for Tallet's current strength, in terms of combat power, he has reached an astounding 190,000 points. In the original work, when Son Goku arrived on Namek and unleashed the Kaioken X2 against Ginyu, his combat power was merely 180,000 points. In just over 5 years, Tallet has elevated his power by 100,000 points. While this may seem modest, it is indeed the pinnacle of Tallet's capabilities. Averaging a 2,000-point increase annually, he practices relentlessly, continually honing his combat skills by engaging with Frieza soldiers. The only regret lies in the absence of a worthy opponent to challenge him fully. In the central region of Razor Star, a vast lake serves as the backdrop for an extraordinary spectacle. Two figures of extreme velocity collide at supersonic speeds, their formidable power generating tumultuous waves upon the previously tranquil surface of the water. The air reverberates with deafening booms as the sounds of their clash echo across the lake. The velocity of the two figures colliding increased exponentially, sending ripples that cleave the surface of the water into numerous chasms. Boom! Another heart-stopping explosion reverberated through the air. Following this clash, Tallet and Raditz simultaneously retreated, hovering above the tumultuous lake. "Shall we proceed, Raditz?" Tallet inquired, effortlessly assuming a stance, exuding an air of nonchalance. At this level of combat, it could merely be regarded as a warm-up for him. However, for him, the typical adversaries no longer provided any challenge. He could only derive motivation from the occasional encounters with Raditz and Celery. In contrast, Raditz was already unleashing his full strength, which was undeniably frustrating. After more than 5 years of relentless training, he found himself outpaced by Raditz. Nevertheless, the battle had only just begun. Once more, onward. With an indomitable spirit, Raditz was unwilling to conclude the fight. Each confrontation with Tallet had resulted in significant growth for him, as a white aura enveloped him. He entered a state of explosive energy and charged towards Tallet at full speed. "This time, I shall accompany you for an exhilarating battle." Tallet kept his power at a similar level to Raditz, and thus surged forward with fierce intensity. With a resounding crash, the battle reignited as Tallet and Raditz engaged in a breathtaking exchange of punches and kicks. Confronted with Tallet's close-range assaults, Raditz responded with utmost vigilance, not daring to show any sign of complacency. Although he was not as strong as Tallet, his combat techniques had continuously evolved, introducing an array of new moves that intrigued Tallet enough to engage with him. After exchanging dozens of blows in close quarters, Tallet sensed the intense energy fluctuations emanating from Raditz. "I anticipated this tactic," Tallet remarked with a light smile, rapidly retreating. In an instant, Raditz raised his head and shouted, unleashing an overwhelming aura that caused a massive whirlpool to form on the lake's surface. "Don't even think about escaping. Take this." As he spoke, Raditz persistently released energy blasts. Though each individual blast lacked significant power, their trajectories were remarkably intricate. Tallet dodged them in succession before ultimately choosing to counter, swatting away Raditz's energy projectiles with ease. The offensive was far from over. Raditz raised his hand, unleashing a formidable energy cannon that surged forth with unparalleled might. Observing this, Tallet retaliated with his own energy cannon. With a thunderous explosion resulting from their collision, the battle intensified. Tallet and Raditz transitioned from the lake's surface to the skies above, their strikes growing increasingly forceful and their speeds escalating with fervor. This planet is a primordial one, devoid of the emergence of sentient life. Thus, the combat between the two individuals unfolds without any concern. The skirmish intensifies, drawing the attention of Celery and Taze, who are preparing lunch by the lakeside. Since their arrival on this planet for respite, such battles have been incessant, occurring almost every other day. Celery and Taze have grown accustomed to the clashes between Tallet and Raditz. Each time Raditz enhances his prowess, he seeks to challenge Tallet. In truth, it is merely Raditz's penchant for hardship, using the battles with Tallet to push himself to exhaustion, only to recover and elevate his abilities. Tallet's strength has grown even more formidable since about the day before yesterday. Raditz is destined to face a more devastating defeat this time, Celery remarked on the encounter. Although she is not partaking in the conflict, she perceives the unfolding circumstances with clarity. "You all seem to know nothing but training and fighting. Can't you take a moment to savor life?" Taze quipped, savoring the delicacies she had prepared. In response, Celery chuckled and replied, "We've repeated this sentiment numerous times. For we are Saiyans, dear sister Taze." All right, Taze replied dismissively. "Over the years of our companionship, we have become so intimately familiar with one another that it is impossible to become any more so." Following the conclusion of the battle between Raditz and Tallet, it came as no surprise that Raditz was once again soundly defeated by Tallet. This outcome was not only something Raditz had grown accustomed to, but also one that neither Sealer nor Taze found the slightest bit unexpected. If Raditz were ever to triumph over Tallet, That would indeed be a most astonishing turn of events. For Raditz, accepting defeat is part of his reality. He does not allow his mindset to shatter due to loss. After all, the disparity in strength is so vast that he is acutely aware of his inability to gain an advantage over Talot. Talot's engagement in battle with him is merely a form of amusement, a warm-up exercise. Were it not for Raditz's insistence, Talot might not even have consented to spar with him. After the fight, the two returned to the lakeside where Sealer and Ties awaited them. They had prepared a meal, and the four of them shared lunch together, filled with laughter and conversation. The past 2 months on this planet felt akin to a vacation. There was a refreshing absence of deceit and the burdens of conspiracies to contend with. As lunch extended long into the afternoon, Raditz, having regained his vigor, desired to engage Sealer in combat once more, leaving Ties at a loss for words as she retreated to pursue her own creative endeavors. Recently, she had encountered a creative block, struggling to master certain plot elements, and was doing her utmost to recalibrate her thoughts. Tallet, too, commenced his own regimen of training. Over the years, his strength has consistently improved. Although he currently possesses a battle power of merely 190,000, Tallet believes that he has exerted considerable effort for someone of his age. Notably, he has never resorted to the external aid that allows Saiyans to rapidly recover from injuries. Nor has he sought to unlock his potential to surpass his limits in one fell swoop. Undoubtedly, if he wished to, he is confident that he could amplify his power by more than double. After all, after years of accumulation, he is convinced that the eruption of his potential would be extraordinarily formidable. It is worth mentioning that Talot does not desire to rely on such methods, at least. Not at this moment. In recent days, Talot has ceased his gravity training. Over the years, the three of them have gradually acclimated to 100-fold gravity, with both Raditz and Sealer able to train under a gravity of 150 times. Talot has even perfected his adaptation to an astounding 200 times gravity. Indeed, gravity training significantly enhances one's strength at an accelerated pace. However, when one dedicates themselves to rigorous training for an extended period, the body's immunity can restrict further growth. Thus, of late, Talot has embraced a balanced approach, delving deeper into the cultivation of his ki. Furthermore, he has been striving to break through the transformations into Super Saiyan at intervals. As a Saiyan, achieving the Super Saiyan form is imperative. Yet, what could be lacking? Is it truly insufficient battle power that prevents him from transcending this barrier? With fists clenched tightly, Talot steadies his breath and meticulously channels the energy within him toward the center of his spine. Throughout this process, he remains exceedingly cautious, pouring all his focus into the task. Once all the energy converges at the center of his spine, a profound shout erupts from Talot's lips. The accumulated power explodes forth in that moment. Boom! A tempestuous aura radiates from Talot, an overwhelming pressure descending upon the earth. The intensity of the aura escalates, causing the surrounding turbulence to grow ever more pronounced. Such a situation caused Raditz and Celery, engaged in battle from a distance, to focus their attention. They were uncertain of Talot's intentions, yet this sudden outburst had occurred numerous times recently. Would it happen again? What, precisely, was Talot planning? Raditz murmured. Celery, with a serious expression, replied, "Brother Talot must have some strategy in mind. It is futile to inquire further." Upon concluding their conversation, they ceased their combat. Had they known that Talot was striving to transcend into a Super Saiyan, they would have been utterly astonished. The legend of the Super Saiyan is familiar to all Saiyans, yet none truly envisioned themselves pursuing such a path. At this moment, Talot's aura had surged to its zenith. In previous instances, when the aura reached this point, it would have concluded. However, this time was different. Within the searing, snow-white aura, a faint glimmer of golden light began to emerge. This is the prelude to a breakthrough. Filled with determination, Talot's eyes sparkled with excitement as he forcefully intensified his energy output once more. The golden radiance grew ever more vibrant, as if the moment of transcendence was within reach. Crossing this threshold would lead to his transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, this state lasted but a fleeting few seconds before the golden light dissipated, seemingly devoid of continuation, and Talot's previously ascending aura plummeted sharply. Had he indeed failed again? Yet this time, the sensation was clearer than before. With his energy now restrained, Talot murmured to himself, though the disappointment of another failure lingered. Each attempt brought him closer to progress, providing him with the motivation to advance. The path of cultivation, the process of enhancing one's power, unfolds through gradual accumulation. Does it not? As time slipped away, half an hour passed unbeknownst to him. After deep contemplation, Talot assimilated the lessons from his experience. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds emanated from the power level detector, urging Talot to focus as he raised his hand to press the answer button. Talot, you must return swiftly. We have intercepted crucial intelligence regarding Frieza's forces. They are planning significant movements, came the voice of Ties from the device. Such news left Talot momentarily stunned. Just 2 months ago, their grand plan had been thwarted, and now there was further movement. It seemed the Frieza force was unrelenting. I understand. I shall come over immediately, he replied, taking a deep breath and regulating his energy before soaring towards the spaceship's location. Inside the spaceship, upon Talot's return, the four gathered in a circle to deliberate on the information they had received. It appeared that the recent disruptions had inflicted significant losses on the Frieza force, prompting Frieza to orchestrate such a scheme to utterly eliminate them. Yet, he failed to consider that, given their consistent awareness of his maneuvers, they would undoubtedly perceive this trap as well. Talot regarded Frieza's intentions with indifference. Ultimately, while Frieza was indeed formidable, he posed no true threat to Talot's life. It was merely that Talot's current power was insufficient to confront him directly. In recent years, continuous destruction has unfolded, and to be candid, we have been awaiting the moment when Frieza would truly take action against them. Given this, should we still proceed? Talot inquired, aware of the impending trap. He believed it would be amusing to let Frieza and his cohorts miss their target. However, Talot's response left him astounded. What of the trap? Of course, we must go, and we shall do so with great confidence. Isn't it delightful to play along with them? With an absolute trump card in hand. Even the arrival of Frieza himself would not instill fear. A look of astonishment crossed the faces of Celery and Ties. They could not comprehend the notion of walking willingly into a snare. After a few moments of contemplation, Raditz suddenly grasped the intent and spoke. Are you planning to hone our skills by utilizing the Ginyu Force? Talot nodded. In our current state, we lack formidable opponents. Despite facing beings with power levels exceeding 10,000, even reaching 20,000, we feel no pressure. Thus, Frieza dispatches the Ginyu Force against us, unaware that our strength is sufficient to conquer even them. As those words were spoken, Sailor realized the gravity of the situation, her expression shifting. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed without delay, Sailor declared. Upon hearing this, Tai Si grew anxious and interjected. Hey, you must not act recklessly. If something goes awry, wouldn't we face total annihilation? Her words elicited laughter from Talot and Sailor. There is nothing to fear, at worst. I can use teleportation to whisk Sister Tai Si away to another planet, Sailor replied. Upon hearing this, Tai Si found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had experienced that instantaneous travel, and thus understood that mishaps were unlikely. Here, under the decree of Talot, a preliminary plan has been established. As days pass, half a month later, in another galaxy of the northern Milky Way, a once-dead planet, now encapsulated, has transformed into a seemingly prosperous and immensely valuable sphere. 18 elite combatants of the Frieza Force, along with the vanguard members of the Ginyu Force, have gathered here, under the command of Frieza, and more directly from Ginyu. They await the target's arrival, striving to capture and eliminate the objective in one fell swoop. Unlike the Ginyu Force depicted in the original narrative, these members have yet to attain their elite status. It is evident that the current Ginyu Force represents the predecessors of the original elite team. Among them is one, imposing and formidable, exuding an aura of terror. In terms of combat prowess, his strength far exceeds that of the Ginyu Force members who appeared on Namek. Baz, with a battle power of 68,000. The other, slender yet remarkably tall, embodies the opposite extreme. They are brothers, yet entirely contrasting. KZ, with a battle power of 66,000. Are there only 2 elite members? Indeed, as the initial arrivals, they have been stationed here for several days. The other elite members, including Ginyu, are still en route. After all, this is a direct order from King Frieza that none dare defy. Who knows when those Saiyan monkeys will arrive? I am utterly weary of this barren planet. Baz lamented within the hastily constructed fortress. What can be done? This is the command of King Frieza, as well as that of Captain Ginyu. Who else is closer than us? Let us remain patient. I am quite curious if that Saiyan named Tallet truly possesses a battle power exceeding 40,000, as the reports suggest, KZ remarked, hands on his hips. Even if he reaches 40,000, so what? Even if he boasts a power of 50,000, he remains but an ant we can easily crush. I cannot fathom how those arrogant captains have managed things. 5 years have passed without resolving any issues. allowing these Saiyan monkeys to grow to such heights. Bas scowled fiercely, deriding those captains with battle powers of 10, 000, 20, 000, or even 30. 000 as a useless lot. Speaking of the 18 captains awaiting the target's arrival, aside from their formidable words, their efficiency in action is so abysmal they cannot even handle minor tasks. Enough of this chatter. No amount of words can prove oneself. It is better to anticipate the early arrival of those Saiyan monkeys, allowing us to apprehend them first, which would yield considerable merit. KZ dusted off his battle suit with a sinister smile. Directly approaching without delay, it was also to seize this opportunity for glory. At this moment, in the near-Earth space of the planet, a colossal spacecraft, after a long journey of over 10 days, has finally reached its destination. It is the vessel piloted by Talot, Celery, Ties, and Raditz. Observing from the exterior of the planet, it appears to be a beautiful water-blue sphere, giving the impression of abundant resources, as it is teeming with the essence of life. However, beneath this facade, the planet is desolate. The blue hue is attributed to a unique geological structure, where a special substance within the Earth reflects light, creating the water-blue appearance. Frieza's forces have indeed chosen a commendable planet, putting in considerable effort. Tallet mused quietly. In the next moment, he employed his aura perception to envelop the planet. As he suspected, the signs of life were scarce, yet numerous powerful energies were present. This encirclement operation was one where Frieza had truly spared no expense. Raditz and Celery were also utilizing their key sensing abilities to scan the planet for powerful energy signatures. To them, apart from two formidable auras that would pose a challenge, the rest were merely insignificant threats not worth worrying over. After all, Celery boasted a battle power of 58,000. Raditz's combat strength reached 43,000. Even adversaries with power levels in the 20 or 30,000s were hardly worth their notice. There don't seem to be any exceptionally strong energies here. It appears we've arrived ahead of them. Let's go down and greet them, Taro remarked, glancing at Ties and signaling for her to pilot the spaceship to land. Ties nodded, maneuvering the ship's controls as it descended through the planet's atmosphere. As the vessel breached the planetary airspace, the true visage of this world unfolded before Taro and the others, bereft of reflective light. The entire planet was shrouded in a murky, lifeless aura, its surface tinted a sickly yellow-brown. The moment the spaceship touched down on the barren wasteland, the awaiting combatants, stationed on this planet, immediately gathered intel through their scouters. Not only did they pinpoint Taro's group of 4, but they also flared their energies in unison, charging forward without hesitation. Individually, their battle powers paled in comparison to those exceeding 40,000. But their numbers were vast. Even a warrior of such caliber would struggle to escape their coordinated assault. Soon after, Baze and Cuz joined the pursuit. The spacecraft settled smoothly upon a desolate mountain plain. The hatch slid open, and Taro, Celery, and Raditz emerged one after another, leaping down onto the terrain. Before they could even take in their surroundings, 18 elite squad leaders from Frieza's army, along with the 2 members of the Gine force, descended from the skies. Quite the welcoming party, 20 high-level combatants in total. I see Frieza is very eager for our demise, Taro remarked with a smirk, sweeping his gaze across the assembled foes. Then came the mutual scouter readings. Incessant beeping filled the air. The only ones who gave Taro pause were Baze and Cuz. They were indeed formidable. Even Celery and Raditz, in their current state, stood no chance against them. The more opponents, the better to prove my strength. Aside from those 2, I admit I'm outmatched. The rest? Heh. Raditz cracked his knuckles, eyes gleaming with excitement, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. This was no foolhardy Raditz from the original timeline. He knew his limits. The way these fools are looking at us is irritating, Brother Taro. Aside from those 2, the strongest among them barely reaches 32,000, Celery muttered, a glint of frost in her eyes as she glanced at Taro. Taro gave a slight nod, silent but decisive. They had already agreed beforehand. The weaker foes would be left to Raditz and Celery. The 2 strongest? Taro would handle them himself. On the opposing side, the arrogant remarks from Taro's group incited a storm of furious curses. They seemed to overlook one crucial detail. Taro and his companions had knowingly walked into this trap. Baze and Cuz, however, didn't react with anger. Instead, they smirked in challenge. Their advanced scouters had already measured the trio's battle powers, or at least, the levels Taro's group had allowed them to see. Just as intel suggested, the Saiyan monkey Taro has a battle power of 40,000. The other 2? One was supposedly a worthless weakling with only 900, yet now exceeds 20,000. I wonder what method they've discovered to grow so strong. Cuz mused aloud, briefing his brother. Baze, ever the brute, cared little for details. Doesn't matter. This is our lucky day. Killing them will earn us even greater favor from Lord Frieza. Cuz nodded. That was the objective. So, you taking the lead, or shall I? Baze bared his teeth in a savage grin, already envisioning the torment he'd inflict upon Tero's group. As a member of the Ginyu Force, his cruelty was legendary. Go ahead. Just leave them barely alive. We might pry their secrets from them. Lord Frieza would find that valuable. Cuz suggested with a smirk. Understood. I'll show restraint. Baze's smile turned predatory. With that, he strode toward Tero, while the other squad leaders continued their jeering. He coiled his arm back, then unleashed a searing energy blast. His target? The spaceship behind Tero, just in case they tried to flee. Not that he believed they'd get the chance. The energy projectile, imbued with unfathomable destructive power, radiated a terrifying might capable of obliterating entities boasting combat strengths of 20 to 30,000 in an instant. Baz's intention was to instill fear in Talot, rendering him hesitant to engage or intercept. Unbeknownst to him, such a level of energy assault posed no threat whatsoever to Talot. With merely a glance, Talot's aura effortlessly deflected the oncoming energy projectile, redirecting it towards the positions of the other 18 captain-level combatants. Look out! Quickly evade! Exclaimed the captain with a combat strength of 22,000, suddenly sensing the impending danger and hastily retreating. The other captains, witnessing the unfolding chaos, likewise scrambled to avoid the catastrophe. Those who reacted in time emerged unscathed, experiencing nothing more than a moment of alarm. However, two unfortunate souls failed to escape in time. With a resounding explosion, the energy projectile detonated, its horrifying force instantly reducing the two unfortunate individuals to mere remnants. Even before the battle commenced, two among the 18 captain-level warriors had already fallen, their demise utterly unjust. Yet, no one would dare to lay blame or harbor resentment toward Baz, for he was a superlative combatant with a staggering strength of 68,000, even combined. The strength of all the others paled in comparison to the might of a single finger of Baz. This situation left Baz in disbelief, while KRZ was equally taken aback. How could this fellow effortlessly deflect my attack? Baz exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. Just moments ago, he had wielded absolute confidence in his strike. A mere 40,000 combat power. After all, even if he could withstand it, it could not have been so effortlessly managed. Something was amiss at that fleeting moment. That young man's combat power had shifted, and Baz sensed it had surged beyond 60,000. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to so casually repel your energy blast. Yet, after that sudden escalation, his combat power reverted to its normal state in an instant. KRZ furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and cautioned Baz. One must admit, he was quite astute and perceptive. Just a single move revealed some clues. Truly, he was a prodigious talent. A sudden spike in combat power? Could this fellow be akin to Captain Ginyu, possessing the ability to manipulate his combat strength at will? Do Saiyan monkeys possess such capabilities? Baz was taken aback, recalling something significant. He retracted his arrogance. If Tallet were indeed of a similar ilk as Ginyu, it would be far more troublesome than they had anticipated. In light of Baz's newfound caution, Tallet was not surprised. After all, his combat power had reached an impressive 68,000, though he might be simple-minded. He was certainly not a fool. With a mocking gaze sweeping over Baz and KRZ, Tallet refrained from making a move. Such opponents are indeed rare. He intends to engage them thoroughly. I shall handle these two. As for the rest, you may allocate them as you see fit. With those words, Tallet allowed Celery and Rethys to take matters into their own hands. Eagerly responding to Tallet's command, Celery and Rethys wasted no time and charged towards the scattered captain-level fighters. Their roles were clearly defined, each targeting 8 adversaries, initiating a one-sided onslaught. With their formidable combat prowess, facing 8 foes posed no challenge whatsoever. In a mere moment, the captains found themselves caught off guard by Celery and Rethys. Even if they managed to retaliate, their strength was insignificant compared to that of Celery and Rethys. The combat power of the two Saiyan warriors had also shifted. At the moment of engagement, it surpassed 40,000 points. Thus, they could regulate their own combat strength. Kez and Baz exchanged remarks. Unlike Tallet, Celery and Rethys' fluctuating combat power was accurately detected by the scouter. Stop dawdling and deal with this fellow before us. Let us strike together, just in case. Kez locked his gaze on Tallet, preparing for battle. Unlike before, they dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness. TCH. To team up against this Saiyan monkey would be utterly disgraceful. Baz felt a deep sense of humiliation, yet the circumstances necessitated their cooperation. Their eyes fixed on Tallet. They sought an opportunity, clearly displaying a cautious fighting style, unwilling to act recklessly. Come, our battle is about to commence, Tallet declared, opting for an aggressive approach this time. With a mere thought, he vanished from his position. Baz and Kez did not hesitate. Their years of combat experience allowed them to instinctively perceive Tallet's movement, locking onto his location before simultaneously charging forward. Two beams of light, one purple and the other bluish-purple, surged towards Tallet. The battlefield shifted to the air, where Baz and Kez united their efforts to pressure Tallet. The space reverberated with the thunderous sound of collision. The aftermath of their battle swept across the surroundings, with the three figures moving through the air with lightning speed, constantly evading and countering. Baz and Kez attacked with full force, not underestimating Tallet. Reality confirmed their suspicions. Tallet's strength exceeded their expectations. Their coordinated assault was seamless, fierce, and deadly. As brothers in arms of the Ginyu Force, Baz and Kez's flawless teamwork enabled them to unleash combat power far beyond their individual limits. Even formidable foes with combat strength exceeding 70,000 points found themselves suppressed, struggling to mount a counterattack. Tallet had never encountered such relentless combat tactics, and he gained valuable experience from this encounter. In response to Baz and Kez's full frontal assault, Tallet exhibited combat prowess that matched their own. In summary, had he not possessed even greater strength, it would have been exceedingly difficult to manipulate the two with ease. As the battle progressed, Tallet gradually became adept at countering their strikes, employing his instinct and honed precognitive abilities to foresee their attack patterns. He began to exert pressure, effortlessly neutralizing their assaults or evading them with grace. In close combat, they found their efforts futile. A sense of despair filled Baz and Kez, sharing an unspoken bond. They decisively altered their combat strategy, opting for energy attacks instead. They unleashed simultaneous energy assaults from multiple directions towards Tallet. Faced with the barrage of energy blasts, Tallet chose not to evade. This confrontation, where one stands against two, serves as a formidable trial for him. Channeling his full combat prowess of 70,000 points, he summons a protective energy barrier to shield himself. The explosion of the energy orb resonates with the force of a nuclear detonation, blossoming in the air like a celestial display. Witnessing this, Baz and KZ feel a surge of exhilaration, amplifying their energy output. With rapid, deft movements of their hands, they unleash dozens, even hundreds, of energy orbs, relentlessly bombarding Tallet. The power of the explosions escalates, the flames spreading wider, enveloping the sky in a vast ocean of fire. This scene is profoundly shocking and terrifying, instilling a sense of dread. The two combatants unleashed their full energy attacks for a full minute before Baz and Kuz ceased their onslaught, regulating their breathing and gazing at the fiery chaos ahead. A smile crept across their faces. Surely, there must be nothing left but ashes now. Baz laughed unabashedly, proclaiming that no one could survive such a bombardment. However, Kuz held a different perspective, quietly observing the heart of the smoke. Suddenly, a response emanated from the combat power detector, prompting Baz and Kuz to focus intently. Gasping in surprise, instantly, an overwhelming wave of terrifying energy surged forth. The thick smoke dissipated, revealing Tallet's unscathed form before their eyes. Baz and Kuz were left in utter disbelief. Impossible! You are unscathed, Baz exclaimed in shock. Damn it, just as I suspected. This guy's combat power exceeds both of ours. Kuz braced himself, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. In the next heartbeat, they exchanged a knowing glance and flanked Tallet from both sides, striking once more. Bang! Boom! The muffled sounds of their fists colliding were effortlessly absorbed by Tallet. Before Baz and Kuz could fully comprehend the situation, Tallet exerted a slight force, sending them both hurtling away. As they flew backwards, Baz and Kuz regained their balance. Their hearts ablaze with fury, and they launched towards Tallet once again. Their strikes were faster and more ferocious than before. In this moment, they unleashed their most potent techniques. Yet, despite their efforts, they were unable to inflict any substantial damage on Tallet. This spectacle was not lost on Cellari and Raditz, who observed from the battlefield. They were nearing the conclusion of their own fight, having found the disparity in strength overwhelming. None of the 16 captain-level combatants could withstand their full power for even half a minute. As spectators, they found it far more advantageous to witness such high-caliber combat than to engage with weaker foes. He recognized that Talot's combat power had reached an astonishing 190,000 points. Thus, witnessing Talot dominate Baz and Cuz elicited no surprise from him. In the skies above, three figures swiftly traversed the space, the battlefield continually shifting and transforming amidst the heavens and earth. The fierce contest endured for a full 3 minutes. With a resounding boom, the three combatants simultaneously descended to the ground, poised for yet another confrontation. The relentless exertion had drained the vast majority of Baz and Cuz's stamina. They now gasped for breath, their faces slick with beads of sweat, a condition that extended to their entire bodies. It had been an eternity since either had engaged in such an all-out battle. It is inconceivable that our combined assault could not even inflict the slightest injury upon you. Not even the formidable Captain Ginyu could withstand it so effortlessly. Who exactly are you, you little brat? You cannot possibly be a Saiyan, Baz bellowed in fury. Indeed. While Saiyans are a warrior race, it is impossible for someone as powerful as you to exist in this world. Who are you really? Cuz demanded. His worldview shattered as he struggled to accept being toyed with by Talot, especially since Talot was merely a teenager. Intelligence reports indicated he was only 13. How could they be bested by a mere child? Talot smiled in silence. To clarify or emphasize his Saiyan heritage at this moment would be futile. Power is the ultimate arbiter. There was no need for them to believe it. No. The intelligence is utterly erroneous. This fellow's combat prowess must exceed 120,000. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. Yes, otherwise, how could our combined attack fail to even graze him? Forcing himself to regain composure, Cuz wiped the cold sweat from his brow. A Super Saiyan? Over 120,000? What nonsense! Cuz, do you truly believe what you just uttered? Baz exclaimed in panic. At that moment, Talot habitually twisted his neck a couple of times. This behavior, coupled with that confident smile, once again instilled an overwhelming sense of dominance over Baz and Kiz. Observing their incoherent speech and panic-stricken expressions, Talot realized that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Let the warm-up come to an end. I shall no longer indulge your play. Talot's words pierced the ears of Baz and Kiz, igniting within them a bitter resentment. They had always been proud super soldiers of the elite special forces. For so many years, who dared to disregard them so blatantly? Even King Frieza had spoken to them with courtesy. The warm-up is over. This is a complete disregard for them. The recent battle merely treated them as practice partners. Young man, even if you're that Super Saiyan, your arrogance is excessive. Baz growled in a deep voice. Arrogance accompanied by strength is permissible, and as it happens, I possess that strength, so must I refrain from being audacious? If you deem me unworthy, then I shall demonstrate my capabilities. As he spoke, Talot clenched his fists, his arms curving at his sides. Observe closely with your power detectors. Behold the magnitude of my battle power. Do not let it render you speechless. As his words echoed, the immense energy within Talot surged forth. Whoosh. A radiant white aura cascaded from his body. In an instant, the entire area was engulfed in turmoil. The very heavens and earth quaking. Beep, beep, beep. The power detectors of Baz and crews emitted frantic alarm signals. Witnessing the numbers of Talot's battle power escalate relentlessly, their expressions transformed dramatically, mouths agape, their eyes reflecting profound dread. Over 10,000, 13,000, and still rising? This is impossible, even as a Super Saiyan. Such formidable battle power cannot exist. Boom, boom. As the power detectors of the two exploded from the overload, their fear erupted uncontrollably. This is indeed the latest model of the combat power detector, with a maximum value soaring to an astonishing 160,000 points. The explosion of the combat power detector unequivocally revealed to them that Talot's combat prowess far surpassed the threshold of 160,000 points. Realizing that the objective of instilling fear had been achieved, Talot swiftly reigned in his imposing aura, appearing unchanged. Meanwhile, the dread within Baz and Cuz spread rapidly, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. The combat prowess exhibited here far surpasses that of their Captain Ginyu, rendering their efforts utterly futile. From the very beginning, they were mere insects, easily crushed at will, yet they persisted in their misguided arrogance. Now, do you comprehend the chasm of strength that lies between us? Do you believe I possess the right to be deemed arrogant? Talot's gaze was fixed upon the two, a mocking expression adorning his features. In the next moment, He advanced a step forward, instilling considerable fear into Baz and Kiz. Instinctively, they recoiled, drenched in cold sweat, their battle suits barely concealing their disarray. Wait. There has been a misunderstanding. I did not intend to strike at you. Everything was orchestrated by Frieza and Captain Ginyu. I can join your ranks. We can unite against Frieza. Yes, you are already aware of our combat abilities. Spare us, and we can be of great service to you. Recognizing the peril, Kiz and Baz swiftly shifted into a mode of supplication. At that moment, all traces of their previous defiance and arrogance had vanished. Frieza's subordinates, regardless of their strength, consistently bring unforeseen surprises and unexpected outcomes. You two remind me of many others, those who once fancied themselves capable of taking my life, only to find themselves begging for my mercy after their defeat. It is truly lamentable for Frieza, surrounded by such fickle allies. These cutting words drew a sharp intake of breath from Baz and Kiz. Just as they prepared to respond, Talot denied them the opportunity to speak. In an instant, he moved with blinding speed, appearing before Baz. With a thunderous impact, a powerful strike landed squarely on Baz's chest. The overwhelming force shattered his battle suit, pulverizing his sternum and internal organs. With a gasp, Baz expelled a torrent of blood, the sensation of death enveloping him, his eyes wide in terror, blood vessels bursting in his gaze. A pitiful whimper escaped his lips as his body fell uncontrollably forward, in the face of impending doom. He uttered his final words of defiance, before his consciousness faded into oblivion, marking his inevitable demise. A single strike, without a hint of suspense. With a single strike, Talot's power penetrated his body, shattering everything within. Unless one possesses the ability of self-regeneration, survival was utterly impossible in the face of such pulverized innards. Baz. KZ cried out in terror upon witnessing his elder brother's fall. It's your turn. Hearing this voice, Talot shifted his gaze towards the bewildered KZ, who was lost in despair. No joking around. Die for me. KZ let out a roar, summoning an immense surge of power as he swung his arm with all his might. Confronted with death, KZ unleashed a strength far beyond his limits, striving to break free from the shackles of fate. A tremendous energy erupted from his hand, sweeping towards Talot at close range. Yet, despite such an effort, it failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Talot. The explosive force, no matter how potent or swift, could not prevent Talot from reaching behind in a mere 0.001 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Talot delivered a decisive elbow strike to the back of Kiz's neck, resulting in a resounding thud. As Talot's attack connected, Kiz felt an unparalleled weight pressing down upon him, rendering his vision hazy. In the next instant,